Chapter 1 Fight for a Familiar Future. Uchiha Wuten's consciousness gradually woke up from nothingness. A very thin voice sounded in his ears. This voice was as weak as if it came from the edge of the universe. Then the sense of distance slowly got closer and closer with the calls, and finally all of a sudden jumping into my mind. Brother Tian! Brother Tian! Wake up quickly! It was a woman's voice. After Wu Tian tried several times, he was finally able to open his eyes. He immediately saw a panicked and crying woman kneeling beside him, while he himself was lying directly on the ground. He stared straight at the woman's haggard face with a dull expression. Everything around him still had a sense of isolation and unreality to him. A series of phantom-like images flashed before his eyes. These pictures were divided into 3 parts with different styles, and they flashed at an extremely fast speed, so fast that it was impossible for him to look at them carefully. But the strange thing was, these pictures were all printed in his mind one by one. It turned out to be 3 memories. 3 copies of his memories. Brother Tian! Brother Tian! What's wrong with you? Seeing Wu Tian's silly look, the woman anxiously waved her hands in front of Wu Tian's eyes. Shut up! Don't make any noise! Suddenly a deep male voice interrupted the woman's words. There was anxiety, uneasiness, expectation, and anger in this voice. Wu Tian was very surprised how a person could have such complicated emotions at the same time, but soon, he not surprising. Because he already knew the environment he was in at this time. How's the master? Wu Tian blurted out while lying on the ground. He instinctively exerted force on his waist and abdomen, and his whole body suddenly stood up. But before he could stand firm, he was grabbed by a strong arm and forced to squat down. Do you want to die? Tsurumi's eyes were all bloodshot and he looked at Wu Tian with hidden anger. He yelled in a low voice, Master is fighting a life and death duel with the big devil, can you be quiet? So what are you doing loudly? Demon King! Wu Tian suddenly woke up. Big Demon King Piccolo. This is the world of Dragon Ball, and he is no longer the elite ninja Uchiha Wuten, nor is he the once ordinary earthly youth Wushin, but Wushin in this world, the young Kame Sennin 300 years ago. At this time, his master martial master is fighting fiercely with the big Demon King Piccolo for the hope of all mankind. Are you still fighting? In the original work, there was only a mention of Kame Sennin, but I didn't expect this battle to be so fierce. Wu Tian finally woke up completely. The sense of disharmony after soul fusion completely disappeared, and he no longer had the hazy perception just now. His eyes became bright and deep. At this moment, the martial arts fanatic who was addicted to voyeurism died, and a new future Earth martial arts god with the qualities of an elite ninja was born. Brother Tian, are you okay? You suddenly fainted behind you just now. It's so scary. Wu Fang asked softly from behind Wu Tian, with worried eyes. Fang, it doesn't matter. I was too worried about the master just now, and I fainted because of the rage. Wu Tian also lowered his voice and replied, and at the same time, he used his eyes to express to his junior brother Tsurumi that he knew he was wrong. Tsurumi glared at this senior brother coldly, and then carefully stuck out half of his head to observe the battle over there. Tsurumi, Wu Fang, and Wu Tian are currently behind a huge rock about 200 meters away from the venue where Wu Taitu and Demon King Piccolo will fight. Wu Tian carefully used the boulder to cover his body, slightly stuck his head out, and looked towards the center of the battlefield 200 meters away. I saw 2 figures, one white and one green, fighting each other quickly. However, they were too far apart, and it was difficult for Wu Tian and the others to clearly distinguish the specific situation on the battlefield. They could only see the 2 figures, one white and one green, touching each other from time to time, fighting closely, and then using Qigong to bounce off each other. Attack each other. So fast. Wu Tian was secretly frightened, looking at the 2 figures in the distance who were fighting each other quickly, observing with great difficulty, and thought to himself, they are definitely not worse than those physical skills masters in the village. I wonder which of the 8 gates of Dunjia there are. Strength of? It's a pity that I only learned the first 2 tricks. I don't know if they can be used in this world. Who are the 2 people fighting at this time? One is the strongest among humans on Earth today, a martial arts master who is invincible in the world. The other is the dark side incarnation of the Earth God, part of the genius named Qian's. The 2 of them are undoubtedly the top martial artists of this era. No one can interfere in the battle between these 2 people. Wu Tian tried hard to analyze the situation on the battlefield carefully. Gradually, his eyes changed, a little scarlet color emerged from the depths of his eyes, just like bright red ink soaked in rice paper. Finally, it filled his entire pair of pupils. Phew! 3 small black megatama were squeezed out from his scarlet eyes, forming a strictly symmetrical triangular pattern, slowly rotating around his pitch-black pupils. Something is wrong, Wu Taidu is at a disadvantage. Where is his demon sealing wave? In the original work, didn't Kamizenin say that Wu Taidu used the demon sealing wave to seal Piccolo for the 2nd time? The rice cooker is on the ground over there. So, Wu Taidu is actually completely unable to find the opportunity to use the demonic sealing wave? From what I know of his combat power, even if Wu Taidu is lower than Piccolo at this time, he won't be so exhausted. The more Wu Tian looked, the more frightened he became, because he discovered that the green figure, Piccolo, was actually Wu Taidu wearing a white martial arts uniform. Wu Taidu struggled to hold on, maybe he was also desperately trying to find an opening, and launched the demon sealing wave to completely seal Piccolo in one fell swoop, but it was obvious, he had used all his strength to resist Piccolo's offensive. Where is the ability to find opportunities to activate secret techniques under such pressure? Wu Tian frowned tightly, and the information about the Dragon Ball flashed quickly in his mind. Looking at this situation, Wu Taidu has no chance of using the magic sealing wave to seal Piccolo. In this way, the next trend of the Dragon Ball world will go in a direction that I know nothing about. Could it be that I traveled through a parallel world where Wu Taidu didn't seal Piccolo? If this is the case, who should stop Piccolo? This body of mine, the Kame Sennin of later generations, will never be able to surpass Wu Taidu at its peak state. Tsurumi and I don't know how to seal the demon wave, so how can we be Piccolo's opponents? Do you want to climb the Kylin Tower and go to the Celestial Temple to find another Piccolo? This is not possible. 300 years later, that person may be determined to kill Piccolo due to guilt, but this may not be the case for the new god at this time. Wrong. Wu Tian was horrified. He finally discovered that he could actually clearly capture the superspeed battle scene of the 2 people 200 meters away. Reading www.uukenshu.net and he still had the energy to analyze the situation? Wu Tian immediately noticed something was wrong with his eyes. This feeling was so familiar. This is the feeling when the 3 Megatama Sharingan is activated. Did I travel through time with chakra? Isn't that right? Or is it that the I who traveled through time is essentially a piece of chakra from the original body? Is the soul of a ninja essentially chakra? Or a chakra brand with memories like Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki? Chakra, spiritual will. Thoughts flashed through his mind. At this moment, suddenly, the 2 people fighting over there separated. Wu Taidu seemed to have been hit hard by Piccolo. He rolled on the ground for more than 10 times, and suddenly fell to the ground. At this time, the extremely tall young Piccolo stood there, seeming to be crazy. Laughing out loud. He was too far away and no one could hear what he was laughing about, but it didn't matter anymore. What mattered was that Wu Taidu had fallen. Instead of living an ignoble existence, it is better to strive for a future that I know well. Tsurumi was so worried that he hid behind the rocks to observe the situation on the battlefield, but he could only see the 2 white and green shadows in the distance, and had no way of knowing the fighting situation of the 2 men. Until Wu Taidu was knocked to the ground by Piccolo, and Tsurumi's heart instantly sank to the bottom. His hands and feet were cold, and he murmured, "It's over, now everything is over." At this moment, Tsurumi's hair was ruffled by a gust of wind, and a figure swiftly passed by him, running straight towards the battlefield 200 meters away. UU Reading welcomes all book lovers to come and read. The latest, fastest, and most popular serial works are all available in UU Reading. Mobile phone users, please go and read. Chapter 2. Aren't you afraid of God's punishment? A year ago, an evil demon named Big Devil Piccolo suddenly appeared in the world. He was invulnerable to all parts of his body, including water and fire. Even the emerging firearms and shells could not hurt him at all. The Great Demon King is bloodthirsty and evil by nature, and is interested in killing and destroying people. He kills people like crazy, spits out flames and lightning when he opens his mouth, and can wipe everything to ashes with a wave of his hand. This evil demon has no humanity at all. Wherever he goes, there are corpses everywhere, mountains of bones, and rivers of blood. He slaughters villages and cities as a matter of course. The human world has been shrouded in boundless terror, and fragile civilizations are vulnerable to such extreme force. In just 1 year, nearly 100 large and small cities have been destroyed by this great devil, and hundreds of scattered villages and towns have been destroyed. Countless people have died and sacrificed their lives. Looking around, the once civilized land has become devastated in the past year. He is invincible, unstoppable. When Master Wu Tian failed to face the Great Demon King for the first time, the former Wu Tian and his junior brother Tsurumi only had this idea in their minds, and they were almost desperate. Half a month later, the injured and missing Master Wu Tian miraculously returned again. Not only had his injuries healed, but he also brought back a rice cooker with a seal on it. He said that this time the big devil will be completely eliminated. This time, Wu Tian, Tsurumi, and Wu Tian's daughter Wu Fangfang all followed Wu Tian. If Wu Tian wins, then they can cheer on the spot to celebrate the salvation of mankind. If Wu Tian loses, then it is conceivable. Even if they hide to the ends of the earth, the ending will be the same, and all mankind is finished. Wu Tian said nothing and set off with his daughter and the last 2 disciples. Wu Tian's figure sprinted towards the battlefield 200 meters away. "Brother Tian!" Wu Fangfang lost her mind and shouted, covering her mouth. "Wah, old pervert, are you crazy? What's the use of going, you bastard?" Tsurumi immediately knew what happened. His face was extremely ugly, and he gritted his teeth and said bitterly, "This physical quality is comparable to the ninja body of my previous life. I am worthy of being the true disciple of the world's #1 martial arts master, the martial arts god of the future earth. I am in my early 30s, which is also the prime of the human body. Period. Although I have not yet mastered Qigong, the physical and external skills are indeed terrifying. Is this the quality of a warrior in the Dragon Ball world? So how terrifying is the arrogant Piccolo in front of him? What about Wu Tian, who can compare with him?" Wu Tian didn't care what the 2 people behind him were thinking. He ran wildly, and at the same time, he quickly became familiar with his new body. In front of him is the tall figure of Piccolo. He is staring at Piccolo with scarlet eyes. 3 black Megatama are spinning rapidly, and finally connected together, entangled into the shape of 2 square darts. At this moment, he forgot what chakra was and the basic theory of ninjutsu illusion. He just relied on his own instinct to construct a simple illusion in an instant through his Mangekyo Sharingan. And it was immediately stored in the eyes, and at the same time, the endless pupil power of the Mangekyo Sharingan was desperately injected into this extremely basic ninja illusion to accumulate. Close, Wu Tian's entire body turned into a gust of wind, blowing into this battlefield that determines the fate of the earth. As soon as he closed his eyes, he could feel the burning heat in his pupils and the sharp stinging pain in his mind. He opened his eyes, his determination never wavering. Piccolo was very proud. He was really happy and sad today. This old guy who is happy is really difficult to deal with. He is the only earthling he has met so far who can make him feel troublesome. This fight is much more exciting than anyone else. What's sad is that he didn't kill this old guy last time, but he didn't expect that this old guy would come back to die every few days. It was rare for him to be soft-hearted, so he wasn't cherished so much. Hey? Why is there still a little shrimp? Suddenly, Piccolo noticed someone approaching, turned his head and saw a young man with short black hair, wearing the same clothes as the old guy on the ground next to him, running over quickly. As a name Qian, his eyesight was extremely good, so he could see at a glance. Behind the man who rushed over, there were other people hiding on the back of a huge rock 200 meters away. 2 people. So he grinned, "You really are rushing here to die one by one. That's so polite. You all know that this Demon King has killed almost everyone in this area, and he is feeling a little bored, so he queues up to send them here. Can you relieve my boredom?" Wu Taitu climbed up on the ground beside him, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He thought that when the disciple saw him being knocked down, he went crazy out of frustration and rushed out desperately. He shook his head and sighed, confused. Ah! Wu Tian yelled and rushed straight towards Piccolo, hitting Piccolo's chest and abdomen with a straight fist without any plan. It wasn't that he didn't want to go for his head, but Piccolo was so tall that Wu Tian's figure couldn't reach him. Boom! Piccolo didn't move, just letting Wu Tian's light and soft fist fall on him. He stood there as if nothing had happened, looked down at Wu Tian and grinned, but it showed an extraordinary chill, and he showed a mouth full of sharp teeth. "Little guy, you are done fighting, now. It's time for me to be replaced. Be careful!" Wu Taitu shouted from the side. Piccolo waved his hand, and his arm seemed to turn into a lightning bolt. The lightning turned into a long whip, and Wu Tian in front of him was whipped away violently. Wu Tian flew to the ground beside him like a kite with its string cut off, rolled in a big circle, and actually, got close to Wu Taitu. Wu Taitu looked at Wu Tian, who was writhing in pain on the ground beside him, with compassion on his face. He taught this disciple all his kung fu, so how could he not know how much he could weigh? At this time, Wu Tian had no ability to resist at all in front of the great Demon King. "I made him trance for a moment, an opportunity, remember. A voice as thin as a mosquito rang in Wu Taitu's ears. "What?" Wu Taitu was extremely surprised. When he looked around suddenly, Wu Tian had already passed him and struggled to get up from the ground. At this point he was swaying as if he might collapse at any moment. Piccolo's casual blow could cause him such serious injuries, which shows how terrifying this big devil is. A mere Piccolo with a fighting strength of less than 300 is already so powerful, but what about the scions 300 years later who have a fighting strength of thousands or tens of thousands? What about Frisia, who dominates the universe and whose combat power is suspected to exceed 100 million? What about the androids who are not rivals even as super scions? Where is Majin Bu? Wu Tian felt awe-inspiring in his heart, his eyes were dark, he lowered his head and walked towards Piccolo step by step. "Old man, is he your disciple?" "Humph, he is as stupid as you are." Piccolo showed a bloodthirsty smile. When Wu Tian slowly moved forward, he kicked Wu Tian in the abdomen. Boom! Instead of kicking Wu Tian away, he kicked him down directly and stomped on the ground hard. Ugh! The bright red blood spurted out from Wu Tian's mouth and nose, looking extremely miserable and terrifying. Piccolo used the solace of his feet to roll around Wu Tian's body as if teasing, and every time he moved, Wu Tian would spit out a mouthful of blood. Piccolo looked at the miserable creature at his feet and smiled coldly. Sometimes this Demon King is really... Before he could finish his words, Wu Tian, who was trampled under his feet and covered with blood on his face and neck, suddenly smiled, then opened his eyes hard, and met the eyes of the green-skinned name Qian, who looked down at him, and he said hoarsely. Bicker roared, "Picker, you have done so many evil things, aren't you afraid of angering the gods in the sky and destroying you?" "What? God?" Piccolo was suddenly shocked when he heard these two words that were taboo to him. The next moment, a pair of strange scarlet eyes suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Snap! A hand gently placed on Piccolo's shoulder. Piccolo looked back in disbelief, and was almost scared to death. It's him. He actually saw the person he had always been afraid of. It's another himself. The person who throws himself out of the world like trash. I saw the god Piccolo standing behind Piccolo wearing a white god robe. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.net looking at his other half indifferently, as if looking at an ordinary human being in the world. Like humble ants. Illusion, Naraku no Jutsu, it is one of the simpler basic illusions that allows the person being cast to see the scene they are afraid of seeing. When Wu Taitu on the side saw that the great demon king Piccolo was actually yelling at his disciple, he lost his mind and started to freeze. His heart suddenly trembled, and he understood that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This was the opportunity for his disciple Wu Tianyang. It's something you risk your life for. Once you miss it, you will never get it again. So this great master of martial arts immediately brought up all his energy. There was no need to retain the most refined and pure natal energy in his body. It surged like the endless Yangtze River and poured out all at once. This desperate method of using qi is tantamount to risking one's life, but the old man has no intention of thinking about anything else. In order to stop the evil demon in front of him, even if he goes through fire and water, even if his body is broken into pieces, he has no hesitation. Day and night on the Kylin Tower, constantly overdrawing life and longevity. And finally developing the demonic sealing wave. Wasn't it just for this moment? Wu Taitu's eyes widened with anger, and his bloodshot eyes were already red. At this moment, behind him stood countless innocent souls and undead souls who died tragically at the hands of the great demon king. Their countless invisible beliefs gathered in one place, like the scorching sun hanging high in the sky, supporting Wu Taitu's already exhausted body. Wu Tai's fighting tongue burst into spring thunder, and he shouted like a thunderbolt. Devil Sealing Wave. Yu Reading welcomes all book lovers to come and read. The latest, fastest, and most popular serial works are all available in Yu Reading. Mobile phone users please go and read. Chapter 3 The Death of the First Grand Master. The great demon king Piccolo was sealed. This evil monster with blood-stained hands, finally disappeared and was locked up in a small rice cooker. Wu Tian knew that in the next 300 years, this demon king would not be born again. Wu Taitu kept his hands pressed down, his whole body stiff, and at the same time he was trembling slightly uncontrollably. But his old face showed a relieved smile, and with a bang, his short and stocky body fell straight to the ground. Finally it was a success. Wu Tian lay in the distance and panted lightly. The screams of Piccolo just now in the whirlpool of the demonic sealing wave echoed in front of his eyes. It was really as penetrating as a fierce ghost. In this way, this is the first step. And then, during the 300 years before the plot, it depends on how you control it. Will he soar into the sky, step by step, ahead of the warriors in the original work, or will he just be reduced to a sidekick like the Kame Sennin? Just watch. Wu Tian raised his hands to cover his eyes, thinking silently in his heart. Using the Sharingan Genjutsu with just his mental power, even a low-level genjutsu like the Narakumi no Jutsu, made his mind sting like it was splitting apart, and he had no choice but to close the Sharingan. The 3 punches and 2 kicks of Big Devil Piccolo made his whole body painful. Fortunately, he had developed a strong will of steel in the ninja world. Hey! He gritted his teeth secretly and climbed up from the ground unsteadily. Glancing at the rice cooker on the ground over there, Wu Tian moved step by step towards Wu Taitu who was lying on the ground. What a pity! This is a respectable martial arts master. Wu Tian walked to Wu Taitu, squatted down, and turned the old man's body over. Before Wu Taitu died completely, he opened his eyes again in Wu Tian's arms. His lips moved, and a hoarse and weak voice squeezed out from the gap between his lips, "Tian. Master. Wu Tian looked down at the old man's extremely weak face and responded in a low voice. Not to mention the plot he knew, the forbidden move of Demon Sealing Wave alone was enough to kill this old man who was already weak. He knew that Wu Taito would not survive, and now he was just getting back on his feet. You have become a little different. The old man said this, which made Wu Tian feel nervous. Although it is said that he has basically integrated and digested the memories of the original Wu Tian, it is not wrong to say that he is the original Wu Tian. But after all, it is still his original will that dominates this body now. He is the ordinary person who traveled from another earth to the ninja world and struggled for more than 20 years. When Wu Taito said this, he couldn't help but feel a little unnatural in his heart. After all, the words he yelled out in order to make the illusion work successfully, were somewhat unexpected, because these were words that only someone like him who knew Piccolo well could say. If illusions can use the opponent's mental flaw as an entry point, the success rate and effect will naturally be greatly increased. And Piccolo's spiritual weakness is undoubtedly his other half in the sky. Wu Taito's turbid eyes stared closely at Wu Tian, who was looking down at him. His lips trembled for a long time, and he hesitated to speak, but finally did not speak. The old man chose to remain silent, but Wu Tian chose to speak instead. Wu Tian pursed his lips, thought about it, and said, "Master, when the disciple was watching the battle from a distance just now, he saw the master being forced into a disadvantage by the big devil step by step. He was so anxious that he fainted in the end." As he spoke, his eyes turned scarlet, and he actually opened the Sharingan. Wu Tian took a long breath and said softly, "When I wake up, the disciple's eyes will become what they are now, and." While sleeping, the disciple vaguely saw many scenes of the future. Among them, there is the identity of the great demon king Piccolo. When the old man in Wu Tian's arms heard such words, his eyes that were so cloudy that they were about to close suddenly brightened up again. He asked hoarsely, "Is this really so? Is this really so? God, God!" A scene in his mind scenes flashed by, including Wu Tian's roar at the big demon king just now, and a few words from the cat immortal on Kailan Tower. The old man murmured, "This evil demon, could it be related to the god of the temple?" Even though he knew that the name Qian staying in the temple must be watching here at this moment, Wu Tian still nodded firmly and said, "That's right. In the scene that the disciple saw, there are people living in the temple. The god of heaven looks exactly like the great demon king Piccolo." Wu Taito's originally weak breath was obviously a little messy. He coughed twice, and there was blood flowing out of the corner of his mouth. "Master." Wu Tian gently caressed Wu Taito's chest with his palm. "No need, I can't survive as a teacher. Your injuries are not serious either." Lying in Wu Tian's arms, Wu Taito reached out with difficulty to find a bean in his belt, and handed it to Wu Tian with trembling hands. "Ah God, eat it. Master. Eat it." Wu Tian was obviously a little surprised when he saw the beans Wu Taito took out, but he still flatly refused. He said this sincerely. "It seems, you recognize this thing." The old man showed a smile and said in a voice as loud as a mosquito, "In order to come up with a way to subdue this evil spirit, my body is no longer strong, and it is this fairy bean, can't be saved. Tian, you are a person with great blessings. You drank the water of immortality 20 years ago, and today, you foresee the future." Tian obeyed, ate it, and then took it with you go back to the mountain with your junior brothers and sisters. "Master." Wu Tian's voice was already trembling, and his eyes were red. This was not referring to the Sharingan, or his tears had emerged uncontrollably. The sour emotions were stirring in his chest, making him extremely uncomfortable. The last time such an emotion appeared was when Kaleidoscope opened his eyes. "Tian, do you know that since the birth of the great demon king, I have a strong wish to fulfill? I hope that our martial arts can be widely spread, and I hope that there will be more people practicing martial arts in this world. Come on, I hope that when everyone faces an evil demon like the big devil, they can muster up the courage to confront him and defeat him, instead of, just watching so many people die. In just 1 year, too many people have died. There are so many people. The old man was in Wu Tian's arms, with tears streaming down his face in his cloudy eyes. Master, don't worry. In the future, powerful warriors will emerge one after another on our earth. They will defeat every enemy who wants to harm the earth again and again. They use their lives to guard the earth without giving in. Safety. They are all your disciples and disciples. Wu Tian's tears finally fell down. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.net. Yeah, that's good, that's good. Wu Taidu's voice became smaller and smaller. He looked into Wu Tian's eyes, and his voice was already so weak that Wu Tian had to put his ear to his mouth. Only by looking at the side can you clearly hear what he is saying, although you and your junior brother have not yet been able to practice Qigong. But the 10,000 Kingdoms Shocking Palm and Qigong Canon have been passed down to you too. You too must practice well. Let's start separate sects from now on. You have drank the water of immortality together, life is very long. We must pass on martial arts to as many people as possible. And Fang Fang, Tian, you. The sound became quieter and slower. Wu Tian had pressed his ear tightly to the old man's lips, but still couldn't hear the sound for a long time. When he turned his head to look, he realized that the old man had lost his breath at some point. There seemed to be infinite hope for the future in the old man's cloudy eyes that had not been closed. Holding back the sadness in his heart, Wu Tian closed the old man's eyes and said in a hoarse voice, "Master, don't worry, I will take good care of junior sister Fang Fang, and I will definitely pass on your martial arts." Wu Tian took out the fairy beans from the old man's palm, put it in his mouth, chewed it twice, and then swallowed it. Before, his chest and abdomen were almost collapsed by the big devil Piccolo, but the moment he ate the fairy beans, his injuries were healed, and his physical strength was completely restored at the same time. Wu Tian had no intention of lamenting the magic of fairy beans. He silently picked up Wu Taidu's body. At this time, Wu Fang Fang's sad voice quickly approached from the side, "Daddy. Yu Reading welcomes all book lovers to come and read. The latest, fastest, and most popular serial works are all available in Yu Reading. Mobile phone users please go and read." Chapter 4 Return to Taidu Mountain. Wu Fang Fang cried out sadly and rushed to Wu Tian. When she saw her dead father with his eyes closed in his arms, his eyes were red and tears fell down like broken beads. She touched Wu Taidu's old face with trembling hands and opened her eyes. "When I opened my mouth, I could no longer cry out. It was as if I was mute. I was really grief-stricken. Fang Fang, the master has gone." Wu Tian stood there holding Wu Taidu's body. Seeing her look like this, he felt uncomfortable, and he said in a low voice. Having merged with the original Wu Tian, he naturally inherited his feelings for Wu Taidu and Wu Fang Fang. Even in the previous ninja world, he was not a cold-blooded person with a heart of stone, otherwise he would not have ended up like this. His biological brother plotted against him and he died together with him. Wu Fang Fang finally looked at Wu Tian. Her beautiful face was wet with tears and her eyes were red. "Master, did he succeed? Where is the great demon king?" Tsurumi actually arrived a little later than Wu Fang Fang, perhaps because he was more cautious. He walked over and saw the sleeping Wu Taidu in Wu Tian's arms, and immediately asked. The situation on the battlefield changed rapidly just now. He and Wu Fang Fang were far away and did not see clearly what happened. "Yes." Wu Tian nodded affirmatively. He turned to look at the rice cooker on the ground over there and said, "Master has used secret techniques to seal the big devil into the rice cooker. He can never come out to harm the world again. The seal is here? That's great, great." Tsurumi stared at the small rice cooker on the ground and muttered to himself. It was good that the big devil disappeared, but it was at the cost of his master's life. Tsurumi felt empty in his heart, as if he had lost his spiritual support. Although he has a perverse and violent temperament, like Wu Tian, he regards his master Wu Taitu as a god and respects him immensely. Tsurumi, master used his own life to seal the great demon king there, then we two brothers have the responsibility to find a place to seal it properly. Wu Tian said. Tsurumi seemed to be still in a trance. Hearing Wu Tian's words, he was startled for a moment and immediately responded, "That's nature, that's nature." After a pause, he continued, "Sink it directly. Wouldn't it be better to just go to the depths of the sea? Is there anyone who can fish it up from the bottom of the sea?" Sinked into the sea. Wu Fangfang was surprised, the sea is so deep, if something happens. Wu Tian was surprised, it seems that in the original work, Kamizenran and the others sank the rice cooker to the bottom of the sea. He shook his head, agreed with Wu Fangfang's statement, and said, "No, the pressure deep in the seabed is too great. If this rice cooker is destroyed, wouldn't the big devil break the seal and be born again, causing trouble in the world again? I thought to myself, this rice cooker must be blessed with martial arts skills and is not affected by the pressure of the seabed? Otherwise, this is a bug, but since we are already in such a real world, talking about bug is a bit ridiculous. Well, we can't take risks, we have to find a safer method." "Then where do you think you should hide it?" "Just put it on our mountain." Tsurumi was a little annoyed. He had a bad temper, and Wu Tian and he had disliked each other since they were children. Wu Fangfang's eyes were red with tears. As a woman who had recently lost her father, she had no idea. "I have some ideas, but before that I still have to bring the master's body back to the mountain and then make plans." Wu Tian thought of the moment he had when he was young and wandering before his master Wu Taitu picked him up and took him up the mountain. "As a sister, I already have an idea in mind." Tsurumi looked at him suspiciously. "Believe me, I am also your senior brother after all. Go, get the rice cooker, let's go to the woods ahead, find a suitable big tree, and make a coffin for the master. It's some distance away from Taitu mountain, and the master's body must be buried as soon as possible." Wu Tian shook his head and sighed. He couldn't help but hum when he saw that Ting Wuxian was actually taking the airs of his senior brother. But seeing that what he said was true, the master's body was still cold, and he didn't want to get angry with this man by arguing, so he walked over and picked up the rice cooker on the ground with both hands. "When I bought it, I realized that this rice cooker didn't look big, but it was actually a bit heavy. Considering that what was sealed inside was the terrifying big demon King Piccolo, and that it was blessed by the master's peerless skills, it was only natural that it should be somewhat special, so Tsurumi was not surprised. Holding the rice cooker in his arms, he looked around at the vast wilderness plains, desolate and deserted. He couldn't help but sigh, "Master, in order to save the world, he did not hesitate to risk his own life. As a result, except for the three of us, no one knows about the master's achievements." Wu Fangfang felt sad when she heard this. She looked at the old father Wu Tian was holding and wiped away her tears without saying a word. "Master, a great master, there is no need for such a false reputation. Besides, the great demon king has been eliminated, and anyone with some skills should have guessed that it was the master who did it. If you don't know, then it's up to them not to know." Wu Tian shook his head. Holding Wu Taitu's body across his arms, strode away. Tsurumi patted Wu Fangfang on the shoulder, held the heavy rice cooker, and followed Wu Tian. In the Temple of Heaven, two figures, one tall and one short, stood on the edge, looking down at the world. The young and tall white-robed god looked away and murmured to himself, "Is it true that he can foresee the future? Or is he just a mortal?" He frowned, and something beyond his awareness appeared. This feeling was not comfortable at all. The dark Bobo stood respectfully beside the god. He said in a calm tone, "Mr. Bobo feels that the world is so big and full of wonders. In the long history of the earth, there have been countless strange people and strange things. Even now, there are still some ancient inheritances. Just like in the desert tribe down there, didn't some people inherit the identity of the yin-yang wizard? God, Don't care too much. And there are people in the temple. A machine that travels through time. That machine doesn't travel through time. The god shook his head. There were some things that he didn't know until he became a god. He pondered for a moment, thinking that when Wu Taitu fought against Piccolo twice before, he had secretly used some tricks, and secretly influenced Wu Taitu, making him spend all his efforts to develop the demon sealing wave. Although this was also because of him. My life was connected with that of Piccolo, so I couldn't let Piccolo be killed like that, so I had no choice but to do it secretly. But he still felt guilty after all, and his conscience was troubled. Alas! The god shook his head and sighed, deciding not to disturb Wu Taitu's disciple. Whether it's predicting the future, whether it's eyes mutating, let's wait and see what a person says and does before making a plan. If he becomes a treacherous and evil person, then he will naturally wipe him out of the world without mercy. If not, then just let him go. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.net. Moreover, if this person really foresees the future, this may not be a bad thing for the earth lineage. Let's go. The god turned back with his staff and left the circular edge of the temple. Mr. Bobo followed him back towards the palace. Finally, the two men, one tall and one short, disappeared into the shadows and entered the depths of the palace. The three of them stopped in a forest. Tsurumi found a tall tree surrounded by no one, and struck out with his palm with all his strength. The tree snapped in half and fell to the ground with a loud bang. Then Wu Tianyun turned his palm into a sword, and all his strength was concentrated in one place. Swish, 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 the palm of his hand was like the wind, as if a sword, axe, and axe were passing by, and soon the big tree was split into 6 wooden boards of different sizes. Wu Tian and Tsurumi are the only 2 disciples on the mountain who have received the true teachings of Wu Taitu. They have practiced martial arts for more than 20 years. Although they have not yet developed real Qigong, they have already developed a profound foundation in external skills, such as splitting trees. This kind of thing is just ordinary. Wu Taitu had already commented before his death that with their solid skills, once they mastered Qigong, they would make rapid progress and make great strides with each passing day. It is also for this reason that before the final battle with Big Demon King Piccolo, Wu Taitu taught 2 unique skills, the Shocking Palm of All Nations and Qigong Cannon to these 2 disciples who had no Qigong. With these 2 skills, Wu Tian and Tsurumi will definitely be able to practice Qigong faster. Wu Tian, together with Tsurumi and Wu Fangfang, made a wooden coffin out of split wooden boards and respectfully put Wu Taitu's body into the coffin. After another 2 days and 2 nights of starry night journey, the 3 of them carried the coffin and finally returned to Taitu Mountain where the mountain gate is located. Chapter 5 The Shocking Palm of All Nations. Boom! A thunder exploded, tearing a white crack in the gloomy sky. The heavy rain began to fall, making the mountain road wet. I stepped on it with one foot and slipped. Be careful! The man who looked like a farmer gave a lesson to the boy who was walking in front. It's raining and the road is slippery, making it difficult to walk. The little guy muttered. No matter how slippery you are, you have to go up the mountain and give Master Wu Taitu a stick of incense. The farmer's eyes widened, and his big rough hands were already raised. As long as the boy said something back, the big ear scraper would definitely go up without saying anything. I know. Master Wu Taitu defeated the big devil and saved us. The little guy shrank his head, obviously he had been beaten a lot. There were not only the father and son on this mountain road, there were also pedestrians climbing the mountain in front and behind them. Most of them were villagers, farmers, and hunters who lived under the Taitu mountain. There were also people from small towns further away who had heard about Wu Taitu's deeds, and they all came to pay their respects. Master Wu is a well-deserved hero. Some people sighed, while others sighed. Boom! There was thunder again, and the dark clouds on the horizon shimmered faintly. The rain is also heavier. Wu Tian stood in a small pavilion on the edge of the cliff with his hands behind his hands, staring at the thunder and lightning on the other side, silent. At this time, he was already wearing white mourning clothes, with a piece of burlap sewn on his shoulders. The shocking palm of all nations! The shocking palm of all nations! I remember this move was used by Kame Senin disguised as a dragon at the first World No. 1 martial arts tournament in the first movie. It has never appeared again. I didn't expect it to be so mysterious. It has been 3 days since he returned to Tata Mountain. During these 3 days, in addition to observing filial piety in the morning hall, he was pondering over the 2 secret skills that Tata Wu left for him and Tsurumi. What was passed on to him was naturally the turtle in the original work. The immortal used the shocking palm of all nations. It didn't matter if he didn't practice it. Once he practiced and studied it, he discovered something that shocked him. What kind of palm technique is the 10,000 Kingdoms shocking palm? Recalling the plot of the original work, in the decisive battle between the champion and runner-up of the 21st Tenkaichi Budokai, when Jackie Chan performed this move, his palms were wrapped with visible thunder and lightning light, and then hit Sun Wukong like a qigong, and killed Sun Wukong. Imprisoned in mid-air, unable to move. Thunder and lightning, qigong. How similar is this to the thunder release ninjutsu he was exposed to in his previous life? The principle of thunder release ninjutsu is to first transform the chakra in the body into thunder properties, and then perform the corresponding ninjutsu by forming specific hand seals. And what about the 10,000 Kingdoms shocking palm? Wu Tian narrowed his eyes. He had the original memory of Wu Tian. Of course he remembered every detail of Wu Tatu's explanation when he taught the secret skill. There is no doubt that the secret of the 10,000 Kingdoms shocking palm is how to use the qigong in the body, that is. In the comics the qi mentioned in qi is converted into high-voltage current. Isn't this another form of change in the nature of lightning escape? There was excitement in Wu Tian's eyes, and he was obviously very interested. Because, if his inference is true, he can solve the simultaneous equations based on the changes in the thunder properties of chakra he mastered in his previous life, and the changes in the thunder properties of qigong hidden in the shocking palm of the world. In the same way, get the tips for changing the properties of other attributes. In this way, is it not impossible to convert various ninjutsu in the ninja world and reproduce them in this Dragon Ball world? Think about it, in the future, the warriors of the Dragon Ball world will always shout Reikari, go Fireball Jutsu, Spira Shuriken. Wu Tian blinked and suppressed the evil thoughts. He reminded himself that these things may have shined in the first part, but in the plot of Dragon Ball Z and entering the super fierce fighting chapter, martial arts skills it has become secondary, energy level is the key to victory. You can't fall behind and sacrifice yourself for the sake of inferiority. This is absolutely unavoidable. Wu Tian took a long breath and calmed down completely. Then, all the muscles and bones in his body slowly relaxed, and his arms naturally drooped. Suddenly he moved, clapping his hands and pumping his fists. His movements were extremely slow, drawing tracks in the air. Then, he raised his legs and kicked into a phantom, as fast as lightning. He just started moving around in the small pavilion. Ordinary people would probably not even be able to distinguish his figure when they saw him. He was too fast, punching fast, and moving his feet even faster. Probably he could only be seen among the group of figures, it seemed. There was a scarlet light flowing. That's the Mangekyo Sharingan. You need to master Qi as soon as possible. Wu Tian's boxing and kicking skills have long been mastered, and now he is not fighting any set of martial arts passed down by Wu Tatu, but doing whatever he wants. When you are interested, your fists and palms follow. When you are interested, your silhouette is like the wind. Wu Tian's figure practicing boxing became faster and faster, and his figure became more and more blurred. The strange black four-cornered darts in his eyes were spinning. Wu Tian felt that there was a heat accumulating all over his body, and it was about to burst out. So he closed his left eye and opened it suddenly. A line of black blood tears slipped from the corner of the left eye, the kaleidoscope eye technique, the absolute control of chakra, energy, chi. Click, as if some cage inside his body was broken, and a stream of heat spread into his limbs and bones in the blink of an eye. This feeling. Wu Tian clenched his fists tightly. This feeling of expanding power made him want to look up to the sky and scream. A sharp stabbing pain appeared in my mind. Wu Tian paused, and the chaotic figures on the cliff suddenly stopped. Between the extremely fast and extremely slow changes, almost hallucinatory after-images appeared. Wu Tian pressed his palm on his closed left eye and gritted his teeth. The kaleidoscope pattern quietly faded from the right eye. Wu Tian looked at the blood on his left palm with a wry smile, and sighed in his heart. Although the kaleidoscope and pupil technique can still be used, it seems that the side effects are too strong. Thinking of the severe pain in my mind just now, I couldn't help but shudder, and then I thought, I wonder if I can find a way to cultivate my spirit? I almost forgot about the Dragon Balls. I wonder if I can just ask Shenron to teach me? Can it solve the hidden danger of my eyes? The Mangekyo Sharingan, the more it is used, the more it is sealed. In the end, the ending is to lose its light forever. The only way to survive is to get the Mangekyo Sharingan from his biological brother, so that he can gain eternal light. But in this Dragon Ball world, where is his biological brother? Not to mention another pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. But, even if we have to ask Shenlong to do it, with the current technological level of the Earth 300 years ago, whether it is possible to produce a Dragon Ball radar is still a question. What's more, even if it can be produced, a Dragon Ball is needed as a sample to produce a Dragon Ball radar based on the electromagnetic waves of specific wavelengths emitted by the Dragon Ball. However, the Earth is so vast. There are 7 small beads scattered in the world. If you want to find one by luck, it is not difficult. It is more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack, because the Earth includes all the seas. Anyway, after developing the chi in the body, it can be regarded as taking the first step. You have already entered the palace. There is no rush for the future, just take your time one step at a time. You must also follow the master's orders and establish a school to spread martial arts. Well, that's how the Kame Senryu and Crane Senryu in the original work came about. Kame Senryu, I don't want to call them that. More than 300 years, no matter how urgent it is, we have to live day by day. Wu Tian looked at the horizon and found that the dark clouds had gradually dispersed, revealing a ray of bright sunshine. When Wu Tian returned to his master's morning hall, the crowd who came to pay homage was slowly dispersing. Many people recognize him as a disciple of Master Wu Taidu. Even if they don't recognize him, seeing him dressed in mourning clothes, they can tell that he was very close to the late Wu Taidu, so they can't help but feel respectful. There was a large group of people on the mountain. After Wu Taidu failed to fight the big devil for the first time, Wu Yangyang fled down the mountain and scattered. Some people saw it with their own eyes. As Wu Tian walked towards the morning hall, he clasped his fists and thanked the people who were leaving. The 3 brothers and sisters only wanted to hold a simple funeral, but they did not expect that so many people would rush to the mountain to pay their respects. After the crowd had left, it was almost dusk. The dim sunset rays slanted on the courtyard ground, adding to the coldness. Wu Tian walked into the morning hall stepping on the fallen leaves. There was Wu Taidu's coffin in the room. Wu Fangfang and Tsurumi were kneeling on both sides, wearing hemp and mourning. Wu Fangfang looked sad and was reading a book. Yugonshu-net's eyes were red, but he could no longer cry. Tsurumi's face was blank and expressionless. Seeing Wu Tian come back, the 2 of them first kowtowed 3 times respectfully to the coffin, then slowly stood up. I'm going to make some food. Wu Fangfang lowered her head, whispered softly, and left. How to deal with that thing? How do you plan? Tsurumi glanced at the rice cooker placed in the corner and asked again. Wu Tian looked at the master's coffin lid and said, Go to my sister and ask her for divination to find the most suitable place. This is the most appropriate thing. Hearing this, Tsurumi raised his eyebrows and said in a bad tone, "Your sister? You have another sister?" Divination. Wu Tian ignored his tone and sighed softly, "I once had a sister, but when I was taken to the mountain by my master, my sister was also taken away by another person, saying that she was going to learn witchcraft with her. I don't know where she is now after all these years. I don't even know where she is, so what the hell are you talking about?" Tsurumi was furious, but he didn't dare to make a loud noise. The master's coffin was right next to him, so he didn't dare to be presumptuous. "Wu Tiandao, do you know where the master went after his first defeat?" Before Tsurumi could answer, he continued, "He went to Kailan Tower and saw the immortals on the tower. Otherwise, he would have suffered such a serious injury. How could he get better so quickly?" "Kailan? I think I've heard of it." Tsurumi frowned. "Master mentioned it a few years ago, saying that it is a holy land of martial arts." Wu Tian reminded him and said slowly, "We can go there and ask the immortal on Kailan Tower to tell me where my sister is now." UU Reading welcomes all book lovers to come and read. The latest, fastest, and most popular serial works are all available in UU Reading. Mobile phone users, please go and read Chapter 6 before going down the mountain. 4 more days later. "Brother Tsurumi, go and find Brother Tian. Didn't you decide to take that thing down the mountain today?" Wu Fangfang was making breakfast when she saw Tsurumi, dressed in single clothes, practicing in the open space in the front yard. "Fist," he said so. Seeing that he had finished his work, Tsurushi said yet and went directly to the mountain. He was not in a good mood. It has been 7 days since he came back, and he has yet to make any breakthrough regarding Qi. And if you count from the time when his master officially taught him the Qigong canon, it would have been even longer. How could this make him, who had always been proud and arrogant, feel comfortable? Qigong is a realm that countless martial arts practitioners dream of. There are only a few people in the world who can practice Qi. In the past years, the master taught them to lay a solid foundation, and after they had accumulated enough, he would teach the two brothers how to practice Qigong. Therefore, Tsurumi has always listened to his master's arrangements and worked hard with Wu Tian for more than 20 years. But now, he finally stood in front of the door, but he couldn't push the door any further. How could he feel comfortable? But, if he is like this, then his wretched senior brother who is a hungry ghost must not be able to do it, and he must not have developed his energy. I just don't know, what if Tsurumi knew that more than 300 years in the future, there would be a little girl named Vitalai, who could practice Qi in just a few hours, and control herself to levitate in half a day. She could do it. What do you think? Tsurumi walked on the rugged mountain road with ease. There were only a few places on this mountain suitable for martial arts training that his brothers were familiar with. Therefore, he soon discovered Wu Tian's figure on the edge of a cliff. As the morning sun rose, Wu Tian stood on the edge of a cliff. Heat was steaming all over his body, and under his thin single clothes, one could clearly see the angular muscles tightly arranged, stretching like running water as his body moved. Wu Tian finished his morning practice, stopped his movements, and slowly exhaled towards the morning light coming from the other side of the mountain. This breath was as long and continuous as the waves of the Yangtze River, and it actually lasted as long as an ordinary person would take dozens of breaths. It's really appalling. He stared at the blurry morning sun in the distance through the thick fog, and suddenly raised his left palm. A halo suddenly enveloped his palm. Then, the halo gathered toward his left palm and gradually separated. A white ball of light, 1/3 the size of a fist, appeared in the palm of Wu Tian's left hand. The white Qigong ball obviously had no direct contact with Wu Tian's left palm, but it seemed to be firmly stuck to Wu Tian's palm, moving as his hand flicked in the air at will. 4 days of power can only achieve this step. Qigong is just out of the body. Let alone 10,000 kingdoms shocking palm and Qigong canon, I'm afraid even the turtle school Qigong is far inferior. Wu Tian retracted his gaze from looking at the rising sun in the distance and looked at the small ball of light on his left palm, frowning slightly, obviously not satisfied at all. He murmured to himself. Regardless of the changes in the nature of the thunder of 10,000 kingdoms' shocking palm, how can we make such a small ball exert greater power with pure Qigong? The trick, where is it? In the original work, turtle-style Qigong can always be used as Dragon Ball warriors, especially Sun Wukong's signature stunt, which naturally has its own uniqueness. And the most remarkable characteristic of this turtle school Qigong. If Wu Tian expected it to be true, it should be that it can exert the greatest power with the smallest amount of qi. This is also the realm that Wu Tian has been pursuing. He was distressed at the moment, but he didn't know that not far behind him, there was a pair of eyes full of shock. Gas? Is that anger? You can't be wrong, that's just annoying. Didn't I expect that you, damn it, have already developed your qi? Can we only rely on the ability of the right eye? Wu Tian frowned slightly and shook his head. Not to mention nonsense like you can't rely too much on the Sharingan in the Dragon Ball world, the side effects of using the Mangekyo Sharingan alone are enough to give him a headache. The Mangeki Sharingan is a special eye that only the elites of the Uchiha clan are qualified to open, and each pair of Mangeki Sharingan usually has different abilities. For example, Uchiha Ataka's left eye is home to the illusion Tsukuyomi, and his right eye is home to the immortal flame Amaterasu. One of Uchiha Shisui's eyes is the most powerful illusion Butsuha Tenjin, which can completely reverse one person's will, while the other eye has the special power to influence the subconscious mind of others. Taketon's Mangekyo Sharingan, the ability of the left eye is absolute control of chakra, and the right eye is the ultimate utilization of chakra. In his previous life, he was not an outstanding person in terms of chakra amount. It could even be said that the chakra amount in his body was far below the average level. But since he opened the Mangekyo Sharingan, with these two abilities in his eyes, the influence of chakra on him has been kicked away by him. With the absolute control of chakra, he can perfectly grasp every bit of chakra in his body without any loss or waste. Coupled with the ability of the other eye chakra extreme utilization, he can release ninjutsu that is no less powerful than normal with a chakra consumption far lower than the standard level. Wu Tian casually waved his left palm to the ground, and the Qigong ball, 1/3 the size of a fist, disappeared directly on the ground under his feet. Poof! The ground seemed to be burned by flames, and a piece of Qigong ball appeared. It was scorched black, but it didn't actually produce much destructive power. At most, it only lifted a little bit of ground. Humph! It seems that it is just an appearance. He has not mastered the secret of the 10,000 kingdoms shocking palm at all. Compared with the scene during the master's demonstration that day, this level of means can only make people laugh. Wu Tian's expression remained unchanged and his eyes were closed tightly. He stretched out his right palm, and buzz, a ball of light the same size as the Qigong ball condensed on his left hand appeared in his palm. Wu Tian's eyes suddenly opened and turned into a pair of four-cornered dart eyes. His right eye was covered with bloodshot eyes, and a line of dark red blood silently slid down his cheek. He raised his right palm, and the white ball of light suspended in his palm was facing a rock a few steps away. Then he pushed the stone with his palm, whoops, and the ball of light shot towards the rock like an arrow. Rocks! Boom! The rocks were blown to pieces. Qigong of the same weight. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.net. The previous attack was only able to burn a small area of the ground to black, but this time it was able to directly break that piece of rock. Wu Tian withdrew his right palm and shed tears of blood. His right eye has been closed, and he murmured in a low voice, "I am still a little unfamiliar with controlling the new energy qi. I have probably only used it to the extent of about 6 or 7 times." Thinking of the scene in his previous life when the ninja world faced a crisis, he would use his eyesight technique crazily at every turn, bursting out with an instantaneous explosive power of 10 or 20 times. Wu Tian sighed silently, still a little helpless in his eyes, and put his eyes and all the blood-red color faded away, and I thought to myself, what's worse is that not only is the risk of blindness also present now, but even the normal use of the Sharingan will greatly overdraw my mental strength. Mental strength, mental strength. Even though he had lived and fought in the ninja world, Wu Tian was very unfamiliar with this thing. In his impression, it was something that only the magicians in novels would deal with. But now, I, a good retired ninja and active martial artist, have to taste the bitter pill of mental exhaustion. That kind of splitting headache and lack of energy is really uncomfortable. It seems that the Sharingan, especially the Manjikyu, should be used with caution, at least until you find a way to get the Dragon Balls. Wu Tian took out a piece of black cloth from his arms, wiped the blood on his right face, moved his ears slightly, and said calmly without looking back, "Tsurumi, when did you actually look at me secretly? Have you practiced?" Tsurumi walked out of the darkness and looked at Wu Tian's back. His face was really dark and smelly. Yu Reading welcomes all book lovers to come and read. The latest, fastest, and most popular serial works are all available in Yu Reading. Mobile phone users, please go and read. Chapter 7, Heading to Kellen Tower. When did you practice breathing out your chi? Tsurumi asked with a stinking face. Here is a supplementary introduction to this face. This is the face of a man who looks very young, about 20 years old, but in fact he is already 30 like Wu Tian. The reason is that they both drank the water of immortality when they were young. Of course, according to the bald turtle old man in the original work, we can know that the immortality function may be discounted, but immortality is certain, because after all, no normal person on earth can live for more than 400 years without dying. Not long ago, just 4 days ago, Wu Tian put the black cloth in his arms, then turned around and saw Tsurumi with an unhappy face. He smiled and said, "What, the Qigong Canon hasn't made any progress yet?" Tsurumi's face became even uglier, but he quickly recovered and retorted, "Isn't there no movement in your 10,000 Kingdoms Shocking Palm?" The 10,000 Kingdoms Shocking Palm is Wu Taita's signature skill in the martial arts world. Of course Tsurumi knows the real when the 10,000 Kingdoms Shocking Palm comes out, it looks like thunder. Yes, the master's special skills are indeed extensive and profound. But you have to go step by step. Without the 10,000 Kingdoms Shocking Palm, I would not be able to practice chi so quickly. I think this is also the purpose of the master teaching us these two moves. You should also hurry up. Use the know-how of Qigong Canon to tap out the chi in your body. Wu Tian smiled slightly, walked slowly towards Tsurumi, and said at the same time, "Fang asked you to call me, right? Then let's go." As he said this, he passed over Tsurumi who was frozen in place. Behind him, Tsurumi frowned in frustration, snorted coldly, and followed suit. At the end of 462 AD, Wu Taita's 2 apprentices went down the mountain with a rice cooker. The rice cooker contains the arrogant demon King Piccolo this year. Take care along the way and make sure you come back safely. With tears in her eyes, Wu Fangfang said goodbye to her 2 closest senior brothers at the foot of the mountain. Tsurumi seemed indifferent when he heard the words, carrying the package and looking away. Wu Tian held the package with the rice cooker in one hand, patted Wu Fangfang's head with the other hand, and comforted, "Don't worry about the 2 of us, Fangfang, you are alone in the mountain, you have to take care of yourself." Tsurumi looked at Wu Tian from behind, raising his eyebrows thoughtfully. This senior brother that he had looked down upon in the past seemed to have changed into a different person after his master's death, and he had become much calmer. Even those obscene and lustful bad habits have never been seen. "I don't mind, but you 2 grown men are going to have to endure hardships along the way, but there isn't even anyone to cook." Wu Fangfang shook her head and said, "Martial arts practitioners, it doesn't matter if you have to endure this little hardship. Let's go quickly." Hejian became impatient after hearing this, turned around and left. He is a person with strong martial arts skills. Taking long strides is no different from running in the eyes of ordinary people. Wu Fangfang looked at Wu Tian with tearful eyes, and Wu Tian sighed slightly in his heart. In the past few days, he and Tsurumi carefully searched through Wu Taitu's study several times, and finally found some records about Kelin Tower. It was a book of martial arts experience notes written by Wu Taitu. On one page, Wu Taitu recorded an extremely rough experience of climbing the Kelin Tower, the holy land of martial arts. As for the specific things on the tower, the notes read, No. Deep in the great forest of the southwestern Indian plains, there is Kelin Tower, the holy land of martial arts. This is all the records about Kelin Tower's geographical location in Wu Taitu's notes. Fang Fang, wait until we come back. Wu Tian stepped forward and hugged Wu Fangfang into his arms. After a while, he patted Wu Fangfang's back gently, turned around and strode away. Come back safely. Wu Fangfang shouted loudly, looking at Wu Tian's back, who was far away in the blink of an eye, and seeing him raising his arms and waving without looking back, tears finally rolled down uncontrollably. When Wu Tian caught up with Tsurumi in front of him, he heard him complain, Why are you wasting your time? It's important to deal with this troublesome thing as soon as possible. This is not the only business. Wu Tian and he walked side by side. The two of them had good foot strength from running down the hill. They walked quickly with a pair of iron feet as if they were running. What do you mean? Tsurumi asked as he hurried on. Master once left a will that day. Now I want to tell you about it and see what you mean. Wu Tian thought about it and saw that although Tsurumi was looking ahead and rushing, his attention was already focused on what he wanted to do. What he said was right, so he paused and continued. After the master sealed the big devil, he told me on his deathbed that he hoped that the two of us could go down the mountain and start our own sections. Before Wu Tian finished speaking, he was interrupted by Tsurumi. No. Wu Tian's expression remained unchanged and he said calmly, Listen to what I have to say. Tsurumi interrupted again irritably, and said in a deep voice, What's so nice? The master is about to die, why don't you say something stupid? Believe it? Old pervert, don't forget that the master raised us two from childhood and taught us how to practice martial arts like a master and a father. To establish our own sect? I can't do it. Wu Tian seemed to have not heard his words, and kept walking, looking at a forest at the end of the horizon in the distance, and said slowly. Master is such a great hero and great master, how can he pay attention to the narrow concept of a sect? What he cares about is the entire martial arts world. You also know that when we were young, we drank by mistake on the mountain. The master knows very well about the water of immortality. So he wants us to spread martial arts widely in our long lives, cultivate generations of outstanding martial artists, and spread the seeds of martial arts to every corner, if possible. In this way, even if the great demon king appears again, it is impossible for these evil spirits to do whatever they want again, don't you think so? This is the great wish made by the master before he died. Do you want to live up to it? Tsurumi, what if there is an opponent more powerful than this demon king in the future? Do you really have confidence in us too? Can it surpass the master? If so, how much can it surpass? He picked up the package containing the rice cooker that he had been carrying, glanced at Tsurumi's gloomy expression, and then said, Tsurumi, you have to know that we are the only two who have inherited the master's martial arts philosophy. Disciple, it is up to the two of us to spread his old man's martial arts spirit. Reading www.yuyuganshu.net is the best choice, or do you think there is anyone in the world whose martial arts is better than the master's? Of course not. Tsurumi snorted, and then asked, but wouldn't it be okay to recruit disciples directly on the mountain? We all learned martial arts from our masters, how can we change the family? Staying on Tai-Do Mountain is just a matter of family after all. It will also be completely branded as Wu Tai-Do, the savior of Wu Tai-Do. After the two of us go out and establish our own schools, we will be two brand new martial arts schools, two martial arts seeds. After 100 years, 200 years, 300 years, maybe. He squinted his eyes and seemed to see the figures of the Dragon Ball warriors more than 300 years later. I understand what you mean. Tsurumi frowned. I will seriously consider it, but for now, let's put the things in your hands first. That's natural. Wu Tian nodded. Ahead, the big forest is already in sight. The two of them quickly disappeared into the shadow of the forest without stopping. By the time the two of them walked out of the forest, the sky was already getting dark. Fortunately, in a forest, they could vaguely see a small village not far ahead. It looks like I can have a hot meal and a decent place to sleep. Wu Tian looked at the fire in the direction of the village not far away and thought, and suddenly felt a sense of immediacy like praying for alchemy in the west. His eyes narrowed, he stopped and raised his hand to stop Tsurumi. Something's wrong, is that a bandit? Chapter 8 Killer Peach 3000. What would a person who practices martial arts do if he encounters bandits and bandits attacking a town of ordinary people? No need to think about it. The dusk was dimming, and two figures swooped across the plains like fallen leaves, rushing towards the small town not far ahead. The mayor of Pomegranate Town knelt on the ground, trembling all over, and looked at the person sitting immediately in front of him with great fear. What are you looking at? Old man. The bandit leader on horseback had a scar on his face and glared viciously at the mayor who was kneeling on the ground in front of his horse. His glare almost scared the town mayor out of his wits. The old, weak, women, children, and young children who were kneeling behind the mayor also kept silent, not daring to take a breath. The young and powerful people in the town all joined the army when Big Demon King Piccolo was wreaking havoc on the world, and they were probably all dead. The bandit leader pulled out a long knife and deliberately wiped the blade on his trouser leg. He snorted and said, "You are unlucky to meet us brothers today. Hurry! Hand over all the food you have, in addition. Actually, it was bad luck for us to escape here." Someone among the group of bandits on horseback behind the bandit leader muttered in a low voice. The bandit leader immediately turned around and glared at the fat man in the team. "Stop talking to me. You idiot." The idiot was dissatisfied and said, "That's right. If we hadn't met that powerful killer, how could we have changed our route to such a poor town?" Then, he originally wanted to continue, but saw that the boss was getting more and more unkind. The look in his eyes, and the companion on the horse beside him winked at him desperately, and no matter how stupid he was, he shut up. The bandit leader was depressed, and continued to say what he had said before with a fierce look on his face. "Besides, it seems that there are not many young people in your village, but there are quite a few girls and women. 20 girls, our brothers want them." The townspeople kneeling on the ground were panicked. "No way. Sir." The old mayor was anxious when he heard this, but the next second, a cold steel knife was placed on his neck. The bandit leader sneered, "Say one more word. I'm going to kill someone with this knife." "No, this." The old mayor's lips trembled. A cold light flashed in the bandit leader's eyes, and he bared his teeth ferociously. The steel knife left the mayor's neck, and then, he chopped it off suddenly. "Call!" A gust of wind blew past the bandit leader, and then he realized that the knife in his hand could not be dropped. A man who appeared from nowhere stood in front of his steel knife, grabbed the white blade with both hands, and held his steel knife to death. Pressed into the palms of both hands. "Damn it, this is another martial arts practitioner?" The bandit leader looked at the young man with cold eyes under the knife, Wu Tian, who looked 20 years old but was actually 31 years old. At that time, he felt that his hands were a little weak. "I really want to cry without tears." Originally, their plan today was to rob a wealthier town on the other side of the woods, but they accidentally met a super master in the woods. As for why he knew that person was a super master and immediately turned around and ran away. If you see someone with this big word "kill" written on his clothes and he stands still without moving, your team will die. 7 people have been killed, will you run away? Do you think he is a super master? Now, if you just want to kill someone, there are experts who can stop you? I'll give you 10 breaths to get out of this town. Wu Tian was in the ninja world in his previous life. Although he didn't feed his conscience to dogs, he was still a murderer. The murderous intention and evil spirit accumulated in his heart. It's scary, this guy is scary. The bandit leader knew that he had failed again. The horses under the bandits felt the cold aura emanating from Wu Tian and became uneasy, moving their hooves in fear. Wu Tian held the steel knife between his palms and suddenly exerted force on his waist and hips. The force was transmitted layer by layer to his arms and palms, and he twisted his palms as hard as rubbing paper. Collapse. The steel knife was actually pinched off by his fleshy palms. The bandit leader's eyes widened, and then he saw Wu Tian's palms turning into phantoms, collapsing, collapsing, collapsing. With 5 consecutive crisp sounds, the remaining half of the steel knife was broken into pieces and fell to the ground. Only the hilt is left. Get out of here. Wu Tian raised his palm impatiently. Run! The stupid fat man among the bandits screamed, turned the horse's head and walked back, only to see someone else walking behind them towards the town entrance. The man was dressed in the same attire as the man who broke the steel knife just now. He was also carrying a bag and a ball-like package in his hand. Tsurumi had "Don't mess with me" written all over his face. He walked slowly into the town and let the bandits ride past him. Wu Tian smiled and said, I thought you would kill them there. Tsurumi snorted, glanced at the townspeople who had already stood up, and looked at his 2 brothers and sisters with fear, and said bluntly, I will go to the woods to kill all those people later, and treat them as it's the food and accommodation money for the 2 of us, how about it? The old mayor looked at the eyes behind him, swallowed his saliva, and said carefully, you 2 gentlemen want to. Don't worry, old man, the 2 of us are disciples on Tai Do Mountain in the east. Wu Tian said with a smile. Are you 2 disciples of Master Wu Taidu? The mayor's eyes brightened visibly. Humph, go on. Tsurumi threw the package in his hand and the baggage on his back to Wu Tian, turned around, and strode towards the black forest. There are so many of them. Someone in the crowd said worriedly. Wu Tian had the rice cooker package in one hand and Tsurumi's baggage in the other, and he was still carrying his own baggage. Hearing this, he smiled and said, they are just a bunch of rabble, nothing to do with them. When Wu Taidu taught them martial arts in the mountains, he often sent his disciples down the mountain to punish evil, promote good, and kill bandits. Basically, they were no strangers. It's just that he and Tsurumi were the only 2 disciples who could fight against a group of bandits single-handedly. Tsurumi remembered the direction in which the bandits escaped. Reading www.uuugonshu.net. He put his foot down and soon found traces of horse hooves in the woods. But, soon, there were more than just horse hoof marks. There are also blood stains. Tsurumi stopped. And the smell of blood penetrated his nose. He frowned and hid behind a big tree. He looked around, then walked forward, and then hid behind another big tree. Soon, he discovered corpses one after another. It was the bodies of the bandits just now. The throat was crushed, the left side of the chest was penetrated, there was a bloody hole in the temple. Tsurumi frowned, understanding that these bandits seemed to have encountered a master. He is a master who can kill with one strike. He does not need a second move to kill, and his attacks are vicious. He is extremely efficient in killing people. Boom! The bandit leader fell weakly to the ground. Before his consciousness disappeared, he seemed to hear the super killer saying, "Since you ran away, why did you look back? How did we know that, uncle? You also changed directions and left." He yelled unwillingly in his heart, but darkness overwhelmed his consciousness. Suddenly I remembered that before the big devil appeared, I was working diligently in the fields in my hometown. I want to eat the noodles made by my mother. Tao Sanqian stood there, raised his eyebrows, and seemed to be saying to himself, "Oh? Is there anyone left alive? He turned around, revealing a big kill word on his left chest, and also saw the young man looked at him expressionlessly. You are so young, you can have such strength, it is really. Tao Sanqian shook his head and sighed, I can't help but want to kill you. Yu Reading welcomes all book lovers to come and read. The latest, fastest, and most popular serial works are all available in Yu Reading. Mobile phone users please go and read. Chapter 9 Controlling Qi and Transforming Qi into Qi. Killer. Tsurumi saw at a glance the word kill written on Momo Sanqian's left chest. He also saw the blood stains on the man's left abdomen, injured. Tsurumi guessed. Tao Sanqian took a step and walked towards Tsurumi. Seeing that he was facing a formidable enemy, Tsururu subconsciously made an attack gesture, his face darkened, and his concentration was highly concentrated. His eyes were fixed on every tiny movement of the dangerous killer in front of him. His master Wu Tian once said to them before his death. However, when facing the most skilled killer in the world, even if he blinks a few times, he may be killed. He didn't dare to be careless even for a moment, this person put a lot of pressure on him. Shi. Tsurumi moved his steps and sweat appeared on his forehead. The muscles in his whole body were tightly tensed, and his steps stepped on the dirt floor. It was obvious that he stepped hard with great force, but there was a sense of relaxation that could bounce back at any time. His whole body was like a big ball full of strings. The bow will shoot out quickly at the slightest movement. While Tsurumi was paying close attention to Momo Sanqian was also observing Tsurumi. Tao Sanqian was not surprised that the opponent looked like a formidable enemy. This was a matter of course. But, when he reached the sixth step, Tao Sanqian suddenly stopped and said thoughtfully, Young man, you are a disciple of Wu Tian, right? He asked a question, but it was more like telling Tsurumi that he had seen the message, in a very flat, casual, and affirmative tone. Tsurumi narrowed his eyes and did not deny it. Do you recognize my master? Tao Sanqian smiled slightly and said, the number one person in the world praised by everyone in the martial arts world, Master Wu Tian, who doesn't know and who doesn't know. He couldn't help grinning as he spoke, as if he was very disdainful. Tsurumi's brows twitched, hearing the sarcasm in Momo Sanqian's tone. Tao Sanqian continued, I might as well tell you that the 3,000 people I want to kill in my life once planned to be your master. Humph, arrogant. Tsurumi's face turned blue and white. Speaking of his master like this in front of his apprentice is no different from scolding your 18 generations of ancestors. Tsurumi was filled with anger, but he had to force himself to calm down. Tao Sanqian stood there casually, waved his hands and said, You don't have to be so nervous. What is my identity? Will I attack you? Although I am a killer, I am worthy of assassinating with the killer's method, at least it has to be at the level of your master Wu Tian. Although after the appearance of the big devil, I changed the 3,000th person to this devil, but your master is also worthy of me putting him in the 2,999th position. Stop talking nonsense. Tsurumi's face turned red with anger. The killer who appeared out of nowhere in front of him, although his strength was pretty good, was shamelessly pointing out the country, as if he were some big devil or some martial artist. The dean looked like he was no longer worth mentioning. He couldn't bear it anymore and roared angrily. The corners of Tao Sanqian's mouth slowly raised. Tsurumi's pupils shrank, the hair all over his body exploded at this moment, and his scalp became numb. He rolled to the side with all his strength. A blinding white light flashed across the corner of his eye, leaving an afterimage on his retina. With a bang, Tsurumi heard a sound coming from behind him, but how could he dare to look back? He quickly rolled up from the ground and saw Tao Sanqian slowly lowering his right hand, which he had raised at some point. Hiss! The pain suddenly came, and Tsurumi realized that his left forearm had been injured by something unknown. Judging from the appearance of the wound, it looked more like a burn. The tear in the clothes and the wound were bloody. Kigong! Tsurumi gritted his teeth. What a surprise, you can actually dodge my blow. Momo Sankyan was really surprised. He deliberately used words to create opportunities, but unexpectedly, Tsurumi dodged them at the critical moment. You still want to compare with my master at this level? Tsurumi covered the wound on his left arm and sneered at Momo Sankyan, when my master sacrificed his life to defeat the big devil, you old men who have the ability to go to the battlefield, where have all the things gone? Wu Tai-do died? He defeated the big devil. Tao Sankyan frowned, feeling surprised. Humph. Surayan didn't bother to say anything, and suddenly jumped forward extremely fast and only took Tao Sankyan's throat. Tao Sankyan sneered, and casually stopped Tsurumi's claw stabbing his throat. Without looking, he reached down with his other hand and pinched Tsurumi's other fist that attacked the wound on his left abdomen. Even if I am injured, you are not qualified to take my life. He squeezed Tsurumi's hands with force, causing Tsurumi's forehead veins to jump, and he raised his knee to hit Momo Sankyan's crotch. Boom! Momo Sankyan's iron-like knees collided with Tsurumi's knees. A twisting force came out of Momo Sankyan's knee, and Tsurumi's whole body suddenly fell uncontrollably. Momo Sankyan took advantage of the situation and kicked Tsurumi's chest and abdomen with the leg that raised the knee. Boom! Tsurumi flew upside down in mid-air. Die! Momo Sankyan once again raised his right hand towards Tsurumi, and pointed an index finger at Tsurumi, who was flying upside down. Buzz! A white light lit up on my finger. Call out! A Qigong light wave passed through his fingers and shot towards Tsurumi, who was still in the air like a spear. Time seemed to slow down. Tsurumi slowly raised his head in mid-air, his eyes slowly opened wide, and the white light spots reflected in his pupils became larger and brighter. A dark shadow passed by. Boom! The light wave streaked through the air, directly piercing a big tree behind it, and a puff of white smoke rose from the charred hole. Wu Tian put Tsurumi down on the ground and looked calmly at the mysterious killer over there, namely Tao Sankyan. He thought to himself, Dong Dongbo. Isn't this a Caucasan Ryu move? This man's attire seems a bit like Tao Bibai. Could it be that Tao Bibai is not the younger brother of Crane Immortal as mentioned in the original work, but has some connection with the man in front of him? Dong Dongbo also comes from this person? In an instant, the thoughts in my mind were spinning over and over again. Another one? Is he also a disciple of Wu Taidu? Tao Sankyan asked strangely, but he was extremely vigilant in his heart. This guy who looks very young can actually suddenly break into his battle. This can't help but make him murderous. Who are you? Tao Bibai. Wu Tian asked coldly. He deliberately said Tao Bibai's name. Tao Bibai. There is no one like this in Dahuakil. I was born to kill 3,000 people with Tao Sankyan, and you too will soon become 2 of these 3,000 people. Tao Sankyan narrowed his eyes. His eyes flickered with cold light. Is it a killer organization? Is Tao Bibai a descendant of the plot era? Wu Tian thought to himself. After getting the information he wanted, he stopped answering. At this time, he still retained the habit of his previous life on the ninja battlefield. When entering the battle, he would never say another word unless necessary. All actions were aimed at killing his opponents and enemies faster and better. The person in front of him felt dangerous. Therefore, Wu Tian planned to attack directly with all his strength, making sure to kill with one blow. Be careful. Although he was injured, he is still very scary. Tsurumi had already gotten up from the ground and wiped the blood on his chin. Wu Tian said nothing, his body weight sank, and his eyes were cold and emotionless. 8 gates of Dunjia, the first gate, liberating brain inhibition, the Sheng gate. Open. In an instant, Wu Tian's figure disappeared from the eyes of Tsurumi and Momo Sankyan who were present. Whoosh! 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 There was only a black shadow moving around like lightning. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.net Tao Sanqian's face immediately darkened. This young man's speed seemed a bit beyond normal. But he didn't know that Wu Tian used the 8-gate Dunjia, a unique skill in the ninja world. This is a unique forbidden skill that can give people the power of nirvana and rebirth. It is true that the bodies of people in the Dragon Ball world are different from those in the ninja world. There are no back 7 gates in the body similar to chakra locks, but this first open door is universal. The function of opening the door is to completely release the brain's inhibition on the use of body power, no matter how great the burden is on the body, even if it causes disability or death. Therefore, opening the first door is actually the entire 8-gate Dunjia soul. Whoosh! Tao Sanqian became completely serious. He mobilized the qi in his body. When he usually acted as a killer, what he pursued was to hide his qi until it was gone. But at this moment, facing the enemy head-on, especially a powerful enemy like Wu Tian who put pressure on him, he had to completely release his entire aura. Stop running around, such little tricks. In Tao Sanqian's eyes, Wu Tian's figure moving at high speed around him gradually became clearer. As his eyes got used to it, he became more and more aware of Wu Tian's movements. Clear. But Manjiki Sharingan. Complete control of Qi, control Qi. The ultimate utilization of Qi, transforming Qi. Call out. Wu Tian once again escaped from Tao Sanqian's sight. Just like a bolt of lightning, it suddenly disappeared. A ray of white light reflected in Tao Sanqian's dilated pupils. Yu Reading welcomes all book lovers to come and read. The latest, fastest, and most popular serial works are all available in Yu Reading. Mobile phone users please go and read. Chapter 10, Seizing the Ship and Going to Sea. P.S. Here's today's update. By the way, I'd like to vote for the Kidian 515 Fan Festival. Everyone has 8 votes, and you'll get Kidian coins for voting. I beg you all for your support and appreciation. Whether it's the third Reikage Zippon Hand, Kakashi's Reikari, or Sun Wukong's Heaven and Earth Penetrating Wave. Generally speaking, whether strong or weak, they can all be classified as the same form of attack. Thrust. Utilize the huge kinetic energy generated by ultra-high-speed movement, then use super energy to strengthen the attack part, and finally generate unparalleled explosive power, penetrating the target with one blow. Tao Sanqian looked down in disbelief and saw the hand that penetrated his chest. The muscles were as knotted as pieces of iron and stone, tightly arranged, and the veins were so swollen that they seemed to tear the skin of the arm, and were even beating faintly, which shows how much load Wu Tian's heart was bearing at that moment of terror. A pale light shrouded this steel arm, and Tao Sanqian could certainly feel how pure this qi was. I also know how strong the qi condensed on the claw that penetrated his back was. All the energy was concentrated on the claws, and it was extremely strong. Moving at super high speed, a blow penetrated him. This is a killing technique. This young man does not look like the disciple of a martial arts master like Wu Tai-do, but he looks like a top killer and assassin like himself. Ahem! A huge mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth, covering his clothes and dyeing Wu Tian's arm and his chest red. Tao Sanqian stared at Wu Tian's expressionless face with red eyes, and said grimly, "Good boy, what is your name?" Wu Tian glanced at him lightly, but did not answer. He pursed his lips, held Tao Sanqian's shoulder with his other hand, and pulled out the arm that penetrated the man's chest. Pfft! Another large pool of blood surged out. Tao Sanqian's whole body twitched, and his face instantly turned pale. Wu Tian turned around, and Tao Sanqian plopped down on his knees behind him, his eyes full of anger and hatred. How could he not hate? In the name of 3,000, he determined to kill 3,000 people to fulfill his career as a killer. Today, at the cost of the injury to his left abdomen, he finally solved the 2,159th target. But who would have thought that he would die inexplicably in the wild forest in this remote rural area? Death at the hands of a young boy whom I had never met before? Tao Sanqian's whole body was weak, his vision turned black, and he slowly fell forward. During the whole process, Tsurumi's grown mouth never closed. He watched from beginning to end in stunned silence. He thought that even if Wu Tian came to help, there would be a big and fierce battle to be fought. But how could he have expected that after Wu Tian came, he would start fighting without saying a word? 3 strokes, 5 divisions, and 2 divisions, the killer who seemed to be very powerful was stabbed to death. When did this old guy Wu Tian become so powerful? How could his speed be so incredible? Is it possible to make such a big leap after practicing Qi? He clearly hasn't even mastered the 10,000 Kingdoms shocking palm yet. It's just the master's explosive power, that's all. This conjecture made Tsurumi shudder. Looking at Wu Tian's slowly walking figure, it was as if he was looking at a monster. It must be that my skill is too low, so I can't compare the difference between him and the master. Tsurumi thought to himself, his face uncertain. But he didn't know. Although Wu Tian looked relaxed and content at this time, in fact, the bones and muscles all over his body were filled with tearing pain. The first door of the 8-gate dungeon is opened, and after exerting all its strength, it is completely reckless to squeeze the body's strength. This side effect is no joke. Suddenly, Wu Tian's heart moved. The pain in his body reminded him of something. Is it possible that Sun Wukong's Kyo fist is similar to the principle of 8-door dungeon? Looking at the original work, when Sun Wukong fought against Vegeta, after using 3 times, 4 times, and 5 times the Kyo fist, his whole body would be in excruciating pain, and he would scream when outsiders touched him. Isn't this the same as Xiao Li and Ah who opened the 8 gates of armor? Does Kai look similar? Tsurumi pointed to Tao Sanqian lying on the ground behind Wu Tian. How to deal with this person? Because of Wu Tian's great power, he unknowingly began to seek Wu Tian's opinion, which was not possible before. Impossible things. Forget it, he can't survive. Wu Tian shook his head, suppressed his thoughts, endured the severe pain, crossed Tsurumi and walked back along the way he came. Tsurumi stayed there and stared for a while, then turned and hurriedly followed. After walking for a while, he found Wu Tian stopped under a big tree, looking up at somewhere on the tree, frowning and saying nothing. Tsurumi subconsciously tensed up and asked in a deep voice, "Is someone coming again?" Wu Tian looked at him strangely, shook his head and said, "No." After a pause, he said honestly, "I put the baggage on the tree. You can go up and take it down." "Well, I didn't stop it just now. I was beaten. A little exhausted." Of course, the 2 of them who had left would not notice that the fingers of Tao Sanqian, who was lying on the ground, moved. Of course, this does not mean that this person is not actually dead. After suffering such a penetrating injury, a person like him who is neither an immortal nor an immortal can move. Ordinary earthlings who don't have a wet nurse, dandy, will certainly die. Death is death, but, before he died, he tried his best to leave something behind. It was a note written with a special method, and Tao Sanqian rolled it into a small tube with a special smell. After he died, he still held this thin and long paper tube tightly between his fingers. After an unknown amount of time, a little grey dove fell from the sky with the first ray of golden sunlight in the morning and landed on the head of Tao Sanqian's corpse. It turned its head, jumped up to Tao Sanqian's hand, pecked the thing between his fingers a few times, and finally took it into its mouth. The grey dove spread its wings and flew away again, no one knows where it went. Early the next morning, all the residents of Pomegranate Town sent Wu Tian and Tsurumi away, and the 2 continued their journey with their luggage. They followed a map they brought down from the mountain and entered a hilly area. They walked through the wilderness and past villages, and the conditions they saw were bleak. Ordinary people could only live a hard life in their hometowns. In some places, they didn't even know that the big devil had been defeated, and they were still hiding in cellars. In the cave, he lived a life of fear. The 2 brothers traveled during the day and rested in the wild at night, using the sky as their bed and the earth as their mat. When they were hungry, they grabbed 2 wild beasts and killed them. When they were thirsty, if they really couldn't find a water source, wolf blood and the others would I drank too. When encountering injustices on the road, such as bandits and bandits, with their peerless skills, they naturally suppressed them directly, killing thieves, bandits and evildoers. All the gold, silver, pearls, money, and treasures they obtained were distributed to the farmers in nearby villages. Therefore, along the way, Tai Do Mountain has earned a lot of fame and praise. Nearly 2 months later, Wuxian and Tsurumi finally arrived at the first stop of their trip, a large coastal city called West Coast City. The two entered the city and saw traffic and people coming and going. The level of productivity in the Middle Ages. It's like watching a Sherlock Holmes movie, Wu Tian and Tsurumi thought to themselves as they walked side by side on the wide brick streets of West Coast City, looking at the pedestrians on the road. This is probably the Western capital of later generations. He had already read the map he carried with him countless times. He had also studied the Dragon Ball world map several times in his previous life, so he had a rough impression. He couldn't help but sigh when he thought that Bulma, the genius scientific girl who would create the Dragon Ball radar, gravity chamber and even the time shuttle in the future, was born on this land. As for the current era, Wu Tian no longer expected the possibility of building a Dragon Ball radar. First of all, the technological level of this world has only just begun to use electricity, and even electrical appliances have not yet become popular. Wu Tian suspected that the rice cooker they had was conjured up by the cat fairy on the Kylin Tower with superpowers. For Wu Taidu, to build the Dragon Ball radar? Wu Tian didn't think there was much hope. Yu reading www.ukanshu.net. Secondly, he did not have a ready-made Dragon Ball. Even Bulma would need a Dragon Ball to make a radar based on the special electromagnetic waves emitted by the Dragon Ball. And he didn't have a single Dragon Ball in his hand, so he couldn't count on any radar. But fortunately, he doesn't have much else but plenty of time. It's been more than 300 years, and the Dragon Ball thing. I'll make plans for it later. Maybe when I find his sister's divination mother-in-law, I can ask her to divine the location of the Dragon Ball. On the coast, on a pier. The old man looked at the horizon. It was sunny and windy. It was a good time to go to sea. Just as he was about to untie the anchor, there was a crisp click sound, and the anchor's chain suddenly disconnected. What's going on? The old man was startled, and then he realized that there were 2 people standing on his boat. Someone had robbed his boat. This is his lifeblood. Catch! The old man was about to shout at the top of his lungs when a small baggage was thrown at him. He was caught off guard and almost fell to the ground, and all his words were choked back in his stomach. He grabbed the baggage and found that it felt very heavy and something was wrong. When he opened it, he found pieces of gold, stones, and jewelry inside. The bright light almost blinded his old eyes. Forget it, just grab it if you can. People were coming and going on the pier. The old man watched his ship getting farther and farther out on the sea. He didn't dare to say a word and held the little bundle tightly in his arms. 515 is coming soon, and I hope to continue to hit the 515 red envelope list. By May 15th, the red envelope reign will be able to reward readers and promote promotional works. One Piece is also love, I will definitely update it. Yu Reading welcomes all book lovers to come and read. The latest, fastest, and most popular serial works are all available in Yu Reading. Mobile phone users, please go and read. Chapter 11 Ending at Kylin Tower. Ride the wind and waves. Wu Tian stood on the bow of the boat, clasping his hands and looking at the curved sea horizon at the end of his sight. The salty sea breeze blew by his temples, the sound of waves rising and falling in his ears, the cries of seagulls and birds surrounding his head, and the sound of birds flying in the distance. The faint moans of dolphins can be heard everywhere. The ancients said that climbing high and looking into the distance is refreshing and refreshing. At this moment, Wu Tian looked around at the endless blue ocean and felt that his mind and spirit were clear and his mind was suddenly open. Whether it was on that earth or in the ninja world in his previous life, he actually never had the opportunity to see the sea with his own eyes. At the same time, there was also a sense of respect. He knows that the sea is not as calm and harmless as it seems at the moment. Although with his current skills, he can swim directly to the other side of the ocean with bare hands even without a boat. But he, who is familiar with the original Dragon Ball, has no understanding of the nature of heaven and earth. There is a kind of awe in this kind of thing subconsciously. Don't you see, any reactionary faction is a paper tiger in front of the great vitality bomb technique. Look at the Super One-Star Dragon in Dragon Ball GT. Let's not mention whether this kind of fan work will appear in the real Dragon Ball world. Wu Tian has no way of knowing how powerful and invincible he is, how arrogant he is. Wasn't it also wiped out in the end by a cosmic-level vitality bomb? The power of heaven and earth can be seen. In fact, even in the later stages of what we jokingly call Dragon Ball, any random passerby can explode stars. But in fact, the so-called explosion stars are usually super warriors using their own Qigong moves to attack the core of the planet. Then the planet will be completely exploded and destroyed from the inside out. Strictly speaking, what destroys the planet in this way is the planet itself. This is the power of heaven and earth, this is the power of nature. Is this, what Master Wu Tian calls the principles of nature and the energy of heaven and earth? Wu Tian was at the bow of the boat, enjoying the scenery and letting his thoughts wander, while Tsurumi was working hard at the stern of the boat, rocking the two oars. He had great kung fu and was extremely strong. He grasped the two crossed oars with both hands and easily turned around. Crash, and a large group of white waves immediately stirred up at the stern of the boat, like a giant white hand, pushing the boat forward quickly. How long is the straight line distance to the ocean from West Coast City to their target Indian Plains coast? According to a rough estimate on the map, it is probably more than 5,000 kilometers. So just like that, these two people started their journey across the ocean with a small broken boat and a pair of broken wood pulp. They took turns rowing and driving the boat. One person would paddle and the other would rest or go fishing. Wu Tian then used Qigong to simply cook the seafood and eat it. At night, the sea water was extremely cold. The two of them went into the sea together, one on each side behind the boat, pushing the stern with their hands, relying on the power of human swimming to move forward while ensuring their own body temperature. Later, the oar was broken and the boat was broken. The sea always turned its back, and after several big waves, the fragile wooden boat naturally collapsed. Crash! The sun was blazing in the sky, the waves on the sea were undulating, and these two large square wooden boards were floating. A black-haired young man sat on one of the wooden boards. He sat quietly with his eyes closed, and gestured with his hands in front of him. There was a faint white light shining between his hands. Tsurumi is practicing the Qigong cannon technique. That's right, after these days of hard practice at sea, Tsurumi finally succeeded in opening the treasure in his body. The continuous inner chi broke through the many shackles and reached the realm of chi in one fell swoop. He can be called a martial artist. Learn from the master. But the unique skill of Qigong cannon has never been accessible. Suddenly, a person burst through the sea with a swish. It was Wu Tian's turn to find food. He didn't know where to borrow strength and jumped out of the sea, holding a fat sea fish in each hand. In mid-air, he raised his hands and threw out the two sea fish, blocking the scorching sun above his head and casting a faint shadow. Wu Tian's figure was like willow leaves floating in the air, slowly falling on another wooden board on the sea. Such a person who was obviously not light, stood on the floating wooden board, and there was no surprise. The board is completely immersed in the sea water. Tsurumi, who was sitting on another wooden board and pondering the Qigong cannon, opened his eyes and glanced at the bare-chested Wu Tian next to him, thoughtfully. Two big fish fell in mid-air. Tsurumi narrowed his eyes. Wu Tian looked up at the sea fish, and suddenly lightning flashed on his palms. The shocking palm of all nations. He smacked the 2 sea fish he was chasing down in the air with his palms. Suddenly, 2 rays of lightning shot out from his 2 palms, met in mid-air, and hit him accurately, almost hitting his head. 2 sea fish. Zitsizi. These 2 big fish were suspended in mid-air. A large flash of thunder and lightning completely enveloped them. Soon, a strong scent of seafood appeared. Tsurumi's nose twitched, and then, one of the sea fish that was roasted, cooked by electricity was thrown over. He squinted his eyes, and a flash of light flashed in his eyes. The ripe sea fish exuded the fragrance and passed in the direction of him. When passing over the board, a phantom passed by. Only a skeleton and all the cooked internal organs of the sea fish were left. Following the trajectory, it fell directly into the sea. Tsurumi held a large pile of fish meat in his hands. He took a big mouthful from the left and a big mouthful from the right. From time to time, he spit out a piece of fish bone. Soon, the fish weighing more than 10 kilograms went into his belly. Looking over there, Wu Tian had already solved the battle, and a big fish bone was floating on the water. How did he do it? Sitting on a board without sinking? Tsurumi frowned and looked at Wu Tian sitting casually on the wooden board. He stared at the wooden board under Wu Tian and then looked down at himself. The sea water submerged his crossed legs. Halfway through, the wooden boards had already been completely immersed in the sea water. He also relied on his amazing balance ability to sit upright on the sea like this. But when Wu Tian sat on that wooden board, it was as if his whole body was like a feather, with no weight at all. This puzzled Tsurumi. He intuitively felt that there might be some special magic in it, but he couldn't help but ask Wu Tian. Both of them were half naked at this time, and their skin had already turned bronze. They just floated on the sea, enjoying the sea breeze and basking in the scorching sun, and rested for about a quarter of an hour. Keep walking, we're almost there. It was said to be walking, but in this vast ocean, the only way to travel was to swim. Soon, 2 side-by-side white waves appeared on the sea again, moving straight forward. Finally, after 5 days and 5 nights, with the huge morning sun rising slowly above the sea level behind them, Wu Tian and Tsurumi threw down the wooden planks and stepped onto the sand and mud of the coast with bare feet. They were all left with only a pair of tattered shorts and looked miserable. In front of them was a dense forest with invisible edges. It was dark in the early morning, and the interior of the forest looked completely dark. From time to time, there were sounds of wild beasts, which was very penetrating. Is that the Kylan Tower? Tsurumi raised his head and looked at a white pillar rising into the sky from somewhere behind the big forest. That should be the case. There is probably only Holy Land Kylan in the world with such a high tower. Wu Tian smiled and took the lead to step forward. He was naked and barefoot, with messy beard and hair, and got into the dense forest like a savage. As for the jungle beast, it's not yet certain who will eat whom. Tsurumi followed closely. Wu Tian walked very fast, and after drifting on the sea for 5 days and 5 nights, he was finally able to put his feet on the ground. Wu Tian wished he could run as fast as he could, and in fact, he did just that. I saw him running very fast in the dense forest, faster and faster, faster and faster, his whole body was like a zigzag lightning. Reading www.yuyugonshu.net. He was like a cheetah running on the prairie, and like a ball of fluff flying in the wind. All the obstacles in the jungle could not stop him in the slightest. There was a thick vine hanging in front of him, and he lowered his body casually to cross it. When the root of a giant tree protruded from the ground, he jumped lightly as expected. His speed did not slow down at all during the whole process, it was like walking on flat ground. But Tsurumi had a harder time. Seeing Wu Tian's figure getting further and further away, he felt angry and anxious. This grandson must have done it on purpose. Simply ignoring some possible minor injuries, he also tried to speed up his pace. Tsurumi ran from early morning to close to noon, and his feet were almost blistered when he ran. Wushan had also disappeared long ago. Tsurumi could only identify the direction by relying on the invisible top of the Kylan tower in the sky. Kept running. Finally, there was a faint light in the dense forest ahead, and Tsurumi excitedly walked through it. Sure enough, an empty flat land appeared in the dense forest, and Kelanta arrived. "Hey, you're here, Tsurumi. There's roasted wild boar here. Do you want some?" At this time, Wu Tian had already put on a pair of Indian-style trousers, with strange oil paints painted on his bare upper body. He was sitting next to a tent under the Kylan tower not far away. In front of him was a barbecue grill with a huge wild boar hanging on the shelf. When he heard Tsurumi coming out of the woods, he immediately turned around and said hello. Tsurumi was panting, standing there in a pair of tattered big pants, barefoot and disheveled, looking at Wu Tian with his mouth full of oil after eating. He felt that this man really deserved a beating. Yu Reading welcomes all book lovers to come and read. The latest, fastest, and most popular serial works are all available in Yu Reading. Mobile phone users, please go and read. Chapter 12. You crawl, I fly. But seeing the way the roasted pork was dripping with oil, Tsurumi couldn't help but secrete liquid from his mouth. There is no other way. He has been eating seafood too much these days. At this time, even a plate of stir-fried green vegetables and radish can be regarded as a rare delicacy. Tsurumi walked over politely, plopped down next to the roasted pig rack, stretched out his hand and tore off a large piece of oily meat. At this time, a man and a woman walked out of the tent, both dressed in Indian national costumes, with dark skin and strange oil paint, and several long wild bird feathers in their hair. The man's exposed upper body is extremely strong, exuding a strong aura, while the woman's figure is also extremely toned and well-proportioned, and she is definitely not a weak woman with no strength. The male Indian casually carried the rice cooker wrapped in new cloth by the woman with one hand. When he came out, he happened to see the savage Tsurumi who was feasting. He said "Huh" and asked, "Brother Wushan, this the junior brother you call me?" "Yes, Brother Ebony, this is the junior brother Tsurumi I'm talking about. The two of us came to climb this Kylan tower together." Wu Tian had already finished eating. He pointed at the Kylan tower standing nearby. The female Indian hurriedly brought over a tub of water. Wu Tian thanked her, rubbed his hands in the water, and wiped them casually on his clean pants. Tsurumi was having a mouthful of oil when he took a moment to glance at the tall Indian man, Ebony Shin, and thought to himself, looking at his physique, his kung fu is definitely not weak. "I'm not here to hit you. Although Brother Wushan, you can kill a saber-toothed tiger with one palm, but if you want to climb this Kylan tower..." The man who looked like an ebony iron tower raised his head and glanced at the towering Kylan tower. Linta also sighed dejectedly, "It's too difficult. This tower seems to have no top at all. I have tried several times. After climbing for a whole day, I couldn't hold it anymore. The most dangerous time I couldn't. If you save enough energy to survive, you will almost fall to death." He shook his head and sighed. "Kill a saber-toothed tiger with your palm. So how much happened while I was trudging along? Wu Tian, are your skills already much greater than mine?" Tsurumi listened to Zhang's words, and his thoughts were spinning in his mind. He devoured it greedily and finally felt full. He smacked the greasy food on his fingers and without raising his eyelids, he said slowly and logically, "It's just a tower. It doesn't matter." Now that he has also practiced internal Qigong, it is time to be proud. Hearing this, Wu Muzhan suddenly changed color, snorted, and said, "This tower is not an ordinary tower." For many years. Suddenly he stopped talking, as if he had thought of something. Tsurumi smiled. It seems that someone has climbed it before. He guessed that the black man knew about his master's climb to the tower. Seeing that this rough man looked down upon him, he sarcastically said, "You can't do it. Don't you wish someone else could do this?" He has always been polite with his words, and Wu Tian is his senior brother, and he always talks about it without hesitation. If he hadn't just eaten someone's roast pork, Tsurumi would have despised him to death. Wu Muzhan's face was dark, but he would not lie. He said frankly, "Yes, I did see an old gentleman coming down from the tower a few days ago, but he is like a fairy. Naturally, I am not as good as him." "Yes." He paused, twitched the corner of his mouth, and snorted, "Of course you are not as good as him." Tsurumi clapped his hands, which were stained with oil, but he had the nerve to ask for water to wash his hands even though he was talking about it. He just casually wiped it on his tattered pants. He snorted coldly and said, "The old gentleman you mentioned is my master." He and Wu Tian walked down Tai-Do Mountain and discussed many things. In particular, Wu Tian introduced him to Wu Tai-Do's demon sealing wave and the fairy beans. They both guessed that the demon sealing wave is the secret skill developed by Wu Tai-Do on Kailan Tower. Wu Muzhan was immediately startled. "Are you, the disciples of that old gentleman?" He and his wife looked at each other, and they could see the shock in each other's eyes. "He's not wrong. The old gentleman you mentioned is indeed our master Wu Tai-Do. The master climbed up easily. As disciples, we can't embarrass him." Wu Tian stood aside. He smiled lightly, but didn't say much about Wu Tai-Do. Wu Muzhan opened her mouth and was speechless. Their family has guarded the large forest under the holy land of Kailan Tower for generations. Only the most outstanding warriors of each generation can live directly in the open space under the tower. The warriors of each generation will challenge the towering Kailan Tower. But without exception they all ended in failure. Ebony is truly a warrior of this generation. He has tried and ultimately failed. Unexpectedly, the two people in front of him looked so confident, as if they didn't take the matter of climbing the Kailan Tower seriously at all. This had to make him feel faintly unconvinced. Although he had seen Wu Tian's skills in the forest before, killing a huge saber-toothed tiger with a simple palm, but he could also do this kind of thing. Although he might not be able to do it like Wu Tian, there's no hint of fireworks like that. He admired Wu Tian's skills and brought him back to entertain him. This did not mean that he was completely convinced by him. It was more that he had a feeling of this person is quite powerful and can become my real friend. Now, these two people claim to be the disciples of the old gentleman he met that day. Even so, with how young they look, how much skills can they learn from the old gentleman? Wu Tian saw Wu Muzhan's expression in his eyes. He remained calm and said nothing. Anyway, they were going to climb the tower later. Sure enough, Tsurumi had filled his stomach and was impatient to delay, so he said, "Let's go up to the tower early. Don't we still need to ask you about the location of your so-and-so sister? Then we have to hurry up." As he spoke, he rubbed his fists, twisted his neck, stretched his body, and stretched his strong upper body muscles. Tsurumi walked towards the body of the Kailan Tower. "Then let's go up first. Please give me the things." Wu Tian also wanted to go up early, so he looked at the package in Wu Muzhan's hand. Inside was the big Demon King's rice cooker. Wu Mu was really shocked by him. "You want to bring this thing up? This thing is not light." He had been carrying this thing for so long, so he naturally knew that despite its small size, this thing was really heavy. Thinking of his experience climbing the Kailan Tower, Wu Mu really felt that Wu Tian wanted to climb the Kailan Tower with this thing. Isn't it too arrogant? Wu Tian smiled. Wu Mu was really suspicious, but still handed the rice cooker package to Wu Tian. "Thank you." Wu Tian took it. The original wrapping cloth had long been soaked by the sea water. He and Tsurumi took turns swimming over with this thing. Carrying the rice cooker, Wu Tian felt as easy as holding air. He also walked towards Kailan Tower, when Tsurumi turned and glanced at him. "You go up first," Wu Tian said to him with a smile. Tsurumi snorted and jumped up to a height of 30 to 50 meters. You reading www.youcanshu.net then gently landed on the tower of Kailan Tower, like a huge crawling beast, and then used his hands and feet to climb up a long distance in the blink of an eye. This Wu Muzhen and his wife looked up, dumbfounded. Then, they saw a scene that made them completely dumbfounded. Wu Tian, who was carrying the heavy package, actually had no intention of climbing the Kylin Tower. He stood at the bottom of the tower, and then strangely lifted his feet off the ground and floated upward. Goodbye. Wu Tian was also flying for the first time, and he couldn't help but feel a little excited. Then his whole body was filled with breath, and with a swish, he flew vertically up against Kylin Tower. Brother Wu Tian is going to fly up. Wu Muzhen's wife murmured. Really? Wu Muzhen looked up, dazed for a while, and then said dully. Tsurumi was climbing up the Kylin Tower very quickly, thinking that since he had climbed the tower first, he was determined not to let Wu Tian climb to the top first. This thought had not yet finished in his mind. I vaguely felt something approaching from behind. Then I heard Wu Tian laughing loudly. Tsurumi, you crawl up slowly, senior brother will go up first. Tsurumi suddenly turned his head, and immediately saw a black shadow flying up against his back. He raised his head in shock, only to see Wu Tian's solace getting smaller and smaller. Suddenly, he remembered what happened when Wu Tian sat on the wooden board at sea but did not let the wooden board sink. He knew why. Yu Reading welcomes all book lovers to come and read. The latest, fastest, and most popular serial works are all available in Yu Reading. Mobile phone users, please go and read. Chapter 13: The Cat Immortal and the Woman in the Water. The cat immortal was taking a nap in the pagoda hall, and suddenly woke up from his dream with something in his heart. Someone is coming up? It's so fast. This energy seems a bit familiar. He grabbed the wooden staff and trotted to the outer railing of the tower hall, looking down. Whoosh! A figure rushed up and flew up close to his face, making his hair stand on end. The cat immortal said "Hey," took 2 steps back, and squinted his eyes to look at the man floating in the air in front of him. I saw this man in his 20s, more than 1.6 meters tall, with his bare upper body showing strong muscles, and wearing a pair of Aboriginal-style trousers under the tower. This man was scanning the hall behind the cat immortal with some curiosity, and finally set his sights on him. Isn't this Wu Taidu's disciple? Why did he come here? The cat immortal thought secretly, and suddenly noticed the package that the visitor had been carrying, and finally noticed something unusual. This is the rice cooker used by Wu Taidu to seal piccolo? Wu Tian slowly floated into the pagoda hall, with his back to the cat immortal, and his bare feet landed on the ground. I used my full strength to fly up using Wukong technique, and it took about an hour. This is the speed at which Sun Wukong climbed up Kylin Tower after his skill increased. But he climbed with his hands, and I used to fly, one with strength and the other with strength. I'm angry, but it's not easy to compare directly. Well, now we have to see how long it will take Tsurumi to come up. The moment he turned around, thoughts flashed through his mind, but he said directly, "Hello, I am Wu Tian, a disciple of Wu Taidu." As he spoke, he also carefully observed the immortal cat in front of him. Different from the image depicted by the cartoonist's limited pen power, the old cat in front of me really has a kind of fairy spirit from the world. Although the hair is not particularly pure white, it makes people feel that it is. There is a feeling of not stained by dust. Seeing Wu Tian standing casually in front of him, Cat Immortal could not help but marvel in his heart. This boy has great courage, great perseverance, and great ambition in his eyes. I have never noticed it before. But his face was calm, still looking like a cat that couldn't open its eyes. He scratched his face with his paws and slowly said, "You, and the people below who are climbing up, come to me and do it what?" The cat immortal walked back as he spoke, and glanced at the kettle placed on the table in the center of the tower. He thought of the scene when Wu Taidu climbed the tower to snatch the super holy water when he was young, and sighed in his heart. The immortal must have noticed, too. This thing in my hand is the rice cooker that sealed the great demon king. Wu Tian placed the package on the ground with a bang. Oh? Is this the thing? Cat Immortal did not look back. Wu Tian looked at the back of the Cat Immortal and said, "My junior brother and I came out this time just to find a suitable place to seal this thing completely, so as to prevent the big devil from appearing again and causing trouble in the world." The Cat Immortal turned back and scratched his white beard. "Are you going to put this thing here with me? Well, I won't agree to it." He knew very well that the great demon King Piccolo was basically one with the god of the temple, so he placed this thing so close to the temple. Who knows when the god would get a muscle cramp and release this thing again. To be honest, at this time, the Cat Immortal didn't have much affection for the new god above his head, and he even didn't trust him much. The incarnation of his evil thoughts is casually released into the human world, causing countless tragedies. How can such a person be the god of the earth? No. Wu Tian shook his head. "I heard that the immortals on Kylin Tower are knowledgeable and omniscient, so I came here to ask the immortals about the whereabouts of a person. If that person has a way to tell me, this thing should be sealed away." "Where?" "Oh." Cat Immortal was even more strange. He looked at Wu Tian up and down a few times, and suddenly recognized something, and asked calmly, "Who are you trying to inquire about?" "My sister. When I was 5 years old, before I was taken in by my master, my sister was taken away to practice mysterious witchcraft." Wu Tian said slowly. "Really? I didn't expect that this boy was the younger brother of the woman in the desert." "Humph, I was talking about how that woman's master went to the underworld to get the spring water of longevity and sent it to Tai-Do Mountain." The Cat Immortal thought secretly in his heart, but said, "You said that your sister was taken away to practice witchcraft, then I do know who this person is and where she is, but if you want me to tell you, just pass my test. The Immortal knows that it will be easy to handle." "I don't know what tests the Immortal will face," Wu Tian said with a smile. "Humph, the boy is very confident." Cat Immortal grabbed the wooden staff and deftly pulled down the kettle of super holy water on the table, saying, "This thing is called super holy water. After drinking it, mortals can greatly increase their power. I have a rule here. If the person who climbs the Kylin Tower cannot grab the super holy water from my hand, I will not say a word to this person." Wu Tian smiled and said softly, "Really, I think I can give it a try." At the same time, he thought in his mind, "Increase your skill. This super holy water is just ordinary water." As he spoke, the scarlet kaleidoscope pattern in his eyes flashed away. The left eye pupil technique is Qi control. Absolute control of Qi. The Cat Immortal looked at the boy in front of him in surprise. He actually completely contained his breath within his body in an instant. "What an amazing guy!" he thought. "As quiet as the sky, as fast as lightning." Such a sentence crossed Wu Tian's mind. This was a motto given by Bobo to Sun Wukong when he was practicing in the temple in the original work. Ever since he traveled to this world and inspired the energy in his body, Wu Tian has been practicing according to this motto. Now, relying a little on the pupil technique of his left eye, he can do at least the first half of the sentence. Wu Tian is confident that his ability to control breath is definitely better than that in the original Dragon Ball Warriors, because he can perfectly control every breath in his body with his pupil technique. It's really strange that even I can't feel his breath at all. It's like this person doesn't exist at all. Strange, strange. The Cat Immortal became more and more surprised as he watched. Wu Tian's face was extremely calm. And so was his heart. Everything in his eyes slowly began to fade away, and gradually only the Cat Immortal and the super holy water hanging on his wooden staff were left. In the end, even the Cat Immortal disappeared, leaving only the kettle. He took a gentle step and touched the kettle of super holy water. Wu Tian said hey slightly, because the Cat Immortal just stood there and didn't move. The Cat Immortal looked at him as if he were a freak, shook his head and said, "Since you have reached such a state, this practice will naturally have no effect on you." Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.net. Super holy water? Ordinary, it's just water. With that said, he staggered towards the depths of the tower hall, and at the same time threw the kettle of super holy water back to its original position, and said without looking back, "Come here." Wu Tian stepped up to follow the cat immortal and walked down the stairs to the lower level. The cat immortal led Wu Tian to a water tank. He grabbed the wooden stick and pushed open the lid of the water tank and said, "Here, see for yourself, your sister lives here." Wu Tian looked into the water tank and saw a picture rippling on the water, and gradually a picture of a desert appeared. In the desert, there was a place like a primitive tribe. When the cat fairy's wooden stick was touched, the scene on the water changed again, and the distance was shortened, revealing the appearance of a middle-aged woman. This woman has long purple hair, looks dignified and beautiful, but has a mysterious majesty about her. She was sitting in meditation with her eyes closed, and in front of her, a crystal ball was suspended for a moment. Suddenly, the woman opened her eyes and looked in the direction where Wu Tian was observing her through the water. She frowned, with a cold face, and seemed to snort, and then the scene on the water disappeared. So the fortune teller is so good. Can he actually detect and interrupt the cat fairy's prying eyes? Speaking of which, the fortune teller is also one of the few people in the original book who can travel between the yin and yang realms without going through the gods. She can also bring the dead son Wukong back to the earth to participate in the martial arts festival. She is simply a privileged person. Wu Tian felt awestruck in his heart, and he vaguely felt that he was a little rash. What if this woman saw that she was not Wu Tian at all? Wouldn't it be like being delivered to your door? Chapter 14 The 1st Flame. The starry night has fallen, and the cold wind is blowing high in the sky. Tsurumi is so tired. He could see his fingers hanging on the bulges on the tower. His muscles were all sore and limp, but he looked up with sweating profusely, but he still couldn't see where the end of the tower was. Damn it! Tsurumi gritted his teeth, very unwilling to do so. When did the gap between him and Wu Tian become so wide? It was as if he had taken a nap inadvertently, and when he came to his senses, Wu Tian had already left him far behind. Has he reached the top of the tower now? Flying in the sky, how on earth did he do it? The cold night wind blew on him, and Tsurumi suddenly felt excited. The anger and unwillingness in his heart mixed together, injecting strength into the sore and swollen muscles in Tsurumi's arms, chest and back, waist and abdomen, and legs. He curled his lips and continued to climb up. The night is getting darker and darker, the stars in the sky are getting brighter and brighter, and a slanting moon hangs in the distance. Looking from a distance, there is a small black figure climbing up the thin black tower. Everything was completely silent, and the black shadow was already on the tower at a very high altitude. Below was a small black forest, and there was no end in sight above. The cool breeze at night hindered him, and he gritted his teeth and refused to give up. I don't know how long it took, but the sky in the distance started to turn white. A new day has begun. There was no sweat on Tsurumi's face. His face was full of exhaustion, but he was no longer willing to waste energy and look up. He climbed up slowly, step by step. Gradually, warm sunlight began to shine on him, bringing some warmth, but Tsurumi felt cold in his heart. It has actually been more than one day. Suddenly, his grabbing hand hit something. He looked up suddenly and saw a huge circular building blocking his head. In the center under the circular platform, there were 4 small ones. The round hole seemed to be prepared for people like him who climbed up. Above the round hole closest to him, Wu Tian stretched out a hand toward him. Without even looking at Wu Tian, Tsurumi pursed his lips and tried his best to pull himself up by the edge of the round hole without saying a word. Wu Tian didn't say anything and sat aside. Tsurumi sat cross-legged and panted for a moment, looking at the tiny land forest under the round hole, lost in thought, and finally couldn't help but ask, "When did you come up?" Wu Tian laughed and said, "I thought you wouldn't ask." Tsurumi glared. Wu Tian flicked his thumb and gave Tsurumi a bean bullet. It took about an hour. Tsurumi subconsciously raised his arm to catch it, but his arm was too weak to catch it. The beans rolled down onto his tattered trousers. Tsurumi lowered his head to grab the beans on his pants and remained silent. His hands were shaking slightly, probably due to the lack of strength. After trying hard for a long time, he finally managed to hold the slippery little bean. He looked at it and asked, "What is this?" "The immortal who lives here gave it to you. You will know after you eat it." Wu Tian patted his pants and stood up. "You don't have to be discouraged. I came here with the martial arts of flying in the air and using qigong. And you climbed up with physical strength, so there is no comparison." He walked back as he said that. Tsurumi curled his lips and tried to put the senbei into his mouth. Crack! He chewed it a few times, and swallowed it without getting any taste. "This." Tsurumi looked at his hands in great surprise. All the physical strength was restored in an instant. And there is a strong feeling of fullness. Tsurumi jumped up from the ground and caught up with Wu Tian. "I think you are also wondering how I can fly, right? Go grab the super holy water from the hands of the Nico Immortal, you can do it too." Wu Tian patted Tsurumi on the shoulder. In front of them, the Nico Immortal's wooden kettle of super holy water was hung on the staff. "This cat." Tsurumi pointed at the cat sage. "Boy, my things are not that easy to snatch." The cat immortal was not angry either. He narrowed his eyes and licked his paws and said, "Can you fly if you grab that kettle?" Tsurumi didn't quite believe it, or he didn't think that grabbing a kettle from a cat's hand would do anything. Wu Tian smiled and said, "Don't worry, maybe I can't even do it even if I give you a year." But he remembered that in the original work, the cat immortal said to Sun Wukong, 300 years ago, the turtle immortal spent 3 whole years. "I just grabbed the super holy water." However, the Kame Sennin in history who was trying to grab the holy water might not have mastered Qi yet, so it took him 3 years. But now Tsurumi, because of his own influence, has mastered Qi in advance. Maybe he can grab the super holy water faster. 1 year? Are you kidding me? Tsurumi frowned. He was not happy with this statement. With cold eyes, he stepped forward and reached out to grab the kettle on the cat fairy's wooden staff. "Got it empty." "Hey!" Tsurumi was surprised. This cat actually escaped his attack like this? He was alert in his heart, put away his contempt, and pounced again. And empty. Pounce again. Empty again, pounce again. Tsurumi was sweating from all the tossing, but this cat was as nimble as a fish, so slippery that he couldn't even touch it. But Wu Tian who was on the side could see clearly that when Tsurumi pounced on him, Nico Sennin had completely seen through Tsurumi's movements and was naturally able to dodge easily. This reminded him of the same situation in the original book when Bobo from the temple guided Sun Wukong, except that Bobo's control of Qi may be higher than that of the cat immortal. This is almost comparable to the insight, judgment, and analysis of the Sharingan. In the original work, Cat Immortal is the one who can judge the aura of the super-powerful Sun Wukong. Although his energy intensity is not high, his martial arts realm is undoubtedly strong. It was normal for Tsurumi to be teased by him. Wu Tian's ability to improve his martial arts skills so quickly and to pass the Nico Sennin's test so easily is inseparable from his Manjikyo Sharingan ability. He was also extremely lucky that when he traveled through time, he actually brought the ability of his eyes with him. Maybe it's because the way he traveled through time was a bit lively. Wu Tian recalled that time when he was cornered by his biological brother Uchiha Musashi and used the Manjikyo Eye technique to detonate chakra all over his body and die with him. Was it because of the explosion of human flesh that the Sharingan, or rather his blood successor, was fused with his soul consciousness? Wu Tian didn't know. But no matter what, he is extremely grateful that the kaleidoscope eye technique in his eyes has such an ability, complete control of chakra, ultimate utilization of chakra, which is now transformed by him into the energy suitable for the world of Dragon Ball, air control and Qi 2 abilities. These 2 abilities can give him a strategic advantage when studying martial arts. It was as if a natural mountain had risen directly under his feet. He quickly saw through all the confusions in martial arts, and his realm naturally advanced rapidly. If his pupil technique is Attackist Tsukuyomi or Amaterasu, or Obito's Kamui, or Shisui's Butsutenjin, can these abilities be used in the Dragon Ball world without chakra? Or two, in other words, even if it can be used, it will not give him the potential to truly win the right to speak in the Dragon Ball era. Although the abilities of Chi control and Chi transformation may not look as gorgeous as other Mangekyo-I techniques, they may actually be the most suitable power for the Dragon Ball world. It is also the power Wu Tian needs most. Yes, when he traveled to the Dragon Ball world, a world where there were as many star-exploding masters as there were dogs, he himself turned into a good-for-nothing old man raising turtles. How could he be willing to do so? How could you be willing to just be an enlightener and guide for the protagonists? Perhaps, after collecting all the Dragon Balls, I can try to make that wish. Wu Tian leaned against the railing of the tower hall, looking up at the starry sky half blocked by the eaves, his eyes flickering, reflecting the brilliant stars. Silently thinking about some plans for the future. As for Tsurumi, he was already tired and fell asleep. During the day, he didn't even touch a hair of the cat immortal, let alone grab the super holy water. Fortunately, Wu Tian is not in a hurry yet, or in other words, after realizing how awesome the fortune teller is, he is not so anxious anymore. And if Tsurumi can successfully grab the super holy water, then he will definitely be able to master his dancing sky technique faster and better. What is he thinking? In the darkness, Cat Immortal glanced at Wu Tian opposite him, then he yawned and slowly fell asleep. The next day, Tsurumi's angry voice came from the pagoda hall again. The third day, Yu reading www.uukkenshu.net. The fourth day. Week 1, Week 2. While Wu Tian was working hard to snatch the super holy water from Tsurumi, he was thinking about martial arts and Qigong. Sometimes he would watch Tsurumi and Nico Senin fighting for the holy water from the sidelines, and would give some advice from time to time. Of course Tsurumi refused to accept his advice, which was simply humiliating him. But Wu Tian's advice is often to the point, and after hearing it, he can't help but use it in the next battle. In the blink of an eye, a month and a half passed. On this day, Wu Tian was sitting in the air outside the tower. The high-altitude wind blew his trouser legs loudly, and his longer and longer black hair was flying messily, but Wu Tian closed his eyes and remained unmoved. He gestured with his palms in front of himself, swimming back and forth. The blue-white lightning light danced sizzlingly on his hand. It is the shocking palm of all nations. A method to transform Qi into the thunder attribute. Suddenly, all the lightning on Wu Tian's palms disappeared in the blink of an eye, and then, boom, a ball of orange flame appeared between his palms, like the first civilized fire in the primitive era, in his hands. It burned. Success! Wu Tian slowly opened his eyes and let out a breath, feeling a little relaxed and a little relieved. In his previous life, Uchiha Taken was a ninja born with both thunder and fire attributes, and later he only practiced a little earth escape. Successful! A shout came from the tower hall. Wu Tian looked over and saw that, sure enough, Tsurumi had pushed the Nico Immortal to the ground, grabbed the kettle of super holy water with both hands, and refused to let go. Chapter 15 Divination Sister. Tsurumi's feet were floating in the air and he felt this indescribable feeling. It's really, so amazing, so. Tsurumi clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and felt a surge of pride in his heart. He turned to look at the blue sky outside the tower hall, suspended in the air. Leaning forward, he slowly flew out. It's so fun! Like a child learning to run for the first time, Tsurumi flew high in the sky to his heart's content, flying around the ellipsoidal Kylan Tower Hall in circles. Is this guy really a villain? Wu Tian was leaning on the railing in the tower hall, looking at the energetic Tsurumi outside, thinking speechlessly. But to be honest, after spending these days together, Wu Tian's view of Tsurumi has already moved away from his understanding of Tsurumi from the original work. Tsurumi, how should I put it, is at best a guy with a bad temper, a poisonous mouth, and an impulsive personality. Cat Immortal walked up to Wu Tian, scratched his beard, squinted at Tsurumi who was flying back, and said, "Are you leaving?" "Yes, if we place the things that sealed the Great Demon King earlier, we can go back earlier. There are still people at home waiting for us." Wu Tian smiled, remembering that he should still be waiting for the two of them to go back at Taido Mountain. Wu Fangfang, she must be waiting impatiently, right? Wu Tian took out the map he had redrawn in the past few days, which marked the route from Kailan Tower to the tribe where the fortune teller lived. Tsurumi flew back to the pagoda hall and asked, "When will we set off?" Wu Tian glanced at him, folded the map and closed it, and said, "I just learned the air dance technique. Are you sure you can keep flying there?" Wukong Jitsu? Weird name. Tsurumi curled his lips, not knowing that this was actually a martial art he developed himself. "Indeed, at my current level, I can't fly very fast." "Hey, old cat, you should have a lot of fairy beans, right?" Two figures flew high in the sky, one of them holding a brown cloth package in his hand. Whoosh! The two flew over a tropical rainforest, and Tsurumi's bare upper body was covered in sweat. Wu Tian on the side also had sweat on his forehead and said, "If you can't hold on, just go down and walk for a while. There is no need to fly the whole way." Although this kind of marathon long flight, which is similar to climbing the Kailan Tower, can be regarded as a kind of spiritual practice in itself. "Hey, don't be wordy." Tsurumi was unwilling to show weakness in front of Wu Tian, so he gritted his teeth and persisted. He even tried his best to increase his speed faster, lest Wu Tian cooperate with him in slowing down, which would make him even more annoyed and embarrassed. After an unknown amount of time, the vegetation on the ground below gradually became less and less. One of the two people flying in midair suddenly trembled and fell down. Wu Tian squinted his eyes and looked over, only to see Tsurumi who was so exhausted that he quickly took out a fairy bean from his body and stuffed it into his mouth. Then he came back full of energy and flew side by side with Wu Tian. In fact, Wu Tian was a little reluctant at this time. After all, the amount and intensity of qi in his body were not much greater than Tsurumi's. The physical quality that has long been reflected in the original work is here. Even if Wu Tian has stronger talents and understanding, he will not be able to break this restriction. The limitations of physical fitness are reflected in the original work. The most obvious is the gravity chamber. Gravity practice is just a beautiful looking way of practice. Both Goku and Vegeta relied on this method to achieve amazing progress before going Super Saiyan. But, people such as Kellen, Yamcha, Tianjin Fan, etc. did not follow this practice. There is only one possibility. With the physical quality of their earthlings, the gravity of Kai Wang is already at its limit. Too high a gravity is only harmful but not beneficial to them. After all, people on Earth do not have the ability of Scions to double their strength after being resurrected on the spot. Destructive practice is not suitable for the human body on Earth. In the ninja world of his previous life, Wu Tian had long been accustomed to the strict control of chakra in his body and the processing of battery life during long-distance marches. Therefore, he had considerable experience in saving physical strength and energy. In addition, the Mangekyo Sharingan's air control belt, given the experience he had, it's no surprise that he did better than Tsurumi. Of course, there is a limit. When he really can't hold on any longer, Wu Tian will land directly and rest in place or walk for a while. He doesn't want to rely too much on things like fairy beans. His past life experience tells him that if a person often relies on drugs, his own immunity will also decrease. Just like people who are accustomed to sleeping pills and cannot fall asleep on their own. The two of them flew in and out, traveling day and night, and finally, 6 days later, the two of them stopped in the sky above the desert, looking at the primitive tribal village in the oasis below. They were all sweating profusely, and the scorching sun in the desert was too much for even their martial arts practitioners. Looking at each other, Wu Tian and Tsurumi dived down with a swish. Then, they saw a group of black people rushing out of the tribe. The black people held wooden guns, wooden spears, stone knives and stone axes in their hands, and watched menacingly as Wu Tian and his 2 men fell from the sky and landed on the ground in front of them. "Who are you? What are you doing in our tribe? Get out of here!" The black men yelled unceremoniously and pointed all their weapons at Wu Tian and Tsurumi. "How did these savages know we were coming?" Tsurumi looked at the group of dark natives in front of him and said with a frown. Wu Tian was thoughtful and said, "As I said, my sister is a very powerful witch. From the looks of it, she should be a leader in this tribe, such as a priest or a witch. Are you so powerful? Can you detect our approach in advance?" Tsurumi raised his eyebrows. With Wu Tian's careful guidance, Tsurumi has also been able to initially master the ability to sense breath, but the current range and accuracy of perception are not very high. Tsurumi asked himself that if he was allowed to sit in the tribe, he would not be able to sense someone approaching so far in advance, and he would also have to order his men to come out to deal with it. Tsurumi was naturally surprised, but at the same time he was also a little confused. Why was even Wu Tian's sister so powerful? Wu Tian was originally on par with he, but he took the wrong medicine and is now far beyond him. It's really annoying. Suddenly, Wu Tian shouted behind Tsurumi, "Sister, I am Tian, I am here to find you." The black people looked at each other and glared at Wu Tian. "You guy, what are you talking about?" They almost thrust their swords, spears into Wu Tian's face. After a while of noisy, they suddenly became quiet again. Then, the crowd separated from the center to both sides. Wu Tian and Tsurumi looked towards the end of the street lined with people on the opposite side. "I saw a purple-haired woman about 1.6 meters tall appearing there. She was wearing a black robe, her smooth feet were hanging in the air, and she slowly flew towards Wu Tian and the others. Next to her, a crystal-clear crystal ball has been following her closely." Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.net is like a living servant. It was the fortune teller Wu Tian had seen on the Kailan Tower. In other words, divination sister. "It's Tian. Didn't you learn martial arts from Wu Taidu? Why did you come to me when you had time?" Divination passed through the crowd and floated in front of Wu Tian and Hejian. He looked straight into Wu Tian's eyes and asked. Wu Tian was stunned by the woman's indifferent eyes, so he picked up the package on his hand and said, "Because of this. Master sealed the great demon King Piccolo with his life here. I know, sister, you have been cultivating these years. He has a very powerful witchcraft, so I want to ask where it is more suitable to store this thing." Divination looked at Wu Tian for a while, then glanced at Tsurumi who looked unhappy next to Wu Tian, and said slowly, "Then how do you know? Hey, you guys went to Kailan Tower before, right? She obviously I have already remembered what happened more than a month ago when someone spied on me, and I already know it in my heart." She turned around and whispered to herself, "With my master gone, will that cat become bolder like this? He. What is this woman mumbling about?" Tsurumi said dissatisfied. "Come here." Divination ignored Tsurumi, closed his eyes and floated back, said they are guests to the black people on both sides, and slowly floated away with the crystal ball. Wu Tian and Tsurumi looked at each other and followed. P.S. Why do I write this kind of divination, but what comes to mind is a tornado. In addition, a new group has been created, 4823203990, if you are interested, you can add it. Chapter 16 Results in the Crystal Ball. Does this woman also know how to perform aerial arts? Tsurumi thought to himself as he looked at the fortune teller who was leading the way. I don't know how to dance in the air. I'm the boy who came with my brother. Tsurumi was shocked and his face darkened. He clearly saw the fortune teller in front of him turn his face and reveal a meaningful smile. Can you hear what I'm thinking? Tsurumi gritted his teeth. Guessed. Divination said in an extremely perfunctory manner and continued to move forward. Hateful. This boy who came with Etienne, humph, listen to what he is saying. There are so many distracting thoughts, it's like talking to my ear. It's hard for me not to listen. On the other hand, Etienne, I didn't expect his thoughts to be so pure, like a stone, airtight, even to me I can't even see into his heart. Unfortunately, I used to think that this guy's life would be shortened if he wasted too much, so I asked the master to find him some longevity water, but in the end I was advantageous over the guy next to him. Divination thought to himself as he led the way. Back then, Wu Tian accidentally drank the longevity water on Tai-Do Mountain with Tsurumi. After drinking this divine spring from the underworld, your body will naturally be contaminated with a special aura. Ordinary people may not be able to recognize it with ordinary eyes, but what kind of person is divination? She is the person who has inherited the most orthodox yin and yang witchcraft on the earth. The first time she saw Tsurumi, she had already identified him. Soon, divination took Wu Tian and Tsurumi to the lowest house with thick walls and small windows where she lived. Can I help you with your divination? That's no problem. But Etienne, can you tell me why you look a little different from the brother I know? Divination floated and turned around, his lavender eyes staring closely at Wu Tian's every expression. Tsurumi didn't understand and waved his hand. You have been separated for more than 20 years, right? Isn't it normal to become unfamiliar with each other? It's better to hurry up and get rid of this thing. Boy, do you want to be sent to hell? The divination was interrupted. He narrowed his eyes, floated on the spot, and glanced at Tsurumi. I don't know if it was Tsurumi's illusion, but he seemed to see the woman's eyes and the crystal ball floating next to her light up. A pressure weighed on Tsurumi's spirit. Tsurumi's eyes twitched, and Wu Tian stretched out his hand to block him. Looking at the indifferent divination, Wu Tian smiled and said, "This woman really has a lot of tricks up her sleeve." He said, as Tsurumi said, "People always change. Sister, haven't you also become very different from what you were 25 years ago? Divination is not martial arts." He greatly admired Grandmaster Wu Tian who died bravely. Moreover, not long after he came to this world, the original Wu Tian still had a considerable influence on him, so he would rather be heard by the gods in the sky, and immediately made up a story that was almost the truth except for time travel lies come out. But divination is different. The former Wu Tian no longer had a deep impression on his sister whom he separated from when they were children. So at this time Wu Tian had no interest in making up another lie. Fortunately, divination didn't get entangled in this issue, and seemed to just ask it casually. "Speaking of which, where is the witch who took my sister away? She should be your master." Wu Tian glanced at the room. There was not even a bed. This cheap sister had been sleeping floating in the air. "What?" The fortune teller snorted when he heard the words, and said calmly, as soon as the old guy finished teaching what he had to teach, he and the retired old guy in the sky went to the kingdom of heaven to enjoy happiness. Heaven? Retired old guy? Couldn't he be the earth god before Piccolo? Actually, went to heaven with the fortune teller's master? Wu Tian was shocked and surprised. Divination reached out and made a move, and the crystal ball floating beside him immediately flew to the front. She put her hands on top of the crystal ball and asked, "So, what are you trying to divine?" Wu Tian banged the package he had been carrying on the ground, untied it, and revealed the rice cooker inside. "Wu Tian Dao, that's it. I would like to ask my sister to see where on earth it would be appropriate to seal it." The fortune teller glanced at the rice cooker on the ground and said, "I just divined it for you. What if it's a place you can't go to? The world is so big, is there any place that I can't go to?" Tsurumi frowned. "Boy, your attitude is very impressive. I really want to tell you a story about the underworld. I want to see if you will go or not." The fortune teller sneered, slowly closed his eyes, and pressed his hands. The crystal ball suddenly glowed brightly. Tsurumi pouted, holding back his anger. He stared closely at the crystal ball, and the light in the ball became brighter and brighter. Wu Tian frowned. The crystal ball was always blank, and no picture came out. Divination put down her hands and said, "Ho!" She raised her thin lavender eyebrows in surprise, looking at the white lighting crystal ball with a thoughtful look on her face. "Hey, are you okay?" Tsurumi was impatient. "What's wrong?" Wu Tian's heart moved. He realized something, and asked calmly. Divination didn't say anything, but he put his hands above the crystal ball again, and the light appeared again. This time, the results appeared quickly in the crystal ball. Only. "What's this?" Tsurumi was dissatisfied and pointed at the crystal ball. "Why does it look like a PPT, is it really like that?" Wu Tian thought to himself as he looked at the images slowly flashing in the crystal ball. Humph! The fortune teller held down the crystal ball, glanced at the rice cooker on the ground, and said calmly, "That is to say, 300 years from now, this thing will definitely be opened by someone, no matter where you put it." "What? What do you mean?" Tsurumi frowned, obviously not satisfied with the answer. But Wu Tian thought to himself, "Is it the general trend?" Then he shook his head again. "It's not a prehistoric trend. Where does the general trend of heaven come from? Don't scare yourself." He looked at the divination and asked, "So, you reading www.yuyuganshu.net, are these suitable places to store this thing in these 300 years? Wu Tian pointed at the images that were flashing in the crystal ball. "Oh!" Divination glanced at Wu Tian, nodded and said, "That's right." "Well, let me take a look." She pointed at the crystal ball, and the scene inside suddenly froze. It was a cave in the mountain forest, and she said, "This is it. There will be no accidents in 300 years. When you go back from here, you can pass by this place. Is that so? Then let's go here." Wu Tian nodded. "What are you doing? Do you mean that the great demon king will definitely come out of here in 300 years? Tsurumi looked at the divination, then at Wu Tian, and pointed at the rice cooker. "Let's go, 300 years later, what kind of era is that? Even if this guy comes out again, he can't help making trouble." Wu Tian patted his shoulder and grabbed the rice cooker on the ground. Tsurumi went out dubiously. Wu Tian stopped at the door, turned around and said, "Actually, there is one more thing I want to ask my sister for divination." "Oh!" Divination looked at him. Looking up at Wu Tian and Tsurumi, who were flying into the sky, their fortune-telling feet were stepping on the crystal ball, and their purple hair was floating in front of the house. She whispered to herself thoughtfully, "Can the position of the 7 beads of the dream be realized?" This kid Wu Tian. Shaking his head, he stepped on the crystal ball with his divination foot and flew into the house. What lies outside the sorcerer's cognitive concepts cannot be divined. Dragon Balls was obviously still beyond her knowledge. Yu Reading welcomes all book lovers to come and read. The latest, fastest, and most popular serial works are all available in Yu Reading. Mobile phone users, please go and read. Chapter 17 at the foot of Duolan Mountain. More than half a month later, Wu Tian he saw that the two of them finally arrived at the mountain forest that the divination told them. The mountains are not high and the woods are sparse. This is it. Tsurumi sighed. It had been almost 5 months since he came out this time, and now he finally arrived at his destination. Along the way, they also crossed mountains, crossed forests, crossed seas, and climbed towers. Both of them endured many hardships. As long as this devil can be sealed here today, it will be worth it. The two descended from the air and landed on the hillside, and began to look for the cave mentioned in the divination. The two of them have practiced martial arts for more than 20 years, and are now Qigong masters. Their photographic memory is an exaggeration, but their minds are clearer than ordinary people's. They all remembered the situation in the divination crystal ball that day deeply in their minds. Climbing mountains and entering the forest, the two of them compared their memories and walked everywhere. Finally, under a small valley, Wu Tian saw the same terrain as the one shown in the divination crystal ball. They jumped down and took a look. Sure enough, there was a cave entrance as high as one person. Wu He and Wu He looked at each other, opened the hole, and went in with the rice cooker. Looking in from the hole, it was pitch black. There was a bang sound, and the cave was illuminated by fire. The two figures were reflected on the stone wall, shaking constantly. Tsurumi caught a glimpse of Wu Tian holding an orange fireball in his hand as if nothing had happened. He curled his lips and secretly clenched his fists, feeling an unspeakable feeling in his heart. Wu Tian didn't pay attention to Tsurumi's complicated mood when he saw him using the new Qigong technique. He held the firelight in one hand and the rice cooker package in the other, and went deeper into the cave. Tsurumi stepped forward to catch up. Wu Tian's figure in front of him looked so dark because of the light from the fireball in his hand. His shadow almost drowned Tsurumi, who was following him closely. Soon, the two walked out of the cave again, and the rice cooker was no longer in Wu Tian's hand. Find something to seal the entrance of the cave. Wu Tian sighed, jumping up to the valley with Tsurumi. Not long after, the two of them carried a large boulder and went down the valley again. With a bang, the entrance of the cave was completely sealed with the boulder. Wu Tian and Tsurumi stood at the entrance of the cave sealed by the boulder and looked at it for a long time. Finally, Wu Tian said, "Let's go, it's time to go back." After saying that, he rose into the air and flew upwards. Tsurumi was stunned on the spot, and when Wu Tian flew far away, he followed him with a heavy heart. While Wu He and the others were sealing the rice cooker in the valley cave, two pairs of eyes were watching them from the temple very high above Kailan Tower. God, Piccolo is sealed. Mr. Bobo still had the same calm tone, and his round eyes didn't look like a living person, but like a puppet. Piccolo, the god, is leaning on a wooden staff and wearing a white robe. He looked at the entrance of the cave sealed by Wu He and the others with a complicated expression on his face. Finally, he sighed softly, turned around and walked back. Mr. Bobo followed the god Piccolo. And the two quickly walked into a room in the god's palace. In the room, on the table in the center, there was a tray with a hemispherical glass cover. Inside the glass cover, there was a lifelike little dragon. This little dragon has antlers like a deer, scales like a fish, whiskers like a human, belly like a snake, feet like a phoenix, and its eyes are red as if there is divine light. His body is long and slender, winding inside the cover, as if he is about to rise into the sky at any time and transform into a real dragon. God Piccolo picked up the dragon model on the table and returned to the temple square with Mr. Bobo. Putting the dragon model on the ground, the god Piccolo was dressed in white and stood with a staff. If God can really bring this dragon to life, it will be enough to offset the sin of releasing Piccolo. Mr. Bobo said honestly. As a close servant of God, he naturally knows the heart of God. However, Mr. Bobo was dubious about the 7 beads and divine dragon conceived by the gods that could make dreams come true. According to what he pointed out, none of the gods in the history of the earth seemed to have such bizarre powers. God Piccolo nodded slightly, no longer hesitating. He stretched out a hand and pointed it at the dragon model on the ground. A strange chirping syllable flowed out from the mouth of the god Piccolo. He gave a light drink. In an instant, the small dragon model burst out with bright golden light. There was a bang sound. A golden lightning shot into the sky, flying straight into the sky like a dragon. Mr. Bobo looked up and saw only that golden thing that looked like lightning and divine light, hovering in the air for a while, like a long dragon of light. Then, all the rays of light gathered together in one place, and finally split into 7 rays of light with a pop sound, shooting out in all directions. It really happened. Mr. Bobo marveled. God Piccolo remained silent. But can anyone really collect all 7 Dragon Balls? The earth is so big. Mr. Bobo was confused again. He participated in the entire production process of the Dragon Balls, so he naturally knew how small the Dragon Balls were. If a mortal in the lower world was lucky enough to get one, he would probably regard it as a more beautiful glass bead. God Piccolo stood there, his gaze was deep, as if he had penetrated the space and seen all the living beings in the lower world. He raised his wooden stick and hit the ground, moved his lips slightly, and slowly spoke out a vague and distant voice. As the god of the earth, I give 7 Dragon Balls to the people of the lower world today. If anyone gathers them together, they can summon the dragon to make a wish and realize their wishes. No matter whether the wisher is good or evil, poor or rich, old or strong, no matter the wish is boundless wealth, infinite rights, endless lifespan. It can all come true. A voice sounded in the hearts of all living beings. It's just, some people thought it was an illusion, some people thought they heard it wrong, some people thought it was someone's prank. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.net. Not many people take it seriously. On the Kylan Tower, the cat immortal raised his head in surprise, as if he wanted to see the new god above. He murmured, "That's a good thing." Wu Tian, who was flying, suddenly stopped and floated in mid-air. "What's wrong?" Tsurumi flew back and asked. "Didn't you hear?" Wu Tian was surprised. "What did you hear?" Tsurumi was surprised. "Maybe I heard it wrong." Wu Tian shook his head and thought to himself, "So that's it, God Piccolo just made the Dragon Balls. Wealth, power, lifespan. Hehe, these are not what I asked for." He looked at the slightly blurry scenery beside him, shook his head and said, "I'm tired from flying, let's go down and walk for a while." With that said, Wu Tian fell down. "What a bastard!" Tsurumi snorted and fell down. The two of them used steps instead of flying, running on the ground. When they encounter mountains and cross mountains, they fly. When they encounter water, traveling very fast. Suddenly a few days passed, but on this day, the two of them had just walked out of a woods. They didn't go far when they both noticed the smell of blood. Wu He and Wu He looked at each other, nodded, quickened their pace again, and followed the smell of blood. Not long after, they came to a village and saw directly at the entrance of the village. On the street of the small village, a huge, beast-like monster stood in a pool of blood. At his feet were the corpses of the scattered village residents, and this weirdo was grabbing a woman-like thigh and biting it crunchingly. Evil beast! Tsurumi's expression suddenly changed and he immediately rushed over. Chapter 18. Let's leave here. When the weirdo eating the woman's thigh heard someone shouting angrily, he immediately turned his head, revealing an inhuman and terrifying face. This face does not look like a human being, but more like a prehistoric monster. The eyes were facing forward like a primate, but there was a ferocious mouth protruding outwards. The upper and lower rows of sharp teeth were blood red and hung with pieces of flesh. The nose is just 2 small holes, and the ears are long and pointed on both sides of the head like a monster. Where did this little thing come from? It just happened to show up when I was full. This weirdo laughed and actually uttered human words. He casually threw the slender and tender woman's thigh, which looked like it had been chewed, on the ground. His pink tongue stuck out and swirled around the protruding mouth, with bloodthirsty and crazy colors in his eyes. He-man looked even colder, and there was wind under his feet, so he stepped hard. The Tsurumi in the weirdo's eyes suddenly disappeared. Then a sharp pain came from his abdomen, and the weirdo flew backward. Tsurumi jumped up high, his eyes wide open with anger. He was more than 10 meters above the ground, made an 8 shape with his palms, and aimed at the weirdo lying on his back below. A ball of white light lit up between Tsurumi's palms, and then became brighter and brighter. It was so intense that it was as if he was holding a scorching sun in his hands. "Hey, is that a Qigong cannon?" Wu Tian saw Tsurumi's hand from a distance, and he immediately understood that it seemed that Tsurumi had already mastered the Qigong cannon. "Die!" Tsurumi shouted in mid-air. Boom! The blazing white energy beam stretches from top to bottom, all the way to the bottom. No, don't. The weirdo didn't understand what was going on. As soon as he got up from the ground, he saw a large white light falling on his head. He was submerged in this white light, and his murmuring voice was also gradually dissipate. Boom! The ground shook, making a shocking sound like a big explosion. When the dust and smoke cleared, Wu Tian saw that Tsurumi had fallen helplessly from mid-air. He weakly took out the remaining fairy bean from his body, stuffed it into his mouth and swallowed it. When he walked over, Tsurumi had stood up again as before. Wu Tian looked at the large pit that was 2 or 3 people deep. The weirdo had been blown into pieces by the blast. He said, "As for that, just used the Qigong cannon." Tsurumi curled his lips and sneered, "It is not a pity to die for this kind of garbage." "I don't know. So you have such a strong sense of justice? Is it because this person is a foreigner? The kingdom has long recognized these foreigners as equal human beings. I have never regarded these things as human beings." Tsurumi frowned in disgust, without looking at the deep hole he had made, and said coldly, "In this world, those cats and dogs, it's ridiculous to treat something that is neither human nor ghost as a human being." Wu Tian remained silent. He didn't know much about the foreigners in the Dragon Ball world. Judging from the original work, 300 years later, those werewolves, cat people, kobolds, and dinosaur people seem to have long been treated as normal earthlings. But for some reason, by the time of the Cyborg and Bu chapters, these aliens have become almost extinct again. No matter what, since we met them. Let's bury these corpses. Wu Tian shook his head, walked over, and picked up the corpses one by one on the ground. Basically none of these corpses are complete, some are missing arms, some are missing thighs, some are disemboweled, or half of their heads are broken, with white brains flowing all over the floor. Cranes look blue when they see each other, which makes them uncomfortable. Wu Tian had already seen scenes 10 times more tragic than this in the ninja world, so his expression remained normal as he threw the several broken corpses he had brought over into the deep pit created by Tsurumi's Qigong cannon. Seeing Wu Tian's extremely calm expression, Tsurumi also picked up the body without saying a word. There were too many corpses on the ground, and everyone in the village had been killed by the stranger. Wu Tian and Tsurumi were so busy that they were covered in blood. After all, although these corpses were in a state of disgrace, both of them regarded them as human beings. The dead were the most important, so they moved them one by one with their own hands instead of kicking them into the pit one by one to save trouble. Suddenly, Wu Tian stopped. He turned around and saw a group of people walking towards the entrance of the village. "Hey!" Tsurumi threw the corpse with only half of its body in his hand into the pit. When he saw Wu Tian's movements, he looked back and saw a group of 80 or 90 bald monks walking over. Wu Tian threw the body into the pit. He looked at the surrounding terrain and recalled the map he had seen. Yes, this is right next to Duolin Mountain, where Duolin Temple is located. He thought in his heart, but looked at the monks walking over with a very calm expression. "Who are you? What are you doing? Crazy! Did you two kill them all?" When these monks, who were suspected to be monks from Duolin Temple, came over, they saw only broken limbs on the ground, and 2 suspicious figures with bare upper bodies standing in a pool of blood. Both of them were bare-chested and wearing ragged trousers, and one of them was smeared with aboriginal oil paint. Looking at the calm expressions of these 2 people, how can the monks not misunderstand? How could an ordinary person look so calm in the face of such a tragic scene? Even these warrior monks who chant sutras every day shudder when they see such a scene of Shura. The more frightened they were, the angrier they became towards these 2 people. "You murdering thief, why don't you just surrender and be captured?" The leader of the tall warrior monk shouted angrily at Wu He, and Wu He with a voice like thunder, raised brows and angry eyes. "It wasn't us 2 brothers who killed him." Wu Tian shook his head and spoke calmly. "Who killed that?" another monk asked. "He has been killed by us." Wu Tian replied. Where's the body? There. Wu Tian pointed to the deep pit behind him and said, but we used too much force, and I'm afraid that man's body is gone. The monks looked at the big pit behind Wu He and the two men, and almost suspected that they had heard something wrong. Such a big deep pit, what does this person mean? Did they make it? What a joke! I think the two of you are the murderers, but you are still making excuses. Why don't you follow us up the mountain and enter the temple to receive Buddhist teachings? When you two shave your hair and take the ordination, chant sutras, and eat fast every day, there is no way you can get rid of your sins. No way. Don't make such a mistake. A monk shouted angrily, unwilling to listen to nonsense. Ha ha ha. Duolin Temple has such a strong tone and majesty. Tsurumi looked up to the sky and laughed, looked at the monks in front of him coldly, and sneered, even if I kill people in this village, then what can you do to me with just a few quick moves of yours? Crazy gangster! How dare you thief? What are you talking about with him? Tie him up and push him up the mountain. The monks changed their colors one after another, became furious, and rushed forward. Bunch of rubbish, good time. You're not having a good time. Tsurumi laughed loudly and turned into a phantom, rushing towards the 8 or 9 monks without dodging. He was as powerful as a tiger descending from a mountain, or like a rock spreading its wings and flying into the sky, swimming back and forth among the crowd. The monks were also masters who practiced martial arts all year round, but no matter how fierce their attacks were and how powerful their boxing and kicking skills were, none of them could touch Tsurumi's body. On the contrary, Tsurumi was calm among these monks, performing every move he wanted. He either hit his chest with his elbow, or banged the two monks' polished heads against each other, or cracked the monks' joints. The last few remaining monks suppressed him. Boom! The monks flew out in all directions as if they exploded. Tsurumi sneered and stood there, as relaxed as if nothing happened. The originally aggressive monks were lying on the ground in pieces, screaming in pain. Qi, Qigong. Some monks recognized it. This was something the abbot and the elders had talked about. It is said that among the people who practice martial arts in the world, there are only a few people who can practice Qigong, and they are all famous masters. The other monks looked at each other on the ground, reading www.yuyugonshu.net. They were all surprised, and incredible. Why bother them? Wu Tian shook his head, but listening to his tone, it was clear that he was not dissatisfied, just very calm. Are you leaving? Leave these corpses to these good monks. Tsurumi walked over and asked Wu Tian. Wu Tian said, I would like to go to Duolin Temple to see him. Tsurumi said, it's just a monk temple, what's there to see? Wu Tian shook his head. Maybe there was nothing interesting to see. He was just a little curious about Duolin Temple because of Klin in the original work. Seeing Wu Tian insisting on leaving, Hejian sneered and said, come on, I have no intention of following you back to the mountain anyway. That's it, you and I will go our separate ways today, and you go back to your master mountain, I will wander around the world. Wu Tian asked strangely, why don't you go back to the mountain? Tsurumi looked up at the sky and saw the rolling clouds and mists, and said, Master, didn't he have a last wish? Of course I have to abide by his old man's last wish. What kind of martial arts can I promote by staying on Tai-Do Mountain? I want to travel all over the world to find hundreds of 10 talented people will come back in 20 or 30 years and beat you half to death. Only then can I get my anger out. You are thinking too much. Wu Tian said lightly. Not much. Tsurumi snorted coldly. The two stood in silence for a moment, and Tsurumi finally shouted, I'm going. After that, they left. Looking up, he had flown high into the sky and gone far away in another direction. Wu Tian looked at the horizon in silence for a long time, then turned to look at the dumbfounded monks on the ground, and said, Masters, can you take me to meet the abbot of Duolin Temple? UU Reading welcomes all book lovers to come and read. The latest, fastest, and most popular serial works are all available in UU Reading. Mobile phone users, please go and read. Chapter 19 Return to Tai-Do Mountain. After being beaten up one by Tsurumi and witnessing his miraculous flying martial arts, how could the monks dare to ignore Wu Tian's words? But when they heard Wu Tian say that he wanted to see the abbot of the temple, they still hesitated. This man is from the same group as the fierce man who just flew away. He must be very skilled at bringing such a man into the temple. Although he has some confidence in his abbot, he is still a little unsure. Wu Tian smiled and said, "Everyone, you don't think that I can't find where your temple is, right? Just lead the way. I have no ill intentions. I just want to visit the abbot of your temple." The monks looked at each other, speechless. In the end, the leading monk said, "After these poor villagers are buried, you can come with us." After saying that, he led a group of monks to silently pick up all the corpses on the ground and threw them into the deep pit. When several monks saw that the pit was deep enough for several people, and that there were no traces of tools such as shovels on the four edges, they couldn't help but secretly feel fear in their hearts. They originally wanted to go down the mountain to discuss things with the people in the village, but they didn't want to encounter the tragedy of destroying the village, and they also encountered two ruthless people who appeared out of nowhere. The monks sighed and went up the mountain one by one, followed by Wu Tian, who was walking in the garden behind them. Several monks walked around the mountain in unison. They relied on themselves and others to walk on Duolin Mountain all year round and were familiar with the terrain. They thought it would be best to get rid of this person behind them. As a result, Wu Tian seemed to be walking leisurely, but he was able to follow them closely. Whenever they thought they had finally gotten rid of him, Wu Tian suddenly appeared again. The monks were surprised and helpless, so they had to lead the way obediently and finally arrived at Duolin Temple. Wu Tian smiled and followed him into the gate of Duolin Temple. As soon as you enter, you will see a large hall. The plaque did not say Mahatma Hall, but only a big word Buddha. Through the main entrance, Wu Tian vaguely saw a Buddha statue in the center of the hall. In the dim light, the Buddha statue appeared looming, almost smiling but not smiling. "You wait, we will inform the abbot." The monks hurriedly explained, then left and entered the main hall. Several people turned around and disappeared. Wu Tian waited there with his hands behind his back, looking around in the front yard. The temple is very clean, with only a few fallen leaves here and there. At this moment, Wu Tian remembered that it seemed to be the season of late autumn. He practiced martial arts to strengthen his body. He had long been able to withstand the cold and heat, and his sense of seasonal changes had become dull. Just as he was thinking about it, a group of warrior monks holding wooden sticks poured out from the Buddhist hall. They had solemn faces, divided into two rows, and soon surrounded Wu Tian. Wu Tian raised his eyebrows and let go of his hands behind his back. Some of the monks holding sticks couldn't help but change their colors. They were the monks who had just led Wu Tian up the mountain. They obviously thought of Tsurumi's harsh methods before. And when they saw that Wu Tian seemed to be interested in taking action, they secretly sweated in their hearts. "Abbot, isn't this the way to welcome guests?" Wu Tian looked at an old monk in cassocks walking out of the Buddhist hall and said with a smile, "If there is anything rude, I hope Tan Yu will not blame you. It's just that we don't know Tan Yu's identity. Nowadays, the world is chaotic and the temple is small and weak, so we have to be cautious." The old monk, the abbot, put his palms together and recited a Buddha's name. Wu Tian didn't take it seriously and said, "That's all. I just happened to pass by your temple today. I heard that my master mentioned the eminent monks in Duolin Temple, so I suddenly decided to pay a visit. I wonder who Tan Yu studied under." Wu Tian smiled, but he did not answer directly. Instead, he slapped his palms together. Sizzling! Thunder and lightning flashed on his palms. "This is the 10,000 Kingdoms shocking palm? Are you a disciple of Wu Taidu?" When the abbot saw it, he was surprised and asked suspiciously. The first master is none other than Wu Taidu. Wu Tian put away the lightning in his palm. You all should disperse. The abbot clasped his palms together, dismissed the monks, and said to Wu Tian, you come with me. Wu Tian followed the abbot through the main hall, walked around for a while, and finally came to a Zen courtyard. Uncle Master. The abbot opened the Zen door and Wu Tian followed him in. Wu Tian felt strange when he saw an old monk with a white beard and a wrinkled face lying on the bed. The old monk slowly raised his eyelids and said in a hoarse voice, Who did you bring here? This man claimed to be a disciple of Wu Taidu, so he took the initiative to bring him to see his uncle. The abbot explained, and at the same time whispered beside Wu Tian, when Wu Taidu came to our Duolin temple before he could learn martial arts, it was his uncle who pointed him out. Wu Tian was suddenly enlightened and said, I have met the master. The old monk said slowly, Is he a disciple of Wu Taidu? Yes, yes. He does have the skills of a master. He only glanced at Wu Tian a few times with his cloudy eyes, and then he recognized Wu Tian. Wu Tian couldn't help but be secretly surprised by the origin of Tian's kung fu. How is your master doing now? The old monk asked. Has passed away. Wu Tian replied. Wu Taidu is a master of Qigong, how could he die so early? Master Hujiao knows that the first master risked his own life to seal the big devil. The great demon king has really been surrendered. The abbot was surprised. In their remote mountain temple, the information was really not very well informed. Yes, when I came out this time, I got the guidance from the immortal on Kailan Tower and I have already sealed the thing that sealed the great demon king. Wu Tian replied. Evils have their own immortals. Wu Taidu, I knew he was destined to be extraordinary. Okay, he did a good job. The old monk sighed longly, and there was no more movement. After a while, the old monk still didn't move. Uncle, Master. The abbot stepped forward, and the old monk's body leaning on the bed tilted and fell down. The abbot's hands trembled and he sighed, Uncle Master has passed away. He straightened the old monk's body and sat cross-legged on the bed. He stepped back and bowed deeply, Amitabha. Wu Tian also saluted. After leaving Duolin Temple, Wu Tian headed north in the direction of Mount Taidu. He climbed mountains, waded in rivers, crossed plains, and galloped all the way. After more than 10 days, Wu Tian finally arrived at the north coast, and Wu Tian quietly sneaked into a merchant ship. With the Sharingan in his possession, and with just a small hint, Wu Tian became one of his own in the eyes of the people on the ship, and stayed on the ship safely. Crash! The waves burst. Wu Tian stood on the side of the ship, looking at the endless horizon in the distance, with thoughts racing in his heart. The Dragon Balls have appeared in the world, but unfortunately there is no Dragon Ball radar. If you think about it this way, in fact, God Piccolo's creation of the Dragon Balls is just a pie that cannot be eaten. In the original book, Bulma happened to find a Dragon Ball in her warehouse, and she happened to know the function of the Dragon Ball from the records. It just so happened that she was a mechanical genius, so she was able to create the Dragon Ball radar. The best thing is that she met Sun Wukong very early and tricked him into becoming her bodyguard. It seems that in order to collect all 7 Dragon Balls, luck, coincidence, and strength are all indispensable. And in this day and age, which person on earth can find all 7 Dragon Balls? Wu Tian suddenly thought again. By the way, since Bulma got something recording the Dragon Balls and Shenlong in his home warehouse, it stands to reason that in history, someone once collected all the Dragon Balls and made a wish? Or was it just written by someone based on what the gods said to the people in the lower world? After thinking about it for a while, I really had no clue. 300 years, only 300 years, and 300 more years to come. I can't be a bad old man with less than 200 combat power at the beginning of the plot, right? The wish has been prepared, it depends on whether he can collect all the Dragon Balls in these 300 years. If that wish can come true, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.net, then the carp will leap over the dragon's gate, and I will completely get rid of the restrictions of this earthly body. Then the sky will be high enough for birds to fly, and the sea will be wide enough for fish to jump, and the future will be great. Know the same. And if I wait until 300 years later, when I am already old and weak, I am afraid that even if I follow Bulma and the others to find the Dragon Ball and make a wish, and the wish comes true, it will have no effect. Dragon Ball, Dragon Ball. After drifting on a merchant ship at sea for half a month, I finally landed. Hey, Luffy, why is there one person missing? When the cargo was unloaded, the sailors on the ship found that the number of people was wrong. Some of the others said in confusion, no less, boss, when did we get a brother named Luffy? No. The man scratched his head in confusion. He wanted to recall but couldn't remember anything. He just vaguely felt that there seemed to be a person named Luffy on the ship. It seems like this person has never done any work before. Unable to figure out the outcome, I had to return to the ship. At this time, Wu Tian had already set foot on land and continued on his way to Mount Taitu inland. More than a month passed, and Wu Tian finally saw the familiar Taido mountain in the distance. Nearly a year has passed since the departure, and when Wu Tian came back now, he was actually a little sad and sighing. He calmed down, stamped his feet at the foot of the mountain, and flew up. Wu Fangfang was watering flowers, fruits, and vegetables in the small yard when she suddenly heard a familiar voice from the sky above her head, Fangfang. She shook her hand and water sprinkled all over the ground. Wu Fangfang raised her head blankly and saw Wu Tian slowly falling from the sky. Brother Tian. Wu Fangfang was extremely surprised. End of Volume 1. Chapter 20. It's been 10 years in the blink of an eye. There is a saying that the changes in the world are like a dog in the white clouds, and another saying is that the passage of time is like a white horse passing by. In the blink of an eye, 10 years have passed unknowingly since Wu Tian returned to Taido Mountain and lived in seclusion with Wu Fangfang in a thatched cottage on the top of the mountain. Time flies by, but it cannot leave the slightest trace on the majestic and steep Taidu Mountain. Even the common people at the foot of the mountain are just like they were 10 years ago, working at sunrise and resting at sunset, and they are like this year after year, unchanged. The rumors about the great demon king from 10 years ago have gradually disappeared. Aragorn tightened the rope around his waist to prevent himself from feeling so hungry. He looked back at the looming farmland at the foot of the mountain, and then looked at the scenery in front of the mountain road, with an indescribable look in his eyes. I wonder what uncle will buy today, he thought to himself. This boy is young, only about 9 or 10 years old. At this time, it was still dark, and he had already climbed up the rugged mountain road. There was clearly darkness ahead of the winding path, but he seemed to see some light. Aragorn didn't dare to delay. He had to hurry up to the top of the mountain before his father and 2 brothers got up to do farm work. I saw that his steps were brisk and quick, and he was walking as fast as flying on this winding and bumpy mountain path. Just looking at his thin figure, who would have thought that he could climb such a mountainous road with such ease? It was true that he couldn't do it at first, but after the bizarre experience more than half a year ago, Aragorn insisted on climbing the mountain every day. Gradually, I became accustomed to it. This mountain road several hundred meters long is nothing to him now. I don't know how long it took, but when the sky was getting brighter, Aragorn finally climbed to the top of the mountain. Hoo! He panted. Although he was used to this mountain road, after all, he didn't eat well on weekdays and his health was still a bit weak. Uncle! Aragorn's eyes lit up, and he saw the uncle on the edge of the cliff not far away. He walked over carefully and slowly, not daring to disturb his uncle's martial arts practice, although Aragorn felt that this could no longer be called martial arts practice. What martial arts can produce flames on the palms of hands? What kind of martial art can pierce the light of thunder and lightning with one finger? Is there any martial art that can make the air seem to float when the palms of the hands are flowing? It was as if the uncle's fleshy palms had turned into two hot irons. Wherever they passed through the air would be steamed by the heat. Aragorn watched with dazzled eyes as the uncle stood on the edge of the cliff, practicing martial arts with each move. The uncle's miraculous martial arts made him yearn for it and made him obsessed. He had seen this uncle fly before. What is the difference between this and a fairy? The uncle's feet were firmly planted on the ground, as if they were rooted. No matter how his upper body moved, his footsteps did not move at all. He waved his palm in the air, and there seemed to be an invisible wave shooting into the sky. Aragorn's eyesight was very good. And he saw from a distance that a black bird suddenly fell outside the cliff, more than 10 meters away from the uncle. Go down. Can you hit birds from such a distance? He was secretly surprised, and then he thought about it. It didn't seem so strange to this uncle. At this time, the uncle moved his right palm, and a group of substantial flames burned on the edge of his palm, drawing an orange-red trajectory in the air. Then, another purple-white electric light jumped on his 5 fingers. Finally, the fire light gathered on the middle finger, and the electric light returned to the index finger. All the colors gathered on these 2 fingers, and converged to the extreme. On the tips of the 2 fingers, there were only 2 intense lights, one purple and one red. Aragorn watched in the dark and was horrified. Although he did not know that this was the superior method of Qigong martial arts, he also saw the incredibleness of this method. The uncle pointed his purple-red fingers toward the sky. Boom! A ray of light visible to the naked eye, intense purple and red tangled together, lightning and fire coexisting at this moment, piercing the sky in the blink of an eye. Clouds, clouds, the clouds are all scattered. Aragorn looked behind and opened his mouth wide. Hey, why are you peeking at my dad? Suddenly a voice sounded next to Aragorn, which frightened Aragorn. He turned around and saw a little girl with short black hair appearing next to him, staring at him with her big eyes. I. He hesitated and was speechless, but he was thinking in his heart, this girl is so beautiful, is she that uncle's child? Suddenly, his eyes bulged, and he noticed that the girl was not standing on the ground, but sitting on a ball of yellow clouds. Aragorn looked at Huang Yun under the girl, his eyes full of disbelief. This is my birthday gift from my dad. Doesn't it look good? The little girl obviously noticed Aragorn's gaze. She felt proud at first, and then said, You haven't said why you are hiding here to peek at my dad. Seeing the girl staring at him unblinkingly again, Aragorn suppressed his surprise. His heart was pounding, and he forcefully explained, I just happened to pass by here. You're lying. How can anyone pass by and reach such a high place? The little girl was as big as him, but had a very smart mind. She could tell at a glance that he was talking nonsense. Xiaoyi, why did you get up so early today? Not far away, the uncle's voice came. This was also the first time Aragorn heard this uncle speak in more than half a year. The little girl, Wu Xiaoyi, Wu Tian's 8-year-old daughter, when she heard her father calling her, she immediately stopped caring about the weird kid next to her. She patted the yellow clouds under her and said crisply, Somersault clouds. As if Huang Yun could understand people's words, he carried Wu Xiaoyi to Wu Tian's side. The little girl looked up at Wu Tian and said, Mom has asked you to have breakfast. You want to come out and play on the somersault cloud, right? Wu Tian lightly flicked his daughter's forehead, picked her up from the somersault cloud and held her in his arms. I want to sit, I want to sit. Wu Xiaoyi squirmed in Wu Tian's arms, but Wu Tian ignored her at all. He patted the somersault cloud and said go ahead, and the spiritual Huang Yun said swish, it flew into the sky in the distance and was gone in the blink of an eye. Then, without even looking at the boy Aragorn who was standing by, he hugged his daughter and ran away. Uncle! Aragorn shouted and immediately chased after him. But Wu Tian's speed was beyond what a kid like him could catch up with. Aragorn ran as fast as he could, but could only see Wu Tian's back in the distance in front of him. He suddenly remembered his experience in the past 6 months, sobered up, and began to steady his running rhythm, closely following the uncle in front of him. The strange thing is that although Wu Tian is fast, he can still make Aragorn follow him hard. Wu Tian's speed suddenly went up and down, going around and around on the winding and difficult mountain road, making Aragorn, who was chasing behind, miserable. But the boy stubbornly gritted his teeth and persisted. He was not a fool. The uncle had been letting him chase him for more than half a year, so he obviously liked him. The most powerful evidence is that he is running much faster than before. He didn't know how far he had run, but Aragorn felt that his whole body was sore, a wave of heat was in his heart, and his throat was dry. Suddenly, in a blink of an eye, the uncle in front of him had disappeared. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.net. He was stunned, but he still chased to the place where Wu Tian disappeared and looked around. Sure enough, there was a dead wild deer lying on the slope beside the road. "We're going to eat deer today," he murmured. Aragorn scratched his head, knowing that he had failed again today and failed to catch up with his uncle, so he dragged his deer legs and went down the mountain dejectedly. In front of the thatched cottage in the mountains, Wu Tian walked out of the forest with his daughter in his arms and saw his wife Wu Fangfang serving porridge outside the house. "Dad, why did you take such a long detour?" Wu Xiaoyi asked in Wu Tian's arms, very puzzled. Wu Tian smiled and said, "The more you run, the stronger your body will be." "Oh." The little girl seemed to understand, but soon smelled the fragrant breakfast, struggled to jump out of Wu Tian's arms, ran over, grabbed the white pancake and took a bite, feeling very happy. His eyes narrowed. "Thank you for your hard work." Wu Tian sat down at the table, picked up the porridge bowl, and started to eat. Wu Fangfang smiled and said, "Do you want to accept that boy as your apprentice?" Wu Tian had mentioned Aragorn to his wife. Of course, he didn't know the boy's name, but seeing that he had good qualifications and perseverance, he was somewhat interested. "Let's talk about it. The matter of opening a martial arts gym is not urgent." Wu Tian had already poured a large bowl of porridge into his stomach, grabbed a big fried cake and finished it in 2 or 3 bites. After the family of 3 finished breakfast, Wu Tian walked aside, stood with his hands behind his hands, and stared at the sky in trance. "Dad, why are you unhappy?" The little girl didn't know when she ran to Wu Tian, raised her little head and asked. Yu Reading welcomes all book lovers to come and read. The latest, fastest, and most popular serial works are all available in Yu Reading. Mobile phone users, please go and read. Chapter 21, Running Down the Mountain with Full Force. Why are you unhappy? Wu Tian was startled and looked down at his daughter Wu Xiaoyi. Unexpectedly, the little girl asked the question without even thinking of answering. When her father lowered his head and looked over, Wu Xiaoyi raised her face, pointed at her cheek and said, "Dad, please wipe my face if it's dirty." "Dirty?" Wu Tian squinted his eyes, and his daughter's face seemed a little blurry in his vision. Even though he has cherished his pupil power extremely much in the past 10 years, his eyesight is still gradually deteriorating due to the inherent flaw of the Manjaki Sharingan. Getting closer, Wu Tianke saw a trace of juice from the soup dumpling standing on the corner of his daughter's mouth, and reached out to wipe it away for her. Wu Xiaoyi giggled, "It's so ticklish." Wu Tian has been practicing martial arts all year round, so his hands naturally have many hard calluses. "Okay, go and play by yourself." Wu Tian patted the little girl on the head and sent her away. He turned around and continued to look at the slowly moving white clouds on the horizon, thinking to himself, Dragon Balls, when will we have the opportunity to gather them all?" He shook his head. In this era where radar cannot be built, even if he has martial arts, there is nothing he can do. What's more, he doesn't even have a Dragon Ball in his hand. Otherwise, take it to the divination for help, and maybe you can find the other 6. But the earth is so vast that it is not easy to find a small bead on your own initiative. At the foot of the mountain, Aragorn made a fire in the forest and roasted the deer before eating it, then slowly returned to his home at the farm at the foot of the mountain. Unsurprisingly, what greeted him was a scolding from his father. "You only eat but don't work. Are you jumping on the mountain of death? Why don't you get down to the fields and help your two brothers? There's no breakfast for you." Aragorn curled his lips and walked out of his thatched house without saying a word, picked up the farm tools at the base of the wall, and walked into the fields. He could faintly hear his father humming in the house. "You are strong, but you leave all the work to your three sons? You are still so partial. Because the eldest brother and the second brother are strong, you only care about them being fed, and don't care about me being hungry." There was anger and grievance in Aragorn's heart, but after so many years, these emotions had long been stored deep in his heart. This is his fate, so what can he do? It wasn't until he met Wu Tian on the mountain half a year ago that he realized, perhaps, his life could be different. Wu Tian stood on the edge of the cliff and looked at the stars in the sky. He had been standing here since daytime, watching the sun set and the moon appear. Watching the stars filling the night sky, watching the dim clouds dancing in the black sky. "Brother Tian, what are you thinking about?" Wu Fangfang came to him at some point and took a thin shirt and put it on Wu Tian. Wu Tian held his wife's hand and said, "It's nothing. Brother Tian still wants to hide it from me, but I know about you." Wu Fangfang smiled very tenderly, and said softly, "Brother Tian, after you changed back then, I saw that how could you keep this little giant? Can I live with you? Brother Tian has accommodated me and Xiao Yi, mother and son, over the years. After these years of peaceful life, I am already very content." Fang Fang. Wu Tian held his wife's hand tightly, feeling a little moved in his heart. Frankly speaking, marrying Wu Fangfang and having children was not because of how much he loved her. More than anything, it was just to repay the kindness of the former master Wu Taidu, and to fulfill the wish of the former owner of this body. Wu Tian and Wu Fangfang at most have the friendship between husband and wife cultivated over the years. At this time, seeing his wife being so considerate of his thoughts, he couldn't help but be very touched. "Come down the mountain, our family will go down the mountain tomorrow." Wu Fangfang said, looking into Wu Tian's eyes, "I don't want Xiao Yi to become a wild girl in the mountains like me. Brother Tian, you are so capable. You won't let us, mother and daughter, suffer, right?" Wu Tian couldn't help laughing and said, "No." Holding his wife in his arms, the two stood for a long time under the starry sky. The next day, Wu Xiao Yi woke up sleepily. When she heard her parents talking about going down the mountain, she immediately became energetic and her eyes lit up. "Ah, are your parents going down the mountain? Take me with you." "Okay, good. I can't take you with me," Wu Tian said with a smile. "No. Xiao Yi wants to play down there too." Wu Xiao Yi pouted. "Then you have to listen to your mother on the way and don't show your temper. How about it?" Wu Tian then put forward the conditions. Sometimes it is fun to talk to children. Sure enough, when Wu Xiao Yi heard that her father agreed to go down the mountain to play, she was immediately busy. Nodding, okay, Xiao Yi must listen to her mother." Seeing that Wu Tian was still looking at her, the smart little girl immediately said, "Also listen to daddy." Wu Tian and his wife looked at each other and smiled. "Let's go." Somersault clouds. Wu Tian walked out of the house and shouted to the sky. Yellow clouds quickly flew from the sky and stopped in front of Wu Tian. Wu Xiao Yi jumped happily onto the somersault cloud, rolled around comfortably, suddenly got up and said, "Dad, will that strange person from yesterday still come today?" Aragorn climbed up the mountain again, and when he came to the edge of the cliff where Wu Tian was practicing, he found that he didn't see that familiar figure. "Strange, uncle is late today? No. Did he go home beforehand?" Aragorn muttered to himself strangely. As he got closer, he discovered a line of crooked words carved on the ground. My dad is not coming to take me and my mom down the mountain, so you can play by yourself. Next to this line of words, a stone is thrown randomly. Obviously, these words were carved out of stone. Aragorn knew some writing when he was very young, so he knew what was written on the ground. He suddenly panicked. The world in front of me became two parts. On one side is the grey farmland, on the other side is the colorful and magical martial arts displayed by the uncle. Aragorn was in confusion. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.net is very anxious. He instinctively felt that there was something that he would miss forever if he didn't catch it. He stood there for a long time, then suddenly yelled and ran down the mountain like crazy. He ran wildly along the mountain road regardless of his physical strength. He fell down countless times. One of them rolled from the top step all the way to the bottom before he stopped. His face was bruised from the fall. But he didn't care at all, gritted his teeth and continued running down the mountain. Run, 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 run. Hula! He rushed out of the woods at the foot of the mountain, turned around and looked around. Where could he see the uncle? Aragorn stood there dumbly panting, sweating profusely, feeling exhausted both physically and mentally. The boy was so sad that he couldn't help crying. Hey, why are you crying? Shame. Aragorn looked up suddenly and saw the little girl from yesterday appearing in front of him again. She was still sitting on that magical yellow cloud, still staring at herself like that. Aragorn's tears were not wiped away, and he stared blankly behind Wu Xiaoyi. Wu Tian hugged his wife and fell down the mountain, looking at him with a smile. Suddenly, Aragorn fell to his knees with a thump and kowtowed. Wu Fangfang looked at her husband. Wu Tian said, "Don't be too busy kowtowing. Why are you chasing him down the mountain?" When leaving, his daughter Wu Xiaoyi rode a somersault cloud and left a message for the boy, and Wu Tian simply waited in the air. Seeing the boy stay on the edge of the cliff for a while and then rush down the mountain like crazy, Wu Tian appeared with satisfaction. Aragorn kept kowtowing and said loudly, "Uncle, please teach me martial arts." Yu Reading welcomes all book lovers to come and read. The latest, fastest, and most popular serial works are all available in Yu Reading. Mobile phone users please go and read. Chapter 22, Farewell to my father and follow my master. Why do you want to learn martial arts from me? Because uncle is very powerful. Why do you want to learn martial arts? I don't want to be a farmer all my life. Martial artist is not a profession for living, it is just a person who knows a little bit about martial arts. How do you live your life after learning martial arts? Are you robbing homes and houses, becoming a robber or thief? I don't know, but when I think about how I have to be a farmer with my back to the sky every day for the rest of my life, and when I think about how I will become like my father in the future, I feel really unwilling to do so. Then let me ask you again, do you know that if we leave this time, we may not come back again? You still have relatives at home, so what should you do? Are you willing to do it? My family wishes I was gone so they wouldn't open their mouths to eat. At this point in the conversation, Wu Tian stopped, looked carefully at Aragorn who was kneeling in front of him, and suddenly asked, "You have been planning to become my disciple for a long time? So when you are working at home, you deliberately do not work hard. Otherwise, with the physical strength you have developed in the mountains for more than half a year, you should be good at farm work. How could your father let you go just because of your one ration?" He didn't speak quickly, but he asked questions one after another, making Aragorn break into a cold sweat. Aragorn's body trembled slightly, his little thoughts were actually seen through at a glance. He couldn't help but hesitated and couldn't speak. He knelt on the ground and didn't dare to raise his head to look at Wu Tian. Wu Xiaoyi sat blankly on the somersault cloud. This was the first time she saw her father so serious. She couldn't help but be a little scared. She also felt that Aragorn kneeling there was so pitiful. "Doesn't his knee hurt?" Wu Fangfang looked at her husband. After a while, Aragorn heard Wu Tian ask again, "Finally, I want to ask you, are you suffering, the kind of suffering that makes you want to die?" "Yes. As long as I endure hardship, I can become different. I can endure any hardship." "Okay, you go home. We have taken care of everything that needs to be done. We will wait for you on the west road for half an hour. If you are late, just go back to farming." Aragorn looked up suddenly. Wu Tian had already left with his wife and daughter. Looking at the backs of the three people, Aragorn felt his eyes soar, pursed his lips, and showed a determined look in his eyes. He got up from the ground and ran home without looking back. Where did he die again? As soon as Aragorn returned home and opened the courtyard door, he heard his father scolding him. He curled his lips and walked in calmly. He saw his father coming out of the house wearing a thin coat. He was wearing a pair of coarse trousers. In fact, no matter in spring, summer, autumn, or winter, he always wore such a pair of trousers, which were as long as to what extent? Almost only the toes of his two shoes can be seen. This is something Aragorn has always criticized his father for. Dressed like this, he has never thought about working in the fields, right? Thanks to the fact that he gave birth to two sons who could endure hardships, he could continue to live like a leisurely man. Aragorn's father came out of the house and saw Aragorn scolding him habitually at first, and then he was stunned for a moment. He glanced at the sky, then looked at Aragorn's face, and wondered, "Why is it so early today? I'm leaving." Aragorn stood at the door of the courtyard and said with his neck strangled, "Where are you going? You little bastard, why don't you quickly eat some cake and go to work in the fields?" Aragorn's father scolded angrily, raising his hand to hit him. But this time Aragorn did not evade. He said firmly, "I want to learn martial arts from the masters on the mountain." After a pause, he made up his mind and said, "I won't come back." Aragorn's father frowned, put down his hand, and said, "Really?" He looked his son up and down. "Of course it's true. I have nothing to deal with. The master only gave me half an hour. If I miss it, it will be too late." Aragorn rushed. "Half an hour? Then you still have to grind your balls. Get out of here. I won't give you anything to eat for one more meal." Aragorn's father suddenly changed his color and slapped Aragorn. Aragorn received the slap and his cheeks turned red. Aragorn's father was also stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting his son to even hide. Aragorn turned around, then turned back, bowed to his father, and finally turned around and walked out of the courtyard, striding away. With his lips parted, Aragorn's father chased him out of the courtyard and shouted, "Don't forget his grandma, you know how to eat meat every day. You must also eat noodles, buns, steamed buns, and Chinese cabbage. Remember this." With a bang sound, the courtyard door slammed shut. Aragorn, who was not far away, suddenly stopped when he heard this. How does his father know that he eats meat every day? A sequence of scenes flashed through Aragorn's mind. When he was going up the mountain in Tian Maliang, he would sometimes feel like someone was following him. When he was roasting venison, tiger meat, or bear paws in the forest at the foot of the mountain, sometimes he would feel that a figure is passing by not far away. He also thought that after he went up the mountain every day, his father would scold him every time he went back, and then if you don't have food to eat, go and work in the fields. Aragorn's legs softened, and he couldn't bear it anymore. With hot tears streaming down his face, he turned around on his knees, faced the door of his house and kowtowed 3 times. After a long time, he straightened up, wiped away his tears resolutely, and ran away quickly. Inside the courtyard gate, Aragorn's father squatted and leaned against the door panel. He lifted up his left trousers, revealing a prosthetic foot made of steel plates. He murmured, "Third boy, you are lucky, but you must grasp it. Who are the people living on the mountain? They are disciples of the old immortal Wu Tai Do. That's amazing. It's amazing. I couldn't help but burst into tears. By the time Aragorn arrived at the appointed place, it was exactly half an hour. You're so slow. Wu Xiaoyi was the first to complain. She didn't know how many times she rolled around on the somersault cloud. She lay on the cloud, looked at Aragorn who was somewhat silent, and asked strangely, "Hey, why are your eyes red? Doesn't your father let you go with us?" "No, my father asked me to come with you." Aragorn whispered, wiped his face hard, wiped away the tears completely, and looked at Wu Tian. "Can I call you master?" Wu Tian was non-committal. "Let's go." Wu Fangfang smiled and nodded to Aragorn from the side, held his hand, followed Wu Tian, and whispered, "Don't be sad, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.net. If you are homesick in the future, treat me as your mother." "Thank you, master, I'm fine. I want to learn martial arts from my master, and I won't miss home." Aragorn's eyes were firm, and he took the initiative to help Wu Fangfang take some of her luggage. "No, just put it on top," Wu Fangfang said, and put the bag on the somersault cloud where Wu Xiaoyi was sitting, causing Wu Xiaoyi to protest dissatisfiedly, "It's so crowded, Mom, I can't even roll around like this." Wu Tian, who was walking in front, said, "Let him carry it. If you can't keep up, go back to farming." He turned back and said, "Fang Fang, sit on the somersault cloud. We have to speed up." Wu Fangfang opened her eyes wide, looked at Aragorn who looked quite thin beside her, nodded, handed the bundle to the half-grown child Aragorn, patted his head, and sat on the somersault cloud. "Ah, Mom, it's even more crowded when you come up." Wu Xiaoyi was even more dissatisfied when Wu Fangfang hugged her. "Follow me," Wu Tian said from the front, immediately speeding up his feet and jumping to the front. Buzz! The somersault cloud that was originally flying slowly beside Aragorn also accelerated in an instant, closely following Wu Tian who was running in front, causing Wu Xiaoyi who was sitting on it to giggle. I don't know why it was so funny. It was probably because of the wind. It's very comfortable. Aragorn breathed a sigh of relief, gathered his mood, tied the baggage to his body, and ran after him. This feeling is just like chasing my uncle all over the mountain for more than half a year. But this time, uncle, the master will not leave him behind again. Aragorn thought of all the magical martial arts skills he had seen from Wu Tian, and power seemed to continuously emerge from his legs, and he ran faster. Yu Reading welcomes all book lovers to come and read. The latest, fastest, and most popular serial works are all available in Yu Reading. Mobile phone users, please go and read. Chapter 23, Heading to the Beach. It was afternoon that Wu Tian and his party finally arrived at the nearest town. Are we here?" Wu Xiaoyi, who was sleeping soundly in her mother's arms on the somersault cloud, woke up and rubbed her eyes. When Wu Fangfang saw the town, she jumped off the somersault cloud with Wu Xiaoyi in her arms. "I want to sit on it." Wu Xiaoyi became unhappy. She jumped down from her mother's arms, grabbed the little tail of the somersault cloud, climbed up again, rolled around comfortably, and blinked her big eyes to look at the scenery on both sides of the road. "Onlookers! Xiaoyi, be good, come down and walk by yourself." Wu Fangfang felt a little uncomfortable being watched by so many strangers. "I don't want it, I want it here." Wu Xiaoyi smiled on the cloud, and the somersault cloud carried her slowly forward. "Let her go." Wu Tian walked in front and said without looking back. Aragorn followed at the back with his arms hanging down, sticking out his tongue as tired as a dead dog. He was sweating profusely, his clothes were soaked, his eyes were bloodshot, his lips were extremely dry, the muscles in his two thighs were swollen and trembling, and he trembled as he walked. "Find a restaurant to have some food first and rest for a while before leaving," Wu Tian said, while looking around to see if there was any place like a tavern. Passers-by on both sides of the road who were amazed by the somersault cloud pointed at them and whispered to them, but Wu Tian didn't seem to see or hear them. Aragorn was a little uncomfortable. The sights of the people around him made his hands and feet stiff. He lowered his head and followed the master. It didn't take long. Let's just go here. Wu Tian walked into a restaurant on the street with his wife and apprentice. Cook some home-cooked dishes, the store owner will decide what to do. The few of them quickly sat down at a table. Oh, it's time to eat, it's time to eat. Wu Xiaoyi jumped down from the somersault cloud happily, causing the waiter who served the dishes to look sideways, and his eyes involuntarily drifted to the yellow clouds beside the table. The other diners in the store also looked over one by two and pointed secretly. Wu Tian picked up the vegetables as if nothing had happened, making his daughter Wu Xiaoyi giggle. After eating, Wu Xiaoyi's mouth was already greasy, and Wu Fangfang wiped it clean for her. Aragorn had been eating with his head down, wolfing down the food. After paying the money, Wu Tian took the three of them to rest for a long time. When the sun was no longer so fierce, we set off again. Wu Fangfang took out the black umbrella from the package and sat on the somersault cloud to protect her daughter from the sun. The little girl was sleeping soundly after eating and drinking. As Wu Tian walked, he thought, and he felt a few tails in the distance behind him. After leaving the city, a few sneaky guys followed him. Pay attention to adjusting your breathing. The muscles of the whole body must be coordinated and connected as one. This is considered exertion. Just using brute force is not martial arts, it is stupid. Wu Tian gave instructions to this new disciple as he walked. The speed at which they walked now was definitely not slow in the eyes of ordinary people, but compared to their walking speed in the morning, it was not fast at all. It was just a walk after dinner at most. Aragorn accepted the instruction respectfully while adjusting his own strength. His talent is extremely high. Basically, he can understand, learn, and master almost everything Wu Tian has pointed out. Wu Tian secretly sighed, this kid is so clever and his martial arts talent is probably not much worse than the little Sun Wukong in the original work. Little Sun Wukong can learn turtle-style Qigong at a glance. I wonder how far this kid can go. It's just a pity that he is a little cunning at such a young age. If your mind is not pure, you may not be able to ride on the somersault cloud. Wu Tian also attacked Aragorn from time to time while on the road. This is to train Aragorn's reaction and adaptability, and gradually learn to use tricks to deal with them. When Aragorn's movements were wrong, Wu Tian would slap and pull on him from time to correct his exertion skills. Some basic concepts of attack and defense will also be demonstrated. In terms of teaching disciples, Wu Tian has some similarities with the concept of teaching disciples became immortal in the original work. They did not continue the traditional martial arts instruction of Master Wu, but instead focused more on training their disciples' physical fitness in all aspects. As long as the disciple can be given a body with excellent strength, stamina, speed, flexibility, coordination, reflexes, etc., can any martial arts moves be used? The specific number of martial arts methods depends on the individual practice of the disciples. Are these people rushing to die? A few gangster-looking people following Wu Tian and the others cursed in a low voice. They originally followed in a concealed manner, but Wu Tian and the others were a bit fast, so they had to hurry up. Hurry up and chase after you blatantly. This does not look like a robber with malicious intentions, but more like a righteous man chasing the robber. They stopped. One of the sharp-eyed ones saw Wu Tian and the four of them stopping by a river in front of them from a distance, and couldn't help but said with joy, they are really looking for death on their own. We are chasing them hard, but they actually stopped at this time. Hehe, I thought they discovered our brothers, but now it seems, that magical cloud will belong to our brothers. When the time comes, it will be sold to those rich men, and the gold, silver, and jewelry will come just by asking. The man almost drooled as he spoke. Seeing the tails approaching, Wu Tian patted Aragorn on the shoulder by the river and said, "Go ahead, give it a try." He pushed Aragorn towards the gangsters who were approaching. "Is this kid okay?" Although Wu Fangfang has practiced martial arts with Wu Taitu for several years, after all, he is not very good at it. His basic self-defense skills are passable, but his ability to recognize people's skills is gone. Don't worry. Wu Tian signaled to his wife that there was no need to worry. Another person who was not worried at all was Wu Xiaoyi. She was sitting on the somersault cloud and was having fun. She thought it was so fun. Brother Aragorn, come on. Defeat them. Oh. When she knew Aragorn's name, she called him Aragorn. Brother Gong. The leader of the gangsters snorted, pointed angrily at the yellow cloud under Wu Xiaoyi's butt, and said loudly, "Listen, you guys, if you are wise, hand over your cloud quickly, and maybe I can spare you a few life. Otherwise, no one will collect your bodies in this wilderness." Unexpectedly, Aragorn had already rushed over after saluting opposite them. "Hey brat, you're still looking for death." The gangster picked up his sleeves and rushed to meet Aragorn, waving his hands to hit him, but Aragorn cleverly ducked and avoided his attack while running. Aragorn himself took advantage of the situation, relying on the strength of his own upper body and hand movements when he rushed over, and at the same time, he naturally connected the muscles and bones of his whole body in one place. In an instant, the muscles were pushing and squeezing one by one, and all the huge force rushed towards his right fist, and finally hit the gangster's chin hard. Boom dash! The gangster was actually punched away by the thin-looking Aragorn, and flew a long way before falling to the ground with a thud. Oh! So awesome! Wu Xiaoyi, who was sitting on the somersault cloud, was so happy that she clapped her hands. It was so fun for these people to fight. Bang 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 bang! Aragorn fought more and more smoothly, walking back and forth among several gangsters, using his fists and feet to hit whoever he saw. Soon, he knocked down all of them. Aragorn didn't just learn martial arts from Wu Tian today. Strictly speaking, for the past 6 months, he had been running around with Wu Tian in the mountains every day, and he was already half a disciple of Wu Tian. Even Aragorn himself did not expect that he could defeat these people. These people obviously looked difficult to mess with, but he defeated them easily. Usually in the village, he would be a little afraid of even the few rogues, but now he easily defeated these big men in front of him. He stared blankly at his palms. After waking up, he quickly turned around and saluted Wu Tian, "Master." This was the power taught to him by his master, and this was the martial arts that changed his life. But Wu Tian's eyes narrowed and he saw on the ground behind Aragorn. The gangster leader took out a tubular object from his arms, pointed the round black hole at Aragorn's back, and gritted his teeth to pull something. Organ! Bang! A loud noise. The fire flashed and black smoke rose. The man himself screamed, and the recoil nearly broke his wrist. The most important thing is that the black smoke of gunpowder smoked his face black and made him cry tears. Aragorn was stunned and turned around suddenly. The master actually ran behind him in the blink of an eye. Wu Tian held a bullet in his finger, and it was still steaming faintly. He looked at it carefully, then casually used his fingers to shape it into long strips, small balls, thin slices, etc., and finally rolled it into a metal lump and threw it to the ground. The man who fired the gun was so frightened that he opened his mouth wide and was speechless. His dark face showed off his white teeth. Even his accomplices who were screaming in pain on the ground next to him stopped their voices and looked at Wu Tian without blinking, for fear that the old man would pinch people like him like this. Get lost! Wu Tian didn't look at these people. He just walked over and grabbed one, and threw the other into the distance. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.net. Soon these people had disappeared in front of the 4 Wu Tian. Let's go, get to the beach and settle down first. With that said, the 4 of them set off again. They ate and slept in the open all the way, but they were content. Even the youngest girl Wu Xiaoyi grew up in the mountains. Living with the sky as her quilt and the earth as her mat made her feel happy. She couldn't see enough scenery during the day, and she still had the energy to go to the woods, wilderness, and other places at night. The adventure in the valley scared Aragorn to follow her cautiously. The little girl is either sleeping on a somersault cloud, but whenever she is awake, she is always smiling and happy. Aragorn was miserable. Not only did he have to train hard during the day, but he also had to fight Wu Tian at night, and he also had to be the little girl Wu Xiaoyi's bodyguard from time to time. Of course Wu Tian would not embarrass Aragorn, he just thought that for such a martial arts genius, the direct instruction method was suitable. In practice with masters, he was able to summarize his mistakes at an extremely fast speed and make the greatest progress. Before you know it, the days are passing by, and the sound of the waves is right in front of you. His eyes were drawn back to the first section of Wu Tian's journey. The few gangsters who were thrown away by Wu Tian had all turned into corpses that had been eaten by wild beasts where they landed. It can be vaguely seen on their slightly blurry bodies. They all have blood-red eyeballs, lips, and cheeks withered and purple, and their hands are clutching their necks. They died in an extremely miserable manner, as if they were suffering from immense pain when they died. Beside them, lay the corpses of several wild wolves, those who died from eating their carcasses by mistake. UU Reading welcomes all book lovers to come and read. The latest, fastest, and most popular serial works are all available in UU Reading. Mobile phone users please go and read. Chapter 24, Practicing Martial Arts at the Beach. Ahead is a small fishing village by the sea, in a remote place. Wu Tian and his party came here. Wu Xiaoyi curiously stood on the somersault cloud and looked at the seaside not far away. She couldn't close her small mouth. It's so big, Mom, is this the sea? It's so beautiful. This was the first time Wu Xiaoyi saw the sea. In fact, this was Wu Fangfang's first time seeing the sea, and now she was shocked by the vastness of the sea. Let's go and have a look at the village over there. Wu Tian led them towards the fishing village over there. They could vaguely see someone walking out of the fishing village. They had discovered outsiders like them. Aragorn followed, and now all the baggage and packages had been thrown on him. His master euphemistically called it training. Suddenly, he looked at the village getting closer and closer over there in surprise. Why don't these people wear clothes? Ah! Daddy and the others are so embarrassed. Wu Xiaoyi was so scared that she was buried in a somersault cloud and did not dare to look at the people in the fishing village again. Wu Tian also frowned and looked at the group of men and women in front of him who were wearing no shirts and only a piece of covering cloth. These indigenous people generally have a bronze complexion, which is the result of years of exposure to the sun. At this time, they were watching Wu Tian and the other four, with expressions in their eyes that were even more surprised than Wu Tian and the others. Why are these people still wearing clothes? It's incredible. Aragorn turned away and did not dare to look again. He asked in Wu Tian's ear, Master, this. Wu Fangfang also looked at Wu Tian from the side. Wu Tian shook his head and stopped walking forward. He turned in a direction and went to the grove on the other side of the beach. He said, Forget it, let's go. Dad, why aren't they wearing clothes? Wu Xiaoyi raised her head from the somersault cloud and looked at Wu Tian in confusion. Wu Tian thought for a while and said, You think it's weird that they don't wear clothes? Maybe they think it's weirder that we wear clothes. Daddy is lying, what's so weird about wearing clothes? Wu Xiaoyi obviously didn't think so, her eyes were rolling, and she didn't know what she was thinking. There was a strange scream from behind, and the fishermen followed them in twos and threes. They followed all the way, pointing at Wu Tian and the others in front of them, with expressions of ridicule and contempt on their faces. Wu Fangfang followed her husband without saying a word, grabbing Wu Tian's sleeve nervously. Wu Tian patted his wife's hand in relief. Aragorn said depressedly, Master, these people are so annoying. Do you want to teach them a lesson? Wu Tian glanced at this apprentice and said, Do your own thing and ignore them. Aragorn wanted to say more, but suddenly he was hit by a stone on the back of his head. In pain, Aragorn looked back angrily. Sure enough, it was thrown by those uncivilized fishermen. Ha ha ha! The fishermen who followed laughed loudly, as if they had seen something new, and they continued to point. Wu Tian said nothing. He really felt there was nothing to be angry about. In his eyes, the people following him were no different from a bunch of mosquitoes, wild beasts, and weeds on the roadside. The red-haired Shanks in one piece could laugh it off even if a bastard poured wine on his head. Luffy Zoro faced everyone's ridicule and beatings in the tavern but did not fight back. This is not because I can tolerate it, but because my state of mind and vision are not on the same level as those people. The strong do not become strong by bullying the weak, but by surpassing themselves and defeating the stronger. That's too bad. The little girl Wu Xiaoyi was so angry that she glared at those people without showing any signs of weakness. As a result, some of the male fishermen on the opposite side actually tore off the covering cloth and dangled the thing under their crotch in a high-spirited manner. Wu Xiaoyi said wow and hid in her father's arms in fright. Wu Fangfang also turned her head. It's so annoying. Aragorn gritted his teeth. Wu Tian, who had always been unfazed, also narrowed his eyes. He pushed his wife and daughter behind him calmly, looked at the humanoid object making insulting gestures opposite him calmly, and slowly raised his hand. A beam of light intertwined with thunder and fire shot out from his mouth, middle, and fingers. With a bang, the humanoid object turned into a headless humanoid object, twitching and falling down weakly. The jeers stopped suddenly, and an eerie silence appeared among the group of people on the opposite side. Soon, with a boom, the birds and beasts dispersed. Let's go. Wu Tian turned around. After walking through the beach, the four of them came to the small forest. Wu Tian looked for suitable wood to build a wooden house. Aragorn's skills were still shallow, so he could only help him with some physical work. The method of splitting trees into logs with bare hands is something he can't do yet. While Wu Tian casually chopped out suitable wood with his knife, he glanced at Aragorn who was thinking about something beside him, smiled, and asked, "Did you think of anything?" The disciple is wondering why the master didn't take action at the beginning, but then he took action. Aragorn answered honestly. "Have you figured out the answer? Come out with. Tell me." Aragorn said slowly, "Master, you ask me why I want to practice martial arts. At that time, I just felt that practicing martial arts with my master was the only way for me to leave the farmland. What now? Do you know why you practice martial arts?" Aragorn said, "Master, I think my desire to practice martial arts is to have the strength to protect the people and things I care about." He stared at Wu Tian with bright eyes. Wu Tian smiled and patted Aragorn on the head, "Hurry up and get your house ready. Do you still want to sleep in my and your wife's house?" After saying that, he walked into the wooden house, turned his right palm, puffed, and a blazing flame appeared in his palm. Aragorn responded loudly, feeling that his whole body was filled with power. He followed Wu Tian's approach and built a wooden house next to Wu Tian's wooden house. However, he was not able to hammer down the wooden piles with his hands, so he had to pile them up like building blocks. It is estimated that if the wind gets stronger, they will fall apart. When the air in the room was heated by the fireball and rolled outward, Wu Tian looked at his feet, then went outside to get some wood and covered the ground with a layer of wooden boards. At this time, Wu Fangfang, mother and daughter, who went to pick wild vegetables in the forest, also came back. "I'm going to get some meat. This is the beach. I'm going to find some seafood," Wu Tian said, walking away. When the starry night falls, fires light up in front of the two wooden houses on the beach. A family of 3 plus a young apprentice eats and chats, and the night goes by like this. In the dark forest, there was a faint figure disappearing. The next day, Aragorn was pulled up by his master early in the morning and went for a morning run around the coastline. Without the baggage on him, Wu Tian actually asked him to run away carrying an extremely heavy wooden pile this time. Waves of waves were lapping at his feet, and there was a faint white fish belly on the distant seashore. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.net. Thus began Aragorn's ascetic life by the sea. After getting up early every morning for a morning run, his master would drive him to the rocks to practice martial arts against the waves. As for the various other extreme runs with weights of 1,000 meters, carrying a mountain-like pile of wood on the beach to do push-ups but not allowing a piece of wood to roll down, and other tricks, Aragorn was even more miserable. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. Wow! Aragorn was practicing boxing deeper and deeper, and now he was far away from the shore. Waves a few people high were rushing towards him, but he could remain motionless on the rocks and box on his own. He was bare-chested, revealing his strong muscles. The sea water and sweat slid down his body, revealing a masculine beauty. I don't know when the master will come up this time. Aragorn looked at the sea in the distance and murmured thoughtfully. Suddenly, a figure rushed out of the sea with a bang and floated above the sea. Who could it be if it wasn't Wu Tian? Wu Tian breathed out a sigh of relief, his expression a little helpless. Using seawater pressure to replace the gravity chamber is still too ineffective. Moreover, Wu Tian clenched his fists. The potential of his current body has almost reached its end. In the past year or so, he could clearly feel that his strength progress was getting slower and slower. Wu Tian flew towards the shore. Aragorn looked at the sky, then jumped from the rock into the sea, puff puff puff, puff puff, and swam quickly to the shore. At night, Aragorn sat in front of Wu Tian. Qi is the source of life hidden deep in everyone's body. Yu Reading welcomes all book lovers to come and read. The latest, fastest, and most popular serial works are all available in Yu Reading. Mobile phone users please go and read. Chapter 25 3x Wu Xian Fist. Day by day, night by night. Wu Tian practiced by himself during the day and taught Aragorn the secrets of Qigong at night. Aragorn's talent is indeed outstanding. After more than 10 days, he was able to initially activate the breath in his body, and after a month, he was able to fly into the sky. Wu Tian, who tried to exercise deep into the depths of the sea and only saved his life by relying on fairy beans, gradually gave up on this kind of practice, fully understanding that the limits of his body ended here. He probably remembered that at the beginning of the plot in the original work, Kame Sennin's combat power was more than 170. By reasonable calculation, when the original Kame Sennin was young, his combat power should be over 200. But considering Kamizento's fear of Piccolo, he probably won't be more afraid of Piccolo. So Wu Tian estimates that he is probably between 240 and 260 now. Think about the original work, Ricklin, Tianjin Fan, and Yamcha. 1 or 2 of them can easily break through thousands or tens of thousands, but he can only to be able to stop at just 200, even if he is as determined as he is, there is still a trace of sadness. If that's the case, let's go ahead and develop that. Wu Tian made up his mind that before finding the Dragon Ball and making a wish, he would no longer engage in such meaningless practice, and would instead develop the skill that had completed most of the work in the ninja world. Back in the ninja world, after learning about the power of his Manjiki Sharingan, Wu Tian began to study this technique. Because he knew very well that he couldn't go crazy enough to steal his biological brother's eyes, just to gain immortal light for himself. Although he is just an outsider who has been reborn through time, this cannot change the final moral bottom line and principles of life in his heart. Therefore, in order to cherish the power of his eyes and to have the ability to protect himself even after losing his light, he has been researching and developing the 2 kaleidoscope eye techniques of his eyes into usable secret techniques. That is to say, in principle, it is a ninjutsu that can be learned and mastered, rather than a special ability that must be used with his eyes. Unfortunately, before this plan was fully completed, his brother Uchiha Musashi had already forced him to a dead end. Wu Tian was so disheartened that he activated the 2 pupil techniques in his eyes with all his strength, sublimating the chakra in his body to the extreme, and died together with Musashi. Now in this Dragon Ball world, since Qi is different from Chakra, all work has to start again. But with previous experience in the ninja world, I believe it can save a lot of time. So, in the next few months, Aragorn saw that his master was no longer practicing hard in the sea. Wu Tian either stood on the beach, or sat quietly in the air, or closed his eyes and meditated, or performed deductions with his hands, and the white aura disappeared and appeared in his hands. Is master developing a new martial art? Aragorn was secretly surprised. Time passed little by little. During this period, Wu Xiaoyi was really bored and started learning martial arts from Aragorn, but she was so exhausted that she gave up. Wu Fangfang has been silently preparing 3 meals a day for them, taking care of her daughter, and supporting Wu Tian. She is a woman with a very traditional character. No, it's a little worse. If you don't have complete control, you won't be able to use it to the maximum extent. What's the difference? Wu Tian was floating in the air, his brows furrowed. The inner energy in his body surged and gathered on his right palm. The white light was as bright as the sun, but he was not satisfied at all. He blasted out the air with a single palm, boom, causing a huge wave several meters high. This kind of thing can be regarded as good martial arts at best. It is still far away from the secret technique that I imagine to be comparable to Kyokan. Wu Tian shook his head and started again. He once again immersed all his mind in the inner energy of his body, and his spiritual thoughts seemed to turn into thousands of filaments, seeping into the depths of every inner energy in his body. Maybe this can be done. Wu Tian was suspended above the sea. He concentrated his energy, and his aura increased. The energy in his body was about to explode, and a layer of white flame-like light appeared around him. Master is so amazing! Aragorn exclaimed as he looked at Wu Tian in mid-air on the coast. After he mastered Qi sense, this was the first time he saw Wu Tian show his full strength. Wu Tian faced the vast sea, stretched out his palms forward, and then put them together on the right side of his waist. Martial, Xian, Qi, Gong. A ball of blue-white light quickly condensed between his palms. With a final boom, Wu Tian pushed forward with both palms, and the light in his hands turned into a thick blue-white qigong wave, which shot towards the distant sea like lightning. The qigong waves flew close to the surface of the sea water and rolled up waves more than 10 meters high on both sides. Wu Tian controlled the qigong waves with his palms and continued to shoot forward, with veins pulsing on his head. Continue. Constantly squeezing the qi in the body, all the energy pours into the palms of the hands, and then pushes out. It lasted for more than half a minute before the huge qigong wave gradually dispersed on the sea. An invisible semi-cylindrical seaway was refilled by crashing waves. So strong! What kind of move is this? Aragorn was shocked to see it. The qigong wave gradually dissipated, and Wu Tian floated in the air, panting. Feeling the little energy remaining in his body, he nodded secretly. Next, it depends on how far he can go with such a small amount of energy. Wu Tian raised his right palm, trying to gather his inner energy and use the flame knife, but nothing appeared on his palm. Instead, he was floating in mid-air and almost fell. With too little qi, it would be difficult to maintain even the Wukong technique. Wu Tian pursed his lips and recalled how he felt when he used the double eye technique to control qi and transform qi. That feeling! It was the feeling of completely controlling the power of his whole body. It was the feeling that he could use even a little bit of it. The feeling of being able to destroy the world with just one drop of power. Wrong! Tried again and again and failed again and again. Wu Tian seemed to be possessed, even absent-mindedly eating. Finally, on this day 4.5 months later, Wu Tian was suspended in mid-air above the sea as usual. He assumed a martial arts qigong posture and looked at the boundless ocean in front of him with a calm expression. The qigong in the body seemed to be boiling. Buzz! Blue and white qigong waves condensed in the palms of his waist, and the light flashed, making his face change in light and dark. Qigong waves are constantly expanding, compressing, expanding, compressing. The momentum is rising steadily. This, Master's aura is several times stronger than a few months ago. Aragorn was dumbfounded at the beach. He couldn't help but feel ashamed when he thought about how little progress he had made since his hard training these days. Boom boom boom. Wu Tian pushed out the Qigong wave. Suddenly, a Qigong wave that was several times more powerful than 4.5 months ago was like a dragon coming out of the sea, rolling up a huge wave tens of meters high and rushing unstoppably into the distance. Boom! Wu Tian pulled the palms of his hands to launch Qigong waves, and the Qigong waves shot out actually turned a corner. Wu Tian pulled up his palms, and Qigong waves in the distance actually rose into the sky. This is too exaggerated. Aragorn, who had been watching on the beach, was almost frightened. This method of controlling Qigong was simply miraculous and beyond the imagination of a beginner like him. Wu Tian pressed down hard with both palms. The white dragon transformed into a Qigong wave was hovering in the sky, and suddenly it fell from the sky. Boom! There was a shocking explosion on the sea, stirring up waves more than 100 meters high. Aragorn was covered with rain-like water drops, and he couldn't close his mouth. He was speechless. This kind of power was beyond his imagination of human power. But he didn't know that although Wu Tian was somewhat satisfied, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.net was not satisfied. This is only about 3 times the power. You must know that if he uses the kaleidoscope eye technique and activates it with all his strength, he can fully stimulate 30 times the explosive power. But firstly, his mental strength could not support such an intense pupil technique, and how many seconds he could use it was a question. Secondly, in order to cherish his pupil power and keep the brightness of his eyes as much as possible, he could not use the pupil technique at will. Not to mention it is driven with such high power. Let's call it Wuxian Fist. Wu Tian said silently, this name is naturally based on the Kyo Fist in the original work. In contrast, although the Kyo Fist can also explode several times the strength, but the load on the human body is too great. Like Sun Wukong in the original book, every time he uses Kyo Fist, his whole body will be in pain and he will die. But the Wuxian Fist he developed would not be like this. Because in essence, this move only relies on the martial arts master's absolute grasp of his own power, and then uses it to the limit to exert stronger power. This is actually nothing like turtle-style Qigong, a unique skill that can explode with higher power. The difference is that a certain boundary has been broken and the power has become more exaggerated. Of course, this move also has stricter requirements on the user's qualifications and talents. It can be said to be extremely strict. Wu Tian believed that those who were not true martial arts geniuses would not be able to learn anything at all. He himself has a unique advantage in mastering the kaleidoscope because he has a kaleidoscope and has experience in using the kaleidoscope eye technique. Wu Tian flew back to the coast, and it was time to leave here. Wu Xian Liu, it was time to find an opportunity to open a gym. Chapter 26, Wuzhen Ryu Gym, Part 1. Temple. God Piccolo stood on the edge, looking down at the world. His face was serious, with a bit of surprise and shock, as if he had seen something incredible. The feeling that Qigong Wave gave him. That's enough to kill Piccolo. It's enough to kill him. Why is this happening? God Piccolo did not feel at all that when Wu Tian sent out that Qigong Wave, the qi in his body had exceeded the limit. What's more, the intensity of his own qi and the intensity of the Qigong waves he sends out, are hugely different. About 3 times. His Qigong wave can actually explode his Kung Fu with 3 times the power? Is this still martial arts in the human world? The gods were surprised here, but what they didn't know was, Wu Tian's Wuxian Fist didn't just release stronger Qigong waves. It is a Kaioken-like move without the heavy load on the body, and can exponentially increase the user's strength. How far can you go? Wu Tian. In other words, what kind of future do you see? God Piccolo murmured to himself, and after a long time, he turned and left the edge. Wuxian Quan? Master, what is Wuxianquan? On the beach, the master and apprentice walked side by side to the cabin. Aragorn asked in surprise and confusion. To put it simply, Wuxianquan is a move that allows the user to exert greater power. Well, it's not appropriate to call it a move. It should probably be called something like the heart technique, general technique. Wu Tian, after thinking for a while, he replied. Aragorn. This is even more incomprehensible. Wu Tian smiled, noticed Aragorn's increasingly confused expression, and said, for example, suppose you fight with an ordinary person who has never practiced martial arts. Aragorn smiled, Master, isn't this fair? Assuming that your physical strength is exactly the same, Aragorn, who do you think will win? Of course I will win. Aragorn said matter-of-factly, looking at his master with some confusion. Even if his physical strength is smaller than that of an ordinary person, he can't lose against someone who has never practiced martial arts, right? Wu Tian then asked, why do you think you can win? Because I have practiced martial arts with my master. Aragorn said. Seeing his master's expression, he seemed dissatisfied, so he had to continue thinking. After thinking about it, Aragorn suddenly understood. He said thoughtfully, it is precisely because I have practiced martial arts that I know how to use the least amount of effort to punch, the most powerful fist. And I also know better than ordinary people how to maximize savings. Use your own physical strength to avoid unnecessary waste. Wu Tian patted Aragorn on the head and felt a little relieved. A smart apprentice is easy to teach, and said, that's it. The energy in your body is equivalent to your physical strength, and the master's Wuxian fist is equivalent to your martial arts master's. Compared with ordinary people who have superior force skills and experience, if you master Wuxianquan, you can use the smallest amount of energy to exert the greatest strength. That's it. Master, Wuxianquan is so powerful, can you teach me? Aragorn's eyes lit up. Of course the master can teach you if you want to, but, it depends on you whether you can learn it in the end. Wu Tian himself is not sure whether someone without his Manjikyo Sharingan can master the Wuxian fist. And he doesn't have much confidence. I will definitely be able to learn it. Aragorn was full of confidence. Since learning martial arts from Wu Tian, he has been going smoothly. Basically, he can learn everything Wu Tian taught him very quickly. Hope so. Wu Tian waved his hand, not saying how optimistic he was or not being very optimistic. Soon, the two of them had returned to the wooden house where they were temporarily staying. Come back. Wu Fangfang had already prepared the meal. At this time, the little girl's happy voice came from the sky, oh, let's eat, and with a swipe, a somersault cloud fell from the sky and stopped next to Wu Tian and the others. The little girl Wu Xiaoyi rolled her eyes and muttered, next time the somersault cloud moves around again, I won't take you out to play. Obviously somersault cloud is taking you out to play. Aragorn looked amused. Wu Xiaoyi was obviously a little dizzy from doing somersaults in the sky and was holding on to the clouds. He did know that the somersault cloud given to Wu Xiaoyi by his master was very magical, just like a living thing. With the master's instructions, there was no way that somersault cloud would make Wu Xiaoyi fall from the sky. As he was thinking about it, Aragorn remembered the last time he tried to do somersaults and fell off his butt. Wu Xiaoyi laughed at him for a long time. Why can't I sit on it? Aragorn was depressed for a long time. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.net. Seeing the innocent look of the little girl on the somersault cloud, Wu Tian and his wife looked at each other and were both amused. At night, after coaxing her daughter to sleep, Wu Fangfang asked Wu Tian, "Are you leaving?" Wu Tian nodded, stretched out his arms to hug his wife, and said, "Yes, there is nothing to stay here." Wu Fangfang patted her. He said angrily, "You also said that if you let your daughter stay at the beach with you for so long, you are not afraid of suffocating her." Wu Tian apologized, yes, I didn't think well. After thinking for a while, he said, "Let's leave tomorrow and find a bigger city to open a martial arts gym. Our family can retire there." "What nonsense are you talking about? Are you very old?" Wu Fangfang patted him again. "I'm over 40, I'm old enough," Wu Tian said. Wu Fangfang suddenly fell silent. Wu Tian also suddenly realized his gaffe and felt a little regretful. Why did he say such a thing? Suddenly feeling a hand touching his face, Wu Fangfang came over, looked at Wu Tian dreamingly, and said softly, "Brother Tian, you don't look like a man in his 40s, at most you look like a 27-year-old. A young boy of 8. But I am already old, I will get old." Wu Tian opened his mouth to say something, but his lips were already sealed. Wu Tian was startled when a vague feeling of moisture touched his face, and then sighed slightly in his heart. 7 days later. In Saiwan Castle, one of the largest cities in the east, in an inconspicuous location on the street, a small store was replaced with a sign that read Musen Ryu Gym at some point. Shop sign. Yu Reading welcomes all book lovers to come and read. The latest, fastest, and most popular serial works are all available in Yu Reading. Mobile phone users please go and read. Chapter 27, Musen Ryu Gym, Part 2. People were coming and going on the street, but not many people noticed that a new store had opened in an inconspicuous place, and it was also a martial arts gym. Martial arts. 10 years ago, when the great demon king Piccolo was invincible, many martial artists were despised to death by many people. At the beginning, many martial artists went to challenge the great demon king and wanted to win peace for the world, but, without exception, they all died at the hands of the great demon king. I heard that even the famous martial arts master was defeated. Then, most of the martial artists went into hiding, and the consequence of this was, the people around them despised and abused them. Gradually, the martial artists no longer claimed to be martial artists, and some martial arts schools accepted disciples. Find another way out. It wasn't until the great demon king gradually disappeared 10 years ago, and there were reports that unknown heroes killed the great demon king. After a few years, the former martial artists gradually reappeared. Bah! What ghost shadow fist? Bullshit! That's right, they know how to bully people. It's amazing to learn martial arts. When the big devil was here, why didn't you hear that they and the big devil could go there? 2 boys, one fat and one skinny, were walking on the street. They both had bruises and swollen faces. They had obviously been raped by someone. Got beaten up. Hey, since when did someone live here? The little fat man suddenly stopped, looked up at the sign hanging at the door, and said in surprise, "Wu, Xian, Lu." He pulled his good friend beside him, pointed to the sign and asked him, "Along, do you know this place?" The thinner boy named Aaron took one look at the Musen Ryu signboard and immediately curled his lips. "What a big tone, are you more powerful than those ghost shadow boxers? Oh, none of these martial arts practitioners are good. What are you doing, going in? Go home. I want to go in and have a look," the little fat man said hesitantly. Of course he was not convinced by being bullied often, but he didn't dare to go to the ghost shadow boxing gym to learn. That would be a sheep entering the tiger's mouth. It happened to be new here. Having opened a martial arts gym, the little fat man naturally wanted to give it a try. "Come on, it's just your size." The boy Aaron shook his head and struck the little fat man mercilessly. "You can leave or not, I'm leaving. I'm going in. I won't leave. What's wrong with being fat? Can't you practice martial arts if you are fat? My mother said being fat means you are lucky." The little fat man was unexpectedly stubborn. Seeing that his good friend was still beating him up, he was even more uneasy. "Accepted defeat. That's because your mother is fatter than you." Aaron curled his lips and cursed in his heart, and waved his hand impatiently. "Forget it, let's go in with you and take a look." The little fat man immediately beamed and said, "Haha, let's go." As he said that, he walked into the martial arts gym excitedly. Aaron sighed behind him and followed him in. As soon as you enter, you go around a wall with a big word martial written on it, and then you come to a small front yard. In the yard are some sandbags, stone piers, stone locks and other props that look like they are used for martial arts training. It doesn't look like anything great. Aaron curled his lips and became even more impatient. Hey, there's a little girl over there, the little fat man said suddenly. Aaron looked over after hearing this, and sure enough he saw an 8 or 9-year-old girl walking out of the backyard. Beside her, there was also a teenager boy. This boy has a semi-dark complexion, walks steadily and powerfully, and looks very mature despite his small stature. Aragorn also spotted Aaron and little Fatty standing opposite. He asked, "Are you here to learn martial arts?" Thinking that this was the first time an outsider had come in since opening the gym, he was a little happy and spoke very loudly. Peaceful. He's coming to learn martial arts. I'm just coming to take a look. Aaron quickly expressed his position. The boy opposite him felt weird and uncomfortable. Oh, then come with me and meet my master. Aragorn nodded and didn't care much. He lowered his head and said to Wu Xiaoyi, "Xiaoyi, I'll take him to the back first. Didn't we agree to go play on the street?" Wu Xiaoyi was unhappy, looking at the fat man opposite him with disgust. "I'll buy you some more food on the street later, okay?" Aragorn compromised. This young lady was not easy to mess with. When he didn't learn the air dance technique, she often teased him with somersault clouds. Once again, Wu Xiaoyi placed a long piece of cloth horizontally on the somersault cloud, hung it with Aragorn tied underneath, and spun around in the sky. When he came down, Aragorn was completely confused, and his legs were shaking. The little fat man and Aragorn went in. Aaron was waiting outside, staring at Wu Xiaoyi. After a while, the little fat man walked out with Aragorn again. "Get ready, let's learn it formally tomorrow," Aragorn said. "Well, I will definitely study hard." The little fat man's eyes were full of stars, as if he had just seen something extraordinary in the backyard. When he left, Aaron couldn't help but ask him, "What happened to you? What did you see when you went in?" "Haha." The little fat man just smiled. "Fat man, don't tell me." "He he he." After shocking a little fat man, Wu Tian shook his head and laughed in the backyard. "Brother Tian, are you really showing off in front of a child?" Wu Fangfang scolded him, but Wu Tian said indifferently, "Isn't that what these children and young people come to learn martial arts for? Don't let them. If you know that you can learn real things in our martial arts gym, why would you come here? Yet, by the way, I heard last time, what's the name of the largest martial arts gym in the city?" Wu Tian asked his wife. "It's called Ghost Shadow Fist, right?" Wu Fangfang thought for a while. "Let Aragorn go there in 2 days." Wu Tian thought about it for half a second and then decided. "Let that child Aragorn come to visit? He will be bullied, right? Wu Fangfang is also Wu Taidu's daughter after all, so it's not like she doesn't understand anything." But Wu Tian smiled and said, "They are so angry that they can just knock on the door. Then we can deal with them one by one. It will save trouble and more people will come to learn martial arts from us." Wu Fangfang laughed at him. "Look at you, why are you so clever?" Wu Tian said, "There is no way. If the master hadn't told me when he left, I wouldn't have wanted to accept any apprentices. It's not that I don't want to accept apprentices. But the most ideal apprentice will not appear until 300 years later. With a future disciple like Sun Wukong who has the best temperament and qualifications in his heart, he would not want to accept other people." Then he said, "Actually, I'm worried that Aragorn is enough to deal with those people alone, so I don't need to take action." Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.net. Is this kid Aragorn so powerful? Wu Fangfang was surprised. It's not that he's great, it's that there are too many people in the world who are just famous. Wu Tian shook his head, remembering the scene at the world's #1 martial arts association in the original work. Sun Wukong aside, even the fledgling Klin could easily win on this stage. He wanted to shake his head. This is not the world's best martial arts club, it's like a city competition. If it weren't for the support of Sun Wukong and his group, it would be at the level of a rural martial arts competition, with clowns jumping up and down on the stage one by one, making people laugh. When the world's #1 martial arts club came to the end, the audience didn't even recognize the martial arts master's qigong waves and air dance skills. They thought they were magic and sleight of hand, and in the end they crowned a world champion who looked like a clown like Satan. This shows that at that time, there were fewer and fewer real martial arts masters in the world. However, it is inappropriate to interfere with the strength of the overall martial arts community on Earth. What if a geek emerges, and after his own guidance, he will be like Krillin in the original work, and his strength will soar like a rocket, and then be passed down from generation to generation, and the Earth's martial arts world will flourish, eventually leading to the Scions and the others at the other end of space. Wouldn't it be unfair to directly send a combat team over? So this matter must at least wait until Kakarot comes to Earth before considering it. Wu Tian looked at the sky. When things at the martial arts hall stabilized, he planned to leave everything to Aragorn, and he would go out and travel from time to time. Wuxianquan needs to continue to deepen and improve, but on the other hand, what if I accidentally encounter a Dragon Ball? UU Reading welcomes all book lovers to come and read. The latest, fastest, and most popular serial works are all available in UU Reading. Mobile phone users, please go and read. Chapter 28, The Unable to Learn the Martial Arts Boxing. More than a month later, Aaron, a boy who was grounded by his parents for fighting, was finally released. Early in the morning, he walked to the street, breathing in the fresh and free air that he had not seen for a long time, and suddenly, what are these people doing? He looked at the two groups of people running past the street in confusion. They were wearing uniform white Taoist uniforms with the word embroidered on their left chests. This early in the morning, they were full of energy and walked out of the street. They ran over in unison with a bang 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 sound. Suddenly, Aaron's eyes widened. He saw an acquaintance in the two groups. Fat Man! He shouted out loud, and sure enough, the people in the team he was looking at turned their heads to look at him as soon as they heard the sound, and raised their hands to wave to him enthusiastically. There are 10 people in each of these two teams, and he is in the penultimate position of one of the teams. It's just, is this really the Fat Man he knows? Not fat at all. Etienne was a little puzzled, because this Fat Man was actually a little handsome after losing weight. No, so these people are students from that martial arts gym? He remembered the martial arts gym he went to with Fatty before he was grounded. Fat Man, run! We have to go around the city. The top 3 will allow senior brother Aragon to fly several times into the sky. The man running behind the Fat Man reminded him. Oh, yes, I must go to the sky today. The Fat Man felt a steady stream of motivation in himself. Oh my God, it would be great to be able to go up to the sky and fly around for a few times. If the elder brother hadn't strictly prohibited them from running around and bumping into pedestrians on the road before leaving the city gate, he would have run ahead with all his strength. Soon, the Fat Man followed the large team and ran away towards the city gate. As for Aaron, brothers are not as important as God. Aaron put down his hand, looked around, and asked the uncle selling breakfast next to him, "Uncle, do these people run around like this early in the morning every day?" Uncle Zaozao glanced at him and said, "How long has it been since you guys left home? Doesn't anyone in the Wuxian style know? This Wuxian style is really amazing. You don't know that a month ago, those ghosts, the people from the Shadow Fist Martial Arts Hall, came right to the door of the Buxin Ryu. Good guy, they brought 50 or 60 people with them, and the whole courtyard of the Buxin Ryu was filled. Is this what I'm asking you?" Aaron was stunned, but he was really interested, so he continued what the uncle said and asked, "Then what?" "I heard that those who use Ghost Shadow Fist are very powerful. That place as small as Wuzhen Ryu is actually, okay. Is everything okay? It's serious. You didn't see it." At that time, a group of people gathered outside the entrance of the Wuzhen Ryu gym and looked in. Everyone waited for a long time to hear how he was beaten inside. "Not bad. What's the result?" "Uncle, can you stop being so cool?" Aaron's mouth twitched, and he subconsciously asked, "Then what?" The uncle gestured exaggeratedly, "Then, all those people from the Ghost Shadow Fist who went in, all swish, 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 flew out. Tisk, 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 the people from the Ghost Shadow Fist are recruiting high this time. People. I heard that they haven't even seen the true face of the old master who opened the gym. You were thrown out without even meeting him." Aaron was in a daze, unable to understand what was going on. "I heard that the old master knew Qigong and could hit people from a distance. At that time, they were in the room, bang bang bang, slap bang, one palm at a time, and they all flew out. He, it's a pity that we were not inside at the time, so we didn't see it with our own eyes. See. What a pity, what a pity." The uncle shook his head. "So powerful," Aaron murmured. He waited on the street for a long time, and as the sun climbed higher, he finally heard the familiar sound of running. Aaron looked over and saw only the two teams of young men in white GI uniforms who had left in the morning returned. It's just that when they went there, they lined up in two lines, but when they came back, they scattered and walked back casually. Most people were either downcast or gritting their teeth unwillingly, while very few people were smiling proudly. The fat man was one of the three people laughing. "Fat man!" Aaron rushed over, looked at the fat man up and down, and gave him a punch. "Okay, where is the compost meat on your body?" The fat man laughed, grinning widely. Aaron was very strange. He said happily, "Aaron, I'm going to heaven." The days repeat like this day by day, and there are more and more students in the martial arts hall, and things are getting more and more on track. After Wu Tian gave some personal guidance to 5 or 6 students, he left them all to Aragorn, the only true disciple at present, while he hid in the backyard with his wife and daughter all day long. It is good that Aragorn is not pure in mind and cannot put all his talents and thoughts on martial arts. Wu Tian does not think there is anything wrong with it. He cannot insist on letting his disciples regard martial arts as everything in their lives. The lives of ordinary people, even martial arts masters, are only 100 years old. Instead of pursuing the endless martial arts, it may be a good choice to spend more energy on life. After all, even if they reach the realm of Klin and the others in the original work, they still have to work hard to survive. In Gods and Gods, Klin even started working as a traffic policeman. In this case, Wu Tian gave full play to Aragorn's little utilitarianism and let him take care of his own sect. There are several unique skills he taught, such as high fire extinguishment, rakery, flame knife and other martial arts version of ninjutsu, as well as the unfinished version of martial arts Qigong. As long as he has done it one by one over the years after mastering it, basically there is nothing that can't be solved about the current minor troubles on the earth. Wuzhen Liu can develop how it wants to, and he doesn't want to interfere too much. As long as Aragorn doesn't think too hard and does something that displeases him, it will be fine. As for the martial immortal fist that Wu Tian passed on to Aragorn, for some unknown reason, Aragorn couldn't find any tricks and was completely unable to get started. It's not true that he doesn't have the talent to master the secret of increasing combat power. For example, the unique skills such as Flame Knife and Thunder Flame Finger developed by Wu Tian actually have the characteristics of strengthening skills. This is different from those of later generations such as Turtle-style Qigong, Demon Penetrating Light Killing Cannon, Magic Flash and so on. They are the same, there is no difference. The significance of Wuxianquan is that it is not a formal move, but a mind method, something similar to Tao that can infinitely improve the goal of doubling one's skill in a real sense. To use an analogy that Wu Tian used, Wuxian Fist is equivalent to a professional qualification certificate for martial arts masters. If turtle-style Qigong can exert twice the power, it means that this martial arts master has already been able to master the second-level Wuxian Fist. Similarly, being able to exert about 4 times the power of the demon Guang Guang killing cannon shows that he is a 4th-level Wuxian Fist martial artist. But this is different after all. A martial artist who has really mastered the Wuxian Fist can use twice the Wuxian Fist to attack with twice the strength at will. As long as his concentration can be maintained, there will be no problem. Question: martial arts masters who can only use turtle-style Qigong need a certain period of time to accumulate qi, which is definitely a fatal difference in battle. This was also one of Wu Tian's original intentions in developing Wuxian Chuan. In addition to trying to avoid using the pupil technique, he also thought that if the wish he prepared could not be realized, or if he could not find the Dragon Ball in the past 300 years, he would always be trapped. If he died in this body with 200 qualifications, he would at least have the capital to hopefully turn over. But Aragorn was able to learn the unique martial arts skills he taught, but he was still unable to master Wuxian Chuan. This still made Wu Tian a little puzzled. Logically speaking, with Aragorn's talent, this shouldn't be the case. Because Wu Tian gradually showed up rarely, most of the newcomers who joined later did not even know what their Wuxian-style master looked like. They only knew that there was a particularly fierce and powerful senior brother who could fly. That kind. Fly, when can I fly? Aaron, who was exercising in the big yard, daydreaming about how he would gallop around in the sky, was suddenly pushed by someone. Elder brother is staring at you. Aaron was startled, and he saw Aragorn squinting over there. Seeing Aaron continue to work hard, Aragorn showed a smile. He glanced at the group of sweating young people in the new compound, feeling the huge power in himself that he had never imagined before, and felt a sense of heroic satisfaction. He suddenly thought of his 2 brothers who worked in the fields in his hometown, and his father who never worked in the fields. Tell the master about it in 2 years. Reading www.yuyugonshu.net and bring dad and brothers over. It was a bit far, but with my skills at that time, flying alone would definitely be faster than riding a carriage. Just 3 trips back and forth and that's it. After a moment of silence, Aragorn glanced at the backyard. All of this was brought to him by his master. Aragorn smiled bitterly as he thought of his master. Other students only thought that their master stayed in the backyard to accompany his wife and junior sister, but he knew that their master would actually fly out every 3 days and come back after a few days. Gradually, the time the master stayed in the backyard was getting longer and longer, but the time he was away from him was also lengthening. Aragorn felt that his master was going out to look for something, but he didn't stop after so long. It was obvious that he hadn't found anything yet. But he also felt that his master did not have the anxiety of not being able to find something, as if he did not have high expectations for finding it. It's really strange. Aragorn shook his head. He couldn't guess what the master was thinking. Running Wuxian Liu well is the best reward for the master. Soon, a year passed. On this day, Wu Tian flew out of Seiwan City and went out to hang out as before. This time, he flew north. He kept flying north, flying for a while and then walking for a while. There was no particular destination, he was just walking. Go down and ask for some water. Wu Tianfei was high in the sky, glanced at the remote village at the foot of a large mountain forest in front of him, and with a thought in his heart, he landed. When I landed on the ground and reached the end of the village, I felt, there seemed to be something wrong with the atmosphere. Chapter 29 Monkey Knows Martial Arts. Wu Tian walked into the village and saw a large group of people surrounding him not far ahead, as if they were watching some excitement. As I walked over, I heard people talking about words such as master, expert, monster, and exorcism. Excuse me, what happened? Wu Tian patted a young man standing outside and asked. Who are you? When did you come to our village? The young man turned his head and asked in surprise. I just happened to be passing by and wanted to ask for some water. Now it seems, you are in some trouble here. Wu Tian smiled and said. People in a hurry. The man smacked his lips, looked at Wu Tian and turned his head back. There is a well over there. After you finish drinking, hurry up and leave. We have big things to do today. Don't be in a hurry to drink water. I wonder what's wrong with you? Maybe I can help. Wu Tian looked at the center of the crowd and could see a strong man standing there, being surrounded by villagers. Surrounded, Wu Tian said, that person isn't from your village, is he? You'd better stop causing trouble. That's an expert our village chief invited from who knows where. Can you be as good as an expert? The young man waved his hand impatiently. Someone nearby noticed their conversation. A middle-aged peasant woman said to the young man, after all, he is a guest passing through our village. How can you talk? Then he turned to Wu Tian and said, it's like this. A month ago, some wild beasts on the mountain became very violent for some reason. Several men in the village died when they went up the mountain. I heard from the people who ran back. There is a savage on the mountain now. It is said that this savage can command the wild beasts on the mountain, but he is so cruel. No, our village chief just went to invite experts from other places to come back. Savage? Wu Tian nodded and said with a smile, thank you. After saying that, he walked to the village well that the young man pointed to just now and threw down the bucket placed on the edge of the well. After quenching his thirst by drinking cool well water, Wu Tian did not leave. At this time, the men in the village surrounded the invited expert and were walking towards the mountains and forests outside the village. Wu Tian was able to see clearly the appearance of the expert. He was bald, tall, and burly, with a serious face. Judging from the signs in his body shape and walking posture, it turned out that he had some background in martial arts. But the most peculiar thing is, this man actually has a third eye on his forehead. Are they the same three-eyed man survivors as Tianjin Fan? Wu Tian's heart moved and he followed behind. Now that you have encountered it, just follow it and take a look. He was also a little curious about this guy who looked like a Tianjin Fan who suddenly appeared. If the three-eyed man was not strong enough to defeat the savages on the mountain, he wouldn't mind helping them. Wu Tian quietly followed the group of people in front and followed them into the mountain and into the forest. As soon as he entered the forest, Wu Tian felt an unusual smell. What does it feel like? Not someone's anger, but an atmosphere that makes people instinctively uncomfortable? Strange, strange. With a calm expression on his face, Wu Tian continued to follow the villagers and the three-eyed masters in front. Gradually going deeper into the mountain forest. The forest began to become denser and denser, and the atmosphere became more weird. Roar! Suddenly, a ferocious beast jumped out of the forest. This ferocious beast ran towards the villagers with its bloody mouth open and its momentum was terrifying. The villagers were startled and a little panicked. Well done! The master of the three-eyed man shouted loudly among the villagers, all three eyes widened, and the muscles in his upper body bulged up his clothes, almost to the point of tearing. Facing the charging beast, he did not dodge, but actually faced it head-on. The beast's sharp claws tore through the air and rushed towards him. Boom! The master of the three-eyed man cleverly let go of the beast's claws, and his two fists were like two big hammers, hitting the beast's neck and nose hard. Okay. That's amazing. You can actually fight such a beast with your bare hands. The villagers were shocked. Thinking that this was a master invited by the village chief, they all felt that the matter was settled. No matter how powerful the beasts on this mountain are, can they still be as powerful as this kind of master martial artist? The beast howled miserably, flew backwards to the ground, growled lowly, and glared at the master of the three-eyed man, drooling, showing its fangs and sharp teeth, and the two huge beast eyes flashed with fierce light. "Hey, do you have to die?" The three-eyed man master sneered, thinking about how strong this beast was. He walked over step by step, and the beast faced him, its face extremely ferocious. What's coming? This kind of anger is a bit weird. Not strong, but really weird. Wu Tian, who was following the crowd, suddenly had an idea and looked towards the forest near the beast. The beast raised its head and turned its head, as if it noticed something terrible. It tucked its tail and whimpered, then ran away. Why did it run away? The villagers looked at each other, and then praised the master of the three-eyed man. It must have been the master's momentum that scared it away. Of course it is. The three-eyed man master. He always had a bad feeling. Sure enough, his ears moved, and there were heavy footsteps approaching. There was a constant sound of birds flying out of the forest nearby. Bang, bang, bang. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. Cold sweat broke out on the forehead of the three-eyed man expert. His three eyes stared unblinkingly at the depths of the forest. He whispered to the villagers behind him, "You should stay away quickly, I'm afraid there might be someone. It's dangerous." Although the villagers were puzzled, they retreated obediently. "Hey, weren't you the one passing by? Why did you follow me?" Someone finally spotted Wu Tian behind him and expressed great surprise. "I have also practiced some martial arts, so I wanted to come over and see if I could help." Wu Tian smiled and looked at the figure that gradually appeared from the dense forest over there. "Have you practiced martial arts? You can't tell. But I think you'd better not show off and leave it to that expert. You saw it just now, he can even defeat such a ferocious beast with his bare hands. It's very impressive." Someone took a picture. He patted Wu Tian on the shoulder and said. Wu Tian didn't say anything, because at this time, the monster finally came out. It's actually a tall giant ape. The three-eyed man master looked at the tall and strong ape in front of him, with a fierce look in his eyes and a strange cry of ho ho ho. A heavy pressure came over him, and he couldn't help but swallow. What an ugly monkey! It looks a bit scary. If there is anything scary, a master can definitely take care of it. You are just a beast, how could he be able to turn the world upside down? He was furious in his heart. He had received a lot of money this time. How could he mess it up? He shouted loudly and rushed over with all his strength. But an incredible scene happened. Facing the attack from the three-eyed man master, this vicious ape actually caught it. It actively faced the fist of the master of the three-eyed man and accurately caught it with its huge palm. After catching it, it grabbed the three-eyed man master's arm with its other hand, pulled up the three-eyed man master's entire body, and whipped him to the ground hard. The three-eyed man master was in terrible pain, but he still rolled up from the ground with all his strength. Boom! A foot stepped on the place where he had just been lying, causing the ground to crack and spider web-like cracks to spread. Beast! The three-eyed master's eyes twitched, he yelled angrily, and rushed over again. However, the vicious ape seemed to be teasing him, constantly blocking his attacks, and at the same time laughing strangely ho ho ho. The master of the three-eyed man became more and more anxious as he fought, and gradually lost his ability. Finally, the vicious ape pinched his hands. Arm. Martial arts? This wild monkey knows martial arts. Wu Tian raised his eyebrows in surprise. After observing it now, he saw that this ferocious ape was not like the animal-shaped human beings in the Dragon Ball world, but just a simple beast. But looking at its attacks, it doesn't look like a mindless beast. It has a vague demeanor of a martial artist, but there are also some very strange places, as if it has no master in Kung Fu. Ho ho ho! The ferocious ape grabbed the arm of the three-eyed man master and grinned ferociously, which shocked the three-eyed man master to the point of splitting his liver and gallbladder. The fishy smell from the bloody mouth sprayed on his face, making him almost want to vomit. Damn it! The master of the three-eyed man's face turned red. He tried to pull out the arm that was grabbed by the vicious ape, but he couldn't pull it out. He was sweating profusely. Hey, this expert can't defeat this monster. Let's go. Seeing that something was wrong, the villagers couldn't help but want to retreat. With this terrible monkey on the mountain, they even thought about going back. Moved away from the village. The ferocious ape threw the three-eyed man master to the ground beside him, kicked him hard in the abdomen, and kicked him away and hit the tree next to him. How did the beast know martial arts? Wu Tian thought so, and Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.net people were already walking over there. The villager who was about to run saw him and asked him with chattering teeth, "Hey, you don't want to live anymore? Run! You can't even beat that person, he will die." Wu Tian didn't seem to hear it, and walked directly in front of the giant ape, looking up at it. Ho ho ho! The vicious ape noticed the little guy in front of him, lowered his head and showed a ferocious smile, his fierce light flashed, and scratched Wu Tian's head with one claw. Wu Tian tilted his head and avoided it as if nothing had happened. The three-eyed man master on the ground over there stared in surprise when he saw this scene. The ferocious ape grinned, and its claws flew behind Wu Tian's head and clawed at the back of Wu Tian's head. Wu Tian's expression remained unchanged. He raised a hand and gently placed 2 fingers on the ferocious ape's thick and furry arm. Unexpectedly, the ape's arm could no longer move at all. Ho ho! The ape's eyes were red, its teeth were almost broken, and the muscles on its arms were strangely thick. However, it was blocked by Wu Tian's 2 fingers, but it could not catch Wu Tian who was so close. Head! The ferocious ape choked his nose and breathed out, but Wu Tian's 2 fingers seemed to be welded with steel and remained motionless. Wu Tian smiled faintly, turned his fingers into palms, and patted the thick ape's arm next to his head. The vicious ape only felt a huge force coming from his arm, causing it to spin involuntarily. With a bang, he fell to the ground. Is this still a human? The villagers and the three-eyed masters who had climbed up all opened their mouths wide, their eyes almost jumped out of their sockets, and they were speechless. Yu Reading welcomes all book lovers to come and read. The latest, fastest, and most popular serial works are all available in Yu Reading. Mobile phone users, please go and read. Chapter 30 Demons and 4 Planets. The vicious ape got up from the ground and roared crazily at Wu Tian. His eyes were blood red and full of anger. You should go back first, I will help you clean up all these things on the mountain. Wu Tian said to the people behind him who looked at him like a monster. This. The villagers looked at each other and said cautiously, I wonder how much you charge, sir. Cost? No need. Wu Tian waved his hand, turned his back to the vicious ape, and dodged the vicious ape's attack. Then he stretched out his leg and hit the lower body of the vicious ape. Plop! The vicious ape fell heavily to the ground again. Wu Tian grabbed one of the ape's thick feet with both hands and shouted, bang! He grabbed the foot and threw the ape 180 degrees to the ground on the other side, and then bang, and threw it back again. Bang! 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 The villagers looked at Wu Tian in stunned silence, seeing him grabbing the terrifying ape just now and throwing it around like a toy. They were so frightened that their hearts almost stopped beating. Why aren't you leaving? Wu Tian stopped and frowned at these people. Ah, yes. Yes. Let's go now. The villagers were shocked. In their eyes, Wu Tian was simply a humanoid monster. Compared to him, the big monkey was as weak as a cat, and he was still being whipped by that man. The villagers retreated in a hurry, praying that Wu Tian would really help them get rid of all the monsters on the mountain. Aren't you leaving? Wu Tian continued to look at the three-eyed man over there. The man was stunned and said, I think I might be able to help. Wu Tian shook his head and stopped looking at him. No, you go. Bar. The three-eyed man opened his mouth, wanting to say something else, but in the end he just limped away with a look of defeat on his face. After everyone was gone, Wu Tian continued to observe the strange and vicious ape under him. At this time, one of the ferocious ape's feet was grabbed by Wu Tian, and he lay on the ground in extreme humiliation. It was angry, unwilling, and violent. Although it still looked at Wu Tian with a ferocious face, it no longer dared to roar. "It hurts from being beaten. What's so weird about you, little thing?" Wu Tian murmured to himself. He thought for a moment, grabbed one of the ape's feet, raised his breath and exerted force, flicked his arm, and made a swish sound. And threw this vicious ape away. Whoosh! The vicious ape was thrown deep into the woods, and a faint bang 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 impact could be heard, followed by a bang and finally landed on the ground. Then there was the sound of getting up in a hurry, and finally faded away. Wu Tian's feet were suspended, sensing the aura of the monkey in front of him, and slowly chasing after it. And in places that even he couldn't notice, in the corners, in the shadows, there was always a black shadow, hidden in existence and non-existence, following Wu Tian from a distance. Temple. The god Piccolo is wearing a white robe with the word God, floating cross-legged in the air, closing his eyes and meditating. After a long time, he finally opened his eyes, looked at his hands, and then looked up at the high sky. At this time, Bobo came over and asked him, "Why does the god seem to be confused?" "Yes. I was thinking, why did I have the aura of the demon clan inexplicably on my body back then?" God Big murmured. After becoming a god, he learned that demons and devils, not everything can be called demon. The real demons are a group of things that can never enter the underworld after death. And Piccolo, his evil clone, is such a thing. But he is sure that he himself is definitely not a demon. So, when did the demonic aura infect him? At first, when the previous generation of gods told him that he still had evil thoughts in his heart and could not become a god, he thought that it was because he had stayed in the lower world for too long and his heart was polluted by various evil thoughts and desires of mortals. However, after separating the evil thoughts in his heart, which was what he now knew was the demonic aura in his body at that time, he realized more than once that the negative thoughts of selfishness still existed in him heart. For example, he once secretly prevented Wu Taitu from killing Bicker several times for the sake of his own life. For another example, he once secretly influenced Wu Taitu and pushed him to develop a weapon that could only seal Bicker with all his efforts. Graham's magic sealing wave. In fact, the so-called demon sealing wave was just developed by himself in order to seal Piccolo alive. Piccolo, the god of heaven, hung in the air with his legs crossed, silently looking at the sky, his heart calm. He began to think for an unknown number of times, and recalled for an unknown number of times, the half of his life before he took over as the god of heaven. Then he remembered his lonely childhood on the Yunzabit plateau. In that period of more than 30 years of life, in that period of more than 10,000 days and nights, what was repeated every day was only coldness, waiting, hunger, and disappointment. This period of life was black and white in his memory. Colorful. Later, he came to a world with real human activities, and gradually realized that he was different. It's not just the difference in appearance, but more, the difference in wisdom and force. He is smarter than all the earthlings he has met, and at the same time, he is born with various martial arts and can easily defeat many so-called martial arts masters in the world. Later, after hearing the legend of the god, he climbed up the Kailan Tower and then came up to the temple. So, how did he become contaminated by the aura of the demon world between the time he left the Yunzabit plateau and the time he ascended to the temple? The god Piccolo is unknown. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.net. What he doesn't know is, as a member of the Dragon Clan who is also a peerless genius among the Namekians, he has a more sensitive mind and physique than ordinary Namekians. Once upon a time, when he was practicing martial arts on a mountain, the aura seeping out from the demon world quietly contaminated him. At that time, a group of monkeys full of spirituality often surrounded him and imitated him in practicing martial arts. Hey! Stopped! Wu Tian floated in the dense forest and looked outside the forest in front of him. In front of an old tree under a mountain wall, the vicious ape climbed back onto the tree silently and moved slightly on the tree, as if it was licking own wounds. The strange aura is getting stronger. Wu Tian squinted his eyes slightly, and slowly flew forward, carefully observing the movements of the monkey in his sight. I saw that the ferocious ape still looked a little bit ferocious at this moment. A very human look appeared on its face that resembled sadness and nostalgia. It whined lowly and slapped the old tree beneath it, seeming to be calling out to the playmates it had once been with, but which it no longer knew. The monkey appeared in front of it. Myself, who had gone crazy a long time ago, had all of them beaten to death. The monkey whimpered and took out a yellow-orange bead hidden in the tree. He carefully placed it in his hand, but when he was playing with it, it accidentally rolled down. Gilu, gilu. Wu Tian's eyes gradually widened, and he stared at the beads that fell from the monkey's tree and rolled on the ground. It was a yellow round bead with 4 red 5-pointed stars. It's 4 planets. Chapter 31 The Demonic World of Earth. Wu Tian walked to the place where the 4 stars rolled down, leaned down to pick it up, put it in his hand and stared at the yellow-orange bead, looking at the dreamlike 4 5-pointed red stars inside, and couldn't help but it clenched. Suddenly, a huge shadow appeared in front of Wu Tian. He was playing with the 4-star ball in his hand, looked up at the ferocious giant ape standing in front of him, and said, "Do you want to compete with me for this bead?" The vicious ape roared angrily, "Roar!" It completely forgot about its fear of Wu Tian, and slapped Wu Tian's hand with a huge palm. Wu Tian stretched out his hand and blocked the fierce ape's thick arm with a bang sound. The fingers of the vicious ape's big hand desperately grabbed in the direction of Wu Tian's other hand that was holding the 4 stars. The other big furry hand of the vicious ape also pounced hard. Wu Tian frowned, raised his foot and kicked the vicious ape in the stomach. Powerful! Boom! The vicious ape seemed to have been hit by a heavy hammer, and was instantly knocked backwards. Wu Tian put the 4 stars into the pocket of his coat. No matter what, he could not give the dragon balls to others. What's more, the other party is a wild monkey who is not very conscious. Whoa! The vicious ape roared low on the ground, struggled to get up, and wanted to rush towards Wu Tian. Wu Tian shook his head when he saw this. Although he didn't know why the monkey was so obsessed with this 4-star planet, but I'll give you a good time. Wu Tian raised his hand towards the ferocious ape that was charging towards him, and brought his 2 fingers together, sizzling. Bright electric arcs and firelight began to appear, beat and entangle on his 2 fingers. 9 times the martial immortal fist, thunder flame finger. Wu Tian's eyes flickered, and at the tip of his finger, the terrifying thunder and lightning and flame breath intertwined, turning into an extremely intense light. Buzz! A ray of light that tore through the air shot out from Wu Tian's finger, and in an instant, it disappeared into the mountain wall behind the vicious ape. This light is so powerful, so sharp, and so condensed, so that when it penetrated the mountain wall, it only left a circular hole without damaging other structures of the mountain wall. The tall body of the ferocious ape finally fell down weakly. Bang! Because of the inertia of forward motion, it continued to rub forward on the ground for a while. After a while, blood slowly flowed out from under it. Wu Tian walked over and looked at the fallen body of the vicious ape. Suddenly, the murderous ape's hand grabbed his trousers. Wu Tian lowered his head to look, only to find that the monkey was dead, but his hand was still holding on to him. Wu Tian sighed softly and said, "Although I don't know why you are so persistent, but I will bury you." After saying that, he opened the big hand of the vicious ape that tightly grasped his trouser leg and looked at it. On the surrounding ground, raise your palm. Boom! A qigong wave shot out, blasting a deep pit on the ground. Just as he was about to lean over and lift the heavy corpse of the vicious ape, Wu Tian suddenly looked towards the deep pit he had made. He frowned and walked over, jumped into the pit, squatted down and pressed his palms on the bottom of the pit, and felt it for a while. Sure enough, that strange smell seems to be stronger down there. Thinking like this, Wu Tian jumped out of the pit again. He walked away some distance, waved his palm again and made a deep pit with a bang. It's a little lighter than the smell over there. Wu Tian went back and dragged the corpse of the murderous ape over and threw it into the deep pit. After burying the ape corpse, Wu Tian returned to the first deep pit. What exactly is the source? Looking at the deep pit, Wu Tian thought for a while, and finally raised his palm, and buzz, a ball of white light condensed on his palm again. Aiming at the bottom of the pit, Wu Tian flipped his palms and fired qigong waves. Boom! The pit exploded downward again. Wu Tian raised his eyebrows and jumped down using Wukong technique. Boom! He continued to fly downward. Boom! 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 I don't know how long he went deep down, but Wu Tian felt that the strange aura was getting stronger and stronger, as if something was right in front of him. Boom! He struck down with his palm again. At this moment, Wu Tian's heart skipped a beat and he had a bad feeling, but it was too late. A strong attraction tore at his body, and before Wu Tian could react, he was pulled away. He sucked it right in. Oops! Wu Tian's low voice still echoed at the bottom of this deep pit, but his people had disappeared here, no trace, and no one knew where they went. After Wu Tian passed through an invisible space gate, the stable situation formed by chance was disrupted, and it slowly closed and disappeared. Wu Tian fell from mid-air, and he quickly used Wukong technique to stabilize his body. Here is. Wu Tian looked around, only to find that he had unexpectedly arrived in a cave. This cave is dim and dark, making it difficult to see carefully. There was only a faint light coming from the left-hand direction. Is there such an underground cave connected to the bottom of that pit? But if it's underground, why is there light there? And what about that attraction just now? A series of questions appeared in Wu Tian's mind. The situation in front of him was beyond his expectation, but he quickly calmed down. First of all, he did not let himself fall to the ground. Now that the situation was unknown, he had to avoid making even the slightest footsteps. Then, he tried to fly upward, reaching out and patting gently everywhere. But he couldn't find the entrance through which he could enter. Did it disappear, or did it not exist at all? There is no answer. After hesitating on the spot for a while, Wu Tian began to fly towards the place where the light came from on his left. Then he discovered that it was a turning passage. Wu Tian concentrated his attention and became alert. He slowly walked into the curve and continued to fly forward. Soon, following the long and bright corridor, he finally flew out of here. As soon as he went out, Wu Tian saw a scene that left him speechless for a long time. Red sky. Black crescent moon. The air filled with the faint smell of blood is flowing. That weird aura is stronger than ever here. Another space. A different space connected to the earth? Is it the so-called demon world? Wu Tian guessed in his mind and felt a little headache. He concentrated on sensing, and soon, he felt that deep in this strange world, there were two extremely powerful qi. If his current basic strength is calculated as 200, then the two powerful auras he feels now, are at least 10 times as strong as him. In other words, all of them have a combat strength of more than 2,000 to more than 3,000. Of course, we can't rule out that this is a situation where the masters of those two qi hid their true strength. Thinking of this, Wu Tian narrowed his eyes. At present, his Wuxian fist has only developed to the 9th fist, which is the so-called 9 times strength. Even with Wuxian fist at full strength, he has only just reached 2000 combat power intensity. There is still a certain gap between Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.net and those two powerful auras. And if he doesn't hesitate to waste his precious pupil power and desperately uses the kaleidoscope pupil technique, then he still has a chance to explode with power that exceeds those two auras in an instant. It's just Judging from his current mental strength, he simply can't sustain the intensity of the pupil technique for a few seconds. Moreover, his current eyesight is extremely poor. If he didn't use qi to assist perception, he would even feel that other people's faces are blurred, and he can't tell who is who. Therefore, the pupil technique must not be used unless absolutely necessary. Wu Tian floated in front of the cave entrance, continuing to sense the qi of other people in this world. He had just sensed the two most powerful auras, and there were many dense ordinary auras that he had ignored. Soon, Wu Tian discovered that there were two large groups about 10 kilometers away from him. The dense breaths are clashing with each other. War. Then what? He quickly noticed that there were not many situations like fighting between two parties here. In almost all directions around him, near and far, there were signs of fighting of varying sizes. Is it a war between those two powerful auras? Wu Tian thought this, and suddenly frowned. Is it dark under the light? He squinted his eyes and looked at the person flying towards him. Perhaps he shouldn't be called a talent. He was a person similar to Piccolo. The kind of thing hatched from the eggs spit out by the big devil, which is neither human nor ghost. Humanity. The demon warrior was flying in the air, pointing his finger at Wu Tian, and shouted in disbelief. Yu Reading welcomes all book lovers to come and read. The latest, fastest, and most popular serial works are all available in Yu Reading. Mobile phone users, please go and read. Chapter 32 The Demonic World of Earth, continued. Wu Tian's eyes turned cold, looking at the inhuman person in front of him who was blurry but could still be distinguished. He disappeared instantly and sprinted to the demon warrior in the blink of an eye. Pa! Wu Tian pinched the demon warrior's throat. Ho ho! The demon warrior's throat was pinched as if it was broken. He stared with bloodshot eyes and was speechless. He raised his clawed hands and grabbed Wu Tian's head from both sides. Wu Tian snorted coldly and showed no intention of letting go of the demon warrior's neck. I saw his other hand bump, burning with a blazing flame. A flash of fire. One of the demon warrior's arms had flown out and separated from his body. Ah! The demon warrior's head was throbbing with pain, his face was full of pain, and purple blood was flowing across his broken arm. But Wu Tian changed his hand and continued to squeeze his throat, but he couldn't even scream. Wu Tian used the flame knife to chop off one of his arms and pinched his neck in the blink of an eye. The hand that originally pinched his neck grabbed the other hand that the demon warrior patted on his head. Just one hand. The grip was so strong that it squeezed the demon warrior's hand until it cracked and deformed. Zzz. The palm that had just used the flame knife was as hot as a soldering iron, and when it pinched the neck of the demon warrior, streams of white smoke actually came out. The demon warrior's face turned red from the pain, and despair appeared in his eyes. I believe you can see that resistance is useless. Wu Tian looked at the demon warrior in his hand and said, seeing him nodding desperately, his eyes full of begging for mercy. Wu Tian was unmoved. He took the demon warrior and flew towards the cave from which he came out. Then, it's best for you to answer whatever I ask. The two of them disappeared into the shadowy corridor of the cave. Not long after, Wu Tian flew out of the cave again. Sure enough, it really is some kind of demon world, the demon world. I remember that only in the animation, Sun Wukong once saw an Azura from some kind of demon world, and he defeated it with the light generated by the turtle Qigong. But here is the demon world where Azura stayed, obviously it's different. Wu Tian looked at the blood-red sky and the black crescent moon hanging in the red sky, feeling speechless in his heart. Red Devil? Dark Lord? It seems to be the two powerful auras I sensed before. I just don't know if that intensity of aura is their full strength. In his consciousness, the entire demon world was filled with dense, unfamiliar auras. And among these dense auras, there are two extremely powerful special auras, like two suns, one black and one red, shining on the entire demon world, incredibly powerful. The combat power of about 3000 is almost equivalent to 2 radits. 1 radits, in the original work, almost killed both Sun Wukong and Piccolo, the strongest people on earth at the time. Condensing all the aura on his body, Wu Tian flew to the place where he sensed less aura. No matter what, you have to find a way to go back. If what the guy just said is true and there is not a single human in this entire demon world, then my sudden appearance here is really eye-catching, but not do you know if these demons can smell the scent of living people like zombie ghosts. I can't feel the aura of Aragorn and the others here. It's because I can't practice well, or the isolation ability of this demon world is too strong. Phew, he flew away. In a demon legion under the Red Devil King, a demon leader was suddenly startled. What's going on? The three teams of Red Blood, Red Bone, and Red Ghost, why have their auras disappeared? He was shocked. He originally thought that the Dark Lord's Legion suddenly appeared and killed 3 of their demon warriors. However, after he carefully sensed it, he did not find the aura of the Dark Lord's men. There is a weak chi that appears and disappears. How is it possible? How could such a level of chi possibly kill all the more than 500 warriors led by Red Blood, Red Bone, and Red Ghost? The leader of the demon clan was shocked and suspicious. Disappeared again. The aura disappeared again. Was it hidden? No, this aura does not look like our demons. Who is it? Is it a human being? But how did humans come to our demon world? Could it be that he came from the Azura Gate in the Magic Mountain? But no one has found where the Azura Gate is yet. The demon leader frowned tightly, and he immediately remembered the legendary portal in the demon world that could lead to the human world. It's just a pity that it is said that the door was blocked hundreds of years ago by a human-demon hybrid named Azura. Since then, no demons can go to the human world. Here comes someone. The demon leader flew out and shouted. Exist. With a hula, more than 300 demon warriors floated in midair around him, waiting for his orders. Come with me. The demon leader clicked and turned into a white light and flew away. The target was exactly where the suspiciously human aura disappeared. 300 demon warriors followed immediately. Pop, 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 300 white lights followed the demon leader closely. Wu Tian was covered in blood as he pulled out the hand stuck in the demon's chest. Not only his hands, but also his body was stained with a lot of demonic purple blood at the moment, making him look very embarrassed. He looked calm and thought, the way to the human world, is it only found in the Magic Mountain in the Legend of the Demons? Magic Mountain, you reading www.youcanshu. Where is net? What happened to the Gate of Azura that no one has ever found in the Magic Mountain? What is the connection with the Azura in the animation? Wu Tian thought carefully about the information he had obtained so far. But maybe the level of the demons he killed was too low. Basically, they had only heard of the legends circulating in the demon world, but they had no idea about the real information about going to the human world. There were all kinds of weird demons lying on the ground, some lying on the ground, some hanging on rocks, some trapped in big pits, some even had their bodies mutilated. Wu Tian rested for a while, gathered all his breath, and prepared to continue action. These demons don't know much. It seems that they only need to find stronger guys to get more information. Maybe, in the end, they will have to face off against the 2 most powerful guys. The 2 great devils in this devil world, the Red Devil and the Dark Devil. Compared with these 2 real demon kings, the big demon king Piccolo on Earth is as immature as a little baby and a joke. After driving quietly for a while, Wu Tian suddenly turned his head. Looked in a direction in the red sky, and murmured, that direction, is where I was just now. Sure enough, all demons have the ability to sense chi. There are quite a few of them, with hundreds of chi. The strongest one is probably 6 or 7 times stronger than me at full strength. Let's go and see. Squeezing the 4 stars in his jacket pocket, Wu Tian squinted his eyes, and finally changed his direction and flew towards the perceived location. UU Reading welcomes all book lovers to come and read. The latest, fastest, and most popular serial works are all available in UU Reading. Mobile phone users, please go and read. Chapter 33 Insidious Humans. The demon leader led his 300 men and flew towards the place where Wu Tian's aura disappeared. Judging from the direction in which the aura disappeared, he should be heading that way. The demon leader's dark golden demon eyes carefully observed every trace on the ground, lowered his speed, and flew slowly in the air. More than 300 demon warriors, either flying in the air or flying with their wings, were densely packed, covering the blood-red sky of the demon world. Under the instructions of the demon leader, they used 300 pairs of demon eyes to search for the figure that seemed to be a human being. Grown-ups. Some of his subordinates flew over to report. What's wrong? Have you found that human? The demon leader asked quickly. No, Lord Red Ghost and his men were discovered, but they have all been killed. The demon warrior who flew over to report said honestly, feeling very surprised in his heart. The leader of the demon clan did not tell them about the complete destruction of the red blood, red bone, and red blood branches, so the demon warriors were extremely surprised when they discovered that all the red ghosts had been killed. Although the demons are extremely indifferent to life and death, but, looking at this situation, it is very likely that the red ghosts and others were killed by the human that the adults are looking for. Not only did humans come to the demon world through some unknown method, but they also killed one of their warrior teams? A bunch of useless things, put down to death. It really embarrasses our demon clan. The demon clan leader snorted coldly, with no emotion in his dark golden eyes. Were they killed by the humans you were looking for? The subordinate asked again. The leader of the demon tribe said, I can't believe that a mere human can actually kill so many warriors of our demon tribe. So don't wait for me. Find that human quickly. Then hand him over to the Red Devil King. Let the adults handle it. You actually want to alarm the Red Devil King? His subordinates were surprised. Nonsense. Humans haven't appeared in hundreds of years. The Red Devil King will definitely be very interested. The demon leader ignored this subordinate and continued to fly to search for the human figure. Damn it! Where did he go? The leader of the demon clan was angry. 3 teams of his subordinates were inexplicably wiped out by guys of unknown origin. If he couldn't find that weird human being, he would have no way to explain to the Red Devil King. Are you looking for me? Suddenly, a cold and steady man's voice appeared in the sky in front of the demon leader. What? The demon leader suddenly raised his head and saw a black-haired, human man. This human was floating above him, arms folded, looking down at him expressionlessly. Is it really a human being? Boy, how dare you show up in front of this king? The demon leader stretched out his purple tongue and licked it, his dark golden eyes filled with cold gazes. But he was shocked in his heart. You can actually come so close to me silently. This human being is very good at hiding his aura. Just looking at his aura, it's really weak. Am I worrying too much? Wu Tian quietly allowed 300 demon warriors to surround him from all sides, forming a sphere composed of demon warriors in mid-air, with Wu Tian wrapped in the center of the ball. He looked at the demon leader floating in front of him and said, I came to this demon world accidentally, and I have no intention of deliberately becoming an enemy of you guys. I ask you, do you know any way? Can we return to the human world? Ha ha ha. I know, but why should I tell you? Human, you'd better surrender obediently. How dare you kill so many of our demon warriors and still want to return to the human world safely? Are you out of your mind? Normal? A dream? I think you are tired of living. As if he had seen some super funny joke, the demon leader sneered repeatedly, pointed at Wu Tian and mocked condescendingly. Sure enough, there's no way to communicate without using force. Wu Tian let go of his arms. At the same time, the aura on his body increased inch by inch. It's like climbing a mountain or a building, one step at a time, step by step, and you will soon reach the top. The strong inner energy fills the whole body, and the strength in the limbs is endless. The aura on Wu Tian's body was condensed and undisturbed. In just a few breaths, his state had been adjusted to its peak. He looked at the demon leader opposite with an expressionless face. As for the 300 shrimp soldiers and crab generals around him, he completely ignored them from beginning to end. That's it. I think red blood, red bone, and red ghost eat shit. How could they be smashed to death by a weak human like you? The demon leader taunted with a ferocious smile, but I was secretly wary that the human being in front of me was really weird. This human aura is simply not worth mentioning in his eyes. But this man looked like he had unleashed all his power. This is really weird. With such weak strength, he killed Hunxu's team of 3 people? The more suspicious, the more frightened, the more vigilant. Come on. Just take a breath. The leader of the demon clan waved his hand. Suddenly, 300 demon warriors surrounding Wu Tian swarmed up from all sides. Humph! The corners of Wu Tian's indifferent mouth curled up slightly, and 300 demon warriors rushed forward, wrapping him up in an instant and drowning him. But a ray of light emerged from the crowd of people surrounding Wu Tian. Buzz! Boom! The demon warrior was knocked away in the blink of an eye. Like broken stones flying in all directions. But they quickly stabilized their bodies while flying upside down, and they all glared at Wu Tian in the center, feeling incredible and unable to figure out what was happening. Strange, his aura has not changed at all, it is still the same weak intensity. How did he break free of the restraints all of a sudden? The leader of the demon clan looked on with cold eyes, feeling very strange in his heart. The next second, he saw Wu Tian showing an indifferent smile, and then the figure disappeared from his sight. What? Dash! He stared, and suddenly there was a scream of awe, from the side. He looked quickly and saw a demon warrior falling from the sky, spraying purple demon blood. Wu Tian's figure disappeared in a flash. So fast! The breath still hasn't changed. How is that possible? The demon leader was horrified. But at this time, Wu Tian's massacre will not stop. He turned into an invisible lightning bolt and shuttled between the 300 demon warriors in mid-air. Every time he passed by, a life disappeared. Ah! 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 Who is it? Ah! Run! The corpses of unconscious demon warriors fell from the air, with disbelief and fear still remaining in their eyes. There are even vague images of Wu Tian reaching out and smashing his temples with his palm in some pupils. Purple demon blood sprinkled down like rain. Too fast, this human killed too fast. Is he really human? Asshole, the demon leader shouted, and with a pop, he flew in the direction of the demon warrior who just died. Wu Tian's phantom-like figure finally stopped where he was, and he threw down the corpse of the demon warrior he had just killed. At this time, there are less than a few dozen demon warriors left. The ultimate explosion of the ninefold martial immortal fist killed more than 200 demon warriors in the blink of an eye. With an attack power of nearly 2,000, this is enough combat power to conquer living planets as a space colonizer. Although Wu Tian's basic combat power is far from that much, with the blessing of the Wuxian fist improved from the kaleidoscope eye technique, he can easily leapfrog and kill people. Now, can you answer my question properly? Wu Tian's clothes were stained with blood, but his face was very calm. He looked at the angry demon leader and asked. He has absolutely no intention of showing mercy to these evil monsters. If you can kill, kill. I don't know whether to live or die. Do you know what you are doing? The demon leader's dark golden eyes were filled with bloodshot eyes. He was shaking with anger, going crazy with anger, and wanted to slap the hateful human in front of him to death. He shouted angrily at Wu Tian, "You are dead. You have angered Lord Red Devil. You." However, before he could finish his words, 4 or 5 rays of light intertwined with thunder and fire had already passed by him. There was a scream. The last dozens of demon warriors also fell one after another. Let me ask you again, what is the way to get to the human world? Wu Tian put down his hand and looked coldly at the demon leader in front of him. In his sight, the demon leader was a lizard-like monster, but his face was a little blurry and he couldn't see clearly. But you can vaguely see the distorted expression of shock, astonishment, anger, and humiliation on his face at this moment. Only the Red Devil King knows that kind of method. If you want to know from me, just dream. Damn humans! Go to hell! The leader of the demon clan was furious. He opened his mouth and spit out a huge white stream. Qigong waves shot towards Wu Tian in front of him. Boom! There was a suffocating pain in my abdomen, as if my body had been punched through. The demon leader's eyes nearly bulged out as his Qigong waves shot into the empty air. He held his stomach in pain and almost fell down without flying smoothly. You, damn human being! The demon leader's face was distorted. Now he finally knew how the three of them, Red Blood, Red Bone, and Red Ghost, died. The human being in front of me is so weird. Although his aura was very weak from beginning to end, the attack power he unleashed was completely beyond their imagination. What an insidious human being! You're dead, he, the Red Devil King will kill you. The demon showed a weird smile, with purple blood flowing from the corners of his mouth, and revealing its thick fangs, which made Wu Tian's heart skip a beat. Bright light burst out from the body of the demon leader. He's going to blow himself up. Wu Tian felt bad. Lord Red Devil King! It's human! Following a telepathic response before death, the demon leader made a boom sound and turned into a huge explosion that made the ground tremble. Layers of heat waves are rolling in the air and spreading outward. UU Reading welcomes all book lovers to come and read. The latest, fastest, and most popular serial works are all available in UU Reading. Mobile phone users please go and read. Chapter 34 The Magic Mountain is the door. In the huge bloody palace. Deep. A blood-red shadow sat on a high throne. She was sleeping alone, but was awakened by telepathy. The Red Devil King slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of extremely demonic blood-colored pupils. Humans? How many years has it been, that humans have come to the demon world again? Ever since that bastard Azura used the human blood that he devoted all his power to seal the passage between the human and demon worlds, there have been no more humans. You have been here before. She stuck out her blood-like tongue and licked the corners of her lips, showing an interesting look. Speaking of which, I did feel it in my sleep. Some of the breaths of children disappeared for no apparent reason. Was it this human being who did it? It seems that he is a very strong human being. Interesting, very interesting. Come. A servant quickly appeared and knelt on the ground respectfully. What are your orders, Lord Red Devil King? The Red Devil King stood up and flew towards the main hall door. Stay here and keep an eye on it. The servant lay motionless on the ground. Yes, Lord Red Devil King. The Red Devil flew out of the palace and quickly disappeared into the red sky. After a while, the servant got up on the ground, thinking silently. The Dark Lord proposed marriage to the Red Devil, and the Red Devil was very unhappy. After the explosion dissipated, Wu Tian put down his hands and let out a breath. He was secretly surprised. He didn't expect that this demon would explode himself at the slightest disagreement. Only the Red Devil knows the way to the human world? Do we have to meet that Red Devil? Wu Tian frowned. Who knows what kind of devil-level figure he is, so he naturally doesn't want to run into him. But now, if I want to leave this demon world and go back to the human world, it seems that I have to meet the Red Devil King. After flying for a while, Wu Tian suddenly stopped in the air. Here it comes. What kind of red devil is it? He looked towards the bloody sky in the distance. Sure enough, a scarlet figure appeared on the horizon, but soon, the figure got bigger and bigger, and got closer and closer. Pa! The tall and enchanting figure of the Red Devil was wrapped in blood-colored aura, and the air around her seemed to be rubbed out with a sizzling burnt smell, which showed how terrifyingly fast she was flying. The Red Devil King floated in front of Wu Tian, and his tall figure seemed to cast a bloody shadow over Wu Tian. The Red Devil King looked up and down at the human in front of her with her strange blood-colored eyes as if she was very interested. The Red Devil. Wu Tian looked up at her and asked calmly. Although I couldn't see the specific face of the person coming, I knew that it seemed to be a female devil. But it doesn't matter. In his eyes, this kind of evil monster is not the same kind of creature as him. Are you human? The Red Devil didn't answer him, but asked him. She has always been the only one who has to answer questions when she asks them. She has never encountered such a ridiculous situation where she has to answer other people's questions. Looking at your weak skills, how did you kill my subordinates? She floated around Wu Tian and observed Wu Tian carefully. Wu Tian was suspended in the air motionless, but his whole mind was closely following the female devil behind him. And he did not dare to relax even a little bit. The Red Devil suddenly chuckled, and she casually slapped Wu Tian on the back. 9 times the martial arts fist. Wu Tian's hair exploded, and he felt a crisis coming from behind. In an instant, Wu Xianchuan was launched with all his strength, and his spirit was integrated into every ounce of inner energy in his body, constantly decomposing and catalyzing huge explosive abilities. The Red Devil King's palm missed Wu Tian. She remained calm and continued to attack in the direction Wu Tian was avoiding. Wu Tian was calm and collected. He saw that the Red Devil King was not using all his strength at all, but was just testing himself. But even so, he had to use the 9 times martial immortal fist with all his strength. Bang! Veins bulged on his arms, and Wu Tian blocked the inevitable punch from the Red Devil King. The Red Devil King kicked him out. Wu Tian used the force to fly back. A scarlet Qigong wave followed Wu Tian. Wu Tian didn't look back, didn't even look, and while he was flying upside down in mid-air, he suddenly wanted to turn sideways like a zigzag line. The scarlet Qigong wave was in vain. Dozens of scarlet Qigong waves hit Wu Tian like an overwhelming force. It was difficult for Wu Tian to dodge, so he had no choice but to use all his strength to use the 9 times Wuxian fist and try his best to parry. Bang! 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 When the explosion of the scarlet Qigong wave dissipated, Wu Tian was already panting slightly, and his body was covered with scars. The Red Devil raised her eyebrows, put down the hand that had just launched the attack, and showed a surprised but sure enough expression. She looked at Wu Tian with a smile. It seems that you belong to the kind who only fight in battles. You are the type who only unleashes all your strength when you are young. But you are actually able to hide the ups and downs of your power from my perception. You are considered a powerful human being. Wu Tian kept his distance from her. In his perception, a large amount of demonic aura was flying towards her at a high speed. Wu Tian gasped, looked directly at the blurry face of the Red Devil, and asked, "It doesn't matter what type I am, I'm just a human who accidentally fell into the demon world. I dare to ask the Red Devil, can you tell me where to go to the human world?" Methods. Oh? Didn't you come from the Magic Mountain? The Red Devil King said in surprise. At this time, a large number of the Red Devil King's demonic subordinates had arrived. They were surrounding Wu Tian in mid-air, front and back, up and down, left and right. Wu Tian glanced expressionlessly at the strange demon warriors in all directions, waiting for the Red Devil King's answer. The Red Devil King laughed and said, "It seems that you can't go back the way you came. How to get to the human world? It's hard to say. Well, right over there, in the center of the demon world, there is a river of black blood. The river's at the end is the Magic Mountain. And the door to the human world is in the Magic Mountain." She pointed in a distant direction. "Where is the door in the Magic Mountain?" Wu Tian continued to ask. "The whole Magic Mountain is the door." The Red Devil King seemed to know everything and said everything. Wu Tian was speechless. "Are you confused? Why would I tell you?" "Haha. It's nothing. I see you are quite good, and I want to take you as my concubine. Do you think you can escape today? What's more, the Black Blood River demon over there in the mountains, there's another guy there all the time. The Red Devil King stuck out his blood-like tongue and licked the corners of his lips. He is different from me. He always wants to break Azura's magic mountain and attack the human world. Wu Tian closed his eyes and said softly, "That's it." The Red Devil King looked at him and saw that he was still on guard, so he asked strangely, "Human, you don't seem to be happy?" "Oh, yes, I forgot." As she said that, her face, the fine scale-like things quickly faded away, revealing a human face as charming as an enchanting country. She pursed her lips with the tip of her pink tongue and said seductively to Wu Tian, "How about this? Isn't it worse than your daughter's family among humans?" Wu Tian still had his eyes closed, reading www.yuyuganshu.net and snorted coldly. Not to mention that he can hardly see people's faces now. Just because this person is different from other demons, even if she is as beautiful as heaven, it will definitely not affect his sanity at all. If he had power far beyond that of the Red Devil King at this moment, he would have slapped her to death long ago, and there would be no need to say anything more to her. The Red Devil King narrowed her eyes and said coldly, "Stop being ungrateful. Human being." With a look in her eyes, her subordinates who surrounded Wu Tian immediately raised their palms, and the Qigong waves lit up one after another like stars all over the sky. Stood up and all aimed at Wu Tian. Although Wu Tian closed his eyes, he clearly felt that there were countless condensed Qigong, locking the Qi machine to his body. The strength of these Qigong could not really hurt him, but he understood the Red Devil King's plan in an instant. As long as he used Wuxian Fist to escape the attack of these Qigong waves instantly, the Red Devil could effortlessly strike back and catch him easily. "Stop him! It's the first time I use it in this world, there's nothing I can do. After more than 10 years of deduction, there shouldn't be any problem. The magic mountain, the human world, success or failure, it all depends on this." As Wu Tian thought this, he was overwhelmed by the fireworks all over the sky, and huge fire lights rose up in the center with bang, bang, and bang. "Where are the people?" The Red Devil King was surprised, not realizing that Wu Tian used his instant burst of ability to dodge the attack. At this moment, a huge giant in light red armor soared into the sky amid the explosion that flooded Wu Tian. Yu Reading welcomes all book lovers to come and read. The latest, fastest, and most popular serial works are all available in Yu Reading. Mobile phone users, please go and read. Chapter 35 Wuten's Susanoo. How does Susanoo release this special eye technique? Rather than saying that the pupil technique itself exists in each pair of Manjiki Sharingan, it is better to say that the operating circuit that activates the pupil technique exists in both eyes. Once the Mangekyo Sharingan activates it, it will follow its existing pattern, crazily absorbing the energy in the caster's body, catalyzing the energy in a specific form, and finally releasing it outside the body to form a huge armor model. What is preserved in the Manjiki Sharingan is Susanoo's circuit, and the energy existing in the human body is the energy source that provides driving force for this huge circuit machine. In fact, with the amount of ki that Taken has now, it is absolutely difficult to maintain or even construct the super pupil technique of Susanoo. But, with the Wuxian Fist, and being able to exponentially catalyze the explosive power of his own qi, he can miraculously use 1 point of qi as 9 points, so this forbidden eye technique sealed in the Manjiki Sharingan was released. What is this? Isn't this guy human? What kind of monster is this? The demon warriors were shocked. They flew away and looked at the light red armored giant that suddenly appeared in the center of the sky. They didn't understand what happened at all. At this time, a demon warrior discovered Wu Tian in Susanoo's body, pointed at the light red Susanoo and shouted, "That human is hiding inside." All the demons looked around, and sure enough, they saw what was inside Susanoo. Wu Tian inside Xiuonangu. Another demon warrior tried to send out a Qigong wave to blast Wuten's Susanoo, but the Qigong wave just hit Susanoo's air mimetic form, fluctuated slightly, and then disappeared without a trace. What kind of monster is this? Is this still a human being? 2 lines of blood and tears rolled down from Wu Tian's eyes. In the depths of his mind, it seemed as if there were two cold big awls, drilling into his spirit one by one, causing him to bear the pain every second. Soul-piercing pain. The Red Devil King was naturally surprised by Wu Tian's huge shell that suddenly appeared. What kind of move is this? It doesn't look very powerful, it's just a little bigger. However, this human being is weird in everything, especially that a pair of strange eyes. Humph! Pretending to be mysterious. A sharp light flashed in her eyes, and she raised her hand and threw out a scarlet qigong wave. Boom! The scarlet qigong wave half disappeared the left shoulder of the light red qigong wave. The temperament armor flowed for a while, and then gradually condensed into its original shape. Is this your last resort? It doesn't look good. The Red Devil King sneered, making a circle with the tip of his pink tongue, and said, looking at how hard you are now, you'd better just surrender and capture me. If you become unhappy or lose interest, I will kill you directly. Wu Tian let out a long breath, and the energy in his body became more and more boiling. He looked at the Red Devil through the pale red Susanoo, slowly raised his right arm, and put two fingers together, aiming at the Red Devil in mid-air. Zitzaizi, arcs and flames appeared on Wu Tian's two fingers. What on earth is he going to do? He should know that his little strength of attack has no effect on me, even if he can burst out all his power in an instant. That's the same. There's no way he can hit me. The Red Devil King felt strange and allowed Wu Tian to attack him. This is my strongest blow right now. If you can take it, then I will die. There is no regrets. The light in Wu Tian's eyes became fainter and fainter, and the four-cornered windmill pattern rotated crazily in his eyes, spinning into a chaotic mess. Dense bloodshot eyes covered almost all the whites of his eyes. At the same time, the huge Susanoo body surrounding him was also shrinking rapidly with him as the center. Susanoo is not exactly the same in different Manjiki Sharingan eyes. Uchiha Attacker's Susanoo possesses three artifacts, the Yatata Mirror, the Juken Sword and the 8-foot Megatama. Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo can freely manipulate the flames of hell as weapons. Uchiha Shisui's Susanoo can send people into a boundless environment with every ray of chakra fire. Uchiha Obito's Susanoo can emit divine fire that distorts space. But Taken's Manjiki Sharingan can freely control Susanoo's technique. His double-eye kaleidoscope eye technique is the so-called complete control of chakra and extreme utilization of chakra. Completely shrink Susanoo's huge energy body and become one with his body. Greatly improve physical fitness and break the boundaries of the human body. Attack power, defense power, and speed are all increased to the extreme. What kind of weird thing are you trying to do? The Red Devil King looked at Wu Tian, who seemed to be wearing a layer of light red armor in front of him, squinting his eyes and feeling very puzzled. In fact, she was really a little impatient. Although this human being was a little weird, he just played some inexplicable tricks. He was just a human being, and he was wasting so much of her time. At this time, the two fingers pointing at her were intertwined with lightning and flames. Wu Tian only felt that his eyes were getting hotter and hotter, as if two red-hot irons were embedded in his eye sockets. This inhuman heat burned into his brain, as if even his soul they all burned together. Kaleidoscope eye technique. 32 times stronger. Lei Yan Zi. Time seems to have slowed down infinitely at this moment. In a thousandth of a second, the Red Devil King's eyes slowly opened, slowly opened. Even in her eyes, the color of shock emerged bit by bit, from scratch, from shallow to deep. If her beautiful eyes were a pool of lake water, then this look of shock but concealing extreme fear would be like a water monster lurking at the bottom of the lake. At first, a circle of water ripples appeared on the surface of the lake, and then the water ripples became more and more violent, spreading layer by layer, and the waves became more and more violent. Finally, the monsters at the bottom of the water broke out of the water bit by bit. Compared with the extremely subtle movements of the Red Devil King in this thousandth of a second, there was a light that shot out from Wu Tian's fingers as if it came from the depths of hell. This light is so fast. Extremely fast. Incredibly fast. So fast, the Red Devil King didn't have time to really think. A ray of light intertwined with thunder and lightning was reflected in her beautiful blood-red pupils. The light was more beautiful than her eyes, more dazzling than anything she had ever seen. It's getting brighter, bigger, and closer. The Red Devil felt as if she had smelled the breath of death. And the god of death was waving at her. But this made her laugh. She hadn't even been hurt in hundreds of years. Die? Who can make her die? Just this human being? How ridiculous! The Red Devil King's body fell weakly, but her thoughts were still stuck on the moment before her death. What was she thinking about at that time? Was she thinking of her powerful and glorious life, reading www.ukkk.net, or was it that she still didn't realize until her death that her beautiful head had been smashed to pieces by that huge lightning beam of light in an instant? His mind was as strong as Wu Tian's, and he covered his eyes in pain at this moment. The black blood left between his fingers almost covered his face. The Susanoo armor wrapped around his body dispersed like fireworks. In his consciousness, his eyes had long lost consciousness. Only the thin and dense ropes of pain extended from his eyeballs, tightly entangled around his soul, tearing at his spirit relentlessly. It made him want to die this second. Seek relief. Wu Tian's body swayed extremely unsteadily in mid-air, and his breath was messy. Red, the Red Devil King is dead. He killed the Red Devil King. This human killed the Red Devil King. Oh my god! The demons in mid-air seemed to be dumbfounded. They had never seen it in their lives, and they had never even thought about it, that such a scene would appear in the world today. How could the powerful Lord Red Devil be killed so easily by such a human? But no matter what, everything that happened clearly in front of me, as well as the headless body of the Red Devil falling to the ground, all illustrate. This human being is so terrifying. Run! Among the demon warriors, one of them yelled first. The voice was full of fear, and he flew away like crazy. Soon, run! Run! All the demon warriors fled into the distance of the blood-red sky without being able to escape. UU Reading welcomes all book lovers to come and read. The latest, fastest, and most popular serial works are all available in UU Reading. Mobile phone users please go and read. Chapter 36, Escape from the Demon World. After closing his eyes tightly for a while, Wu Tian pressed his temples to calm his exhausted spirit. Then, he wiped the blood off his face and slowly opened his eyes. Out of sight. Wu Tian squeezed his eyes hard, and sure enough, he still couldn't see anything. It was as if there was a thick layer of white mist, completely covering his sight. I can only vaguely see some outlines, from this thick fog. But based on this outline, I couldn't even tell the direction. Even the up and down directions were identified by Wu Tian relying on the gravity under his feet. Call. Wu Tian took a long breath, letting out all the complicated emotions and regaining his calm state of mind. He pressed the 4 stars placed in his jacket and felt a little relieved. If this was lost, he wouldn't be able to get it back in his current condition. Wu Tian took out the last fairy bean from his belt and put it into his mouth. Crack! After chewing a few times, Wu Tian closed his eyes and swallowed the fairy beans. The nearly exhausted physical strength was all restored in an instant. This feeling is really wonderful, as if there is an abyss of energy in the body that will never be exhausted. Normally, I can't find it at all. After eating fairy beans, I can draw endless power from it. Even the spirit has become much more exciting because the physical condition has been completely restored. Wu Tian opened his eyes again. It was still the same as before, he couldn't see clearly in the fog, which was no different from being blind. Sure enough, the curse of kaleidoscope is not that easy to break. Isn't this type of blindness considered an injury? It is similar to Sun Wukong's heart disease. Is it a spontaneous disease of the human body? Is the original symptom of blindness incurable? Solve it, or does the blindness caused by the kaleidoscope alone not solve it? Wu Tian murmured, of course this issue is unknown. It can only be said that the current reality is like this, and he can only accept it. Suddenly, someone is coming? Is this aura, the Dark Lord's? Is it because he senses the disappearance of the Red Devil's aura? Wu Tian frowned. He opened his white eyes and looked in one direction. After thinking for a while, he stopped in place for a while, and the aura that seemed like the Dark Lord was approaching here quickly. Wu Tian landed on the ground and sensed the direction of a weak qi in the distance. Then he extracted only a part of the qi, and used 9 times the efficiency of Wuxian fist to move it quickly on the ground. He extracted part of his energy in order to prevent the Dark Lord from sensing him. The purpose of using the 9 times Wuxian fist technique is to obtain a high explosive movement speed. This is also one of the advantages of Wuxian Chuan over Kyo Chuan, its concealment. Because essentially, the qi in Wu Tian's body has not increased, he just knows how to use it better than others. Since he could basically no longer see, Wu Tian simply closed his eyes. While running, the wind blew across his face. Wu Tian seemed not to be blind at all. Apart from the initial discomfort, he was able to move forward quickly on the rugged ground with ease. After becoming blind, he was able to focus more on sensing qi, his 6th sense. In the dark world perceived by his consciousness, there are bits and pieces of white light in the distance, further away, and very far away. That is the qi that belongs to others. These qi are strong or weak, far or near, some exude malice, and some exude greater malice. Humph, the devil world. Wu Tian found a lone evil spirit and rushed over quickly. That energy disappeared? Who is it? What happened to the Red Devil? The Dark Lord flew super fast towards the direction where the Red Devil's aura disappeared. Suddenly, he met several demons who were the Red Devil's bodyguards on the way. He caught him and asked. These demons were talking crazy and confused, but the general content the Dark Lord still understood. Kill the Red Devil? Human? Go to the Magic Mountain? Return to the human world. The Dark Lord was trembling with anger. Black Qigong burst out from his body, and he sent out a black Qigong wave with one palm, beating the Red Devil's guards to death. Stop dreaming! Human beings! The Dark Lord clicked, turned back, and rushed towards the Magic Mountain. A demon warrior on patrol was dangling in midair when his neck suddenly snapped and someone pinched him from behind. This hand pinched his neck like an iron vice. The aura of the man behind him was not strong enough to scare him, but this man's murderous aura was no joke. If you want to survive, you'd better do as I say. A man's cold voice sounded behind him. This demon warrior's heart was almost in his throat, his hands and feet were numb and cold. He just felt as if he made the slightest move, this guy behind him would come out of nowhere and tear him into pieces. Yes, yes, your order. He nodded hastily. He is just a demon at the lowest level. Facing such a powerful adult, what can he do to resist? It's all for life. Take me to the end of the Black Blood River, I want to go to the Magic Mountain. Demon, Magic Mountain. The demon warrior was startled and subconsciously turned his head, but at the same time as he turned his head, his left arm was already separated from his body. This gentleman's eyes seemed to be invisible. With these words flashing through his mind, the demon warrior realized that his left arm had fallen off. He stared blankly at his charred broken arm. At this time, the severe pain belatedly entered his mind. Don't say unnecessary words and do unnecessary actions. Wu Tian said lightly, and the flames on his palms gradually faded away. Yes, yes. The demon warrior's face was twisted in pain, but he responded honestly. In this way, he took Wu Tian and flew towards the Black Blood River and towards the Magic Mountain. I don't know how long it flew. Sir, we're here. The demon mountain is ahead. The demon warrior stopped. Before he could finish speaking, a powerful shot hit the top of his head, and a hot feeling surged into his 5 senses. This is dead, he thought, falling feebly. Wu Tian looked ahead with all his strength, and could vaguely see a tall and wide wall of black shadow blocking the front not far away. He knew that the captured demon was not taken to the wrong place. Hiding his breath, Wu Tian lowered his flying height and flew towards the black shadow in front of him. Suddenly, in his perception, there was a person whose aura was not weaker than that of the Red Devil. He was rushing here at an extremely fast speed. It was the Dark Lord who had rushed towards his original position before. Why did he come here again? No. It seems that he met the Red Devil King's men and knew that I was coming to the Magic Mountain. Wu Tian closed his eyes, reading www.yuyuganshu.net and figured out the key in an instant. Simply stop hiding your breath. With a bang, Wu Tian raised his energy to the highest level, activated the 9-fold martial immortal fist crazily, and flew towards the black magic mountain in front of him at the fastest speed. The Dark Lord's forehead was throbbing with veins. Stop hiding. Do you think you can run away? Buzz. He had flown thousands of meters in the blink of an eye. But after a few breaths, he saw a small figure in the distance, flying quickly towards the black magic mountain in the distance ahead. Don't even think about running away. Kill the Red Devil and still want to leave alive. The Dark Lord gathered a ball of qigong in his hand that was as black as ink and threw it in the direction of Wu Tian with all his strength. Die! The black qigong wave is like a bolt of lightning, crossing thousands of mountains and rivers in the blink of an eye. Close, close. The Dark Lord clearly saw that the little figure seemed to turn his head to look at the black qigong wave hitting his back, but it was already too late. The black qigong wave hit him accurately. Penetrate him all at once. Penetrating from the back to the chest. Ha ha! The Dark Lord sneered in the air behind him, but suddenly his eyes widened, as if he had seen a ghost. The human who was supposed to be hit seemed to have nothing happened, and he plunged into the black. In the magic mountain. As for the holes in his body that were punched out by the qigong waves. Where are the holes? The Dark Lord stayed stupidly in mid-air, watching the human being disappear like rainwater dripping into a river as soon as it touched the body of the magic mountain. UU Reading welcomes all book lovers to come and read. The latest, fastest, and most popular serial works are all available in UU Reading. Mobile phone users, please go and read. Chapter 37 finally met. When crossing the magic mountain, Wu Tian suddenly fainted. The feeling at that time was like jumping from a slow bicycle to a super high-speed train. Boom! I was so shocked on the spot that I was shocked. So this time, Wu Tian lost consciousness directly. It didn't take long for Wu Tian's consciousness to gradually recover. He stood up from the ground without opening his eyes, because he couldn't see anything anyway. His sixth sense, which became extremely sharp after becoming blind, allowed him to clearly feel that there were many unknown auras not far from him. It exudes a touch of malice, like the aura of those demons. Am I still in the devil world? Wu Tian's heart sank, but he concentrated on sensing again, only to find that he could not find the powerful aura of the Dark Lord. His closed eyelids suddenly trembled uncontrollably, because in his conscious perception, he discovered that there was a special smell that he was very familiar with in a place very far away from him. The scent of the cat immortal on Kylan Tower. This is the human world. He's back. Wu Tian's ears twitched. Da-da-da. Boom, boom, boom. It was footsteps, 2 different footsteps, running side by side. One is tall and strong, the other appears to be female. The aura is very weak, suspiciously like a demon. Wu Tian heard the person say, "Are you the human being that Master Azura said, that came out of the demon world?" It was a woman's voice, or in other words, the voice of a female demon. I never expected that there are actually humans who have fallen into the demon world and can come out of Master Azura's demonic mountain pass. This was the voice of another demon, and it sounded like a tall and majestic man. Wu Tian turned around to face them and said, "That mechanism on the magic mountain was arranged by Lord Azura in your mouth." He thought to himself, the Azura in the animation seems to be just a small character with meager fighting ability. He actually has the ability to leave a backhand in such a demon world, and makes the two red and black demons unable to destroy it. Of course, what do you think? Master Azura is so powerful that humans like you can't imagine it, the tall male demon snorted. Okay, Gora. Don't say any more words. Just take him to see Master Azura. The female demon said. The tall demon stopped, and then said to Wu Tian, "Follow me quickly." Wu Tian stood there and opened his white, unfocused eyes. At this time, in the sight of his eyes, his left eye had completely lost its light due to the use of the forbidden technique Izanaga to save his life. The left half of his field of vision was the same dark red as when he closed his eyes, while what his right eye saw was only a dark, blurry afterimage. He could just feel that he was probably in a huge cave at this time, and there was not enough light. After thinking for a while, Wu Tian stepped forward to follow the two breaths in front of him. Let's follow him for now. At least in his perception, the strongest aura was close to his basic skill. Even if it was strong, it was limited. Compared with the two red and black demons in the demon world, they are even more different. Could it be that, because of the manipulation on the magic mountain, the skill is no longer there? Such a setting? Wu Tian thought silently, closely following the breaths of the two demons in front of him. Soon, in the half of his field of vision without scenery, he felt that the light suddenly became much brighter. I thought no one could come here from the magic mountain. A clear man's voice sounded, and Wu Tian's ears twitched. It was indeed the strongest aura he could sense. Is there something wrong with your eyes? Gora, Myra, you go down first. The man with a clear voice, the demon Azura, said this. Yes. Both the female demon and the tall demon retreated. I've seen it, what do you want to do? Wu Tian opened his white, unfocused eyes and looked in the direction of the source of Azura's voice. Azura immediately saw Wu Tian's very strange eyes at this time. The left eye had a dark yellow pupil that seemed to be necrotic, while the right eye had a blurry and weird four-cornered windmill pupil pattern. What strange eyes! Azura marveled and looked at them for a while. Wu Tian closed his eyes again. Although he could not see, he was still observing the surrounding environment all the time. He uses all his other senses except vision, the sense of smell for every smell in the surrounding environment, the touch of the hairs on the body to feel the subtle airflow, and the ears to carefully capture every tiny movement. You are very alert, human. Azura smiled and looked at the human in front of him who had his eyes closed. You can't see? Then how did you come over there? Don't tell me that you bumped in accidentally. It seems you know the situation over there very well. Wu Tian replied calmly. Azura smiled and said, because I used to live there. Noticing that Wu Tian was listening carefully, Azura said slowly, you accidentally entered the demon world somewhere else, right? Haha. The kind of place you encountered is actually rare on the earth, but it is definitely not the only one. He pointed in the direction of the cave passage where Wu Tian came from, and then realized that Wu Tian could not see it at all, so he said, the magic mountain you came to was actually a similar passage like this back then. It was a space-time. The passage connects the two spaces of the earth and the demon world. However, looking at the way you are working hard to return to the human world from here, the time and space passage you entered by mistake is probably one of those that will disappear completely due to disturbance once someone enters. Type. In other words, the passage you sealed here is of a relatively stable type. Haha. That's right. Back then, my mother, an ordinary human, accidentally entered the demon world from here. Then she met my father, who was a demon. Finally, I was born. So, as a half-human and half-demon, you have suffered all kinds of indifference and discrimination from both humans and demons since you were a child. After you gained power, you opened this time and space gate that led to your tragic fate. Was sealed. And you yourself, as a special existence that is neither human nor demon, will always stay in this cave that never sees the light of day. Although it is not far from the world of humans and demons, it is precisely them. Places that are inaccessible. However, what neither the Red Devil nor the Dark Lord expected was that while you sealed this space-time passage, you also left a back door in the magic mountain that could allow people with human blood to pass through. I think, I feel that there may be other humans like your mother who mistakenly enter the demon world, and your back door can be their 1 in a million hope of returning to the human world, is that right? Wu Tian continued what Azura said and said slowly. Oh? Very strong thinking ability, interesting. But... Azura glanced at Wu Tian in surprise. This kind of third-rate gods and demons TV show sucks. Wu Tian asked calmly, but what? You're wrong about one thing. It's not that I want this door to become a hope, but to give people I don't need a way out. Azura sneered for some reason. He continued, do you know why the magic mountain is black? I poured my human blood into the magic mountain. Every time the Dark Lord attacks the magic mountain, he is helping my new human race. The body grows 1 point. The human you mentioned who strayed into the demon world. If the power is not strong, I am naturally not interested. If the power is too strong, I'm sorry, he will be directly dissolved by my human blood and become me. Part of a new body. Oh, so is your current body a pure demon? No wonder your aura is so low, why are you doing this? From your tone, you can hear dissatisfaction and resentment towards your half-human, half-demon status. And why do we need to cultivate a new human body? Wu Tian asked calmly. You have nothing to do with this. Moreover, I suddenly feel strange. Azura's voice changed, with a little chill, why do I say so much to you, things that I didn't intend to say to you? Didn't you notice it from the beginning? Wu Tian smiled slightly and opened his eyes again. The four-cornered windmill in his right eye gradually disappeared and turned into a dim black pupil. Humph, hypnosis? Or some small trick? Although it doesn't matter if I tell you, but you are not afraid of doing it, should I kill you directly? It seems that it is quite hard for you to escape from the devil world, but I gave my life here because of my arrogance. Azura narrowed his eyes and sneered. Haha, say more. Come on, originally you wanted to have a fight with me before you let me go, right? Wu Tian smiled and made his hand gesture. Humph. Azura narrowed his eyes and showed a smile. Flying out of the cave in the Azura realm, Wu Tian rushed into the sky. What an interesting human being. On the ground, at the entrance of the cave, Azura looked at Wu Tian who looked very small in the sky. He turned around and entered the depths of the cave. The heavy door then slowly closed, covering up the deep darkness inside. The chill from the sky blew on his face. Wu Tian closed his eyes and sensed the breath of the cat immortal in the direction of Kailan Tower. Taking a long breath, Wu Tian flew away from where he was with a pop sound. The mountains, rivers, and dense forests on the ground all flew by one. During the flight, Wu Tian closed his eyes and suddenly raised his brows. Because of the loss of vision, Wu Tian's sixth sense became extremely sharp, and because of this, he could vaguely feel that there seemed to be a very light breath in a certain direction far away. Looking at himself, he rushed over quickly. He was certain that he did not recognize this energy. Thoughts were flowing in his mind, but Wu Tian's figure did not stop at all and flew across the sky quickly. It's as if the sky is split apart. The Wukong technique stimulated by the 9 times Wuxian fist, UU reading www.ukkenshu.net compared with the speed when I went to Kailan Tower for the first time, it was really like heaven and earth. It took only half a day for Wu Tian to feel the breath of the cat immortal on Kailan Tower approaching. Whoosh! Wu Tian changed direction at a right angle and rushed straight up into the sky. I've been following him. Who is it? If my perception hadn't been enhanced due to my blindness, I might not have been able to spot such a little tail. Exactly, when did you start following me? Thinking in his heart, Wu Tian had already flown to the tower hall of Kailan Tower. Whoosh! The cat immortal watched a figure fly past from bottom to top without stopping. He quickly ran to the railing at the edge of the pagoda hall, raised his head and looked up, and could only see the solace of Wu Tian's feet that were gradually blurred. Hey, isn't this Wu Tian? Where is he going? Is he going? Temple? He wants to see the gods. He smacked his mouth and thought, there was something wrong with Wu Tian's aura and his speed. On the other side, Wu Tian didn't stop and kept flying upwards, as if he was going to fly to the end of the sky and rush out of the earth. As he flew higher and higher, the oxygen content in the air also decreased rapidly, the temperature dropped in a gradient, and a slight chill invaded his body. But at the same time, he soon felt that aura hanging high in the sky was getting closer and closer to him. God Piccolo stood at the edge of the temple, watching the young human flying out and floating in front of him. His mood was slightly complicated, and he said slowly, "We finally meet, Wu Tian. Yu Reading welcomes all book lovers to come and read. The latest, fastest, and most popular serial works are all available in Yu Reading. Mobile phone users please go and read. Chapter 38 IOUA Request. We finally meet, Wu Tian." Wu Tian closed his eyes and floated, hearing the owner of the energy in front of him say this. With a calm expression on his face, he slowly floated forward, past the two auras of God Piccolo and probably Bobo, and landed on the ground of the temple with a click. Yes, we finally meet. God, or Piccolo. Wu Tian said calmly with his back to God Piccolo. He knew that the old guy behind him must have carefully observed the situation on the battlefield when Wu Teta sealed Piccolo. The words he said to Wu Teta before he died must have been heard by him a long time ago. Therefore, when he spoke, he did not prepare to hide it. Even if you know but have to pretend you don't know, it will be quite hard to do. Humph! You really did, as you said back then, see the future. However, even now, I still have some doubts about what you said. You have to know that even your sister can only it's just a vague divination of some future results. You said that you have seen the future, and that many powerful warriors will appear on the earth in the future. This is incredible. Even the gods of this earth cannot do it. God Piccolo laughed a few times, then turned around and spoke slowly. There is no shortage of bizarre things in this world, right? Wu Tian said nonchalantly. He breathed deeply. The extremely thin air here made him a little uncomfortable. You adapted quickly. Besides, you don't seem surprised at all that I know what you said to Wu Teta back then. God Piccolo looked at Wu Tian and said. Wu Tian smiled, still closing his eyes, and said, I know you, and I know that you have such abilities, and I also know that you will not fail to pay attention to the great demon King Piccolo who is one and the same with you, so, you are in the sky. Is there anything strange about spying on these? Haha. Having said that, I am very amazed at your progress in martial arts over the years. Is this because you have seen the future, so you can continue to improve? God Piccolo smiled slightly and didn't care about Wu Tian's word peeping. Continuous improvement? It turns out that gods can also joke. Could you tell me that you haven't seen that? The potential of my body has been exhausted a long time ago. Wu Tian laughed at himself slightly, still closing his eyes. No, I don't think that the progress of martial arts is just the improvement of one's own skills. Being able to develop miraculous martial arts is of course also progress as a martial artist. You can casually hit attacks that are several times your own skills. Isn't this a constant improvement? One kind. God Piccolo said. Wu Tian was non-committal and hummed, you do peak a lot. God Piccolo smiled, after all, he is a human being who has never appeared before and has foreseen the future. As a god, I naturally need to pay special attention to him. He paused and then said, in addition, as for your potential, it is only because of the longevity water you drank when you were young. Most of the life potential in your body has been absorbed by this water from the underworld. Use the divine water to make up for your lifespan. Sacred water from the underworld. Wu Tian was finally a little surprised and raised his eyebrows, but still closed his eyes. I think you have guessed it. Yes, it was your sister who asked her master to get you the longevity water. As for the reason, I probably don't want your only relative to die too early. God Bai K said. I see. Wu Tian nodded slightly, closing his eyes thoughtfully. God Piccolo added, but don't feel pity. Although the potential of your skills is limited, in exchange, you will have a natural lifespan of at least nearly 1,000 years, and you will have a longer lifespan than normal people of youth. Wu Tian waved his hands and said indifferently, it's not that I had any hope for my own power. On the contrary, the 1,000 natural lifespan you mentioned exceeded my expectations. God Piccolo was surprised, and then understood, oh, is it because in the future you see, your skills are similar to those now? Wu Tian said, absolutely. After speaking, he took out an orange-yellow bead from his body. God Piccolo looked at the 4-star Dragon Ball in Wu Tian's hand and asked, this is the 7 Dragon Balls. You are very lucky to be able to find one. By gathering the 7 Dragon Balls, you can summon the dragon to make a wish, and any wish can come true, right? Wu Tian closed his eyes and rubbed the 4 stars in his hand with his fingers. The smooth surface of the Dragon Balls seemed not to be stained with a trace of dust. Very comfortable. Indeed. God Bic nodded. Wu Tian closed his eyes and said with a smile, God, you are the maker of the Dragon Balls, and we are already acquaintances. Can you do me a favor and recall the other 6 Dragon Balls? I am in a lot of trouble, and I want to ask Shen Long. Is there something wrong with your eyes? I remember you said back then that your eyes had changed because you saw the future. God Piccolo asked unexpectedly. He has been paying attention to Wu Tian since he came here. Wu Tian closed his eyes tightly. I can't hide it from you. Wu Tian finally opened his eyes that had been tightly closed, revealing 2 pupils with no focus. He said slowly, I encountered a little trouble. Now I just follow this person. Almost like a blind man. God Piccolo was very surprised by Wu Tian's eyes, which were completely lifeless. He frowned and asked, what's going on? You disappeared for 6 years, what happened? Finally, the question came out. 6 years? When did you start counting? Wu Tian frowned tightly after hearing this. At the same time, he sensed the direction of Sayuan City, and soon he sensed the auras of Wu Fangfang, Wu Xiaoyi, and Aragorn. The auras of Aragorn and Wu Xiaoyi, especially Wu Xiaoyi, were significantly enhanced. Tian Shen said, I don't know when you disappeared, but the last time I saw you, you were still in the martial arts gym you opened in the city. 6 years? Wu Tian's heart sank slightly, and he frowned and said nothing. Seeing his silence, God Piccolo looked at the 4 orbs clenched in Wu Tian's hand, shook his head and said, although I am the creator of the Dragon Balls, I cannot directly summon back the Dragon Balls. Even their specific locations are mine. Unclear. Wu Tian didn't have much hope in the first place, and naturally he wasn't too disappointed at this time. But now I suddenly learn that 6 years have passed since I entered and exited the demon world, and I feel really complicated. He closed his eyes again and placed the 4 stars on his body again. After thinking for a while, he pointed to his blind eye and asked, God himself, is there any way to cure my eyes? God Piccolo pondered for a moment and said, I can give it a try. Trouble. Wu Tian walked towards the voice of God Piccolo and stopped in front of God Piccolo. The powerful perception ability accurately stopped at an arm's length in front of me. Do you also have a general understanding of my figure? Yes, he has met Piccolo. This kid's delicate grasp of Qigong has become even more superb. Reading www.yunsha.net God Piccolo thought to himself, covering Wu Tian's closed eyes with his hands. Wu Tian felt a cool and warm touch coming from his eyes, which was very comfortable. After a while, Piccolo took his hand away and opened his eyes, to no avail. He is still completely blind in his left eye and his right eye is completely white. It seems there is nothing I can do. God Piccolo shook his head. Wu Tian's eyes were still the same as before, completely lifeless. Before Piccolo was separated, he was an all-powerful Namekian dragon. Although it was not reflected in the original work, he should have similar healing abilities to Dandy. But sure enough, if the fairy beans can't be cured, the gods can't do anything. Maybe this guy made the fairy beans and threw them to the cat fairy? Forget it, it doesn't matter. Wu Tian was naturally a little irritated after the treatment on his eyes failed, and he thought wildly for a while. But thinking of fairy beans, an idea came to his mind, maybe we can do this. Indirectly. Seeing the fleeting look of disappointment on Wu Tian's face, Piccolo, the god of heaven, thought of Wu Tata back then, and sighed slightly in his heart, saying, in sealing the great demon king Piccolo, you can be considered to have made great contributions to mankind. Well, even though I can't cure your eyes, I promise that I owe you a request. As long as it's something within my power, you can make it. Oh? Wu Tian was slightly surprised. He thought for a while, and plans flashed through his mind. Finally, he shook his head and said to the god Piccolo, forget it, I don't have anything to ask for at the moment. Of course, as long as you think of it, you can come and mention it to me at any time. God Piccolo nodded. UU Reading welcomes all book lovers to come and read. The latest, fastest, and most popular serial works are all available in UU Reading. Mobile phone users please go and read. Chapter 39, Regaining the Light. Since the gods are also helpless against my eyes, I will take my leave first. As for the request, yes. I will come again. Wu Tian sighed. 6 years later, Wu Fangfang, his wife and Aragon have also I don't know how I'm doing. Walking to the edge of the temple, the biting cold wind blew on me. Wu Tian concentrated on his perception and said secretly, we're almost there. Who are you? Follow me here, what are you going to do? Piccolo, the god of heaven, was behind and asked about the faint smell of blood on Wu Tian's clothes, thinking secretly in his heart. By now. Wu Tian closed his eyes, jumped out from an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, and fell straight down. Let's go. God Piccolo and Bobo left together and returned to the temple. Wu Tian fell quickly, and soon, the breath of the cat immortal was getting closer and closer. Wu Tian stayed in the air and slowly floated into the tower hall of Kailan Tower. The cat immortal had sensed his aura for a long time. At this moment, he saw Wu Tian flying in from the outside and asked, have you seen the god? Are you surprised? He thought Wu Tian saw him and Big Demon King Piccolo growing up. The gods who looked exactly the same would be extremely shocked. I went to the temple, but I didn't see the god. Wu Tian smiled. I didn't see it, what's going on? Cat Immortal asked curiously. Because I can't see. Wu Tian opened his eyes, revealing his lifeless eyes. The Cat Immortal was greatly surprised when he saw it, and asked, what's wrong with your eyes? Can't you see? He waved his hand. Wu Tian said, due to various reasons, my eyes are disabled. After a pause, he added, I passed by the immortal this time because I wanted to borrow some more fairy beans. Borrowing? Last time you broke off a piece of somersault cloud from me, you said it was borrowing. Cat Immortal and Wu Tian were already familiar with each other, so he said jokingly. Then he ran to the lower floor of the tower and quickly took out a jar, which contained all the fairy beans on the Kailan Tower. He grabbed a large handful and put them into a bag, and the Cat Immortal generously handed them to Wu Tian. Seeing that Wu Tian only took the bag but did not take out the fairy beans to take them, the Cat Immortal asked strangely, can the fairy beans not cure your eyes? He guessed that Wu Tian had eaten the fairy beans after having eye problems. Wu Tian nodded, yeah, it's of no use. At the same time, something moved in his heart. The aura that followed him was now hidden under Kellan Tower, and the aura became more blurry. If it weren't for his blindness, which made his sixth consciousness extremely sensitive, he might not be able to sense this special aura at this time. That's really a pity. You came down from the temple. It seems that the gods can't cure you. Cat Immortal scratched his furry face, feeling a little pity for Wu Tian. Yes. Wu Tian nodded and took a breath. He grabbed the bag with fairy beans in his hand and said, then, I'll leave first. I've been away from home for too long, so I should go back early. Let's go. Cat Immortal said casually. Wu Tian nodded, floated up, and flew out of the tower hall. He hung in the air, thought for a moment, and instead of flying in the direction of Sayuan City, he fell straight down. Isn't this kid rushing home? Why did he get down? Cat Immortal scratched his face and wondered. After a while, he turned back. Soon, Wu Tian came down from Kailan Tower and landed on the ground. The Indians under the tower immediately noticed Wu Tian falling from the sky. A tall and powerful middle-aged black man came over with a long wooden gun and asked uncertainly, Wu Tian, brother. Although Wu Tian couldn't see it, he heard the voice and smiled slightly, is it brother Wu Muzhen? Wu Mu, a middle-aged man in his 40s, said in great surprise, it's really you. Brother Wu Shen, after so many years, how come you are still as young as you were then? This had to surprise him. In his opinion, Wu Tian should be about the same age as him, but now he has a big beard and there are not many wrinkles on his face. And what about Wu Tian? He still has that young face of about 20 years old, which is really strange. Not to mention the effect of the longevity water, just by going to the devil world, I have lived 6 years less than you. Naturally, I age slowly. Wu Tian thought in his heart, but said, maybe it's because I have been practicing martial arts for many years and have improved my qigong. Maybe. Ebony murmured. Abba. A child's voice sounded from behind Wu Muzhen. Wu Tian smiled and said, your son. Wu Muzhen smiled and held a black child in his arms, yes, he is born. Late, I'm only 11 years old this year. Come on, Fuiuki, call me Uncle Wu Shen. Hello, Uncle Wu Tian. The child greeted me obediently. Wu Tian smiled slightly and said, I remember the first time we met. At that time, my junior brother and I came here like savages. It was all thanks to the hospitality of brother Wu Muzhen. Yes, so many years have passed in the blink of an eye. How many years? It seems to have been 17 or 18 years. Wu Mu is really an honest person. When Wu Tian mentioned this, he sighed along with it. 17 or 18 years. Why 17 or 18 years? Wu Tian was shocked and shouted. What's wrong? Isn't it wrong? Wu Mu was really surprised. No, that's wrong. How could it be 17 or 18 years? How could it be 17 or 18 years ago? Wu Tian looked like he was in despair, but at this moment, a faint murderous intention emerged. Shockingly, he rushed out. Just like a sharp sword, it is useless until it is unsheathed. Once it is unsheathed, the sword must be sacrificed with blood. Be careful! Wu Muzhen shouted while hugging the child. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Wu Tian's mouth. He seemed to be slow to react. Although he barely dodged, his arm was cut open with a puff, sound from a jet-black dagger. In an instant, the scratched arm turned purple. Highly toxic. Wu Tian's head was dizzy. He couldn't see with his eyes, but he could see in his heart. With 9 times the strength of Wu Xian fist, he raised his hand and struck in the direction of the coming person's breath. The mighty qigong wave pours out with the boundless and powerful palm power. Puff! The assassin spat out a mouthful of blood and almost made a hole in his chest and abdomen with Wu Tian's palm. He flew out like a rag bag and rolled on the ground for an unknown distance. The dagger in his hand also fell to the ground, and when it hit the turf on the ground, the turf immediately withered. This change in the blink of an eye left Wu Muzhen stunned. When he came back to his senses, he immediately shouted angrily, "Where did you come from, bastard?" He was in his prime. And his muscles all over his body suddenly bulged, like a block of granite. It squeezed the child in his arms and screamed in pain. Wu Muzhen quickly put the child on the ground. "Don't worry, he was hit by my palm and he won't live long." Wu Tian's lips turned purple. It was obvious that he was poisoned by a poison of a depth rarely seen in the world. "Let me ask you, who sent you here?" Wu Tian fell to the ground and coldly asked the struggling assassin on the ground. "He." The assassin spit out a mouthful of blood but said nothing. Wu Tian narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment, then asked, "Are they Tao Sanqian's men?" "Hey! Dahua killing." He vaguely remembered the name of this suspected killer organization that Tao Sanqian had mentioned back then. Fortunately, because of Tao Bibai, he paid a little attention to Tao Sanqian and could still remember it at this time. "You actually remember?" The assassin was surprised. "When did you start following me?" Wu Tian's eyes were filled with an unusual green color at this time. The poison was beyond his imagination. "You won't live much longer, so there's nothing wrong with telling you." "Yes, I received a secret message from Master Tao Sanqian before he died. I have been watching you near Taido Mountain 8 years ago, just to wait for this opportunity. Kill you. You disappeared for 6 years, and I thought you found me and cowered up." The assassin sneered again and again, as if the target had been eliminated and he had died without regrets. "You are quite powerful. You can actually avoid my sense of qi." Wu Tian was really impressed, but he underestimated the world's most capable people. "Bah!" The assassin rolled his eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. Finally, his head tilted and he ran out of breath. "Are you okay, Brother Wu Tian?" Seeing that Wu Tian was dying, Wu Muzhen squatted beside Wu Tian to support him and asked eagerly. "It doesn't matter." Wu Tian's breath was weak, but he kept his eyes open, and the big windmills in the 4 corners of his right eye were spinning crazily. A line of dark red blood overflowed from his eye socket and slid down his cheek. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.net. Then, the pattern in his right eye gradually dissipated, eventually turning into a completely pale pupil. Wu Muzhen's eyes widened wider and wider, and he watched helplessly as the poisoned purple color on Wu Tian's face disappeared completely in the blink of an eye. Wu Tian stood up as if nothing had happened. "You, what are you?" Wu Mu really felt that his worldview had been subverted, and what happened in front of him exceeded his imagination. "It's just a little trick." Wu Tian smiled, closed his eyes, and exhaled a long breath. Then, he stretched out his hand and dug into his eye sockets. Pft! After a numbing sound of blood and human flesh rubbing against each other, Wu Tian actually dug out his 2 eyeballs. Wu Muzhen had no idea what his brother was thinking. He covered his son's eyes to prevent him from seeing this extremely challenging picture. Blood flowed all over Wu Tian's cheeks, but Wu Tian didn't even groan at the severe pain of gouging his eyes. He casually threw the 2 round eyeballs to the ground, and with his hands stained with blood and inexplicable liquid, he took out a fairy bean from the bag containing the fairy beans. Crack! After chewing twice, Wu Tian swallowed the fairy beans. In a flash. Before Wu Tian could feel the feeling of his eyeballs growing back, his eye sockets were filled with a sense of fullness. Taking a long breath, Wu Tian slowly opened his eyes. The world full of color came in after a long absence, shining into Wu Tian's dark eyes full of energy. Wu Tian smiled brightly and rarely, and said to Wu Muzhen, "Long time no see. Yu Reading welcomes all book lovers to come and read. The latest, fastest, and most popular serial works are all available in Yu Reading. Mobile phone users please go and read. Chapter 40 Wu Xian Liu is surrounded. Your eyes. Ebony said that everything that happened in a short period of time was beyond his expectation. Suddenly, the killer rushed out and almost killed Wu Tian. Suddenly, Wu Tian stood up again without any problems. Suddenly, Wu Tian dug out his own eyes. Came down. Suddenly, Wu Tian's eyes grew again. Wu Tian smiled, took out 3 fairy beans from the bag, and said, "This is the magic medicine given by the immortal on Kailan Tower. No matter what kind of injury you suffer, as long as you still have breath, you can recover after eating it." With that said, he handed 3 beans to Wu Muzhen. When Wu Muzhen heard this, she accepted it and quickly waved her hand to refuse. "No, no, it's too expensive." Wu Tian disapproved and stuffed it directly into Wu Muzhen's hand, saying, "Don't worry, mother-in-law, if you are trying to survive in this big forest, you will inevitably get injured. Keeping this thing may save your life. Treat me as a friend. Take it." Wu Muzhen frowned into a big knot. His son on his leg asked him, "Abba, what did uncle give you? Is it delicious?" Wu Tian told him, "It's not delicious, and it takes a while." "Damn, you won't be able to eat anything delicious for 7 days. Then why do you want it?" The child wondered. "Haha." Wu Tian smiled, patted Wu Muzhen's generous shoulder, and said, "Brother, let's say goodbye. See you again in the future." "Oh, by then." Wu Mu was stunned. Wu Tian glanced at the 2 round eyes on the ground next to him. He narrowed his eyes and thought of something. Immediately, he smiled freely, fired out thunder flames from his fingers, and burned his 2 eyeballs to pieces. He jumped into the air, and with a pop, he flew away into the distance. In his last life, after learning that he had become a member of the Uchiha clan who fight against each other among brothers, Wu Tian deeply abhorred killing each other for his brother's Mangekyo. The moral sense and bottom line given to him by modern society made him instinctively reject this kind of thing. And this rejection led to 2 results. The first was that he was finally forced to have no way out by his brother Uchiha Musashi, and had no choice but to self-destruct and die with him. And the second result is that he doesn't know how to perform Uchiha Sai-changing surgery at all. He had no idea how to use another pair of Mangeki Sharingan to eliminate the flaws in his own Mangeki Sharingan, and he had never thought about it. He originally thought that his brother might not be able to open the kaleidoscope, and he originally thought that even if he could open it, with the relationship between their brothers, his brother might not be able to do such incredible things. He originally thought. Humph! Wu Tian raised the corners of his mouth. Soon, he flew out of sight in the air and gradually disappeared into the horizon. Wu Muzhen looked up, looking stunned, unable to say a word for a long time. Wu Tian flew towards Seiwan City at high altitude, sensing the auras of Wu Fangfang and the 3 of them as he flew all the way. Soon, Wu Tian gradually discovered something was wrong. No longer in the city? Moved outside the city? There are still a lot of strange smells. What's going on? Is this smell Tsurumi? What happened in the 6 years I was away? Wu Tian felt strange and increased his speed again. Anyway, there was no danger of blindness for the time being, so Wu Tian simply opened the Mangeki Sharingan and used the pupil technique of bending air and transforming air with both eyes. 30 times, Wukong technique. Buzz! The speed of his figure's flight skyrocketed. But not long after flying, Wu Tian's figure in the sky flickered and he almost fell down. Hiss! Wu Tian gritted his teeth, knitted his eyebrows and rubbed his temples vigorously, and laughed at himself in an embarrassed low voice, I am too complacent. Although there is no danger of blindness due to depletion of my pupils, with my current mental strength, I don't want to be blind. It is also unrealistic to use the kaleidoscope eye technique without any scruples. The pain of gouging out his own eyes didn't even make him frown, but the pain growing deep in his spirit, made him cry out in pain. Shaking his head, Wu Tian continued to use the Wukong technique of the 9-fold martial immortal fist again, and rushed to where Aragorn and the others were outside the faraway city in the perception. Outside Seiwan City, at the foot of a mountain, the Sanmen Gymnasium of Wuzhen is located. Wiang, a large group of people gathered around the gym, almost squeezing out of the gate. At the entrance of the inner hall, in the center of the venue, Aragorn stood there. The 17-year-old and his fellow Budo Senryu disciples wearing white martial arts uniforms withstood everyone's pressure. It has been a month since these people came to visit because of the name of Wu Xian Liu. They have been blocking the Wu Xian Liu Shanmen Gym for a month. They come every day and ask to see Wu Tian, the master of Wu Xian Liu. But, Aragorn and the others still want to know where his master has gone. Since Wu Tian went out 6 years ago, they have never heard from Wu Tian again, as if he has disappeared from the world. Wu Xiaoyi was in the back room with her mother Wu Fangfang. And next to Aragorn, 2 people, one tall and one short, were floating there. One of them is Tsurumi, who parted ways with Wu Tian on the edge of Duolin Mountain, and the other one is probably the disciple he has trained over the years. Tsurumi stood aside and watched with a faint sneer on his lips, as if he wanted to see Wu Tian's Wu Xian style joke. "Mom, it's okay. Brother Aragorn can definitely handle them." Wu Xiaoyi accompanied her mother Wu Fangfang, holding her arm and comforting her. Wu Fangfang looked miserable, looking at the strangers surrounding her family outside, and murmured, "Brother Tian, where have you been? Today is the last day of the deadline. Since you dare to call yourself a Wuxian, why doesn't Master Wuxian come out to meet us? So that we can learn something, the skills of a great martial arts master. Big guy, you tell me, isn't it?" Among the people surrounding the Wuzhen Ryu gym, the leader said loudly, while looking in the direction of Aragorn and the others. "Yes. Why don't Wu Xian dare to come out? What kind of martial arts immortal? I think he's just a turtle immortal." "Haha, well said, Immortal Oogway. Immortal Oogway gave birth to a beautiful daughter. Them bastards." Wu Xiaoyi was so angry that her eyes were on fire when she heard these dirty words. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.net. Ha ha ha. Tsurumi, who was watching coldly from the side, laughed and was quite happy. And the disciple flying next to him was also smiling with him. With a flattering expression. "Fuck you, can't you speak? If you want to fight, come now. Who is afraid of whom? What's the point of swearing?" The Wuzhen Ryu disciples in white martial arts uniforms were also angry. Like the fat man back then, of course he is a muscular young man now, and Aaron, they already had a tendency to lose their patience. "Master Long, these words are a bit excessive." Aragorn was also angry, but he held back. This is not the first time in the past 6 years that someone has been beaten by the name of Wu Xian Liu, but it is different from the past. He is not sure that the people who come back this time will not be defeated. The master who led this group of people was Master Long, who was famous in the martial arts world. This Master Long has superb boxing skills and is a veteran master who has been famous for many years. Aragorn has heard many rumors about this person in the past few years of running the Wu Xian style. Now that I have seen Master Long in person, I feel even more unsure. It's all my fault. If I could learn Master's Wu Xian fist, why would I bother talking to these people? He blamed himself in his heart. Over the years, he had never neglected his study of Wuxianquan. However, he can increase the power of special moves and the like, but he can't keep his power at several times the explosive power at all times. This is completely impossible. There seemed to be a hurdle standing in front of him. Outside the ridge, it was him and the others. Inside, his master stood. And he, across this barrier, couldn't even see his master's back clearly. Chapter 41. Are you looking for me? What is your identity? Just challenge our Master Long directly. The person who was leading the heckles pointed at Aragorn's nose and cursed, but an old man standing next to him waved his hand to signal him not to speak. The old man, Master Long, said to Aragorn, "We are here this time for no other reason than to ask your sect to change its name. I heard that Master Wu Tian was a disciple of Mr. Wu Tata back then. Xian Liu. This is a name that even his Master Wu Tata dare not call. I think it would be better to change it as soon as possible." Aragorn frowned. "What's your name?" "It was decided by my master himself. As a disciple, how am I qualified to change it without authorization?" Someone immediately shouted, "Then call out that turtle master of yours. Let him change it himself." Aragorn's veins throbbed on his forehead and he said, "I have told you many times that my master is out and not in the martial arts gym. Please wait until my master comes back before discussing the name of our sect." "Ha ha ha, come on. It seems to me that your master had already heard that we were coming and ran away on his own. Otherwise I'll just be a coward. Don't bully others too much." Aragorn was furious and pointed at the person opposite who was taunting him. "What, you don't accept it? If you don't accept it, come and fight. We're just here to fight." As he said this, someone rolled up their sleeves, as if they were going to fight. "I'll fight. I'm afraid of you. I will beat you down without our senior brother taking action." The disciples of Wu Xianliu couldn't bear it any longer. But Aragorn had to endure, and he held back his anger again and again. He can't take action at will, he is already the one with the strongest fighting power in Wuxian style. If even he loses, then the Bushan style will be over before the master comes back. "Stop arguing." Master Long had been watching, and then he raised his hand. Suddenly, there was silence behind him, which showed the importance of his prestige. The old man smiled harmlessly at Aragorn and said, "Please stop for a moment and listen to what I have to say. Look, little brother. Oh, you are the eldest disciple of Master Wu Tian. If he is not around, you should be here. Is it a big deal? Look, your master hasn't come back. We can't keep waiting here, right? Otherwise, as an old guy like me, I haven't fought with anyone in I don't know how many years, but I won't bully a young man like you. In this way, if I fight you, I can't beat you within 100 moves. We people don't say anything, just turn around and leave. And if I beat you within 100 moves? Haha, there's nothing else, just change the name of Wu Xianliu. How is it? Do you have any objections?" Master Long asked the group of people behind him. "Of course I have no objection. No comment. But it's up to Master Long to make the decision." Sure enough, a group of people responded. Aragorn looked ugly. Wu Xiaoyi, who was in the room behind, was supporting her mother. Her face was livid, and she shouted angrily in a low voice, "These people are so shameless. Brother Aragorn has only learned martial arts from his father for a few years. How old is this old guy? Are you embarrassed of him?" "Master, do you think he can hold 100 moves?" asked the young man next to Tsurumi. "I'm afraid I can't. This guy named Long, although he was defeated by my master back then, he still has some real skills. I think, he has already mastered Qigong now. This disciple of Wu Tian is a master of martial arts. He is indeed a good young man, but it's a pity that he himself disappeared for several years and never came back. There is no one to teach this kid, so his progress is of course limited." Tsurumi shook his head and said slowly. At this time, Master Long had already taken off his coat, revealing a loose military uniform underneath. "Please," he said in a senior manner. Aragorn had no choice but to get in at this time, so he stepped forward and cupped his hands with an ugly expression. "Please. Come on. Master Long, let him see his true skills. Let this man know what it means to be a martial immortal." The disciples of Wu Xianliu turned red when they heard this. They were so angry that they glared at those people, and those people also looked back with provocative eyes. "Hey!" Aragorn breathed a long sigh of relief, did not dare to neglect, and made a hand gesture. Master Long smiled casually and seemed to be standing there with all his flaws. It was a moment. Tsurumi squinted in the air beside him and whispered. After a while, neither party made any move. Aragorn had sweat on his forehead, and he moved slowly, his eyes fixed on every tiny movement of Master Long opposite him. Finally, Aragorn was still young and could not hold on any longer. He shouted and attacked. Lost. Tsurumi shook his head. Master Long smiled, raised his palm seemingly casually, and easily blocked Aragorn's punch. His movement was like a monkey, dodging Aragorn's unexpected kick, and from an extremely tricky angle. Hit Aragorn hard on the chest with one elbow. Aragorn's chest felt tight, severe pain came, and he was about to burst into pieces. Wuxian style? The smile on Master Long's lips grew colder, and the force on his hands became heavier and heavier. His palms turned into a mess and kept hitting Aragorn. Bang, bang, bang. Where is the use of 100 moves? Compared with this old guy, Aragorn's experience gap is really too big. No matter how talented he is, he will be suppressed by this old guy. Too young. What's going on with this guy Wu Tian? Are you so trusting of his disciple? He just threw away his hands and disappeared. Tsurumi shook his head. Of course he knew that Wu Tian was not the kind of person to be a coward. The reason why no one was seen now was probably because he was too far away from home, or he encountered some trouble outside and couldn't come back for a while. Poof! Aragorn was kicked by Master Long again. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Senior brother! The Wuxian Liu disciple was anxious. Brother! Wu Xiaoyi in the room finally couldn't help but rushed out, knelt down next to Aragorn, supported him, and felt heartbroken when she saw his mouth full of blood. Xiaoyi, I'm fine. It's just that I've embarrassed the master. Aragorn's face was red, ashamed, and angry, and he vomited another mouthful of blood in a hurry. The man's eyes were already red. Haha! Master Long walked towards Aragorn. That's it, Mr. Long. Tsurui stopped in front of Master Long and looked at him coldly. Isn't this less than 100 moves? Master Long said with a smile. Tsurumi sneered, what's the point of bullying a junior? Mr. Long, how about we fight against each other? Master Long shook his head and laughed. We are looking for an explanation from Wuxian Lu. What did you mix with Wuxian Lu? Why, you want to abandon Wuxian Lu and join your senior brothers Wuxian Lu? Can't do it. Tsurumi said, I am junior brother Wu Tian, from the same sect and sect. If he is not here, why not help me clean up some dogs that bite the door for him? You. Master Long's eyes twitched, and he was about to say again, when suddenly Tsurumi's face changed, and he raised his head to look at the sky in surprise. At this moment, a black shadow that was invisible to the naked eye had fallen from the sky. Bang! There was a sound. The sound of objects hitting the ground exploded. Flying dust. What? What fell? The ragtag group of people behind Master Long were puzzled. Finally I know I'm back. Tsurumi was extremely shocked, horrified by the speed Wu Tian had just shown, but he snorted with a sneer on his face that didn't look like a sneer. And in the center of the flying dust, on the ground that was broken like a spider web, a man who was not very tall, but had an awe-inspiring power slowly stood upright. Master! Dad! Aragorn and Wu Xiaoyi on the ground were surprised and happy. They immediately recognized who this was, and tears burst into their eyes. After laying hands on his disciple's daughter, Wu Tian walked over, patted Tsurumi on the shoulder, and pulled him away. He himself walked up to Master Long and looked at him quietly. The strange thing is that Wu Tian is clearly looking at Master Long, but it seems that he is looking at him condescendingly. There was no special emotion in his pale eyes. He didn't know if it was anger or not. Everyone present only heard him ask lightly, "Are you looking for me?" UU Reading welcomes all book lovers to come and read. The latest, fastest, and most popular serial works are all available in UU Reading. Mobile phone users, please go and read. Chapter 42, One Palm Breaks the Mountain. Humph, yes. Are you Wu Tian? What a big tone, Wu Xian Liu. I want to ask if you are a master when you die, is he qualified to give this name? Master Long was struck by Wu Tian's eyes that were so bland that he couldn't understand. After stabbing him, he said in a neutral tone. I remember you, the one who went to Tai Do Mountain and was beaten to the ground by my master until he couldn't get up. Wu Tian nodded and said coldly. You. Master Long's face turned blue and white. My master has passed away, and even an old guy like you has the nerve to come out and embarrass yourself? Hey, when the big devil was here, everyone hid tightly. Wu Zhenryu, I can't scream, but you can scream? Hey! Wu Tian said calmly that he was not interested in seeing the man named Long anymore. He glanced around at the group of people behind him who had gathered out of nowhere. Those people caught by Wu Tian's sight involuntarily dodged. Those who used to clamor for the great turtle immortal have long since fallen silent. The aura of a Qigong master is not just talk, it is something that actually exists. At this point, the martial artist's energy and spirit can be released through his own inner energy, and it couldn't be easier to scare this kind of mob with no real materials. Is this our master? He seems a bit young. Some of the Wu Zhenryu disciples whispered to each other. Because Wu Tian rarely showed up in the martial arts gym in Saiwan City, the disciples were not very familiar with Wu Tian's appearance. Master Long said, Of course I. Stop talking, I'm not here to argue with people like you. Wu Tian interrupted him unceremoniously, and Master Long's expression changed again. He stared at Wu Tian and sneered, Young man, being too arrogant is not a good thing. Speaking of young people, he suddenly realized Wu Tian's appearance seemed to be a little too young. According to what he knew, Wu Taitu's two true disciples should be in their 40s now. And look at Wu Tian, who looks about 20 years old, and look at Surumi over there, he looks no more than 30 years old at most. If he hadn't actually met these two brothers back then, he would never have regarded them as Wu Taitu's disciples. Wu Tian didn't seem to hear Master Long's words. He glanced at Surumi who was looking at him strangely, then his feet slowly left the ground, floated, and soon reached mid-air. I know, because I have been away from home for a long time this time, which resulted in some cats and dogs that appeared from nowhere and bullied us at the door. I'm very disappointed. With all these things, Aragorn, you can't even handle it. Where's the Wuxian fist I taught you? What have you been doing these past few years? Aragorn was ashamed on the ground, lowered his head and said, This disciple is too stupid to learn the martial immortal fist. Wu Tian was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that after 6 years, Aragorn would not be able to learn Wuxian fist despite his qualifications. He was a little puzzled, feeling that although Wuxianquan was very difficult, it shouldn't be so difficult if it was just for beginners. Dad, don't blame him. It's because the boxing skills you taught are too difficult. Wu Xiaoyi defended Aragorn. 6 years have passed, and the little girl who was more than 9 years old has become a teenage girl. Wu Tian glanced at Wu Xiaoyi and Aragorn, but said nothing. Then he scanned the crowd below very coldly. His voice was not loud, but everyone could hear it clearly, and he said, I'm not interested in knowing why you were fooled by this bad old man. Whether you want to be famous or just don't like my reputation as a martial artist. I don't care at all. However, I will set a rule here today. If you want to come to Wu Zhenryu to cause trouble, you can, but you must first look at this mountain, and then weigh your own wealth to see if you have the ability. Wu Tian pointed to the high mountain behind the Wuxian Liushan Gate Martial Arts Hall. Everyone on the ground followed his gesture and saw that the mountain was steep and steep, covered with dense forests. They didn't see anything special, and they didn't understand what Wu Tian meant by look at this mountain first. What's the meaning? A ball of white light condensed on Wu Tian's right hand, revealing a strong aura of Qigong. What is he going to do? The speed when he came back just now, is it because his skill has greatly increased, or because he has improved the dance technique? Tsurumi looked down, frowning. I didn't think Wu Tian could do anything with the power he had gathered in his hands. Did you see everything clearly? Then take a closer look. In mid-air, Wu Tian said lightly, and then, his eyes suddenly turned into pupils with blood-red background and black four-cornered windmill pattern. He activated his pupil technique, raised his palm and hit the mountainside of the mountain behind the martial arts hall. Buzz! An incredibly thick and incredibly bright Qigong wave beam shot out from Wu Tian's hand. Under everyone's stunned gaze, boom! A thunderous explosion sounded like the sky was falling, and a violent explosion occurred on the mountain behind. Rumbling, the ground shook and the mountains shook for a moment, and dust and smoke rose into the sky in sight. The storm caused by the explosion blew all the way here, blowing everyone's hair back, and some people almost ran away in panic. The white light of the intense Qigong wave, which was so intense that it seemed to eclipse the sun, finally slowly dissipated. Immediately afterwards, people on the ground were saying this is impossible. Oh my god! Oh my god! Is this a lie? And other sounds of air conditioning. At this time, where is the original steep mountain behind the Musen Ryu gym? In front of everyone's eyes, only a half-bald mountain base was left, and a large area of clear blue sky was directly exposed in front of them without the obstruction of the mountain. There were no clouds in the blue sky, maybe all the clouds had been dispersed by the Qigong wave just now. This. Master Long's eyes almost popped out of his head. He forgot all about the bearing of a martial arts master. He just looked at the side opposite half of the mountain that had disappeared, and his mind went blank. The mouth was squeaking and no coherent words could come out at all. Also surprised and shocked was Tsurumi. He looked at the man in mid-air with confusion. He couldn't understand why his power had grown to such a terrifying level just over 10 years later. Flatten half the mountain with one palm? I'm afraid this might only be possible if I try my best to use the most powerful Qigong cannon. And if he did this, he would lose his life. But as for Wu Tian, looking at his calm look, he seemed to have just done something trivial. Tsurumi's heart was filled with inexplicable unwillingness, and more importantly, a deep sense of frustration. Originally, he came back this time mainly to show off to Wu Tian the good apprentice he had taught, but now, in front of Wu Tian's personal strength that exceeded his imagination, Tsurumi completely lost interest. And the good apprentice who followed Tsurumi was also dull and stupid. He didn't expect that the uncle whom the master had always disdained could be so powerful. He glanced at Wu Xiaoyi who was helping Aragorn to stand up, and thought to himself, if he could get his master to make peace and let him marry his uncle's daughter, wouldn't it be? In the future, if anyone is dissatisfied with Wu Xianlu, they can come to their door. We, Banshan Wu Xianlu, will accompany you at any time. Wu Tian slowly fell from mid-air to the ground, still standing on the same spot, still standing next to the man named Long before. Just this time, Master Long looked at Wu Tian as if he was looking at a monster. You, are you the great demon King Piccolo? He pointed at Wu Tian tremblingly, his grey hair looking a little messy, and he looked like he was crazy. Wu Tian frowned and looked at him and the people behind him. Why are you still here? Do you want to come over to fight? You are all stunned. You reading www.yuyuganshu.net seeing off guests. There was a smile on his face. He was not smiling, but there was no smile in his eyes. Finally, he scolded a group of Wuzen Ryu disciples in white martial arts uniforms present. Yes. Listen to the master. The disciples were already incoherent, but looking at their expressions, in addition to the shock that never disappeared, there was gradually a lot of pride and admiration. Oh my god, I originally thought that the senior brother who could fly into the sky was powerful enough, but I didn't expect that their mysterious master was actually so powerful? This is no different from a god. Those who followed Master Long to stir up trouble all felt tense when they heard Wu Xian's words, and a chill surged up their backs. They didn't dare to say a word. After being driven away by the disciples of Wu Xian's style, they all didn't dare to say anything. Saying that, he honestly went out through the door he came from. In the end, someone still remembered to run over and help drag the lost Master Long away. During this period, they did not dare to look at Wu Tian, as if they were afraid that he would slap him if he was unhappy. Wu Tian no longer paid attention to these clowns who were trying to make people laugh. He felt the 4 stars on the chest of his shirt and thought thoughtfully, the power of the eyes has not changed. It seems that the Sharingan has indeed been confirmed. Does the earth exist in my body? Before, I still suspected that these eyes were just the projection of my soul on my body. It seems that I am just overthinking it. In this way, the possibility of the success of the wish I prepared is a little more certain. If that wish can really come true. Looking at Tsurumi, Wu Xiaoyi, Aragorn, and others who were still stunned, Wu Tian couldn't help laughing and said, "Why, it's like you don't recognize me anymore." Yu Reading welcomes all book lovers to come and read. The latest, fastest, and most popular serial works are all available in Yu Reading. Mobile phone users, please go and read. Chapter 43 Eyes Convey Skills. Master, what level have you, Wu Xianqun, reached? Aragorn was supported by Wu Xiaoyi, looking at Wu Tian stupidly, and murmured. Wu Tian was asked. He didn't use the Wuxian fist just now, but the kaleidoscope eye technique. My head still hurts now. The pain seems to be getting worse. Is it my imagination? Please use the kaleidoscope eye technique with caution in the future. He thought. Just as he was about to answer Aragorn. Wuxianqun, what is Wuxianqun? I heard this kid say it before. Did you teach him some powerful boxing technique? Did you make him so confident that he can deal with them named Long after learning it? Tsurumi's face, he looked uncertain and looked at Wu Tian with squinted eyes. Wu Tian had just destroyed half of the mountain with a single palm, but now it was as if nothing had happened. He smiled and said casually, "It's just a simple martial arts. You want to learn it? I'll teach you." Seeing Tsurumi snorting coldly, Wu Tian didn't pay attention and said again, "It's been nearly 20 years since you and I have been separated, let's have a few drinks tonight." Tsurumi said nothing and looked at the door of the back room. Wu Tianwei sighed inaudibly. He followed Tsurumi's gaze and saw a middle-aged woman leaning against the door in the room behind them, staring blankly. Her eyes were so complicated, filled with joy, excitement, and a little bit of sadness. Wu Tian was touched in his heart. He had been married for many years, and he could see the trace of sadness in his wife's eyes at a glance. He understands. Another 6 years have passed, and Wu Fangfang is now in her 30s, with several more wrinkles on her face. As for Wu Tian, not only did he have a longer youth than ordinary people, but now he has lost 6 years due to the demon world. Now he looks no different from a young man in his 20s. Even Aragorn is 17 years old now. Moreover, because Aragorn has practiced martial arts all year round and has been in charge of the affairs of Wu Xianliu in the past few years, he has an old appearance and looks like Wu Tian is the same age. "Fang Fang, I'm back." Wu Tian walked over, held Wu Fangfang's weak shoulders, looked at her tearful eyes, and said softly. There was nothing strange in Wu Tian's tone, just like his attitude towards his wife all these years. As for Tsurumi, he was looking at Wu Tian and Wu Fangfang from behind, his brows furrowed. This time he found Wu Xianliu and was a little surprised to see that Wu Fangfang was married to Wu Tian and had children. In his opinion, the old man Wu Tian clearly knew that the two of them were people who drank the water of immortality. He married junior sister Fang Fang under such circumstances. Wouldn't this be harmful to her? At that time, if one person lives and the other person dies, why bother? Master. Tsurumi's apprentice walked up to Tsurumi. Tsurumi looked at him and signaled that he had to fart quickly. His apprentice chuckled and whispered in his ear, "Apprentice, I want to ask the master to talk to him about something." When he spoke, he restlessly glanced at Wu Xiaoyi, who was standing with Aragorn, floating on the body. How could Tsurumi not see the look in his eyes? "You are just like your uncle before with your bad habits." Tsurumi snorted coldly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Over there, Wu Xiaoyi was supporting Aragorn, who was injured by Master Long. She noticed that Tsurumi's apprentice kept peeking at her and glared, "What are you looking at?" Tsurumi's apprentice chuckled and looked at Aragorn with evil intentions. Aragorn rubbed his chest. Although Master Long was frightened into a fool by his master's palm, his skill was real. 3 punches and 2 kicks caused the blood in his chest to flow backwards, which was really uncomfortable. He glanced at Tsurumi's apprentice and curled his lips in disdain. In the evening, Tsurumi and his apprentice had dinner with Wutan's family and Aragorn. At the dinner table, Tsurumi's apprentice was very attentive to Wu Xiaoyi, with obvious flattery in his words. And from time to time, he flattered Wu Tian, saying, "Master's martial arts are so magical, Master's martial arts, I'm afraid he is already the best in the world, Master's nephew. If he is being able to have 1/10,000th of the skills of my master is enough to make me proud." This not only made Wu Xiaoyi frown in disgust, but he Jian, the master, wanted to beat this kid even more after hearing this. Your own master is still sitting here, and he is flattering Wu Tian so openly. But when he thought of Wu Tianation's palm, Tsurumi seemed to be in a daze again, and the food in his mouth became bitter. The performance of Kelanta and her team along the way deeply stimulated Tsurumi. Originally, Tsurumi was about to give up martial arts because of the shadow of the great demon king, but it was because of Wu Tian's various performances during that trip that Tsurumi was reborn with unconvinced thoughts. This old pervert hasn't been defeated, and he's even reborn, what about me? Do you really want to sink? He originally thought that after studying martial arts for more than 10 years, regardless of whether it was cold or hot, he would be able to surpass Wu Tian in one fell swoop. Even the Hexian style he created would definitely be stronger than Wu Tian, and the disciples he would teach would definitely not be as good as Wu Tian. His apprentice is poor. But, all this confidence was wiped out by Wu Tian's palm today. What sect is strong or weak, what disciples are high or low, these are all external in the end. As a martial arts master, he loses so much to Wu Tian in terms of his own strength, so much. Tsurumi felt a strong sense of powerlessness. A kind of self-doubt, do I still have hope in this life to catch up with Wu Tian today? In mid-air, Wu Tian and Tsurumi stood side by side. The breeze blows. Are you your apprentice? Wu Tian pointed to the ground and seemed to take the initiative to find out what Aragorn was talking about, the young man who had been following Tsurumi asked. Then I realized that Tsurumi was standing there in a daze, not knowing what he was thinking. Tsurumi came back to his senses, squinted his eyes, and saw his apprentice and Wu Tian's eldest disciple. He cursed the brat's pervert in his heart and said, "Hey, he's just a useless thing. This brat saw you. My daughter, I have begged you several times to marry your daughter." Ha! Wu Tian smiled when he heard this, as if he had heard some joke. You want to give your daughter to your big apprentice? Tsurumi saw Wu Tian's eyes, and then snorted coldly, it's not me who wants to attack you, my apprentice is no better than me, and compared to your cowardly apprentice, much stronger. Look at what you got, how does it look like a warrior? Really? Wu Tian remained calm. But he fell towards Aragorn and Tsurumi's disciples on the ground. Tsurumi narrowed his eyes and followed. Aragorn was annoyed by the language provoking Tsurumi's apprentice. This man must be crazy. He came to him and ridiculed him, saying, "Do you think you are worthy of Xiao Wei? A woman like Xiao Wei is naturally a stronger man. Only then can she be worthy of her," and so on. This person is too shameless, isn't he? Even Xiao Yi called him out? Just when Aragorn couldn't help but want to start a fight with this kid, he found his master Wu Tian flying over and quickly greeted him, "Master, why are you here?" Tsurumi's apprentice also greeted him in a flattering manner, "Uncle, Master." Wu Tian nodded, looked at Surayian's apprentice, and asked, "Are you the apprentice that Lao He accepted?" Surayian's apprentice glanced at Sergian behind Wu Tian and was very puzzled. Didn't the master even know this? He nodded and said, "Yes, it is my nephew. Want to marry Wu Xiao Yi?" Tsurumi's apprentice was startled, and then felt excited. When his uncle asked this, it was obvious that the master had already greeted him. He quickly replied, "Yes. My nephew fell in love with junior sister Xiao Yi at first sight, and was about to say hello to him." "Uncle." Wu Tian waved his hand to interrupt him, then looked at Aragorn, who was not sure what to do, and asked, "What about you, what do you think of Xiao Yi?" Aragorn gritted his teeth, knelt on the ground with a plop, and said loudly, "I dare not hide it from the master. The disciple has been admiring the junior sister for a long time, and the junior sister also likes the disciple. Once. Okay, stand up. After practicing martial arts for so many years, have your knees become weak?" Wu Tian frowned, and when Aragorn stood up, he said to Aragorn and Tsurumi's disciples, "Since you two have a thought, and both of them are martial arts practitioners, let's just have a competition. If he wins, I will promise his daughter to him. If he loses..." "Aragorn, if you lose, don't see me again, you!" Wu Tian said, looking at Tsurumi's apprentice coldly, and said, "Get as far away from me as possible." Tsurumi's apprentice opened his mouth wide. He didn't expect Wushan's attitude to be so rude. Looking at Tsurumi behind Wushan, he found that the master's face was not good looking either. Aragorn's face turned red with excitement, and he said loudly, "If the disciple loses, I will definitely have no face to see the master again." Wu Tian said, "Well, at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, we will compete on the Duanshan mountain behind you. The loser will not come down. You can just find a direction and walk in any direction, what do you think?" The last sentence was addressed to he. "See what you said?" Tsurumi snorted coldly, "Your daughter, of course you have the final say. Ask me what to do." After saying that, he glanced at his apprentice coldly and flew away from the ground. Tsurumi's apprentice scratched his head, feeling that his master was probably going to scold him bloody. But no matter what, as long as he could marry his master's daughter and have his master's backing, what else could the master do? He glanced at Aragorn triumphantly and said, "Uncle, my nephew will go back first." Tsurumi's apprentice bowed and followed Tsurumi in the direction of the martial arts school. Only master and apprentice Wu Tian were left in place. "Master!" Aragorn said loudly. "Why? You reading www.yuyuganshu.net, are you not confident?" Wu Tian asked, with a half-smiling look on his face. "No. I just feel that I feel sorry for junior sister Xiao Wei by doing this," Aragorn said dully. Wu Tian showed a hint of smile, but quickly put it away. He patted Aragorn on the head and shouted, "Look up!" Aragorn looked up blankly and suddenly saw a pair of scarlet eyes. He opened his eyes in a daze, and a scarlet figure was reflected in his pupils. In his eyes, this figure was practicing a mysterious martial art over and over again. This martial art is different from any martial art Aragorn has seen in his life. It changes every second, is different every moment, and has no moves at all. This is not a martial art, but a kind of meaning. The scarlet villain slowly pushed out a palm, which was ordinary but could make the void shake. 1 point of energy, a few points of force. 1 chi turns into 2, into 3, into 4, into 5. Aragorn stayed where he was, as if he was dumbfounded, until Wu Tian slapped him on the head again, and he suddenly woke up. "Master, I understand. Wuxian fist." So this is Wuxian Fist. Aragorn looked excited, his face turned red, and his eyes were full of excitement. Every thought about Wuxian in the past 6 years was connected together at this moment. All the fragmentary fragments seemed to have a real soul in an instant and became a whole. Wuxian, that's it. Wu Tian smiled, kicked Aragorn, and said, "Go back, if you lose tomorrow, don't say you are my apprentice." Aragorn chuckled, and couldn't help but think of his junior sister in front of his eyes. Chapter 44 The Spirit of Martial Arts. Watching Aragorn walking away, Wu Tian stood there but frowned and thought, Wuxian Fist. This special skill he learned from his kaleidoscope eye technique seemed to be difficult for others. There are obstacles to overcome. It's like, people in this world shouldn't know this kind of method. Aragorn's qualifications are really not weak anymore, but even so, 6 years later, he still can't master or even get started, he can't use twice the Wuxian Fist. At the same time, in the past 6 years, he spent most of his time on Wuxian, and his progress in skills was delayed. Regarding the issue of being unable to get started with Wuxian, Wu Tian had no idea after much thought. In the end, he could only use such a compromise method to directly show his own understanding of Wuxian to Aragorn through Sharingan illusion, so that Aragorn could get started. The next day. In the morning, the sun rises. The section of the mountain that was struck down by Wu Tian's palm was covered with scattered golden sunlight. The two people stood opposite each other. Aragorn looked at Tsurumi's apprentice opposite him with a serious expression, slowly made a hand gesture, and moved his feet on the ground. On the opposite side, Tsurumi's disciple smiled contemptuously, and similarly, he made a starting move belonging to the Tsuren style. "Hey, the breeze is blowing." The two of them moved. "Your apprentice, why is something different?" Tsurumi stood side by side with Wu Tian in mid-air, looking at Aragorn and his apprentice who began to fight with each other below, and asked with a little surprise. Whether a person has confidence or not, and how much confidence he has, Qigong masters like Tsurumi, who have a vicious vision, can tell it at a glance. But what surprised him was that Aragorn's aura did not increase at all compared to yesterday. Wu Tian smiled and looked at the battle below. Boom! Tsurumi's apprentice and Aragorn were intertwined, their arms tightly wrapped around each other, staring fiercely at each other at close range. Suddenly, Tsurumi's apprentice smiled strangely, and he suddenly released his strength. At this moment, Aragorn's body tilted forward uncontrollably. Although he immediately alerted and lowered his waist and tightened his strength, it was already too late. Tsurumi's apprentice seized this fleeting opportunity and raised his knee fiercely to hit Aragorn. Bang! Aragorn blocked passively, his arms numb with shock. But this was just a cover. When Aragorn's arms were numbed by Tsurumi's apprentice, he suddenly felt weightless. It was Tsurumi's apprentice who grabbed his body, shouted, and threw him into the sky. Oops! Aragorn knew something was wrong, and tried his best to mobilize the energy in his body, and used the air dance technique to stabilize his body in the air, but at this moment, a bright and dazzling white light had shot from the ground. Aragorn's pupils suddenly shrank, and the bright whole wave light shone in his eyes, getting closer and closer. Twice the Wuxian Fist. That's Momo Sankyan's move, right? Did you figure it out? Wu Tian pointed at the beam of light emitted by Tsurumi's apprentice in mid-air, and said to Tsurumi with a smile. Tsurumi snorted, non-committal. He squinted his eyes. It was clear that Aragorn had no way to retreat just now. The whole wave sent by his apprentice should be sure to hit, but... The kid's speed suddenly exploded inexplicably, and he was actually dodged by him. Got it. Boy, what's your move? Something's wrong. Tsurumi's apprentice also frowned. As one of the two sides of the battle, he was of course more intuitively aware of the abnormality when Aragorn just dodged. Obviously there was no sudden burst of breath, but his speed, actually doubled like that? Aragorn landed opposite Tsurumi's apprentice again, smiled slightly, and said, "You are very strong. If it were me yesterday, I might lose to you. But, you will definitely lose today." Seeing his apprentice's ugly face, Tsurang snorted, "You know how to talk big words." Aragorn said, "Whether it is a lie or not, you will know after you try it." After saying that, his spiritual will was integrated into the qigong in his body. He stepped on it and bang! It turned into a black shadow and crashed into Tsurumi's apprentice on the opposite side. So fast! Tsurumi's apprentice was shocked. If there is a high-latitude observation surface to observe the situation in Aragorn's body at this time, it can be found that, in Aragorn's body, his qigong intensity has never changed, and it has always been slightly weaker than Tsurumi's apprentice. Kind of degree. But unfortunately, when he activates qigong to form movement, punching, flying, and qigong waves, the power of the burst will be doubled. If the energy in his body were compared to a sword. Before yesterday, he was an ordinary person who could chop down trees with this sword, but today, at this moment, he could hold the same sword and cut through iron and metal. The sword is the same sword, but the realm of the person using the sword is completely different. One just holds the sword and swings it, but the other has mastered the way of the sword, becomes one with the sword, and can do incredible things with the same sword. And now, Aragorn used the Wuxian fist technique entrusted to him by Wu Tian, grabbed the sword in his body, and slashed at the piece of steel opposite Tsurumi's apprentice. Lost. Tsurumi, who was in the air, was no longer interested in watching anymore. He looked at Wu Tian in confusion. "Is this what you call Wuxian fist? What is going on? This kid's aura has not changed at all, and his fist power has not changed at all. The speed has increased exponentially. This is simply beyond common sense. It's nothing incredible. Your move, the one that imitates Tao Sanqian, can also explode with power beyond your own strength." Wu Tian smiled and said meaningfully, "Wuxian, the punches just make every punch and every step he makes look like this." After hearing this, Hejian frowned deeply. When Wu Tian saw him pondering, he said to him, "No matter how much we talk, it's better to have a fight. Come on, we brothers haven't fought against each other for many years." Tsurumi was almost angry. He pointed at his feet, which were the remnants of the mountain that Wu Tian interrupted, and said, "I don't want this to happen. I still want to live for a few more years." Wu Tian just smiled and looked at him. Tsurumi suddenly woke up and stared into his eyes. "That palm of yours is the Wuxian fist. That apprentice of yours can use twice the effect. How much more can you use? You'll know if you try it." Wu Tian pushed Tsurun away, and he retreated a few meters in mid-air, standing opposite each other. He said, "I suppress my energy to this level, and I won't use any more." Tsurumi looked at him deeply and could feel that Wu Tian's aura at this time was only about 1/10 of his. "Come on, I want to see how many mysteries you have." He took a long breath and put up a posture casually in the air. With his current master level, the starting posture of martial arts is more of a habit. Wu Tian also became calm. He raised his hand, and the 9 times martial immortal fist started to operate almost instinctively. Whoosh! He rushed towards Tsurumi at top speed. The breath has not changed, but this speed is as fast as my full strength. Hejian's pupils shrank and he hurriedly avoided Wu Tian's flying punch. Following Wu Tian's punch, Tsurumi suddenly exerted force at a very close distance and slapped Wu Tian's arm with his palm. Wu Tian turned his body and followed it with a whip kick towards Tsurumi. Head! Tsurumi shouted low, raised his arms that were like steel bars, and firmly blocked Wu Tian's kick with a bang. Then he opened his hands and grabbed Wu Tian's legs. "Hey!" With a roar, he threw Wu Tian away. "It's so evil! With 1/10 of the energy, it can actually be as big as mine?" Just as Tsurumi was thinking about it, white qigong bullets flew towards Wu Tian, who was thrown away. When he used qigong waves of this intensity, his breath didn't change at all. Seeing that there was no way to avoid it, Tsurui shouted loudly, blocked his arms in front of him, bang 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 bang. His clothes became tattered, and wisps of white smoke filled the air. Wu Tian over there said remotely, "How is it?" Tsurumi slowly lowered his arms, showing a thoughtful look. When he heard Wu Tian's voice, he looked over and narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, he sneered and took away his breath. This meant that he would not fight again. Wu Tian the sky understood and flew over. "What's wrong?" Wu Tian saw that he looked wrong. "How's it going?" "Hee, you're confused. You've gone astray without even realizing it. If Master comes back to life at this time, I'll beat you to death." Tsurumi sneered again and again. Wu Tian frowned, quickly reflected, and asked, "What do you mean?" Tsurumi asked, "Don't you think your way of using qi has gone astray now? There is only pure energy in your qigong, and you can't see your own shadow at all. Anyone with the same energy as you would be can launch the exact same attack." Seeing Wu Tian's thoughtful look, Tsurumi sneered and continued, "You don't look like a martial artist, you are more like a fighting warrior. Your qigong is not a part of you, but something you use for it. A tool, right? Your skill hasn't increased for a long time, right? What an idiot." He shook his head repeatedly and finally said, "Just think of me as repaying my love for Wu Kongshi more than 10 years ago." After saying that, he looked at the apprentice on the ground, who had been beaten by Aragorn until he was lying on the ground with his eyes lifeless and breathing. "Fly down. Boy, tell your master, if he doesn't make any progress, it's better to pick up the Wuzhen Ryu sign as soon as possible. Wuzhen is not something that can only be beaten." Tsurumi said to Aragorn with a sneer, and carried him. The disciple, who was in despair, rose into the sky and flew away towards the rising sun. "What's going on?" Aragorn panted after a big battle. He was a little confused by Tsurumi's inexplicable words. He looked into the air, and Wu Tian was slowly flying down. "Master, I win!" He walked up to Wu Tian with joy. Wu Tian came back to his senses, patted Aragorn on the shoulder, and said nothing. At this time, Wu Xiaoyi's call came from the distance, "Dad, Aragorn, what are you doing there?" Aragorn turned around and looked a little excited. According to what the master said, the junior sister should now be regarded as his unmarried wife. Wu Tian smiled slightly when he saw this and didn't say anything. Wu Xiaoyi didn't like to practice martial arts since she was a child, so she walked very hard on the mountain road. When she arrived in front of Wu Tian, she was already out of breath. She looked at the two men in confusion and asked, "You guys came here early in the morning to do this what?" "This." Aragorn scratched his head, looked at Wu Tian, and then at Wu Xiaoyi, feeling a little embarrassed for a moment. "What's wrong with you?" Wu Xiaoyi looked at Aragorn funny, feeling that he was a little strange today. "So many questions," Wu Tian said. Seeing the 4 stars in Wu Xiaoyi's hand, he said strangely, "What did you take this out for? This bead is quite beautiful. And it feels very comfortable to touch." Wu Xiaoyi said casually, and when her father stretched out his hand, she handed it to him. "Where are Uncle He and the others?" Wu Xiaoyi asked. "Gone." Aragorn answered honestly. Wu Tian rubbed his fingers on the unusually smooth surface of the 4 planets, and murmured, "Martial arts." He turned and looked to the east, where a golden sunrise was shining in the sky, and the woods and grasslands on the earth. In this early spring, in the early morning, it seemed full of life. Flutter. At this time, a colorful bird blocked the sun, fluttered its wings and flew from the sky, landing on Wu Tian's shoulder. The bird's claws scratched Wu Tian's arm, and finally walked away. He reached Wu Tian's wrist and pecked the 4 stars rubbing on Wu Tian's hand. "What a beautiful bird!" Wu Xiaoyi touched the bird in surprise. Wu Tian was also surprised, but he didn't pay much attention. His mind was still on what Tsurumi said. Suddenly, hiss! There was a sharp pain in the depths of his mind. Wu Tian couldn't help but exhale softly and rubbed his temples with his fingers. Master! Aragorn noticed and asked with concern. Nothing. Wu Tian waved his hand, with the bird standing on his wrist, and slowly walked to the edge of the broken mountain base, looking at the scenery in the distance. In the blurry morning light, he seemed to see the martial arts masters in the original work. Krillin, Tianjin Fan, Piccolo, Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong. He thought about his previous life, and what he saw scattered about the explanation of Qi in Dragon Ball from Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.net. Qi includes all courage, anger, and righteousness. He remembered what often appeared in the original work. Krillin and others can tell the good and evil of a person through his breath. I also remembered that Vegeta, who visited the earth once in the original work, has been making rapid progress in his skills after learning about the usage of Qi and Qi by the martial arts masters on the earth. Then reflect on yourself. It seems, from the very beginning, he just wanted to squeeze out the highest potential of this body. He seemed to have fallen into the strange circle of only Qigong quantitative theory and only combat effectiveness theory. After confirming that his physical potential had reached the upper limit, he abandoned the normal practice of martial arts and started studying Wu Xianchuan instead. After a dazed moment, Wu Tian turned around, shook his arms, and the birds flew up, but they still flew around him, seemingly unwilling to leave. Let's go back. Wu Tian smiled, took his daughter and apprentice, and went down the mountain together. Soon, the three figures left the base of the broken mountain and returned to the Wuzhenryu Martial Arts Hall, where Wu Fangfang was already waiting for them. When she asked about Tsurumi's master and apprentice, Wu Tian just said that they had left, and Wu Fangfang stopped asking. Martial arts will. Maybe it's time to calm down and think about it. The door of the Wuzhenryu gym gradually closed, and inside was a group of disciples wearing white martial arts uniforms, practicing martial arts over and over again in the practice ground. End of Volume 2. Yu Reading welcomes all book lovers to come and read. The latest, fastest, and most popular serial works are all available in Yu Reading. Mobile phone users, please go and read. Chapter 45 Funeral, Part 1. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 34 years have passed. It is already 517 AD. On this day, a drizzle of light rain suddenly began to fall in Seiwan City. It started falling at dawn and has not stopped until it is almost noon. On the second floor of a tavern, there were several plates of side dishes and a pot of ordinary wine on the table near the window. A yellow-orange 4-star bead was placed on the table. 3 colorful birds regarded the bead as a toy and competed with each other to peck at it. What beautiful birds! A little girl sitting next to her kept looking at the table, her eyes full of curiosity and love for the 3 birds, and she couldn't help but murmur in a low voice. However, the 3 birds, apart from competing for the beads on the table, paid no attention to the people around them pointing at them. A rough hand picked up the wine glass on the table, brought it to his lips, raised his head, and poured the spicy wine into his throat. The man drinking seemed to be a middle-aged man in his 40s. His long, thick black hair was spread back, and he had a casual and free and easy temperament. Perhaps it was due to proper maintenance, there were only a few faint lines on his face. The extremely shallow wrinkles, compared with his mature temperament, make people afraid to identify his true age. He wears a beard, stiff and thick, although it is not long, but he did not deliberately shave it all short. It seems that it is only long enough to get in the way. When the time comes, I will cut off a section. The middle-aged man was wearing a light grey cloth. The clothes were very loose. Some parts such as the sleeves, the upper and lower rows of buttons and the legs of the trousers had been washed white. From a distance, he looked like he had been exercising all morning. The old man from Seiwan City, in recent years, due to the influence of the local Wuzhen style, which has become more and more powerful and famous, the old and young people in Seiwan City are keen on exercising. They do not seek high-strength martial arts, but they can at least strengthen their bodies. Keep fit. While drinking silently, he looked out the window at the drizzle of rain, his expression calm and silent. There is no emotion in his eyes that are full of vicissitudes of life, but it makes people feel that these plain eyes seem to contain great affection. His eyes were always outside the window, but no one could stay in his eyes as people came and went outside the window. He didn't know where the focus of his eyes was. It was more like he was just in a daze, passing by. After a while, I felt that his eyes were like the summer rain outside the window, floating and floating until they reached the distant mountains and drifted into an unknown time. Probably noticing that the three birds on the table were attracting attention from others, the middle-aged man withdrew his gaze, waved his hand beside the three birds, tapped his fingers on the table twice, and spoke in a low voice. With a bit of magnetism in his voice, "Go out and play by yourself for a while." It was strange that these three birds actually understood what he said. After he finished speaking, the three little birds turned their heads left and right, chirped a few times, jumped on the table and pecked the rough backs or fingers of the middle-aged man, seemed to remind him not to forget to ask them to go together later. And then they flew out of the window one after another. "Ah! Fly away," the little girl sitting next to her whispered regretfully. The middle-aged man showed a smile. He reached out and put the 4 stars on the table into his coat pocket. He took a banknote from his arms and put it on the table. Finally, he grabbed an oil paper umbrella next to the table and went downstairs. In the first 2 years of these 34 years, Wu Tian took his only 4-star Dragon Balls to the divination sister more than once, hoping to use her divination skills to get the location of the other 6 Dragon Balls. But, maybe it was God's will, or maybe it was fate, Wu Tian was never able to find the whereabouts of divination. She seemed to have disappeared from the world, completely missing. Probably the human world has really evaporated, as a witch in the original work who can travel between the yin and yang worlds, divination cannot always stay in the yang world. She will also need to go to the underworld to practice or manage contacts. Things like that. After figuring it out, Wu Tian temporarily put aside the Dragon Ball matter. If you can't force something, don't force it. At least, it's not yet to the point where you have to force it. For the next 20 years or so, Wu Tian has been quietly pursuing his own martial arts. He recalled and understood the teachings of Master Wu over and over again, and even more than once, as the novelists said, he often went to the mountains and forests to practice, comprehend nature, and refine his soul. The gains are obvious and huge. He once thought that there would be no more magical improvement in his Qigong. The Qigong in his body seemed to have a soul and became a part of him, not just pure energy. At the same time, Wu Tian noticed that advancement in martial arts realm also had certain feedback and promotion for spiritual practice. Because he often overused the kaleidoscope eye technique without knowing the severity, Wu Tian suffered from headaches due to the high-intensity load on his mental power. For this reason, Wu Tian greatly reduced the use of Sharingan, and gradually explored his own spiritual cultivation. This kind of practice is not uncommon in the Dragon Ball world. The most typical one is the mental battle method between Krillin and Son Gohan on the spaceship in the original work. In fact, similar spiritual practice existed even on the Earth in Wu Tianqian's previous life. When people reach a certain extreme in their physical practice, they will naturally pursue spiritual transcendence. Wu Tian finally explored a relatively crude method similar to meditation. He completely emptied his mind, thinking about nothing, stopping all subjective mental activities, as if his consciousness was wandering in a void where nothing existed, and everything in the world had left him. Often after meditating like this once, the headaches can be alleviated a lot. What prompted Wu Tian to explore spiritual cultivation was Wuxianquan. After developing Wuxianquan to the 10th punch, which was 10 times Wuxianquan, Wu Tian discovered the first limitation of Wuxianquan. After reaching the level of 10 times the Wuxian fist, it will be more difficult to use it in battle with normal level of mental strength alone. This is easy to understand. When using Wu Xian Chuan, the user needs to concentrate a certain degree of attention on the qi in the body, so that the explosive power can be exerted several times in the battle. But a person's mental concentration is ultimately limited. The tenfold martial immortal fist is already so powerful that the user cannot take care of the battle at all. If Wuxianquan is a book that goes from the shallower to the deeper, then 10 times ago, fighting with Wuxianquan was like holding a popular book in your hand and talking to people while reading. To such an extent, it becomes a difficult book to understand. Reading every line requires a lot of one's attention, and one has no time to care about it. In this way, on the one hand, in order to solve the hidden headache, and on the other hand, in order to better deduce and use Wuxianquan, Wu Tian had to explore spiritual practice. This kind of day lasted until the 24th year. In this year, Wu Fang, Mrs. Wu proposed separation to her husband Wu Tian. Wu Tian will never forget the look in Wu Fang's eyes when he looked at him. It was a look full of pain and complexity. Brother Tian, I am already so old, but you are still so young. Please, leave me alone. Wu Tian clearly remembered that for a long time before this, his wife had become more and more. I looked him in the face less and less often. This face is younger than his apprentice Aragorn and his daughter Wu Xiaoyi. At that time, Wu Tian just sighed silently. What can he do? At that time, he only thought that he would only live longer than others. He never thought that his appearance would be so different from ordinary people. Otherwise, would he still marry Wu Fang? Wu Tian doesn't know. Reading www.yuyuganshu.net. Maybe not. So he took a dragon ball and the baby bird of that bird, and left the martial arts hall alone. Although his apprentice Aragorn and Wu Xiaoyi, who was already married to him, wanted to retain Wu Tian, they really did not dare to face Mrs. Wu's melancholy look. They could only watch Wu Tian's back disappear into the distance. I don't know where he went, and I don't know if he will come back again. It was not until recently that Wu Tian felt that Wu Fang's aura was like a candle flickering in the wind, and he appeared in Saiwan City again. And it has been 10 years since he last left. In the drizzle, Wu Tian held an oil paper umbrella and walked on the crowded street. Workshops, shops, stalls holding big umbrellas, pedestrians passing by in a hurry. Wu Tian passed them one by one and walked towards the city gate. Have you heard that the Musen Ryu gym in the city is closed today? Do you know why? Don't you know? The old lady of the founder of Musen Ryu has passed away. Today is the day of the funeral. Don't all the disciples in the gyms outside the city have to kowtow? The sound of such a conversation floated out from nowhere, mixed with the patter of rain, and floated into Wu Tian's ears. A trace of sadness finally appeared on his always calm face, and he continued to walk forward holding an oil paper umbrella. The strange thing is that although he seems to be walking very slowly, in the blink of an eye, he has already covered a long distance, passing many people, and no one has noticed that he is different. Soon, he was out of the city gate. Chapter 46 Funeral, Part 2. The Busan Ryu gym outside the city had a sad and solemn atmosphere today. Aragorn and Wu Xiaoyi, who were already over 50 years old, knelt on the side of the coffin in the center of the mourning hall. Disciples wearing white Wuxian-style martial arts uniforms came in from the outside and kowtowed one by one. Go away, master! Go away, master! One by one, they kowtowed and said goodbye. Wu Xiaoyi knelt down and cried, her old face full of sadness. Aragorn patted the back of her hand comfortingly. Wu Xiaoyi's hands are no longer as soft as they were when she was young, and more than 30 years have left traces on her hands. I'm fine, I just don't know if Daddy will come back. Wu Xiaoyi shook her head and whispered. Yes, the master will come back. Aragorn said. At this moment, a faint quarrel came from the door of the gym. Aaron and Fatty, who were guarding the door of the morning hall, frowned and shouted angrily in a low voice, anyone who doesn't have eyes doesn't know what day it is today. They looked at Aragorn in the morning hall, and Aragorn looked at them and said, the two understood, turned and walked towards the entrance of the gym. Soon, they arrived at the door of the gym and saw a young man who looked like an Orion being stopped by two Wu Liu disciples guarding the door, arguing about something. Why are you not allowed in? I came here to kowtow to the old lady sincerely. Our village is under the care of your Wu Liu. Now that your old lady has passed away, why are you not allowed to kowtow? What's the point of this? The young Orion was restrained by two Wu Liu disciples in white martial arts uniforms, and said with a red face. The two Wu Liu disciples who were restraining him said helplessly, it's not that we are embarrassing you, but that our funeral today is just an internal affair. Before she passed away, the master said that there was no need to make it public, so our own Wu Liu disciples have to kowtow. What's the matter with you rushing over here? Aaron and Fatty looked at each other and probably understood what was going on. Over the years, the disciples of the Musen Ryu Gym often go out in small groups to punish the strong and help the weak. Because they have all practiced strong martial arts, ordinary bandits and bandits are no match for them. Therefore, in the nearby area a good reputation has been accumulated. The village of this young Orion seems to be Zhuangzi, who was favored by Wu Liu. Senior brother Aaron, senior brother Aegean, look at this. The Wu Liu disciple who restrained the young Orion looked at Aaron and Fatty who were walking over and asked for advice. You. Aaron was about to speak when the fat man next to him, Aegean, patted him on the shoulder. Aaron looked in the direction of Aegean's finger and saw a man holding an oil paper umbrella not far away walking over in the drizzle. The two Wu Liu disciples who were pressing down on the young Orion also noticed Aaron's gaze and turned their heads to look over. And in just a few moments, the umbrella holder who was still some distance away from them actually walked behind the two Wu Liu disciples. What a terrible kung fu! Aaron and Aegean looked at each other in horror, and were about to stop the person, but the person just patted the shoulders of the two Wu Liu disciples who were stunned, and said in a low voice, please give way. Who are you? The two young Wu Liu disciples came back to their senses and asked. Wu Tian put away the oil paper umbrella, and the rain fell on the ground along the umbrella. Master! Aaron and Aegean shook at the same time, knelt down and kowtowed. Aaron asked excitedly, you are finally back. Aegean looked sad, my wife has left. Wu Tian sighed softly, helped the two of them up, and said, I know everything. The two Wu Liu disciples who were suppressing the young Orion were stunned, so the young Orion broke free from their hands. He looked at Wu Tian in confusion, thinking, doesn't Wu Liu have only one master? This man looks so young, doesn't he? Wu Tian waved to the sturdy young Orion. The young Orion didn't want to pay attention to him, but found that he could no longer move. He gritted his teeth in horror and could only make a dull woo sound from his throat. Putting a hand on his head casually, Wu Tian instantly understood the details of this young hunter. He smiled and said, let him in, he is just a hunter nearby. Aaron and Aegean looked at each other. The master's move was. They have been practicing martial arts for decades. Of course, they can see the awkwardness on the young Orion just now, it seems that he wants to move but can't. In addition, when this man defended himself before, the figure of their master had not yet appeared. How did the old man know that this man belonged to the nearby Orion? Could it be that the master can read minds? Aaron and Aegean were startled by their thoughts. Looking at the master again, they found that the master indeed had a more mysterious temperament than 10 years ago. The two of them listened to the master's words honestly. Yes, master. This entire Wu Xian style belongs to the master, and he has the final say on who is allowed in and who is not allowed in. Wu Tian went in on his own. Senior brother, this is our master of Wu Xian style. The two Wu Xian style disciples asked in surprise and doubt. In their opinion, this man and the two senior brothers Aaron and Aegean are about the same age. Aaron and Aegean were extremely sure. Of course. Do you think anyone dares to pretend to be our master? He pointed to the back of the martial arts hall. The remains of the mountain that was destroyed by Wu Tian more than 30 years ago are still there. There, it has even become a famous local scenic spot. The two disciples were convinced and nodded, "That's true." Aaron waved his hand to the young hunter and said, "Come in, but don't make any noise." With that, he went back with Aegean to chase his master Wu Tian. The young Orion from behind felt strange and asked, "That person just now was really their master?" "No way." The rude man had a big knot in his head and couldn't figure it out at all. Aragorn, who was kneeling on the ground in the morning hall, shook his body and suddenly looked towards the door. Looking at the man he had not seen for 10 years, he was still as young as 10 years ago, but he was even older than his master. "Master! You are back!" Old Aragorn burst into tears, moved over on his knees, and kowtowed in front of Wu Tian. "Daddy!" Wu Xiaoyi was also crying. Her eyes were already red from crying, and now she looked even more haggard. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.net. Wu Tian sighed, "I came back a few days ago, but I just thought that your mother probably didn't want to see me, so I didn't show up." At this point, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. His appearance has basically changed in the past 10 years. "Changed? Dad?" Wu Xiaoyi cried sadly, feeling extremely heartbroken. "A sense of sadness lingers in my heart. No one knows better than her daughter how her mother has been so depressed in the past 10 years. At her mother's bedside, when she was dying, Wu Xiaoyi could clearly feel that her mother seemed to have put aside all the pain and sadness. She even used her little strength to murmur to herself, "I know you are here. Yes, you are here, but it doesn't matter, this is good, this is good." However, Wu Xiaoyi still felt sad and painful. It was clear that neither father nor mother had resented each other, but they had to separate from each other. Although they were both willing to accompany each other at the last moment of their lives, they both understood each other's thoughts and did not ask to meet. "My mother went to that world without any pain or sadness." Wu Tian walked to his wife's coffin and touched the finely carved coffin lid with his rough hands. He couldn't help but think of the coffin he, Wu Fangfang and Tsurumi made for his master decades ago. "Fangfang, I can't help you. In the next life, you should marry a normal person." Wu Tian's eyes were already red, and he sighed slightly. He couldn't help but have such a feeling in his heart. In this world of Dragon Ball here, his life has passed quietly. With the death of Wu Fangfang, Wu Tian also felt that his life was over. The drizzle is still falling outside the house. Yu Reading welcomes all book lovers to come and read. The latest, fastest, and most popular serial works are all available in Yu Reading. Mobile phone users, please go and read. Chapter 47 Rampant Dinosaur. Wu Fangfang was finally buried on the ruins of the broken mountain in the back mountain. After burying the coffin in the pit, a stone tablet was erected. Wu Tian used his finger as a knife, and the stone fragments flew, and finally left the line Wu Fangfang. The simple words "Shi Fangfang's tomb, husband Wu Tian Li" are written on it. Wu Tian stood in front of the tomb for a long time and finally left. Returned to the Budokan. "Master, are you leaving?" Aragorn saw Wu Tian's intention to leave. "Dad." Wu Xiaoyi looked old and had tears in her eyes, feeling very reluctant to give up. Wu Tian waved his hand and said, "No need to say more, I have decided to go. Fangfang has passed away, and I have nothing to worry about. You two are such adults, after all, you don't want me to worry about you? Or, do you really have the heart to ask me, old man, to send you away one by one?" There was a hint of bitterness in his words. "But..." Wu Xiaoyi's voice was hoarse, with a hint of weakness. Aragorn let out a long sigh, speechless. He patted Wu Xiaoyi's arm and shook his head gently. Seeing that her husband was doing the same, Wu Xiaoyi couldn't help but fell silent. Wu Tian walked up to Aragorn, supported the old man in front of him who now looked more mature than him, and said, "Aragorn, what a boy! You are so much taller than the master. I can still remember you today. The scene of this brat chasing down the mountain so stupidly. Remember, you are my only disciple of Wu Tian, and the entire future of Wu Sen Ryu lies with you. Haha, it seems that everything has been handed over to you before. He smiled and shook his head as he spoke. Master! Aragorn's eyes were red, his lips were trembling, and he was speechless. Wasn't the turning point in his life the same as when he ran desperately from the mountain to the bottom and kowtowed to Wu Tian? Everything I have is given by the master in front of me, but today, it seems that I have to say goodbye forever. Wu Tian patted his shoulder and walked to his daughter Wu Xiaoyi. He wiped the tears from her face with his rough hands and said, "My old girl, what is there to cry about? How old are you?" Patting his daughter's graying hair, Wu Tian spoke in a complicated tone, "You and Aragorn don't have any children either. Dad, it's my fault that I can't give birth to a child." Speaking of this, Wu Xiaoyi's face showed a sense of loss and sadness. Wu Tian waved his hands and sighed slightly, "No one can do anything about this kind of thing. It can only be regarded as the fate of the two of you. In fact, it's okay to blame it all on fate." He continued, "If you don't have any heirs, just treat these disciples in the Wuxian style as your family. With them by your side, you won't be too lonely." Finally, he looked at Aragorn and Wu Xiaoyi seriously. Wu Tian floated up, flew out of the door in a blink of an eye, and rushed into the distant sky. Wu Xiaoyi and Aragorn walked to the door and stared at Wu Tian's retreating figure. Aragorn murmured, "Take care, master." Swift! Wu Tian flew in the air and blew a loud whistle. Not long after, 3 colorful and beautiful birds flew over from the sky in the distance. They flew straight towards him, flying up, down, left and right around him, just like 3 big colorful butterflies, just chirping and noisy. "Stop! Let's go, let's continue wandering around the world." Wu Tian smiled silently, and while flying, he reached out and grabbed the 3 birds playing next to him. Suddenly, Wu Tian felt a slightly familiar breath on the ground. He looked to the ground and saw that it was the young hunter who ran to the Wuzen Ryu gym and asked to pay homage to Wu Fangfang. Wu Tian's heart moved and he landed. 3 birds flew around him, and naturally they followed. The young Orion was on his way, sulking with a sad face. "Young man, what happened?" He was startled and looked around. Who suddenly ran behind him in this wilderness? But he found Wu Tian standing behind him at some point, and the 3 colorful birds landing on Wu Tian's shoulders. "You're not." The young Orion was very surprised, obviously deeply impressed by Wu Tian. "Looking at your sad face, what happened?" Wu Tian asked casually, walking over and gesturing for him to follow. "We're just on the way, let's take a walk together." The young hunter said with a grimace, "What's more, this time I was responsible for bringing the animal skins and bones from the village to the city to sell them. Who knew that in a blink of an eye, a little thief would take them away? How can I explain this to everyone when I get back?" Wu Tian said, "Teach me a lesson and you won't be so careless next time." Naturally, he wouldn't take this kind of thing seriously. There is no shortage of activities involving various religions in any society. Yuan City has become more and more prosperous in recent years, and naturally there are more and more sneaky people, and there is a mixture of good and bad. Alas! The young Orion sighed. After walking for a while, he asked Wu Tian again, "Uncle, who are you from the Wuxian style?" Although Wu Tian didn't look that old, his temperament was there, and his appearance was not considered young, so he called me uncle casually. Wu Tian said casually, "I'm just a trainer who teaches boxing and kicking." As he said, the 3 colorful birds on his shoulders were still pecking at him. Wu Tian patted the 3 restless birds. The young Orion smacked his lips, knowing that this person was perfunctory with him, but he didn't care and just let it go if he didn't want to say anything. Then he looked at Wu Tian's 3 birds and praised them, "Your bird is really beautiful. Where did you catch it? I have never seen such a bird in the forest as big as our Zhuangzi. We met by chance. Is the one in front of you your Zhuangzi? When the young Orion heard this, he looked over and saw that his village was already in sight. He nodded with a grimace, yes. We're almost there. He was about to be beaten. The two quickly approached Zhuangzi. It seems that you need a little help. Wu Tian immediately noticed that in Zhuangzi, there was an aura that was different from ordinary people. Sure enough, at the gate of Zhuangzi, a huge non-human figure lingered there. Dinosaur! How did this thing come to our village? The young Orion was shocked. He was an Orion and naturally knew how terrifying this land beast king dinosaur was, especially since the dinosaur in front of him seemed to be a carnivorous dinosaur. Roar! The dinosaur roared at Zhuangzi's closed door, kicking the ground restlessly, its thick and sharp claws scratching the ground until cracks appeared. The three colorful birds on Wu Tian's shoulders turned around and looked around. They seemed to be affected by Wu Tian's calmness. The three birds did not even show any uneasiness despite the dinosaur's thundering roar, and looked calm and composed. Look! Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.net. The young Orion hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and shouted to the closed Zhuangzi door, "Clan leader! I'm back! Don't open the door! I'll lure it away! Don't open the door!" Inside the gate of Zhuangzi, the heavily armed men and women, old and young, couldn't help but look at each other when they heard the noise outside. The old patriarch was a little anxious. Is it a Hong who is back? This is not good. You can't open the gate of Zhuangzi. Once you open it, that beast will come in. We Zhuangzi, but it's over. The rest of the people looked sad, but they all agreed with what the old patriarch said. They remembered that for some reason today, an extremely violent dinosaur came over and blocked their village. It had been lingering for a long time, so they lured the beast away. Of course it's the best, Zhuangzi can be saved like this, but, can the person who lured it away still survive? Everyone in the village fell silent. The young hunters outside naturally felt the same way, and had already been mentally prepared. He smiled freely and said to Wu Tian beside him, "It seems that the money being stolen can be overcome." Haha! Although he smiled, the look on his face became more and more serious. He picked a stone on the ground, took a few deep breaths, said "Hey," and smashed it hard at the restless dinosaur at the door of Zhuangzi. Bang! The dinosaur's head kept twisting because of its restlessness, and his stone hit it accurately. The dinosaur was hit by something thrown by a little ant. He immediately turned around and looked over. Wu Tian couldn't help but frown when he looked at the dinosaur. This thing seemed a little abnormal. Roar! Sure enough, this dinosaur seemed to have a bad temper, and rushed towards the young hunter with red eyes. Yu Reading welcomes all book lovers to come and read. The latest, fastest, and most popular serial works are all available in Yu Reading. Mobile phone users, please go and read. Chapter 48, How to Collect All the Dragon Balls. Hurry up! The young Orion was about to run away. When he saw Wu Tian still staying where he was so anxious that he tried to pull him away. No rush! Wu Tian raised his hand to refuse. The huge creature was already standing in front of him, and a shadow enveloped him. Wu Tian looked up at the dinosaur, his eyes as calm as ever. Roar! The dinosaur's eyes were red, angry, and a little painful. It roared hard at Wu Tian and the young Orion, and a wind full of fishy smell blew in the face. The young Orion made a cough sound with an ugly look on his face. The three beautiful colorful birds on Wu Tian's shoulders didn't take the dinosaur's roar seriously at all. They were not even surprised. They kept chirping to each other and pecked each other from time to time. Feather! He even wanted to fly towards the dinosaur out of curiosity, but Wu Tian raised his hand to stop him. This kind of bird is the descendant of the colorful bird that flew from nowhere more than 30 years ago. It is very understanding of human nature and can even understand some simple words of Wu Tian. As soon as Wu Tian stopped them, they stood obediently on his shoulders. Inside the closed door of Zhuangzi, someone looked out through the crack in the door. They don't want their lives. Why don't they run away? Is that person scared out of his wits? I would be stupid, and can you outrun this thing? The clan leader was silent and his face was ashen. I really don't understand why a manic dinosaur suddenly came over today and blocked the entrance of their village. Today, A Hong is afraid that things are going to be very bad. Hey, why doesn't this dinosaur scream? Someone saw the back of the dinosaur outside through the crack in the door. It gradually stopped being restless, and even the roar disappeared. It was very strange. At this moment, the three colorful birds standing on Wu Tian's shoulders suddenly all became silent. They turned their little heads and seemed a little uneasy. Behind him, the young Orion, A Hong, opened his mouth in shock, looking at the incredible scene in front of him. Wu Tian stretched out a hand and pressed it against the dinosaur in front of him. For some unknown reason, this dinosaur just strangely calmed down from its manic appearance. At this moment, when it saw Wu Tian's extended palm, it seemed as if it had seen something extremely terrifying. Its huge body was trembling, and it was obviously scared to death but did not dare to move a step. Wu Tian gently stroked the dinosaur's obediently leaning head and whispered, "Seeing as you don't mean to hurt anyone, I won't kill you today." The dinosaur under his palm trembled slightly, with pleading eyes. Color. At this moment, one of the colorful birds on Wu Tian's shoulder jumped along Wu Tian's arm and onto the dinosaur's head. The dinosaur's life was in Wu Tian's palm. The terrifying aura on Tian's body was so oppressive that he didn't dare to move. The little bird turned its head left and right, looking at Wu Tian and then at the dinosaur's head under its paws. Then it moved again, flapping its wings and jumping down, hovering in front of the dinosaur's half-open maw. The bird's beak gently caught the dinosaur's mouth twice, and the little bird chirped a few times, as if "Open the door quickly, I want to go in." The dinosaur stared innocently with its big eyes. Wu Tian looked at the bird with a little surprise, but said nothing and just patted the dinosaur on the head. The dinosaur obediently opened its mouth, revealing 2 rows of sharp and disorderly arranged teeth. The little bird flapped its wings with satisfaction, jumped into the dinosaur's big mouth, turned its head, and quickly jumped inside again. What is this bird going to do? It's crazy. A Hong from behind had walked up unknowingly. Anyway, this dinosaur didn't seem to be a threat now. Then he saw the big head of this dinosaur. The pitiful look huddled under the uncle's palm really subverted his cognition. When did dinosaurs become so well behaved? Wu Tian also watched quietly. He knew that this kind of bird was very spiritual and could not commit suicide for no reason. Suddenly, the dinosaur's head under his hand twisted, and it roared slightly in pain. If it hadn't been for Wu Tian's hand holding it down, it would have become irritable again and run around all over the place. Roar! It roared in a low voice, and there was an aggressive knocking sound from its ever-growing mouth. Soon, the sound disappeared, and a colorful bird jumped out from the dinosaur's mouth, flapped its wings twice, flew up, and wandered around Wu Tian, causing the other 2 colorful birds on Wu Tian's shoulders to also fly. Fly up and play with this bird. 3 birds are fighting over something. Wu Tian slowly opened his eyes, and he stared at the paws of the bird that flew out of the dinosaur's mouth. An orange-yellow bead is held tightly by the bird's claws. 6 planets. The other 2 birds competed with this bird for the 6 stars and played with each other. You chased me and I chased you, pecking back and forth. From a long time ago, including the colorful bird that followed Wu Tian at the beginning, he has always had the habit of playing with the 4 stars on Wu Tian's body, and he likes to peck them twice whenever he has nothing to do. Wu Tian had always seen it, but never cared about it. What's so strange about a bird playing with beads? Uncle, what's wrong with you? A Hong was surprised to see Wu Tian standing there blankly, not even noticing that the dinosaur had left his hand. However, although the dinosaur left Wu Tian's hand, it looked relieved and showed no signs of going berserk again. Wu Tian looked at the dinosaur. The dinosaur was startled and quickly put its head back under Wu Tian's palm. It seems that you are just stuck by this bead and want to find help from humans. Let's go. Wu Tian finally came to his senses. He shook his head gently and patted the dinosaur's big head. Some animals in the Dragon Ball world are not low in intelligence. For example, the dinosaur whose tail was cut off by Son Gohan and eaten in the original game is quite interesting, and it even evolved into an animal man. The dinosaurs ran away with a bang as if they had been granted amnesty. Wu Tian waved to the 3 birds chasing him in circles, and the birds immediately flew back to his shoulders obediently. Wu Tian reached out and took the 6-star ball from the bird's paw. Wiping it casually with the corner of his clothes, Wu Tian carefully looked at the 6-star ball in his hand. What a beauty! What kind of bead is this? A Hong also saw the bird take out the bead from the dinosaur's mouth, so he was a little curious. Wu Tian did not answer him, but took out another similar bead from his pocket. Hey! Are they two the same? A Hong was even more surprised. He didn't expect that the dinosaur's mouth would have the same beads as the mysterious uncle. Wu Tian picked a direction and threw the 4 stars. In the blink of an eye, they flew to and landed in a direction unknown to them. A Hong can no longer understand what this uncle is doing. After stroking the beautiful colorful feathers of the birds on his shoulders a few times, Wu Tian said, "Go and find them." He patted the 3 birds, and they immediately spread their wings and flew into the sky, flying towards the direction where Wu Tian threw the 4 stars, and exchanged views with each other. Competing, as if competing. At this time, Zhuangzi's door opened. What about the dinosaurs? Someone came out with a head in his hand, holding an iron-tipped spear in his hand. A Hong realized at this moment, that dinosaur just left like this? He thought he was going to die today. Let's go. It's okay. Come out. A Hong said happily. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.net. A group of people suddenly appeared in Zhuangzi. They looked everywhere, and sure enough, there was no trace of the dinosaur just now. Only the large footprints on the ground could prove that there had indeed been a terrible crisis just now. Wu Tian put the 6 planets into his coat pocket. Without even looking at the hunters, he said to A Hong, "Now that the matter has been resolved, young man, I will leave first." After saying that, Wu Tian walked away without waiting for anyone else to react. In a few breaths, he was already nearly 100 meters away, and the hunters behind him were stunned and looking at each other. Someone asked A Hong in confusion, "A Hong, what happened outside just now? Why did the dinosaur suddenly become quiet? Why did it just leave on its own? Could it be coming back?" A Hong didn't seem to hear him, and just murmured, "It's so awesome, so awesome." He remembered the scene he saw at the Musen Ryu gym, and made up his mind that he would let his own doll no matter what in the future. Go to Musen Ryu and learn martial arts for a few years. Thumping. As Wu Tian was walking on the road, 3 colorful birds flew down from the sky and landed on his shoulders. Wu Tian casually took the 4-star ball from one of the bird's paws and fumbled it in his palm. In this way, there is hope of collecting all the Dragon Balls. What he didn't know was that in the original history, someone used this special bird to collect 7 Dragon Balls, made a wish, and became the king and sole ruler of the earth. Yu Reading welcomes all book lovers to come and read. The latest, fastest, and most popular serial works are all available in Yu Reading. Mobile phone users, please go and read. Chapter 49. 16 years later. Now that there is a practical method, Wu Tian naturally embarks on the road to find the Dragon Ball. In the past 10 years, he actually traveled around with this bird. But because he didn't realize that the bird had the ability to sense the position of the Dragon Ball before, he didn't pay much attention to where the bird flew to play. Now think about it, more than 30 years ago, when the first colorful bird flew to his side, it was also gently pecking at the 4-star Dragon Ball in his hand. This time, if it weren't for the fact that the Dragon Ball happened to be stuck between the dinosaur's gums and tooth roots, causing the dinosaur to suffer so much pain, the bird next to him kindly helped the dinosaur to knock the Dragon Ball out. I'm afraid Wu Tian wouldn't have. I wonder how long it will take before the secret is discovered. The secret may never be discovered. Because the fertility of this colorful bird is very low, and it does not distinguish between male and female, it is parthenogenesis. A colorful bird will only lay a few eggs a few times in its life. As for whether it can successfully hatch a newborn bird, it depends on God's will. For more than 30 years, it is incredible that Wu Tian has been able to continue the fire of the original bird to this day without forcing himself. In this way, Wu Tian took the 3 birds that had been following him and began wandering aimlessly in the vast human land. This is probably the stupidest and most tiring method of finding the Dragon Balls. But Wu Tian has no other way, at least in this era, he has no other way. Being able to discover such a unique method now was a surprise beyond his expectation, and he really couldn't force it any further. He originally thought that it would take at least another 100 years before there would be technology capable of detecting Dragon Ball signals. He was prepared for a long wait. But who would have thought that the opportunity to collect the 7 Dragon Balls would have flown to him more than 30 years ago? It's just that he himself is still ignorant. Wu Tian was lucky enough to find the first Dragon Ball at the end of the 2nd year. Actively find the first Dragon Ball through the bird. It is also the 3rd Dragon Ball he currently owns. It was found in a lake. At that time, 3 colorful birds were hovering somewhere on the sparkling lake and refused to leave. Wu Tian made a quick decision, took off his clothes and jumped into the lake. With his physical ability as a master of martial arts and Qigong, it is normal to hold his breath in the water for 10 minutes. Soon, he found the yellow-orange bead at the bottom of the lake, in the mud behind a piece of swaying water plants. It was a dark red 5-pointed star suspended in the center of the bead, which was a planet. Wow! Wu Tian's head popped up from the surface of the lake, setting off a burst of white waves. He placed a ball he found at the bottom of the lake in front of his eyes and observed quietly. The Dragon Ball was washed by the lake water and shone brightly. In the corner of his vision was the lake surface that reflected the sunlight and looked like gold. In the background, the Dragon Ball seemed to be shining like gold. It is a treasure suspended in heaven. The sun above his head was very strong, and water droplets slid down bit by bit from Wu Tian's stiff beard and splashed onto the lake. Thumping! 3 colorful birds flew happily around Wu Tian, not knowing why they were happy. Perhaps they felt joyful and happy because they had accomplished what Wu Tian had asked them to do. Haha! Wu Tian slowly moved up from the water and emerged from the water bit by bit. The water flowed over the angular muscle lines of his naked upper body, including 2 bulging pectoralis major muscles, 8 closely arranged rectus abdominis muscles, bulging intercostal muscles, and inverted triangle latissimus dorsi muscles. Finally, the toes of the drooping feet formed a stream of water and returned to the lake. Wu Tian flew towards the shore, and 3 colorful birds followed him happily. Standing on the shore, Wu Tian's Qigong shook. In an instant, the water droplets were shaken off the surface of Wu Tian's skin by a very small but extremely strong force. As for the shorts on his lower body, they are still wet. His Qigong has not yet been able to achieve the effect of a big furnace. Chirp! The 3 birds jumped on the scattered clothes on the ground, pecking at them as if they were attentive, then holding the clothes in their mouths and jumping towards Wu Tian. Haha, little guys, it's my turn to serve you now. Wu Tian shook his head and smiled, grabbed his clothes from the ground, and hung them casually on his shoulders. He himself just wore a pair of big shorts and left the lake. The 3 birds naturally followed him and kept chirping. This time, the discovery of Dragon Balls at the bottom of the lake made Wu Tian suddenly realize something. Most of the earth is covered by the ocean. If only one of the 7 Dragon Balls sinks to the bottom of the sea, what should he do? Not to mention that it is impossible for this bird to sense the radio waves of the Dragon Ball on the bottom of the sea. Even if it could, with Wu Tian's current strength, if he wanted to dive into the deep sea with his body, he would be looking for death. The terrifying water pressure could easily crush him into a ball of meat. This worry lasted for 10 years. During these 10 years, Wu Tian found 3 other Dragon Balls one after another. They are 2 planets, 7 planets, and 5 planets. Plus the 3 Dragon Balls he found before, 1 planet, 6 planets and 4 planets. There is only 1 3-star left. It was at this time that Wu Tian remembered that in the opening chapter of the original Dragon Ball comic, Bulma, who went out to look for the Dragon Balls for the first time, told Sun Wukong when she met her for the first time that she accidentally discovered it in the warehouse at home. A Dragon Ball, and through reading legends and illusions, I learned the secrets of the 7 Dragon Balls and the dragon, and also learned. In history, someone once made a wish through the Dragon Ball and became a king. Wu Tian guessed that the person who wished to become a king in the story might be the same as him, and relied on this special bird to successfully collect the 7 Dragon Balls. Wu Tian didn't think that a man who could become a king only by relying on the Dragon Balls would have the power to dive into the deep sea. Even if that person's era already had deep-sea submarines, trying to rely on that kind of bird to find the Dragon Balls in an ocean that was countless times wider than the continent was nothing more than a dream. Wu Tian also didn't think that anyone would make the Dragon Ball radar before Bulma. No matter what, whether these conjectures are right or wrong, it doesn't matter anymore. Wu Tian has already collected 6 of the 7 Dragon Balls. As long as he finds the 7th one, which is the last 3-star ball, his wish that he has been preparing for decades will finally have a chance to come true. But it seems that all good things come hard, but Wu Tian has traveled to almost every corner of the earth to find this last Dragon Ball. Just like that, another 5 years passed. Wu Tian had a coarse cloth bundle tied around his body and was sitting on the branch of an old tree in the woods, leaning against the trunk. Counting carefully, 16 years have passed since Wu Tian discovered the secret of the birds and set out to search for the dragon beads. Now his appearance looks like that of an old man in his 50s. The ravine-like wrinkles on his face are not only much more numerous than before, but also much deeper. The first strand of white hair finally appeared on his temples. Wu Tian raised his head and looked at the blue and distant sky through the gaps between the dense branches and leaves, with vague white clouds floating slowly by. This old guy, who is already 90 years old this year, looks calm and doesn't know what he is thinking. Thumping. The 7 birds blocked the sunlight from Wu Tian's sight, making the light flicker. Wu Tian smiled slightly and raised his arm. The 7 colorful birds rushed to land on his arm and palm. You squeezed me and I pushed you. You reading www.yuyuganshu.net. It was so lively. Okay, don't make a fuss. Wu Tian raised his other hand. His hand seemed to be filled with magic power. The 7 birds stopped making noise in an instant and stood on his arm one by one in an orderly manner. With no place to stand, the birds simply ran to his shoulders and head. Wu Tian didn't mind either. Wu Tian stroked the smooth feathers of a row of colorful birds on his arm and asked in a low voice, "Little guys, have you found anything?" If the Dragon Ball had been discovered before, the birds would have captured it directly under his instruction. At this time, Wu Tian saw that there were no dragon beads on the talons of the birds, so Wu Tian thought he had not found them. But little did he know that as soon as he spoke his words, 7 birds flapped their wings and flew up in unison. They flapped their wings and floated in the air in front of Wu Tian, chirping and chirping incessantly. After arguing for a while, they flew in one direction one after another. The last bird that stayed in the same place called out to Wu Shen and followed the other birds. Wu Tian leaned against the tree trunk and narrowed his eyes slightly. Finally, are we going to collect all 7 Dragon Balls? His back slowly left the dry bark. The next second, he had appeared on the ground. In the blink of an eye, he had wandered forward for nearly 100 meters. The scattered golden sunshine in the woods shines through the gaps between the leaves and falls on the shade of the trees on the dirt road. The breeze blows, and only a shallow footprint remains there. As for where the footprints in front of them are, who knows, maybe I have already stepped onto the other side of the so-called dreams and so-called ambitions. UU Reading welcomes all book lovers to come and read. The latest, fastest, and most popular serial works are all available in UU Reading. Mobile phone users, please go and read. Chapter 50. Golden lightning rises from the sky. 7 colorful birds flew happily ahead to lead the way, while Wu Tian's followed closely on the ground. Soon, an open space appeared among the woods, and there was a group of tents that looked like indigenous people. In the hands of others. Wu Tian's heart moved, and he finally understood why Bird didn't just bring back the found Dragon Ball. It must be because the Dragon Ball was already held by someone else and Bird couldn't grab it. She. The birds flew around Wu Tian, and one of them flew directly out and flew towards a group of natives near the tent over there. Sure enough, as soon as the natives there saw the colorful bird, someone impatiently grabbed a wooden stick and beat it. The bird was very nimble, and the native's wooden stick couldn't hit him. He couldn't help but scream wow in anger, but the bird that was playing tricks on him kept chirping happily, as if it was mocking him. Wu Tian stared at the dragon ball hanging around the man's neck tied with a straw rope. It is indeed a 3-star planet. The last dragon ball. It's right in front of you. Wu Tian tightened the coarse cloth bag around his body, which contained the 6 dragon balls he had collected so far. With a calm expression on his face, Wu Tian walked out of the woods and appeared in front of the group of natives. When the natives saw the stranger Wu Tian appear, they became serious and nervous. Their dark faces had tense expressions, and no one paid attention to the annoying bird in the sky. They either took wooden sticks, wooden spears, or stone hammers, and quickly surrounded Wu Tian. There's a reason why they reacted this way. The reason is, the 6 colorful birds standing on Wu Tian's shoulders. The bird that was harassing the natives landed back on Wu Tian's head with a flutter, and raised its little head high towards the group of natives, looking proud. Whoa 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 whoa! The natives were angry and pointed at Wu Tian, who was wearing fancy clothes, especially the 7 colorful birds on Wu Tian's body, which seemed to be accusing him of something. Most of the natives only wore an animal skin skirt. Their dark faces had angry looks, and they were waving the weapons in their hands. Their shiny black upper body muscles were shaking constantly, as if they were saying, "Answer quickly or I'll beat you up." Posture. However, Wu Tian couldn't understand what they were saying at all. The indigenous people in these forests were isolated from the world, and even their language was different from the outside world. If the Indians under the Kylin Tower are indigenous people, then the group of people in front of them can only be regarded as primitive people. But Wu Tian doesn't need to understand. He pointed at the person among the indigenous people who was harassed by the birds, pointed at the orange beads hanging around that person's neck, then pointed at himself, and made a circle with his hands on his neck, imitating that person. The shape of a dragon ball tied with a straw rope. Then he pointed at that person's dragon ball and then at himself. Well, in this case, the language barrier doesn't matter anymore. Wu Tian's meaning is obvious, and even the natives on the opposite side can easily understand. He wants to steal our things. This is the greatest provocation and contempt for the natives who risk their lives to rob wild beasts with other tribes in the big forest. What belongs to their tribe belongs to them. Do you want to rob it? I'll beat you to death first. Wu Tian shook his head slightly, and the 7 colorful birds on his body also covered their little heads with their wings, as if they couldn't bear to look at them anymore. Oh! The swarthy natives roared and roared angrily, but, what about the man opposite? Where did the person who wanted to steal their things go? Boom! A sound of hitting was heard. If someone had particularly keen hearing, like the Namekians, they would be able to tell that it was not just a hitting sound. Listening deeply to this sound, you can gradually hear, bang 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 bang, a series of, like crackling firecrackers, like a downpour falling to the ground, like thunder from the sky exploding one after another, countless closely connected blows. The sounds gathered together, and finally formed the simple sound in the ears of the indigenous people. The black native wearing the dragon pearl straw rope necklace had a ferocious face and grabbed a thick wooden stick and hit Wu Tian on the head hard. Wu Tian looked at him indifferently and raised a finger. Hey, there was just a slight sound, and the thick wooden stick fell on Wu Tian's finger, as if it was placed on it carefully, without making an inch. The 7 colorful birds on Wu Tian's body ran to the wooden stick blocked by Wu Tian's fingers, chirping and pecking at them, and even flapped their wings at the twisted faces of the natives, as if they were laughing and showing off their power. At this moment, a sound like bang 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 like raindrops falling to the ground came from behind the native who was swinging the bat. It was the sound of other natives being knocked away and finally falling to the ground. The native who was holding a wooden stick in front of Wu Tian, his face turned purple and unable to move the stick, suddenly froze. He turned his head blankly, only to find that none of his companions were gone. He looked back again and realized, it turned out that they had been knocked far away and were lying on the ground over there, wailing. Some simply fell onto the tent and collapsed the tent. So he stupidly turned his head back and looked at Wu Tian under his stick. The little birds on the stick jumped onto Wu Tian's body in a row and stood up again. Wu Tian's finger blocking the stick flicked like a phantom. Bang! The wooden stick returned and hit the native's face hard, and nosebleeds flew out immediately. It looked like the native had used the wooden stick to look at his own nose hard. The native staggered back and looked at Wu Tian like a ghost. Wu Tian walked toward him, and the native's legs were trembling. A hand was stretched out towards him, and the native was so frightened that he dropped the stick on the ground and closed his eyes. The next moment, he felt someone strangled his neck, and the straw rope necklace was broken. He opened his eyes blankly, and saw that the man and his bird had walked into the deep forest again, and in the blink of an eye, they had disappeared. Oh! The natives fell to their knees, prostrate as if worshipping gods, and did not dare to get up for a long time. Holding the last 7 dragon balls in his hand, even with Wu Tian 3 as a person, he couldn't help but feel excited. Dragon Ball! Dragon Ball! Make a wish to the dragon! The turning point of a lifetime is at this moment. How to get rid of the limitations of this body with ordinary qualifications, how to have the capital to at least not be slaughtered like an ant in the turbulent era in the future, it all depends on your own whims. Can your wish come true? Shi. The 7 colorful birds on Wu Tian seemed to sense the rare excitement of their master, but they all flew around Wu Tian and followed him. They also flew around happily, wanting to join Wu Tian. Celebrate the same. Ha ha! Wu Tian smiled cheerfully, stepped on his foot, bang, and his whole body bounced into the sky, with 7 colorful birds chasing after him. Wu Tian carried a baggage with 6 dragon balls on his back and held the last 3 balls in his hand. He used the sky dance technique to compete with 7 birds in the air. In the vast sky, Wu Tian couldn't help but feel a sense of joy in his mind, arousing a sense of pride that the sky is high enough for birds to fly, and the sea is wide enough for fish to jump. After nearly 60 years, I have finally collected the 7 dragon balls, and Yuuganshu www.yuuganshu.net is finally ready to make a wish. Looking into the forest, Wu Tian stopped and floated in mid-air, taking 3 deep breaths. The excitement in his heart gradually subsided, and he returned to the calm martial arts master. After choosing a suitable location, Wu Tian flew down from the sky. 7 colorful birds followed him, chirping all the way. Clatter! Wu Tian stepped on the ground, untied the baggage on his body, shook the coarse cloth in his hand. Dong 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 dong, 6 yellow and orange dragon balls suddenly rolled down to the dirt floor. Buzz! Buzz! The 6 dragon balls gathered on the ground reflected each other, emitting yellow light that flickered on and off. Wu Tian looked at the 3-star ball in his hand that shone with the same light, and threw it down casually. Gilu! Gilu! The last dragon ball finally rolled to his 6 companions. Buzz! Buzz! The 7 dragon beads shone brightly, as if something was eager to burst out. 7 little birds stood on Wu Tian, looking around curiously. "Come out, Shenlong!" Boom! Click! The sky around the world suddenly turned dark. A golden lightning bolt rises from the ground in a large primeval forest in the south of the earth. This golden lightning is like the first light in the world, the first free light. It is so dazzling, so majestic and holy. It seems to bring together all the hopes, all the dreams, all the beliefs on the earth. Rushing headlong into the dark sky. UU Reading welcomes all book lovers to come and read. The latest, fastest, and most popular serial works are all available in UU Reading. Mobile phone users, please go and read. Chapter 51, The Promise Made Back Then. In 3 lifetimes, Wu Tian had never seen such a majestic and sacred creature. Golden lightning soared into the sky from the 7 dragon balls on the ground, flying like a dragon on the dark sky. Finally, in this dazzling golden light, a green 4-clawed dragon gradually appeared. This divine dragon has antlers like a deer, scales like a fish, a beard like a human, a belly like a snake, and feet like a phoenix. His blood-red eyes are all-encompassing, as if they can penetrate all cause and effect in the world. The dragon sensed the presence of the wish-maker, coiled its long and slender body into an shape, and the dragon's head slowly lowered. The 7 little birds on Wu Tian's shoulders became a little nervous when they saw the dragon getting closer and closer, and they all crowded towards Wu Tian's neck and head. Wu Tian raised his head and looked at Shenlong with unblinking eyes, ignoring the little bird on his body. The solemn voice of Shenlong sounded. This voice was so majestic, so ethereal and elusive, as if it sounded directly in Wu Tian's heart. "He who has collected the 7 dragon balls, tell me your wish, I can fulfill any wish for you." Coming. Wu Tian couldn't help but clenched his fists, and the wish he had hidden in his heart for who knows how many years blurted out, "According to my eyes." His eyes had turned into scarlet red, and the 3 black Megatama stars rotated rapidly, eventually turning into the shape of a 4-cornered windmill. It was the Mangekyo Sharingan that he had not opened for many years. The Mangekyo Sharingan quickly extinguished and turned into ordinary black pupils. Wu Tian stopped what he was saying. "Do you really want to express this wish here?" Summoning the dragon, the sky around the world will be directly darkened. Wu Tian does not believe that the name Qian in the sky will not be watching here. "If I express that wish here, then, how do I explain it?" When Wu Taito was dying, Wu Tian had to lie about seeing fragments of the future and eye mutations in order to comfort his mentor. This kind of lie was really not what he wanted. And if today, under the nose of the name Qian in the sky, he tells the wish he wants to realize, he will inevitably need to make up more lies to cover up. Covering up the fact that he is not Wu Tian, Wu Taito's apprentice at all. Temple of Heaven. Mr. Bobo looked at the dark sky above his head and murmured, "Someone really gathered the 7 dragon balls and summoned the dragon. He made a model of the earth dragon with his own hands." Of course, he heard the god Piccolo describe the dragon's appearance. Vision of time. On the circular edge of the Temple of Heaven, Bic, the god in white robes with the word God, is leaning on a wooden staff and looking down at the world. "What are you hesitating about?" he murmured. "Tell me your wish, I can grant any wish for you, but only one wish." Seeing that the wish-maker below was still reluctant to express his wish, Shenlong repeated it again. The solemn and mighty voice echoed in Wu Tian's ears. The little birds on his shoulders and head pecked each other's feathers, looking at the dragon above his head from time to time, and gently pecked Wu Tian's hair and skin. The little guys, their father and grandfather, all he came here with Wu Tian. He seemed to have a tacit understanding and could understand the hesitation in Wu Tian's heart at this time. In the end, Wu Tian calmly looked up at Shenlong, stared into his blood-red mysterious eyes, and expressed his wish, "I want to have. On the scale of the entire universe, just by relying on my own initiative, I can the ability to teleport anywhere." After saying that, he stared at Shenlong closely. The dragon's blood-red eyes glowed with a brighter red light. "This wish is very simple." Buzz. Wu Tian slowly opened his eyes. He felt a strange force running through his body, as if a clear wind was blowing through his soul. Wu Tian looked at his hands in silence, closing his eyes and feeling without saying a word. His entire body has disappeared. The wish was fulfilled, and even the person who made the wish disappeared. Shenlong did not react too much, but said in his grand and solemn voice as always, "The wish has been fulfilled. Then, goodbye." Golden light once again enveloped the green dragon, and his entity gradually disappeared and merged into this piece of pure golden lightning. The 7 dragon beads on the ground are the source of the golden lightning. They rise rapidly, and in the process, they change from orange-yellow orbs to white ordinary stones. 7 stones are suspended in mid-air, and huge golden lightning is ready to move, ready to go. Snapped. The golden lightning separated into 7 rays of light, each of which was a white stone. They flew to 7 different corners in 7 directions on the human earth, and continued to wait for the humans who could gather them together. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of a certain golden lightning. It was Wu Tian who had just disappeared using his new ability. The little birds on his shoulders and head looked around in panic, as if they didn't understand what happened. Bah! Wu Tian reached out to catch the dragon ball flying towards him. Zitsizi! A stream of white smoke came out of Wu Tian's palm, which was caused by the high temperature of the dragon ball rubbing against his palm. Wu Tian looked at the dragon ball in his hand that had turned into a white stone. After thinking about it, Wu Tian smiled casually and threw the ordinary stone to the ground below without even looking at it. Keep the dragon balls around you and summon the dragon to make a wish every year. Intercept all the dragon balls when they are scattered, and make a wish next year? Maybe Wu Tianhui, who was just an ordinary young man in the first life, thought so, but now he is a martial arts master who has survived 3 lives and spent 60 years in the Dragon Ball world. So he won't do it. If the Dragon Ball becomes an obstacle in one's heart, it would be putting the cart before the horse. Wu Tian's martial arts, Wu Tian's principles, Wu Tian's bottom line, and Wu Tian's self-esteem would not allow him to do such a shameless and obscene thing. Opportunistic methods can only be done once when you are forced to have no choice. Wu Tian was suspended in mid-air. He raised his arms. 7 colorful birds on his body were connected with him. They lined up obediently and stood on his arms, turning their little heads to look at him. "I'm leaving. What about you, little ones? How about you go back to nature?" Wu Tian's arm shook, and 7 birds flew into the air involuntarily. They flapped their wings and suspended in the air in front of Wu Tian. They kept chirping and noisy, as if they didn't understand what happened to Wu Tian. Why abandon them? Shi. The colorful birds flew in front of Wu Tian's head, chest, and shoulders, gently pecking at his skin, and their chirps were filled with grievances. Wu Tian sighed slightly. He could just ignore his biological daughter and the apprentice he handed over in this life, because they were all human beings with mature and independent personalities, and they could take care of themselves. Wu Tian didn't want to interfere too much in the lives of his children, so he left. But he actually felt unbearable towards the 7 birds in front of him, which he had raised with his own hands and had contributed greatly to his collection of the 7 dragon balls. Without oneself, how can these little guys integrate into the cruel nature with their pampered personalities? I'm afraid that within a few days, it will become a meal for other predators. Wu Tian stroked the smooth colorful feathers of these 7 birds and whispered, okay, since you are unwilling to leave, then I will take you with me. Chirping. The 7 birds jumped up again and flew happily around Wu Tian, causing Wu Tian to couldn't help but smile. At the same time, on the Kylan Tower on the other side of the earth, the cat immortal was still wondering, what happened just now? Why did Wu Tian suddenly appear and disappear suddenly? Did my old man have hallucinations in his eyes? Temple of Heaven. On the edge of the circular platform, the god Piccolo was still looking down at the world. In other words, looking at someone in the world. The sky has become brighter again, is the wish over? Mr. Bobo looked at the sky and said. It was also the first time for him to witness the appearance of the Dragon Ball. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.net was inevitably a little curious. God Piccolo's vision is far-reaching, and the distance in space on Earth cannot block his vision. Teleportation? All over the universe. What exactly do you want to do? Also, what was the wish you wanted to tell me at the beginning? Did you know that I was looking at you and didn't want me to know? You are able to abandon the Dragon Balls so easily and yet not lose yourself in the face of such temptation. Wu Tian, you are really a terrible human being. At this moment, in the sight of God Piccolo, Wu Tian, who had placed 7 birds on himself in mid-air in the human world, looked up. Wu Tian's eyes were very dull. At this moment, God Piccolo even felt that he was looking at him. The next second, Wu Tian's figure disappeared from the sight of God Piccolo. Wu Tian's aura appeared behind him. Mr. Bobo looked at Wu Tian, who suddenly appeared in surprise, and asked, "How did you get here?" Wu Tian smiled and said nothing. When he saw the God Piccolo standing at the edge of the temple, he already understood that this old guy had been here to observe him when he made a wish. The 7 little birds on his body looked around strangely and made noisy noises, but soon they all wilted. The air here is very thin, and of course the little birds can't stand it. Wu Tian gently stroked a few wilted little birds on his body in comfort. He turned around and saw the God Piccolo, who also turned around. He said bluntly, "I'm here to ask the God to fulfill the promise made decades ago." Commitment. Yu Reading welcomes all book lovers to come and read. The latest, fastest, and most popular serial works are all available in Yu Reading. Mobile phone users, please go and read. Chapter 52 Underworld. The promise of that year? Of course Piccolo didn't forget it. At that time, Wu Tian flew to the temple and asked him to cure his blind eyes, but he was unable to do anything. I remembered his contribution to sealing the great demon King Piccolo, so I agreed to his request. Tell me about it. God Piccolo said slowly. His dark yellow eyes looked at Wu Tian. This human martial artist who was no longer young was now an old guy that he couldn't see through at all. Wu Tian said directly, "Please ask the gods to take me to the underworld. I want to go to the king of the realm to practice." God Piccolo was surprised. Hearing the word King of Kai from a mortal mouth certainly surprised him, but he soon remembered that the person in front of him was someone who claimed to have seen the future. The King of Kai was probably the person who appeared in the future he saw. So God Piccolo nodded and said, "Okay, but I have a question." "You say." "The wish you made to Shenlong, to be able to move instantly throughout the universe, is it because in the future you saw, there are cosmic beings?" Wu Tian replied frankly, "Yes, that is a very scary cosmic person. With my current strength, even if I just look at him one more time, I will probably be killed." He paused and continued, "Earth, there is no path for me anymore, and I will definitely need to go to a broader stage in the future and improve myself in the universe." God Piccolo was surprised. In his opinion, if Wu Tian could maintain the ability to explode multiple times like that back then, it would be impossible for even him to beat him. "But I didn't expect that there is such a terrifying person in the universe, who can kill such Wu Tian with just one look." Although God Piccolo knew that there were very powerful people in the universe, it was unbelievable and completely beyond his imagination to be so powerful. However, cold water still needs to be thrown on you. You should know that the potential in your body has been exhausted by the longevity water. Even if you go to a broader cosmic stage, you won't have much room for improvement. Wu Tian smiled and said, "There will always be a way, right?" After seeing the power of the Dragon Balls, I am even more convinced of this. God Piccolo asked, "Then why did you throw away the Dragon Ball?" Wu Tian laughed. It was naturally impossible to tell him that he planned to go to the other side of the universe to fulfill his wish. He explained, "Do you think I don't know? The Dragon Ball that made a wish will become an ordinary stone within a year. Hold it, what's the use?" God Piccolo looked at Wu Tian's expression carefully. For a long time, he couldn't tell from the old man's face whether he was sincere or a lie. So he shook his head and said, "If what you said is true, then of course I will not refuse to help you practice with the King of Kai. As for the cosmic people you mentioned..." God Piccolo knocked the wooden staff, lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then stared into Wu Tian's eyes and asked seriously, "In the future you see, will they destroy our earth?" Wu Tian smiled and said, "I remember that I told my master Wu Taitu that in the future, powerful warriors will emerge one after another on our earth, and they will protect the earth well. You should do this. Did you hear that too? The reason why I am doing this now is just because I don't want to be treated as an object of protection by those little guys by then." God Piccolo showed a smile and said, "In this case, the future is really reassuring." Wu Tian said without comment, "If that's the case, then send me there quickly." God Piccolo nodded and said to Mr. Bobo behind Wu Tian, "Then Bobo, the temple will be handed over to you for the time being." Mr. Bobo said, "Okay, please rest assured, God. Bobo is the best servant of the temple." God Piccolo stretched out his hand and pressed it on Wu Tian's chest. He glanced at the 7 listless colorful birds standing on Wu Tian's body and found that Wu Tian had no intention of letting these birds go. Wu Tian calmly glanced at the sky outside the temple next to him. Under the blue and distant sky was a vast sea of white clouds, and beneath this sea of clouds were all the living beings on the earth. Whoa! The next second, Tian Shen and Wuxian had disappeared in the square of the temple. Rolling yellow clouds filled this boundless special space. This is the underworld, also known as the underworld, which is the destination of the souls of all living creatures in the universe after death. That's what happened. Because the little god owed him a favor, he agreed to bring him here. I also asked Lord Yama to agree to let him practice with Lord Kaiu. Piccolo, the god of heaven, and Wuxian, who had 7 colorful birds on his shoulders, stood in the palace of the underworld, and in front of them, the huge king of hell sat behind a large table. Compared with the huge size of Yama, Wu Tian and Tian Shen, Piccolo appear much smaller. Nonsense! The king of hell banged the table and said dissatisfiedly to the tiny guy in front of the table, "God of the earth, you are so ridiculous. How can you bring living people to the underworld? You are disturbing the world of yin and yang. Do you know the order?" The ghost servants in the palace and the souls who lined up to come in were trembling, frightened by the sudden roar of the king of hell. God Piccolo could only smile awkwardly, causing Wu Tian to look aside frequently. The king of hell snorted coldly and began to flip through a book in his hand. Maybe it was the Book of Life and Death, Book of Merits, or Work Manual of the Underworld. Twitter. Several birds chirped in the hall. The king of hell couldn't bear it and slapped the book, shouting, "I've wanted to scold you from the beginning. God of the earth! It's just that you brought living people here, why did you even bring in birds?" God Piccolo felt so wronged. He continued to apologize in utter embarrassment. Wu Tian glared at the naughty little guys on his shoulders, patted their little heads, and finally made them quiet down. The king of hell then continued to flip through the book, and while reading, he said, "Wu Tian, let me see, have you ever helped save all life on the planet? Tisk tisk, based on your achievements, it is not impossible for you to go to heaven. Do you really want to go to the King of Kai? That's very dangerous." Wu Tiandao, "I have already decided, and I still ask Lord Yama for approval." The King of Hell said with a headache, "How come there are still human beings these days who want to go to the King of Kai? Aren't they asking for trouble?" He shuddered when he thought of the bad taste of the King of North Kai's jokes. "But the little guy in front of me probably won't be able to finish the snake path, and will probably fall into hell halfway. No matter what, he is going to go to hell himself. If he goes to hell, he will go to hell." The King of Hell then said, "That's it. I'll ask someone to show you the way later, and you just go that way." He pointed to the side door on the side of the main hall. "Let me state in advance that I will not fall down the snake path." responsible. God Piccolo smiled apologetically, that's nature, that's nature. However, he knew that Wu Tian already had the ability to move instantly, and the snake path should not be able to stop him at all. Before leaving, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.net, Wu Tian thought of something, and he raised his head and asked the King of Hell, Lord King of Hell, I wonder if you can help me check my master Wu Taidu, and my deceased wife Wu Fang's information. The King of Hell frowned and said dissatisfiedly, why do you have so many things to do, Earthling? There are so many souls behind you waiting in line for me to deal with. Wu Tian clasped his hands together and bowed, saying sincerely, please. The King of Hell once again flipped through the thick book in his hand. After a while, he said, we found it, Wu Taidu, right? It turns out to be this old guy. He snorted, his achievements are enough to go to heaven. I didn't expect that this old guy actually refused and ran away to be reincarnated. What a strange earthling. With the master's personality, he would not miss the old-fashioned days in heaven. Wu Tian understood clearly and reminded the King of Hell, there is also my deceased wife, Wu Fang. She is Wu Taidu's daughter. The King of Hell had already turned the page, and he said, she was reincarnated as well. She had no merits and no evil deeds, so she couldn't go to heaven or hell. She was reincarnated not long after her death. Is that so? Thank you so much, Lord Yama. Wu Tian was silent for a while, and finally bowed to the Lord of Hell, and followed Gui Cha, who was in a middle-parted suit, through the side door. Wu Tian. God Piccolo stopped him. What's wrong? Wu Tian turned around at the door. It's nothing, you have to practice well. God Piccolo finally shook his head slowly and said. For some reason, he intuitively felt that Wu Tian suddenly proposed to go to the King of Kai, and the purpose was not that simple. Wu Tian smiled slightly, turned around and left the side door. Yu Reading welcomes all book lovers to come and read. The latest, fastest, and most popular serial works are all available in Yu Reading. Mobile phone users, please go and read. Chapter 53 Hell Izakaya. As soon as they left the Palace of Hell, the 7 colorful birds on Wu Tian's shoulders immediately started chirping again. They might be the first birds to come to the underworld alive. The ghost man in a suit who was arranged by the King of Hell to lead the way took Wu Tian into a car. Although Wu Tian couldn't figure out why there were still cars in the underworld, what was the fuel? Could it be these ubiquitous yellow clouds in the underworld? Get in the car, Mr. Wu Tian. Gizashi closed the car door with a snap and said with a smile to Wu Tian, who sat in the back seat, you are probably the first human being alive to ask to go to the snake path to see Lord Kaio. Wu Tian was stroking the feathers of 7 birds in the back seat, thinking about how to temporarily settle these little guys. His breath was trying to sense the breath in the entire underworld. When he heard the words of the ghost driving in front, he casually asked, oh, what about that snake road? Is it so difficult to walk on it? Ghost said, of course it's difficult to leave. You don't know. It is said that in the past 100 million years, only Lord Yama himself has passed through the snake path to see Lord Kaio. How long is the snake path? I heard it's 1,000,000 kilometers. Wu Tian was silent. If he remembered correctly, the total circumference of the Earth's equator is about 40,000 kilometers. In other words, a snake path is equivalent to 25 times around the Earth's equator. Giza drove the car, glanced at Wu Tian from the rear-view mirror, and said with a smile, you know how difficult it is, right? That's not all. You have to be especially careful. You must not fall from the snake path, because in the snake path there is hell below the road. If you accidentally fall down, you will never come back. Wu Tian closed his eyes, leaned on the car seat, and said, it doesn't matter. Giza shrugged. If you're not afraid of going to hell, then don't be afraid. He didn't have anything to say. This official car, a specialty of hell, was driving swayingly on the highway of hell. Not long after, the car had already arrived in front of the huge snake road. Wu Tian opened the door and got out of the car, and immediately saw a ferocious and huge snake head blocking their way, and behind the huge and ferocious snake head, there were boundless yellow clouds and a winding snake road with no end. Wu Tian walked over, reached out and knocked on the huge snake head statue in the snake path. Bang bang bang, it didn't look like it was made of stone, it seemed to be a special material from the underworld, extremely light, but extremely hard. Oh, by the way, there's something everyone has forgotten. The ghost driver also got out of the car. He looked at Wu Tian who was knocking the snake's head and suddenly remembered something. He exclaimed, "It seems that you are still a living person now. You are not like the dead who don't feel hungry. You are if you need to eat, even if you can walk from here to the end of the snake path, how will you manage your diet during this period?" He explained, "Because all the people who climbed the snake path in the past were already dead, so I think even the king of hell has forgotten that you still have to eat. And even if you can survive, you birds can't. I can't survive it." Wu Tian was not worried after hearing this. He waved his hand to Gui Cha who kindly reminded him and said nonchalantly, "It's okay, I'm prepared." This action was of great importance, perhaps it was the turning point in his life that he was a dragon or an insect. How could he be careless at all? Of course he took the fairy beans with him. Seeing his calm expression, Gizashi said nothing more and said, "Since you are well prepared, I will take my leave first. I wish you a smooth journey to the Kaiosama." Wu Tian nodded, "Thank you very much." After saying that, his body slowly floated up to the sky above Snake Road's head. The ghost below raised his head in surprise and said, "It turns out that I have the ability to fly. I am worthy of being a human being who can come to the underworld alive." It seems that he is a very powerful martial artist. But it felt very weak. Even if I could fly, I probably wouldn't be able to fly to Kaiosama. I'd probably fall into hell halfway down the road. Anasashi thought this, and suddenly saw Wu Tian disappearing out of thin air. He was stunned for a moment, then took off his glasses and wiped them on the human being. It's really not easy. I think he will definitely succeed. Gui Cha thought for a while, and finally drove back in the car. Wu Tian's figure kept flashing on the snake path. Every time he disappeared and reappeared, he would teleport thousands of kilometers ahead. The 7 colorful birds on his shoulders were very excited and grabbed the clothes on his shoulders with their claws, chirping happily all the way. "The chi that is very strong is about 10 times that of mine." Well, there are a lot of people there who are about 50 times more powerful. There are also many strong ones. It is indeed a hell in the entire universe. As Wu Tian hurried on, he sensed the space under the yellow clouds in the snake path, which was the breath of hell. A dozen times his strength would be 4 to 5,000, more than 50 times would be over 10,000. Even on the scale of the entire universe, he would be a master among masters and could have a place. Dodoria, the bodyguard of the mighty universe Emperor Frisia, only has a fighting strength of tens of thousands. I'm still very weak. Wu Tian sighed slightly in his heart, but this made him more determined to go to Namek. His perception centered on him, radiating out into the vast space of the underworld. Not only the hell below the yellow clouds on the snake path, but also the heaven above the white clouds on the snake path, he felt it carefully. "Find the person you are looking for." "Yeah, are you here?" Half a day later, when Wu Tian was probably halfway through his journey, he finally found the aura he was looking for. Alas, Wu Tian's figure disappeared on the snake path again. This time, there was no reappearance on the snake path further ahead. Instead, his aura appeared under the rolling yellow clouds surrounding the snake path, which was also the so-called hell. Hell Izakaya. Wu Tian stood in front of a small shop-like room, feeling slightly surprised. However, the aura he sensed was indeed in this room, so he opened the door directly and entered. As soon as he opened the door, strong and harsh music and noise entered Wu Tian's mind, and he frowned in displeasure. It's really a chaotic dance of demons. Wu Tian was very uncomfortable with it. The furnishings in this room were similar to the kind of bars and nightclubs he knew, but the consumers inside were far different from the people in his impression. All kinds of weird-looking ghosts, monsters, and evil spirits gathered together, playing cards, blowing wine bottles, starting gambling games, and dancing. It was very chaotic, and the scene looked extremely crazy. Dong 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 ha ha ha. The strange music in the room was mixed with demonic laughter, which was so loud that countless ghosts and evil spirits wandered back and forth, being ferocious, hysterical, and venting their anger. The birds on Wu Tian's shoulders were already squeezing into his neck, and they obviously didn't like the atmosphere here. He frowned slightly, stretched out his hand to comfort the little guys, and squeezed forward among the crowd of people and ghosts. The monsters in the izakaya were all on drugs. They were so high that they didn't even notice that there was a living human being walking in. Following the scent, Wu Tian quickly found the person he was looking for in a corner of the izakaya. The fortune teller wears a tall wizard's hat and is dressed in black, sitting cross-legged on a crystal ball. She was talking softly to a strange-looking guy at a table. What was very strange was that in such a noisy and crazy environment, divination and the person opposite her seemed to be in a deep forest in complete silence when talking to her. Their calmness was in sharp contrast to the hysteria of the demons and monsters around them. When Wu Tian walked over, divination also stopped talking and she looked over. This also happened to allow Wu Tian to see clearly that her current face was different from Wu Tian, who had a longer youth after drinking the longevity water. The fortune-telling appearance, after nearly 60 years, Yu Ganshu www.yuyuganshu.net she has become an old woman full of wrinkles. It is very close to the divination mother-in-law in Wu Tian's impression. Why are you here? The fortune-teller looked a little surprised. She waved her hand to the weirdo sitting opposite her, indicating that she would talk later. Then she looked Wu Tian up and down, frowned and said, "Aren't you alive? Why did you end up in hell? With your merits, you can go to heaven even if you die." "I'm not dead, I just came to the underworld to do something." Wu Tiandao, after he approached, said, "Sister, I have something to ask you to help me with." The fortune teller became even more puzzled and said, "What's wrong with a living person like you going to the underworld?" Wu Tian said directly, "I came to the underworld this time to go to the king of Kai. Let's not talk about it. Sister, these are the birds I brought here on earth. They can't go to the king of Kai with me. The environment over there is not suitable for them, so I would like to ask you to help take care of them for a while." The fortune teller didn't agree immediately, but frowned and asked him, "Are you crazy? What's the use of going to the king of Kai's place?" Tips: access the computer and log in with your mobile phone. Chapter 54, On the King of Planets. Have you not figured it out yet? Your body's potential has been exhausted. The fortune teller told Wu Tian this ruthless conclusion. Wu Tian said, "Of course I already know this, so because of this, I have no way to go on Earth, so I can only go to the legendary Kaiosama to find hope." The fortune teller looked at him suspiciously. At this time, a drunken ghost patted Wu Tian on the shoulder from behind, shocking the birds on his body to fly. The ghost with the huge bull's head burped. He looked at the colorful birds flying aside with drunken eyes. He waved his hand and muttered, "Where did the birds come from?" "Go," he said and patted Wu Tian's shoulder vigorously. "Brother, let me tell you, you are a living person." The drunkard gradually realized that something was wrong. The breath of living people on Wu Tian was simply burning his eyes and skin, although it would not really hurt him. But it's very uncomfortable. "Niu Gui, give my old woman some face, and you go back and drink." The fortune teller looked at the drunkard indifferently. The drunkard was suddenly shocked by the fortune teller's eyes. They were eyes that could see through yin and yang, as if they had infinite magic power. The drunkard looked at Wu Tian, then at the fortune teller and the weird fortune teller sitting in front of the table. He couldn't help but burp again, and staggered away. The little birds returned to Wu Tian's shoulders, combing each other's feathers and turning their heads to look around. The fortune teller looked at Wu Tian again and asked strangely, "Where did you hear that the King of Kai has a way to make you progress again?" She didn't know this kind of thing. The King of Kai has the ability to make the potential of the immortal water be exhausted. People make progress again? Wu Tian Dao, it was the god on earth who told me about the Kaio, so I asked him to bring me here. Regardless of whether it succeeds or not, I want to give it a try to the Kaio. As for the real purpose, of course it is not convenient to say it. The fortune teller sat on the crystal ball, pondered for a while, raised her chin at the birds on Wu Tian's shoulder, and said, "Then you can keep these birds, but don't blame me for not reminding you." She said. He said, "The King of Kai probably doesn't have the ability you want, so don't be too disappointed when the time comes." Wu Tian smiled, grabbed the 7 colorful birds on his shoulders, handed them to the fortune teller, and said at the same time, "I didn't have high hopes, so I can't say I'm disappointed. By the way, sister." He looked at the bird on his hand that was reluctant to leave him and was pecking at the back of his hand, and said, "These little guys don't like the atmosphere of hell." The fortune teller said, "Take care of yourself." Seeing that the bird in Wu Tian's hand refused to leave his arm, the fortune teller glared at these little guys, and the little birds immediately stopped chirping and behaved obediently. He was picked up by the fortune teller. Wu Tian touched the little birds' heads one by one and said, "Wait until I come back to pick you up, and be obedient." Chi-chi-chi. The little birds chirped listlessly. Wu Tian said goodbye to Granny Fortune Teller and said, "Then I'm leaving." After saying that, he turned around and left, striding towards the door of Hell Izakaya. The little birds in Granny Fortune Teller's hands looked at Wu Tian with great reluctance. The figure finally disappears. Caressing the smooth feathers on the heads of the little birds thoughtfully, the fortune teller said, "Let's go, take me to see my master. How is she doing in heaven?" The weirdo sitting opposite the divination, who was the god of the previous earth, smiled slightly, his voice was hoarse and kind, and said, "What do you think? Of course you are living a good life." The fortune teller was non-committal, sitting on the crystal ball, floating forward, and with 7 colorful birds, she made a biu sound and disappeared. The former god sitting across the table thought about Wu Tian just now and pondered for a while. Finally, he smiled and disappeared. After Wu Tian left the Hell Izakaya, he used the dance sky technique to fly into the air, and soon passed through the heavy yellow clouds. Bang! Wu Tian suddenly hit something, his head hurt, and he was about to fall down. Is this the limit of hell? As Wu Tian fell, he looked at the thick layers of yellow clouds above his head and murmured. In the next moment, his figure had disappeared in mid-air, directly passing through the boundary wall of hell and returning to the snake path. Superior. This ability to teleport is very useful. Wu Tian stood on the snake path and could tell the direction of the snake path through the front and rear directions of the snake scales on both sides of the snake path. He looked forward and saw that the snake path was still as winding as the previous stage, but he couldn't see it to the end. It took Sun Wukong 6 months to completely run 1 million kilometers. Wu Tian shook his head slightly. He had already sensed a special aura far, far ahead, suspended in the air above the plane of the snake path. It must be the northern Kaio on Kaio. Wu Tian's eyes flashed with thoughts. The King of Kai was right in front of him, Namek was right in front of him, that wish was right in front of him, maybe even his imagination and plans for the future hundreds of years later were all gone. On that little Kai Wang planet. So on this trip, Wu Tian must not make any mistakes. The next second, Wu Tian's body had disappeared into the snake path. The yellow clouds were billowing, as if no one had ever appeared. At the end of the snake path is the snake's tail. Above the snake's tail, there is a small special planet floating quietly. It has not changed for many years. That is where the northern Kai Wang, who is in charge of the entire northern galaxy, lives. In the entire underworld, people can reach it through the snake path. There are very few people here. Today, a person suddenly appeared on the surface of Kaiu. Wu Tian's figure appeared out of thin air at a height of more than 10 meters on the green turf of Kaiu planet. The next moment, a very strong attraction came from the small planet below him, pulling Wu Tian with all his strength. Every muscle fiber, every blood vessel, every drop of blood in the body. Wu Tian fell uncontrollably, and with a bang, he fell onto the lawn of Kaiu planet, which was not very soft. Wu Tian fell so hard that his internal organs were about to be knocked over. He bared his teeth and his face turned red from suppressing it. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.net. His whole body seemed to be suppressed by something, and he was pressed against the lawn of Kaiu star. On the ground. 10 times the gravity of the Earth is really no joke. Although the effect of hypergravity can be barely simulated in the deep sea, it is still far behind. Wu Tian lay on the ground, thinking in his heart. He looked at the sky above his head, which was probably the bottom of heaven. The sky was extremely white and seemed to symbolize the purity of heaven. Just looking at it could give people a sense of peace of mind. Bulu bulu. The face of a chimpanzee suddenly came into Wu Tian's sight. Barbarous? Wu Tian thought. He raised his hand to grab the chimpanzee's face with difficulty, but was slapped away by Barbarous. Buru buru. Barbarous screamed a few more strangely, and the footsteps gradually became distant. Humph! Wu Tian didn't expect that he would be despised by a chimpanzee today. He circulated the breath in his body and condensed it bit by bit. Under his heart as iron mind, his body Qigong is also like refined steel, full of toughness. Rise, dash dash! Wu Tian shouted low and suppressed his blush. His loose sleeves were bulged and stretched tightly by his muscles. He finally slowly stood up from the long ground with 10 times the gravity of the Earth. Hey, when did the guests come? A voice came from behind him. Wu Tian strode forward, trying to maintain a stable body. He turned his head and looked over, only to see a fat blue-skinned head sticking out of the window of a classic car. This weirdo also had a piece of meat on each chin. Hoo tentacles! It was none other than the king of the North Kaikai. Chapter 55. The King of Realms is inferior to humans. Coming! Wu Tian took a deep breath, turned around with heavy steps, and said to the North Kaio in the old car, "You must be the Kaio-sama, right?" The chubby northern Kai Wang was sitting in a classic car, with one elbow resting on the windowsill, his head sticking out, looking at Wu Tian, and he said in a weird accent, "No, it's wrong, I'm not the king of Kai." "Which one?" Wu Tian struggled to stabilize his body on the Kaiu planet with 10 times the gravity of the Earth. He looked at the northern Kaiu steadily, thinking that he would have something to say, such as "Who are you?" Then it would be easier for him to pick up the conversation. Then, a strange silence passed. "That's terrible. Why did such a humorless person come to me?" North Kaio put his head back outside the car window, sat in the car and patted the car horn angrily. He 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 he. Wu Tian twitched the corners of his mouth and forced a smile. It turns out that this guy is really boring than in the cartoon, and his bad jokes are even scarier than in the cartoon. This time it was the Northern Kai King's turn to be silent. The chimpanzee Barbarous climbed up a tree not far away. Looking at this place, he didn't know if he could understand the embarrassing atmosphere of the scene. The king of the Northern Kai got out of the car and walked up to Wu Tian with his short and fat figure. He raised his head and looked at the station in front of him. He couldn't stand well. The most important thing was that he had no sense of humor. "Are you alive? It's really strange. What are you doing here?" A light flashed on the Northern Kai King's small sunglasses. Wu Tian said, "I came to practice here with Lord Kaio. Under 10 times the gravity, my physical strength was lost very quickly." Since he hadn't eaten for a long time, Wu Tian took out a small cloth bag from his pocket and took out a fairy bean. Crack! Physical recovery. Call. Wu Tian took a deep breath, his expression was serious, his energy sank into his dantian, his spirit and energy were unified, his spiritual will and qigong were integrated into one furnace. The aura in his body that had already reached its peak suddenly surged again, rising by about 50%. This time, Wu Tian was finally able to stand up straight. Oh? You are a good martial artist. What did you eat just now? Where did you come from? You look like you are not used to the gravity here. The North Kai King's eyes were blocked by sunglasses, and his emotions could not be seen. Wu Tiandao, I came here from the Earth in the solar system. Because I couldn't go any further on the Earth, I asked the gods there to bring me here. What I just took was our Earth's special magic medicine fairy bean, which can recover in an instant. I have enough physical strength to fill my stomach. After saying that, he bowed to the Northern Kaio, please, Kaio-sama, please teach me how to practice. The king of the North Realm was noncommittal and said, Senior Bean? It's a very good thing. However, it's not that easy to learn martial arts from me. In this case, you can jump around and let me see. Wu Tian was obedient and jumped on the spot. He only jumped about 1 or 2 meters high before he was pulled down by the powerful gravity of Kaio. With a bang, his feet hit the ground, causing the lawn to tremble slightly. Sink! The North Kaio King commented, Tisk, so. He waved to the chimpanzee on the tree not far away and called, Hey, Babras, come here. Bulo, the chimpanzee ran over obediently with his hands raised. The king of the North Realm said, Wait until you catch this guy first. I'll take a nap first. After saying that, his short and fat body swayed and left. Wu Tian didn't say anything. He already knew that things would not go so smoothly. He didn't have the mentality that he could achieve his goal as soon as he came, so he seemed very calm. I'm feeling pretty good mentally, light flashed across the North Kaio's sunglasses as he walked towards the small room. But he didn't take it seriously. He managed the entire northern galaxy. What kind of genius hadn't he seen? Not to mention anything else, there are many powerful geniuses among the warriors collected by Frisia. It's a pity that they are all working for the tiger. The North Kaio King was annoyed, but Frisia's power was too powerful, and even the great Kaio King might be helpless. I really don't know what Kaio Kami and the others were thinking, letting such a villain do whatever he wanted in the galaxy, destroying everyone at every turn. Planet. The same goes for the god of destruction. Why don't you come out and take care of it? As for whether or not to teach this human being who came all the way from the earth in front of me, let's see. Soon, the North Kaio entered the room and lay down on the recliner, snoring loudly. Take it easy. Wu Tian murmured, he relaxed his muscles and bones, and the chimpanzee in front of him glanced at him, wandered away, turned his head and glanced at him again, as if urging him to catch up. Hey! Wu Tian shook his head and used all his strength to control his extremely heavy body to chase Babulus. So in the following days, there were constant bang, 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 heavy footsteps on Kaio planet. 6 days passed. It's so noisy. Can't you make a little noise when you walk? The king of the North Kai was very annoyed when his sweet dream was disturbed. However, when he noticed that Babulus was a little too fast, he realized that Wu Tian was no longer as heavy and clumsy as when he first arrived. There's still some progress. After grunting, the North Kaio turned over on the recliner, bubbles rising from his nose again. Wu Tian glanced at the sleeping North Kai King over there, and then looked at the chimpanzee playing with him in front of him, and thought to himself, we can almost mention the power of Wu Xian fist again. Well, a little bit, slow down, slowly increase. To show that I am the result of my slow cultivation here. Double Wu Xian fist. Wu Tian's footsteps became even more brisk. The chimpanzee Babras in front heard something strange about the footsteps behind him. He looked back and was startled. He threw away the banana peel and ran away. Stop! Wu Tian shouted. Bula Bula the chimpanzee couldn't stand still, of course it ran away. The days go by like this. Soon, half a month later, the chase between humans and apes continues. The king of the north didn't sleep much today. He was watching Wu Tian with his hands behind his back as he laboriously chased the agile chimpanzee. He watched for a while and then said loudly to Wu Tian, "I haven't caught him yet." "Hey, boy, what is your ability? I'm not interested in teaching you." Wu Tian listened in his ears and looked at the chimpanzee in front of him who was very close but just out of reach. He thought to himself, "You can almost use 3 times the Wuxian fist." The decision was made. Wu Tian immediately used 3 times the spirit of Wuxian Chuan. Boom! Wu Tian ground his feet on the turf, and his whole figure jumped forward faster. "Hey! It's interesting." A flash of light flashed across the small sunglasses of the northern Kaio who was observing from the side. He murmured. For some reason, he felt that this strange human martial artist had just used the Kaio fist. The feeling is inside. At this moment, Wu Tian swooped down and caught the fleeing chimpanzee in front of him. "Hey, kid, I finally caught you." Wu Tian sat on the ground sweating profusely, panting and hugging Bobris, while Bobris looked depressed and unhappily picked up another banana. Wu Tian smiled, stood up again, and let go of Babulus. He turned around and asked the North Kaio, "Lord Kaio, can you teach me martial arts?" The king of the North Kai looked strange. He waved his hand to the chimpanzee next to Wu Tian, and Bobris walked away with a banana in his mouth. "Boy, what method did you use just now?" He walked up to Wu Tian and looked up at him. Through his sunglasses, Wu Tian couldn't see the look in the eyes of this short and fat Kaio. He replied, "Have you been noticed by Kaio-sama?" "Well, because my own skills are limited, I am tied up on this planet with extremely high gravity. It was difficult to catch the orangutan, so I came up with a way on my own. Since the skill cannot be improved for the time being, why can't I use the current skill to do more things?" Northern Kai Wang raised his slender eyebrows. "Oh." Wu Tian continued to explain, "In other words, if the skill in my body is regarded as one, I could only use the power of this one before, but after careful consideration, I found that on a more microscopic scale, the maximum make optimal use of every point of skill, so that every point of skill can exert more power. In this way, I will probably be able to exert several times the power of one skill. That's what I think, otherwise I have no hope on the planet of catching that chimpanzee." The king of the northern realm was silent for a while, and then he asked, "Did you figure this out by yourself here?" Wu Tian immediately said, "Yes, I was already the strongest on earth, and I never had the chance to think of developing such an ability. It was only when I came to Lord Kaio that I started to think wildly." The king of the northern realm chuckled and said complicatedly, "You are not just whimsical." He thought of the many restrictions of his Kaioken, and the terrifying load it placed on the user's body. Compared to Wu Tian, who could use similar abilities as if nothing had happened, he actually felt like I can't even be a human being. Not as good as emotion. UU Reading welcomes all book lovers to come and read. The latest, fastest, and most popular serial works are all available in UU Reading. Mobile phone users please go and read. Chapter 56, Martial Arts World King Fist? After feeling complicated for a while, the North Kaio King suddenly came up with a bold idea. If he could teach his Kaio fist to the kid in front of him, and add to this kid's ability to use one point of energy to produce several points of effect. How terrible would it be? The king of the North Kai was a little excited. He clenched his fist and coughed, and said, "Since you have captured Babulus, as agreed, I will start teaching you martial arts." His short and fat body gradually got into a posture and said, "First, let me see how good you are." Wu Tian smiled and raised his hands, and the mental technique of triple Wuxianquan was running smoothly at all times. He responded, "I got what I asked for." The North Realm King's face was serious, and Wu Tian immediately felt a pressure coming towards him. This pressure is by no means easier than the 10 times gravity of Kaiu. Suddenly, a black shadow rushed toward Wu Tian. Snapped. There was no time to react. As his face went numb, a sour feeling immediately rushed down the bridge of his nose and directly into his brain. Wu Tian covered his nose and staggered back. He rubbed his nose. There was no nosebleed, but it was estimated that it's also bright red. Wu Tian smiled bitterly. Kaiu-sama is so strong. He thought for a while. Although the Northern Kaiu King told Sun Wukong in the original work that he might not be as good as the 2 scions who went to the earth, Wu Tian would never think that the North Kaiu King refers to that guy Nabal. This not as good as could only refer to not being as good as Vegeta. Vegeta at that time had a fighting strength of 18,000. 18,000. At this time, even if Wu Tian used 3 times of Wu Xian Fist, he would still be far from reaching this number. Even if the king of the Northern Kai does not have such a high combat power, it will not be too low. He should have at least 10,000 or more strength. It was normal for Wu Tian to be completely unable to react to the attack of the Northern Kai King just now. The king of the North Realm was a little embarrassed. He said, "I haven't fought with anyone for a long time. I couldn't control it for a while. Let me see. Your power, probably, well, I will control it next." Wu Tian asked curiously, "How much is my power inferior to the king of Kai? To be specific." North Kai Wang pondered for a while and said, "If according to the calculations of some people in the universe, I have a value of about 11,000. It feels like around 300. Wu Tian clicked his tongue and sighed, "It's so different." The North Kaiu smiled and said, "Boy, don't be too arrogant. I am a Kaiu-sama who has lived for who knows how many years. How old are you? It's normal that you are far behind me, besides, you can't do it several times. Can you use it? Honestly, to what extent can you use your skills now?" Wu Tian thought for a while and said, "About 3 times. North Kaiu had a toothache for a while. If Kaiu Fist was used 3 times, he would die. It hurts like hell." This made him want to teach Kaiu Fist to this kid even more to see how powerful it would be when combined with his skills. So he said, "Attack with all your strength, so that I can see, if I can teach you that move." Wu Tian said, "Okay." The 2 of them got into a posture again and stood facing each other. Bubbles the chimpanzee is still eating bananas in the tree. Wu Tian was at a disadvantage, so he attacked first. The North Kai King was short in stature, so Wu Tian raised his fist as big as a casserole and smashed it, but was blocked by the North Kai King's fleshy palm effortlessly. After secretly wrestling for a moment, Wu Tian found that the Kaiu's palm was as unshakable as a giant mountain, so he raised his left knee to attack the North Kaiu's fat belly, but the North Kaiu inadvertently raised his leg with just the right amount of force. The ground kicked Wu Tian's calf. It seemed like a light kick, but it was quite powerful. Wu Tian turned back uncontrollably. He used his left foot as a pivot to reach the ground. His body turned in a circle along with the force of the North Kaiu, and his right leg drew an arc in the air, tearing the air apart and kicking the Northern Kaiu in the head. Bang! The king of the Northern Realm stood still and didn't move. He just stretched out his fat and short hand to block Wu Tian's sweeping leg. He smiled, and with his other hand, he grabbed it with his backhand and blocked it. Wu Tian shook his whole body and threw it into the sky. Wuxian Qigong. As soon as Wu Tian was thrown into the sky, a white Qigong wave was already shot towards the North Kaiu on the ground. "Can you counterattack so quickly? Not bad." The king of the North Realm smiled, and he used his fleshy palm to slap the Wuxian Qigong wave flying toward his face away. The knocked-out Qigong hit the fruit tree where Bobris was with a bang sound, exploding a plume of burnt black smoke, which made the chimpanzee biting a banana on the tree very dissatisfied. Wu Tian quickly fell from the air and stood on the ground with a bang, panting slightly. Catching Bobris had already consumed his physical strength before, but now he was fighting in an environment with 10 times the gravity of the Earth that he had not yet fully adapted to. The consumption of strength was really astonishing. Okay, I probably know it too. The king of the Northern Realm waved his hand to signal the end. He thought for a while and said, "Let's do this. Let's fight and practice for 3 days. After 3 days, I can teach you a lesson. Use a special boxing technique." Wu Tian knew it and asked, "What boxing technique is it? Is it special?" The king of the North Realm chuckled and said, "You will know when the time comes." Soon, 3 days passed. In the past 3 days, every time on the Celestial King, there would be the sound of crackling fists and flesh. In this ghost place with 10 times the gravity, Wu Tian kept sparring with the North Kaio using 3 times the martial arts fist. It has to be said that the Northern Kai Wang has a lot of experience in martial arts, and Wu Tian has gained a lot from this process. And just in time. I can improve the Wuxian fist a little bit more. 3 days later, Wu Tian had improved his Wuxian fist to 4 times. Has your special technique been strengthened again? The king of the North Realm fought against Wu Tian with his own hands, and of course he felt something was wrong. Although Wu Tian was no match for him, his resistance was greatly enhanced. Wu Tian replied, "Well, a little bit, I gained a lot of insights from fighting against Lord Kaio. I call this special Kung Fu Wuxian fist. 3 days ago it was 3 times Wuxian fist, and now..." He clenched his fists and said, "I can probably use it 4 times. The North Kaio had toothache again, 4 times. He thought that if he used Kaio fist 4 times, then, his fat body would definitely not be able to bear it anyway. I just don't know what this guy is like." The North Kaio didn't exercise all year round, and he got tired after playing for a while. He wiped his sweat with a handkerchief and said, "Seeing that you have almost adapted to the environment here, I will teach you Kaio fist." "Hey, you! Is Wuzhenquan the name of the Kaioquan you learned?" Wu Tian smiled and said nothing. The king of the North Kai thought he had acquiesced, but he didn't take it seriously. He pondered for a moment and said, "Kaio fist is not a fixed boxing technique. It is essentially a kung fu that can greatly stimulate the deepest potential of the human body in a short period of time. The user needs to be completely abandon your brain's awareness of self-protection of your body. Explode with power several times your own strength regardless of the burden on your body. This is a forced reversal of the fixed way of self-perception. For example, for a person who does not know martial arts at all, the first thing to do when learning martial arts is to overcome the fear of fists thrown at him. Psychologically, you cannot close your eyes in fear when a fist hits. In a similar way, the basis of using Kaioken is that the user must overcome the need that occurs when the power in the body increases to the point of harming one's own body. Give up the instinct. We must continue to strengthen our strength at this juncture. Continue to break through. Only by breaking through this barrier can Kaio fist be introduced." The king of the North Kaiowen taught him the content and techniques of Kaio fist, and Wu Tian listened quietly. At the same time, he was also thinking, abandon the brain's sense of self-protection of the body. Sure enough, as I suspected, Kai the secrets of King Fist and 8-Gate Dunjia have a little bit in common, but to stimulate potential? How much potential is left in my body to be unleashed? Seeing Wu Tian's seriousness in learning, the North Kaiowen couldn't help but secretly nodded, looking forward to using the Dekaiho fist and then using his other Wuzhenquan. Maybe it should be called Muzenkaiho fist? Or Kaiho martial arts fist. In short, this trick will definitely be extremely terrifying. Thinking this, the king of the Northern Kai couldn't help but smile. UU Reading welcomes all book lovers to come and read. The latest, fastest, and most popular serial works are all available in UU Reading. Mobile phone users please go and read. Chapter 57 Incompatible. However, the development of things still did not go as expected by the king of the North Kai. A month has passed. The king of the North Kai Fa frowned into a big pimple. In front of him was Wu Tian, who had taken off his shirt and was naked. At this time, he clenched his fists and placed them on both sides of his waist, concentrating on gathering energy. The next second, red arrogance came out from the surface of his body. Kaiu Fist! Wu Tian gritted his teeth tightly, and the aura in his body skyrocketed crazily under the influence of Kaiu Fist, doubling directly. It was double Kaiu Fist. It is also the first level of Kaiu Fist. The turf under his feet was blown by his red arrogance and clung to the ground, and his own loose coarse trousers moved automatically without any wind. The king of the North Kai pushed up the small round sunglasses on the bridge of his nose and looked at Wu Tian's upper body, which was obviously bigger due to muscle expansion. All those muscles were already trembling slightly. He asked slightly nervously, "How is it? Isn't it still possible to superimpose the use of Wuxian Fist?" Wu Tian frowned and whispered, "Let me try again." After saying that, the familiar double martial immortal boxing heart technique started to work. This is the martial arts he deduced from his own kaleidoscope eye technique, a kind of martial arts that has not been taught to others through his illusion magic so far. Martial arts that humans cannot master. But now this martial arts has become the instinct of his body, and he can use it with a single thought. But at this moment, it failed. Puff! Blood flowed from the corner of Wu Tian's mouth, his eyelids trembled, and the red aura around him dissipated instantly. The muscles on his body twitched uncontrollably, and his clenched fists slowly unclenched. Wu Tian tried his best not to fall to his knees due to the severe pain in his body, and tremblingly took out a fairy bean from his waistband. Crack! The suffocating pain faded away like a tide, and Wu Tian breathed out a sigh of relief. The king of the North Realm seemed a little disappointed. It failed again. Is it really not possible? Wu Tian sighed slightly, shook his head and said, "No. It is obvious now that your Kaiosama and my Wuzhenquan are two martial arts that have gone completely opposite to each other from the beginning. Kaioken, it is the kind of martial arts that requires crazy and desperate stimulation of the power in the body, and my Wuxian Chuan requires complete control of the breath in one's body, in order to be able to achieve one breath transforms into many and exert it. Real power." The king of the North Realm nodded with understanding and sighed, "Yes, one has to abandon reason, while the other needs absolute reason." However, he was still a little unwilling. He thought for a while and asked, "Is it possible, to quickly regain control of the breath in the body after adapting to the Kaiou Fist, and then use the Wuxian Fist?" His tone no longer sounded like he was teaching a student, but rather communicating martial arts with others in an equal manner. Wu Tian decisively shook his head and said, "I'm afraid not. In the state of Kaiou Fist, the aura in my body is extremely manic and changing every moment. It is impossible to truly achieve the first requirement of Wuxian Fist, to fully control it. Live it." After a pause and a wry smile, he said, "And I think you can see, Kaiosama, that with the potential of my body, the most basic Kaiou Fist is already at its limit, and higher multiples. Not too possible." The North Kaiou King nodded, "Well, that's true. I felt something was wrong when you were practicing Kaiou Fist. How old are you this year?" "Almost 91. That's it. Look at how you look now. How do you look like a 91-year-old earthling? Did you drink a special kind of spring water when you were young?" The king of the Northern Kai asked suddenly. "Yes, I drank it. My master said it was the water of immortality. At that time, a junior brother and I were fighting in the mountains. When we were tired, we took a few sips of water from a spring on the road." Wu Tian recalled, "At that time we didn't pay attention when we were drinking, but after the two of us finished drinking, we discovered that the spring water actually had a strange fragrance, but it disappeared quickly after we drank." The king of the North Realm said, "That's it. If my guess is correct, what you are drinking is the longevity spring water that is also very rare in the underworld. This kind of spring water is very rare. According to rumors, once it is drunk by a living being, all the essence will be lost. Qi turns into ordinary spring water. Wu Tiandao, yes, my master said so too. After Wu Taida died, he and Tsurumi accidentally saw the legend about the elixir of life in the master's notes in order to find the location of the Kailan Tower. The master must have done the same. It is speculated based on legends and stories. The northern king wiped his chubby chin and murmured, "Are you lucky, or?" Wu Tian smiled and said, "I have a sister who practices witchcraft with someone on our planet. Although I don't know how powerful she is, I know that she can freely travel between the yin and yang realms, and power can bring the dead back to earth for a day and a night. I think she or her master made this spring water back then." The king of the North Kai asked in surprise, "Witch of Earth? So your sister actually inherited the position of witch on Earth?" He suddenly nodded and said, "That's good. There are some weird people on some planets in the galaxy. Although they are not strong, they all have very special abilities, and your witch on Earth is one of them." Wu Tian also nodded. The secrets in the Dragon Ball world are actually far more than those shown in the comics. Let's not talk about this anymore. The North Kaio King lowered his head and thought for a while before giving up and looking at Wu Tian again. "What are you going to do?" "Kaio Fist and Wu Xian Fist." Wu Tian smiled and said, "How come Kaio-sama asked so knowingly? Kaio Fist is really not suitable for me, I'd better study my own Wu Xian Fist." The king of the North Kaito nodded, "That's okay, I'll be your opponent and see how far you can explore this martial arts." "Sorry to trouble you." Wu Tian clasped his hands together and bowed slightly. The king of the North Realm looked at each other and smiled, feeling that it was difficult to know who he was. Time passed slowly, and soon another 2 months passed. During these days, the king of the North Realm would spar with Wu Tian every day. He watched helplessly as Wu Tian's Wu Xian Fist increased from 3 times to 4 times, and from 4 times to 5 times. In order to cope with Wu Tian's attack, the king of the North Realm used more and more strength, and this more and more speed was very fast, because Wu Tian's Wu Xian Fist improved so fast. Once Wu Xianquan breaks through, it will double again. This forced the king of the North Kaito to use higher power to deal with it. UU reading www.uugonshu.net. Boom! Wu Tian and the king of the Northern Realm intertwined in mid-air. The two of them bounced to one side and turned several somersaults in the air. They all landed firmly on the ground with ta and ta. The king of the North Kai was a fat man after all, and he was already out of breath. He asked, "How many times your weight is now?" Wu Tian replied, "About 13 times. The king of the North Kaio shook his head with a sigh, "Incredible, incredible. I have carefully studied your Wu Xian Fist, and I found that, although it does not put as terrible a burden on the user's body as the Kaio Fist, on the contrary, its mental and will burden is far inferior to Kaioken." He glanced at Wu Tian strangely, "Seeing as you haven't practiced any special spiritual power, you are actually able to fight me at 13 times the strength? Can you do 2 things at once?" Wu Tian shook his head and said, "It's all about being strong-willed." After saying that, he resumed his attack stance. The king of the North Realm clicked his tongue twice, seeming to be both admiring and sighing. Seeing that Wu Tian was planning to fight again, he smiled and said, "You'd better practice some more. 13 times is not enough. 30 times is almost enough. 13 times is the current limit." Wu Tian first showed a smile, and then his expression gradually became solemn. "Lord Kaio, next. I will use my hidden secret method." "What secret hand?" Before the North Kai King finished speaking the word Duan, Wu Tian opposite him had already disappeared. A blast of punch came from the back of my head. Chapter 58 Only 10 seconds. The king of the north was shocked, and without thinking, he immediately unleashed all his power. The white flames enveloped his short and fat body in an instant. At the critical moment, he narrowly avoided Wu Tian's punch from behind. Flying to the side in the air, the northern Kai Wang looked at Wu Tian on the ground in surprise. When did he run behind him? But Wu Tian still maintained the posture of punching forward at this time. The king of the North Realm couldn't help but wonder, why are you so fast? Wu Tian looked at him on the ground and said nothing. The next second, he disappeared from the ground again. What? This time the king of the North Realm was prepared. He widened his eyes and looked carefully. Wu Tian was not fast at all, he was moving instantly. Call! The air-tearing fist wind struck from behind the northern Kaio king again. Hateful! Dazzling white flames erupted from the North Kaio king's fat body, and he narrowly avoided it once again. Wu Tian's fist grazed the corner of the northern Kai king's clothes. It's useless. Even if you can get close to me by teleportation, the difference in strength is too big. I can react enough and fight back for you. The king of the North Kaifa flew aside and said to Wu Tian in the air. Wu Tian also stopped in the air, shook his head and said, it seems that is indeed the case. When the difference in strength is too big, even if he can move to the opponent's close range instantly, when he gets close and makes an attack, it will be enough for the stronger opponent to react. The king of the North Realm said, that's not the point, how do you master this teleportation technique? He was very confused. Although he didn't pay much attention to the earth, this ability shouldn't exist there, right? Wu Tian replied, well, because there is something called the Dragon Balls on our earth. After gathering them all, North Kai Wang was even more surprised and interrupted Wu Tian, shouting, Dragon Balls? Earth? How is that possible? How can there be Dragon Balls on Earth? Wu Tian. The king of the North Realm frowned. He ignored Wu Tian, twirling the whiskers on his chin, and thought to himself, I remember that the Dragon Balls are Namekian things. How did they end up on Earth? Strange, weird, just wait. As he said that, the two long wires above his head that looked like antennas tilted forward. Wu Tian knew that he was exploring the situation on the Earth. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the North Kaito to suddenly say, it turns out that the gods on your Earth are Namekians. I understand, they must have escaped when the disaster happened on Namek. Wu Tian remained calm, Namekians. North Kai Wang rolled his eyes, although Wu Tianya couldn't see it through his sunglasses, he said, what do you think? Do you think the Dragon Balls are that simple? Except for Namek, I haven't seen them in the entire galaxy. No other race can create it. Wu Tian moved his lips, as if he wanted to say something. The northern Kai Wang was surprised, why are you hesitant? Just say whatever you want. Over the past few days, the northern Kai Wang has become very familiar with Wu Tian. At the same time, due to the exchange of Kaihu Fist and Wuxian Fist, the two became both teachers and friends. Wu Tian finally took a long breath and said calmly, I don't intend to hide this from you now, Lord Kaihu. The reason why I came to you is actually the real purpose, is to get the location of Namek here. The king of the North Realm was even more surprised. He flew over and looked around Wu Tian, and finally returned to Wu Tian and looked at him with a half smile, so, when you first came here, you were able to have used 13 martial arts fists, right? That's right. When you were on Earth, you already knew that your gods were Namekians. That's not true. I just know that he is a cosmic being, so I guess there may be more powerful Dragon Balls in the hometown of the gods. Then my wish that cannot be realized on Earth can only be pinned there. So you made a wish on Earth and got the ability to teleport, and then you found me here. That's right. The king of the Northern Realm clicked his tongue for a while and said, interesting. If you just followed the trend, couldn't you have asked me about the location of Namek? Why did you suddenly tell the truth again? Wu Tiandao, when I first came here, I was worried that if I revealed my purpose directly, Kaio-sama would blow me away. After all, I don't know your true character, Kaio-sama, so I designed such a plan myself. I hope that after I slowly get to know each other, I can reveal my true purpose. He shook his head and said, but these days I have been exchanging martial arts with Kaio-sama and learning from each other. I understand that Kaio-sama really treats me with sincerity, so when things happened just now, I felt ashamed and unwilling to continue to deceive. The king of the North Realm was silent, and finally rolled his eyes invisible to Wu Tian, and said angrily, "You old guy, you really have too many evil thoughts." Wu Tian's wrinkled face just smiled, and he was speechless. The king of the Northern Realm asked again, "Is there anything else you are hiding from me?" Wu Tian thought for a while and said, "There are indeed some things I haven't told you, but those are my personal secrets." The king of the Northern Realm waved his hand and interrupted, "Come on, why are you talking so much? Just say no." He thought for a while, then assumed an attacking posture again, and said harshly, "Boy, since you dare to lie to me, just prepare to take a good beating." Wu Tian also made attack movements in the air and said, "I am willing to accept this punishment." The aura of the Northern Kai King on the opposite side was gradually condensing, and the oppressive feeling coming from his short and fat body seemed to be substantial, approaching Wu Tian bit by bit. Naturally, Wu Tian did not dare to be careless at all. The king of the North Realm was afraid that he would really use all his strength to beat him up this time. His 13th martial immortal fist technique was running smoothly, and his body was tense, always ready. The vegetation on the entire Kaio planet was swaying gently under the momentum of the two people, mainly the North Kaio. Whoosh! The king of the North Kaiju rushes over. So fast! Wu Tian's eyes suddenly opened, and he couldn't help but open the blood-red Sharingan. His dynamic vision improved a lot, but he could still only capture a faint shadow. Boom! A sharp pain came from his stomach, and Wu Tian seemed to be hit head-on by a mountain and flew backwards. Boom! Wu Tian, who was flying upside down, received another punch in the stomach. He retched wow and then flew upside down in the air. "It's too big, the gap is too big." According to the king of the North Kaikai, Wu Tian's combat power is around 300 at this time. Even if it is strengthened by 13 times of Wu Xian fist, it is only less than 4,000 combat power. How can this keep up with the full combat power of more than 10,000? Northern Kaio King? Bang! 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 Wuden seemed to have become a satellite orbiting the Earth. He was being chased one after another by the Northern Kaio in the air. He quickly circled the small Kaio in a full circle. Boom! Wu Tian was hit hard in the abdomen again and circled back, flying over the fruit tree where Bobris was below. The chimpanzee was picking at a banana peel in a tree and looked up at him. Hateful! The three Megatama in Wu Tian's Sharingan eyes rotated rapidly, forming a four-cornered windmill. I saw it! Wu Tian frantically ran 13 martial arts fist techniques, and swung his arm towards the afterimage in his sight. The wave was empty. The short and fat figure of the King of the North appeared directly above Wu Tian. Wu Tian was still flying upside down. He held the hammer with both hands and smashed it down with all his strength. Boom! Wu Tian was hit from above while flying upside down, and his entire body's sliding trajectory instantly folded into a right angle. With a whoosh, he fell rapidly and directly hit the ground of Kaiju planet. Bang! A human-shaped pit appeared on the ground. The King of the North Kai fell from the sky. He wiped the sweat from his head, exhaled shhhhh and said with a smile, "I feel much more comfortable, haha." He felt as if he was relaxed after exercise. Ahem! A hand stretched out from the pit and touched the edge. Wu Tian climbed out of the pit. He was covered in dust, his nose was bruised and his face was swollen, and he was clutching his abdomen. His whole body was in pain. Just now, the King of the North Kaikai didn't just punch him in the stomach. After he protected his abdomen with both arms, he punched him in the face several times. Wu Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sighed, "It's too cruel." The King of the North Realm smiled and said, "You deserve it." Hey! He saw Wu Tian's scarlet eyes clearly and wondered, "What's wrong with your eyes?" Wu Tian's mouth squirmed, poof, spitting out a broken tooth mixed with blood foam, and he said, "Kaiu-sama, haven't you secretly tried to practice Wuxian Chuan?" He smiled silently and concluded, "How about it, you didn't make it, right?" The Northern King's face turned red and Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.net said, "It's just that the time was too short and I didn't practice carefully." Wu Tian shook his head and said, "I once had a disciple on earth. His talent for learning martial arts was extremely outstanding and much better than mine. However, he spent nearly 10 years and still couldn't get started with this martial arts boxing." The king of the North Realm was surprised. "What do you mean?" Wu Tian added, "The real source of my martial immortal fist is actually this pair of mutated eyes." The four-cornered pinwheels in his scarlet eyes stared at the king of the North and he said, "Just using these eyes, it also had great side effects for me, so I gradually figured out a substitute for Wuxian Chuan." The king of the North Realm was thoughtful, but also seemed a little unbelievable. He asked, "Do you mean, without your eyes, it would be impossible to learn Wuxian Chuan?" "At least for now, that is indeed the case." "Incredible, this makes no sense." The king of the North Realm was deeply puzzled. He suddenly thought of something and stared at Wu Tian and asked, "You just said that Wuxian fist comes from the power of your eyes. What do you mean, if you with these eyes, wouldn't it be more than 13 times? Wu Tian smiled slightly, took a deep breath, and said, "I can only use it for about 10 seconds. Lord Kaio. I'm sorry." Phew, the big four-cornered windmills in my eyes were spinning crazily. 30 times the pupil technique. P.S. I struggled with this chapter for a long time, and in the end I still can't let the protagonist be so hypocritical. Don't complain about the chapter name, I just don't want the chapter name to spoil the story at once, then it makes no sense, right? Chapter 59 Coordinates of Several Planets. What can 10 seconds be used for? For an ordinary person, perhaps this is just enough to give him a brief moment of silence. He has not thought about any random results in his mind, and more than 10 seconds have passed by without paying attention. If a person takes 3 seconds to breathe, then more than 10 seconds is only 5 or 6 breaths. For super masters whose combat power reaches the 10,000 level, 5 or 6 breaths is enough for them to fight for hundreds of rounds. After Wu Tian used the kaleidoscope 30-fold eye technique with all his strength, he and the North Kaio King immediately disappeared from the surface of the Kaio planet. On the fruit tree, the chimpanzee Bobris was holding a banana in his mouth, scratching his head to find where the two men had gone. Bang bang! Bang 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 bang! The entire air near Kai Wang vibrated again and again. These vibrations made huge and dull explosions. These sounds were so frequent and so dense. Strong vibrations spread to the surrounding space. Bobris dialed when I was eating a banana. I was so shocked that my hand shook and I almost didn't poke it into my nostril. From beginning to end, these two have never appeared, nor have they stayed in the air for even a tenth of a second. The two men chased, entangled, wrestled, and fought at high speeds and ultra-high speeds, and then chased, entangled, wrestled, and fought again. Often the sound of fists clashing for the first half-second was still heard in the North Kaio room. In the sky, in the next half a second, it appeared on the ground lawn on the other side of Kaio, and a large piece of turf was lifted directly away. The oscillating air generates high temperatures due to the friction of high-speed movement, and the heat waves spread. And because the place where they met is almost all over the entire space of the planet, the spreading heat waves intertwine and influence each other, becoming the chaotic and restless indiscriminate thermal convection makes the environment around Kaio filled with a suffocating sense of oppression. Bobris hung on the fruit tree, wiped the mashed banana in front of his nose, ate the remaining half-stretched banana and calmed down his shock. It sounds like a long narration, but in fact, only 10 seconds have passed by now. In the air of Kaio, the remaining circles of heat wave ripples can be vaguely seen with the naked eye. The oscillating sound had not appeared for a long time, as if the oppressive feeling that had just filled Kaio was just an illusion. Two people were lying on the lawn. The northern Kaio was lying on his side, his small round sunglasses had already flown away. He squinted his small eyes and panted profusely with sweat. Oh my god! The majestic Kaio-sama, can actually get along with a human's fight until they are exhausted, it is so shameful. Wu Tian even threw himself aside. Of course he would be tired. He had already been severely beaten by the King of the North before. Now, if he exploded with all his strength, his physical strength and mind would be almost exhausted. The Mangekyo Sharingan-I technique is like an ultra-high power machine. Once it is activated, it will swallow up his spiritual power like a devil, causing him to have a headache and lust in just 10 seconds. My eyesight turned black, and I felt dizzy from time to time. Crack! Wu Tian quickly took out a fairy bean from his body, put it to his mouth feebly, pursed his lips, bit it into pieces, and swallowed it. Phew! Wu Tian's physical strength was fully restored, and his mental state was much better. He stood up. In the fight that lasted just 10 seconds, his qigong, will, martial arts, spirit, physical strength, all kinds of things, everything he had, if he used the Susanoo suit, even for 10 seconds. I can't hold it anymore, they have already exerted themselves to the extreme in this moment. Very enjoyable. As for the King of the North, who is still lying on the ground pretending to be dead, although his overall strength is slightly stronger than Wu Tian, who has 30 times the power of the pupil technique, but, come on, when he beat Wu Tian before, not only Wu Shen will be tired after being beaten, and he will be tired when he beats others. Secondly, as has been mentioned many times, the King of the North Kai Kai is a fat man. He really doesn't like fighting, it's too tiring. To be honest, his status as a martial artist is just a side job besides his position as King of Kai. Studying powerful martial arts is his hobby, he developed Kaioken and Yuanqi Bomb because of this. However, fighting is unnecessary. If he has that kind of skill, he might as well eat and drink more, take a nap, and drive around a few times. Come and feel comfortable. How are you? Wu Tian walked over and stretched out his hand to pull the North Realm King up. The North Kaio King gasped angrily, "What do you think? I said you are really a freak. A guy with only 300 combat power can actually beat me on an equal footing. You're crazy." Perhaps it was because of the feelings accumulated over the past few days of exchanging martial arts and comparing skills with Wu Tian, or perhaps because of the touch caused by Wu Tian's previous actions of lying to him and then confessing to him honestly. The King of the Northern Realm spoke to Wu Tian at this time. "It's like being a friend." Wu Tian smiled. He took out another fairy bean and handed it to the North Kaio. He shook his head and said, "Master Kaio, haven't you used the Dekaiha Fist yet? If you use the Dekaiha Fist, I'm afraid I won't be able to fight back at all. My strength is gone." The King of the North Kai Kai took the fairy bean unceremoniously, chewed it into pieces and ate it. Sure enough, his physical strength and minor injuries were restored in an instant. He sighed, "It's really a good thing." Hearing Wu Tian talk about Kaio Fist, he rolled his small eyes and said, "I don't need that thing. I'm exhausted. I don't need you to fight me when the time comes. I am in so much pain that I am dying." Since he developed the Kaio Fist, he has never used it very much, and he has never thought about using it to a very high multiple by himself. He would have to suffer and die. Some time ago, he was thinking about finding a human martial artist with good qualifications and teaching him Kaio Fist to see how far he could go. Then Wu Tian came, but unfortunately, Wu Tian the old guy has some physical problems and it's impossible for him to follow the path of Kaioken. The two of them were very tired after a big battle, so they went to the North Kaio King's house to have a big meal together. This was also the last meal Wu Tian had here. "Are you going to Namek?" The King of the Northern Kai asked Wu Tian as he gathered up the dishes and piled them on Babuluza's hands, waving them away. At this time, he found a pair of round black sunglasses from somewhere and put them on. After Wu Tian had eaten and drank enough, he sighed, "Yes, I must go this time." The King of the North Realm nodded and said, That's right. Your body's potential has been exhausted by the longevity water. If you want to make progress, I'm afraid you can only rely on the magical Dragon Balls. But Namek is in the Eastern Galaxy and is not under my jurisdiction. I can only provide you with the coordinates. Anyway, you have also gained the ability to teleport, so it shouldn't be a problem for you, right? Wu Tian smiled. Otherwise, what would I do with this ability? He added, Caillou-sama, wait a moment, I will pick up a few birds. After saying that, his figure had disappeared in front of the North Caillou. The king of the Northern Caillou opened his mouth blankly and wondered, how many birds are there? After waiting for a while, Wu Tian did not appear. The king of the North Realm was pacing back and forth, and suddenly he looked up and saw Wu Tian hovering in the sky not far away. He wondered, why didn't this man come down? The king of the North Kaifa flew over and soon saw a group of colorful birds standing on Wu Tian's shoulders. He counted 7 of them. So the king of the North Realm praised, what a beautiful bird. He understood, oh, are you afraid that the 10 times the gravity over there can't be tolerated by these little guys? Then he asked, are you going to bring me a bird with you? Are they going together? I can't bear to leave the bird that I raised with my own hands. Wu Tian stroked the smooth feathers of the bird on his shoulder. These little guys have been with Wu Tian since they were born. Now that they haven't seen each other for such a long time, they all miss him very much. They are all chirping and vying to squeeze into his neck. The king of the North Kai didn't care, that's up to you, but I can remind you that it is not that easy to get all the Dragon Balls in the hands of the Namekians. With your current maximum combat ability, although you can defeat most, there are Namekians, but there are also special individuals among them who are specially born for fighting, so you have to be careful. Wu Tian nodded, I understand. He who knew the original work certainly knew that a Namekian like Nalo, who was born to be the guardian of the Great Elder, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.net, had even stronger combat power than Shang Bo and his ilk, and how could you be careless? Come on! The North Realm King turned around and turned his back to Wu Tian. Wu Tian understood and put his hand on the back of the Northern Kai King. In an instant, their spiritual consciousnesses were connected to some extent. Wu Tian closed his eyes, and suddenly a vast dark universe appeared in his vision. The vision shuttled quickly, crossing stars burning like big fireballs, passing through dreamy galaxies, and finally, came to a beautiful and huge green planet. Feel the atmosphere of this planet, and then remember them firmly. The voice of the King of the North Kingdom sounded in Wu Tian's ears, and he taught a lot of skills on how to remember the coordinates of the planet using special methods. He gave it to Wu Tian, and Wu Tian silently remembered it in his heart. Have you remembered it? The King of the North Realm asked. I remember, but... Wu Tian did not take his palm away from the back of the North Caillou King, but continued to ask, can you show me again, Caillou-sama, you know some of the higher level technologies? Planets? What other high-gravity planets are suitable for life? You old thing! Who is the King of the North Realm? He immediately understood in a flash of his mind, are you planning to use Namex Dragon Balls to solve your physical problems and then go to a planet with a higher gravity to practice? If not, then go to a high-tech planet to build a machine that simulates a high-gravity environment. Wu Tian smiled and said, I can't hide it from you. The King of the North Realm snorted angrily, probably remembering what Wu Tian had to hide from him at the beginning. Chapter 60 Dragon Balls on Namek. This is a beautiful place. The sky is a beautiful turquoise color, and 3 stars of different sizes hang high in the sky, making it never dark here. Looking around, the islands and land, large and small, are all full of vibrant emerald green. Beyond this, there is an ocean that is also green, surrounding pieces of land, and countless creatures inhabit it. Green, the color of life. It is the color of Namek and the color of Namekians. Although most of the terrain here is plateaus and hills, there is still a special kind of trees everywhere. Their name is Hope in the local language. They cover every corner of Namek, like gentle trees. The mother hugged the injured child tightly in her arms. It was hope that saved this once devastated world, saved Namek, and even saved the Namekians. And Namek in the local language refers to positive images such as freedom, hope, brave, strong, pure, etc. It is the ultimate of all good things and the ultimate goal of all good things. The destination in the hearts of the Namekians. Today's Namek is still peaceful. On a plateau in the east, a man's figure suddenly appeared. This is a man who looks very old. His temples are white and there are many wrinkles on his face. On both sides of his shoulders, there were 7 colorful birds standing in 2 rows. They suddenly appeared after the man and were twisting their little heads to look around in surprise. The man is obviously not young anymore, but the strange thing is, his eyes are unusually bright. It's not the kind of piercing brightness like that of an energetic young man, but a kind that makes you feel that deep in these eyes, there seems to be a flame that will never go out. This flame is not violent, but it keeps transmitting light. Wu Tian closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Namek. He whispered, as if whispering in a dream. Then he opened his eyes again and returned to his usual calmness. It smells very similar to Piccolo. Soon, groups of special auras on the entire Namek appeared in his perception. Wu Tian knew that these were all the Namekians living on this planet. The aura of a group of Namekians in the west direction was the closest. Wu Tian lifted his feet off the ground, slowly rose into the air, and flew towards there against the wind. Call! In a blink of an eye he was gone. Not long after, a group of Namekian-style buildings appeared on the ground not far away. Wu Tian saw at a glance that there were indeed many people who looked very similar to Piccolo working there. They were tall and rich. Some are short, some are fat, some are thin, some are tall, some are young, but because of their racial characteristics, they do not differentiate between men and women. Elder Dick was watching the tribesmen watering the flower seedlings in the field. Suddenly he felt something in his heart and turned to look into the air. They saw a person flying towards them not far away. With a slight sense, Elder Dick found that this person's aura was not strong, and he was very strange. He was definitely not their Namekian. Clatter! The strange visitor fell from the sky and landed on the ground. He turned out to be an old-looking man. What was even more strange was that there were 7 colorful birds standing on his shoulders. Who is he? The Namekians who were working in the fields, resting nearby, drinking water, and in the house all looked over. But none of them said anything. At this time, the elders should have spoken first. Sure enough, Elder Dick walked up to Wu Tian and asked, "Stranger, who are you?" Wu Tian looked at the Namek tribe elder. Seeing his gentle and serious eyes, he smiled slightly and tried to soften his tone. "You must be the elder of this tribe." "Hello, I am a traveler from the distant northern galaxy Earth, my name is Wu Tian." He bowed slightly as a salute. Elder Dick remained calm. "Guest from Earth, I can feel that your aura is very peaceful. You are not a villain. What are you doing here on Namek?" "Wu Tiandeo, I'm here for the Dragon Balls." Elder Dick was surprised. "How do you know about the Dragon Balls?" The Namekians in the tribe gathered behind him also looked at each other. The Dragon Balls, even among their Namekians, are very special existences. The elders of the 6 tribes personally kept it. Wu Tian replied, "There is also a Namekian on our Earth, and he made similar Dragon Balls there. However, I cannot realize my wish on Earth, so I came here specially to the hometown of Dragon Balls." Elder Dick was even more surprised. He looked at the other tribesmen and said hesitantly, "There are also Namekians on the Earth? I don't know about this." He frowned and thought, but Wu Tian did not rush him. Suddenly, an old voice sounded in Elder Dick's heart. "Dick, there are other elders. What this earthling said is true. The Namekians on Earth may be people who fled their homeland when our planet experienced changes. He passed through the boundary of the northern galaxy in order to fulfill his wish. Mr. Wang has come to our place, please don't embarrass him too much. Give him the Dragon Ball after a test. Grand, Great Elder. Elder Dick said in surprise, and other tribesmen were also surprised. They couldn't believe that the Great Elder who was revered as a god actually spoke. Wu Tianquan saw this, he didn't hear what the Great Elder said, and he didn't know the North Realm King mentioned in the Great Elder's words, so he guessed, could it be that the Great Elder foresaw what happened to me? These Namekians always have strange abilities. I understand, Great Elder, we will do as you say. Elder Dick pondered for a moment and said to Wu Tian, if you want to get the Dragon Balls on Namek, you have to pass our test. Wu Tian said happily, this is natural, but I don't know what kind of test it is. Elder Dick asked, it's very simple. Ideas and force, these are the two things we Namekians believe in most. So let me ask you first, what wish do you want to make after you get the Dragon Balls? Wu Tian replied, I have many flaws in my body, and I want to ask Longzhu to help me solve them. Defect. I pursue stronger martial arts, but my physical potential has been exhausted by the longevity water. This is unacceptable to me. Elder Dick nodded. As a martial artist, it is indeed a pity that he cannot become stronger. A&D. Wu Tian's dark eyes turned scarlet, and he opened the three Magadamas Sharingan. He said, my eyes have mutated due to some accidents. While giving me various special abilities, they also seal the light in my eyes step by step. These eyes of yours give me an ominous feeling. This feels bad, very bad. Elder Dick frowned and said in a deep voice. If it hadn't been for the explanation given by the Great Elder just now, just by seeing Wu Tian's eyes, he would have probably kicked out the guest. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.net. Wu Tian shook his head. He had nothing to say. What the elder said was true. The Sharingan is a special eye that the Uchiha clan with fierce love will open when they lose the one they love. Therefore, in the ninja world, it is called the Cursed Eye. Most of the reputation in the ninja world is like this, a clan dominated by hatred and so on. Elder Dick sighed, even so, well, your wish is not to harm others, or for so-called greedy selfish desires such as immortality. I agree. After a pause, he said, as for the other hand, force, you need to defeat the strongest warrior of our tribe before you can be allowed to take away the Dragon Ball. With that said, a young and strong Namekian went back to a room, and soon he came out holding a huge orange-yellow 6-star bead, which was the big Dragon Ball of Namek. This is Bobo, the only warrior of our tribe. Elder Dick pointed at the Namekian holding the 6-star Dragon Ball. Bobo held the big Dragon Ball with a solemn expression and nodded to Wu Tian. Bobo? Wu Tian was slightly surprised and bowed to the other party as well.